In the 60th year of the Leaf Village, on the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, the moon hung high in the sky. Uchiha Anan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clutched his chest and staggered towards his clan's territory. Damn it, Danzo actually dared to openly attack Uchiha ninjas on a mission. This news must reach the clan. However, upon reaching the outskirts of his clan's land, Anan was met with a suffocating darkness and the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Hearing hurried footsteps from the street corner, Anan rushed forward, only to see Uchiha clansmen barefoot and in their undergarments, frantically fleeing with children in their arms, glancing back in terror. Upon seeing Anan, their faces lit up with hope, as if they had found a lifeline, extending their arms to pass the child forward. But in the next instant, a blade protruded from the woman's chest, brutally plunging into the child. Anan's expression stiffened, and the joy on the woman's face faded into a mask of fear and despair as they both collapsed, revealing a masked root operative lurking behind. What was happening? A glint of cold light flashed in Anan's eyes. Why is Root wreaking havoc in our territory? Where are my Uchiha brethren? As he opened his eyes again, the tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, surveying the surroundings. The Root operative stared at Uchiha Anan, momentarily taken aback, followed by a cold sneer. A stray fish? With a swift motion, he wiped the blood from his blade and charged at Anan. Suddenly realizing something, Anan disregarded thoughts of vengeance for his fallen kin, leaping onto a wall, channeling his chakra to utilize the body flicker technique, and hurried towards home. Please, do not let anything happen. Fear, anger, and dread intertwined within him, his Sharingan inadvertently beginning to ascend in power. Inside Anan's home, several Root ninjas were methodically delivering fatal blows, acutely aware of someone approaching rapidly, yet their blades did not cease. As he watched the blade pierce through the chest of Ayaka, memories flooded back of her playfully tugging at his clothes, begging for sweets. Now, her once cherubic face was twisted in agony, and Anan's eyes began to shimmer with tears. In his crimson gaze, black threads converged, forming a swastika. His left eye could sever space, creating a boundary, while his right allowed him to leap to places he had been or wished to go, a phenomenon known as the leap. Ayaka, damn it, you all deserve to die. Anan's pupils dilated, and threads of darkness sliced through the air, weaving a vast net that instantaneously pierced through the bodies of the Root operatives. The Root members turned, initially unfazed, but as they took a couple of steps forward, blood erupted from their mouths, their bodies disintegrating as if they could no longer withstand the torment. The pursuing Root operatives, witnessing their comrades crumble to pieces, stumbled back, trembling as they pointed their blades at Anan, paralyzed with fear at the brutal spectacle. Though the Uchiha remnant stood with his back to them, he radiated an aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. Casting a glance at the scattered flesh before him, they realized that even the hope of a complete corpse was an extravagant desire. Anan gently smoothed the pained expression from Ayaka's face, cradled her in his arms, and turned to glance at the Root ninjas. Stepping over the bloodied remains, he entered the house, laying his sister and parents in the center, carefully covering them with blankets, kneeling on the floor quietly. Awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from Root, they annihilated my entire family, exterminated the Uchiha clan. Killing a few of Root's dogs is far from sufficient. As more and more Root ninjas gathered in the courtyard, a familiar chakra approached rapidly, but a glimmer of joy flickered in Anan's eyes. It was Itachi. He was unharmed. This was wonderful news. With Itachi, the chances of vengeance increased. But before Anan could turn around, Itachi had already arrived behind him, his eyes reflecting a mix of pain and complexity. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "Anan, I'm sorry." A blade swept past him, and with a crash, a cloud of dust erupted as it struck the wooden floor. Itachi paused, glancing towards a corner. A substitution technique? With Anan's Genin speed, he couldn't have avoided it unless Anan had also awakened his Mangekyo. Emerging from the shadows, Anan's face was marred with disappointment, his voice laced with fury. "Itachi, I never expected you to betray your own kin, to betray the Uchiha." Danzo, surrounded by the Root, approached, impatience evident in his gaze. Itachi, what are you waiting for? Think of the village. Think of your precious little brother. Itachi took a step forward, activating his Mangekyo, murmuring, Anan, don't blame me. Tsukuya me. In an instant, Anan activated his own Mangekyo, their ocular powers clashing in the air. However, weakened from his injuries, Anan could hardly sustain the operation of his Sharingan, blood beginning to trickle from the corners of his eyes. Danzo's heart leaped with excitement. This was a pair of Mangekyo. He had no idea of the powers at his disposal and seized the moment to attempt to snatch the eyes. As pain seared through him, Anan's consciousness wavered. Channeling his energy, he activated the leap, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. Danzo watched as his Mangekyo slipped away quietly from his grasp, his expression darkening. He glared at the surrounding route operatives, furious. Why are you standing around? The enemy is injured and won't escape. Far hurry up and search. Itachi gazed at the spot where Anan had vanished, a complex sentiment swelling within him. Escaping was certainly a wise choice. Out in the realm of Demon Slayer at Mount Peach, Kamizumi Jiro looked down at Uchiha Anan, unconscious on the ground. Scanning the area, he noted the absence of any traces of others. This young man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Yet, observing Anan's rising and falling chest, Kamizumi sighed repeatedly, limping over to carry Anan up the mountain. Zenitsu hid in a tree, tears streaming down his face. Ah, Grandpa, I love you, but I have let you down, even though I secretly trained, ugh. How noisy. Where am I? The bandaged Uchiha Anan jolted awake, struggling to sit up. Kamizumi blushed slightly, looking at Zenitsu with a benevolent gaze. After imparting some profound teachings, he finally led the boy back to his home. Welcome back, young man. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days. Anan gazed at the elderly man before him, his white hair and the scar running across his face, one leg supported by a wooden stick. Yet, the calluses on his right hand and his calm demeanor indicated a life of significance. Thank you, elder. I am Uchiha Anan, a ninja from the Leaf Village. With that, he fixed a steely gaze upon Kamizumi, prepared to activate his Sharingan at the slightest sign of treachery. However, upon witnessing the momentary pause of Sangdao Siwalang, it became evident that he had heard of ninjas, yet was unfamiliar with the village of Konoha. Was it indeed a place that nurtured such warriors? And what of the Uchiha? Observing the confidence radiating from his counterpart, Anan couldn't help but ponder how, despite his years of wandering, he had never encountered such names. Ha ha ha. Greetings, young brother. I am Sangdao Siwalang, and this is my apprentice, my wife, Zenitsu. I found you unconscious at the foot of the mountain and brought you here. Oh, by the way, this is my secluded abode, a sanctuary where you may remain until you recover. After several days of acclimatization, Anan discerned that this place did not belong to the ninja world. Otherwise, with the renown of Konoha and the Land of Fire, his companion would surely have heard of it. Where precisely had the kaleidoscope transported him? At last, he felt capable of moving his body again. Venturing to a remote area, he activated his eyes, a sensation akin to needles piercing his brain. Ah! The alarmed Sangdao Siwalang rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Startled to find Anan collapsed and bloodied, he quickly carried him back indoors. Upon regaining consciousness, Anan sensed discomfort in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged that this was not his primary concern. The real issue lay in the absence of chakra in this place, rendering his kaleidoscope's powers utterly inaccessible. For the time being, he resolved to reside here and recuperate. Sitting in the courtyard, he beheld Zenitsu, clad in yellow robes. Though he typically appeared timid and cowardly, his swordsmanship was undeniably formidable. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap. A colossal boulder, towering over 2 meters, was effortlessly cleaved in twain. Anan was taken aback. Without the aid of ninjutsu, this unique breathing technique and swordplay yielded such astonishing power. The speed unleashed in that instant rivaled that of the body flicker technique. If this breathing technique were to be augmented by chakra, the possibilities were exhilarating. His strength might ascend to that of a Kaga-level shinobi. Danzo, the root, Itachi, await my return. During these past few days, Anan learned that Zenitsu too had been rescued by Sangdao Siwalang. The old man was indeed commendable, a cultivator of thunder breathing, and Anan felt a strong desire to take him as a mentor. As a seasoned instructor himself, Sangdao Siwalang observed Anan's quiet demeanor, sharp observation skills, and admirable character, deeming him suitable to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even without Anan's verbal affirmation, the old man was determined to inquire further about him. Anan's physical prowess had already reached the level of an elite jonin, and with the kaleidoscope, he could contend against Kaga-level adversaries with ease. Recognizing the remarkable advantages of the breathing technique, he envisioned a fusion of chakra and thunder-breathing swordplay that could potentially vanquish or even eliminate Kaga-level foes in a short span. With his innate lightning chakra and the practice of thunder-breathing, it felt as if the path was laid before him as he trained. Anan noted his physical form steadily strengthening. Focusing his awareness on his legs, he paid attention to the force within them, synchronizing it with his breathing technique. After enduring the rigorous training of his master for over 10 days, coupled with the extraordinary copying ability of the Sharingan, Anan finally mastered thunder breathing. With the enhancement of his physique, he anticipated reaching the state of constant concentration in due time, allowing him to harness thunder breathing 24 hours a day. The sole source of my displeasure lies with you, my junior brother. You must diligently cultivate your skills, for my safety depends entirely upon you. Observing the animated chatter of the self-satisfied Zenitsu nearby, Anan's fists clenched involuntarily, looking at the mischievous expression on his face. Had it not been for the watchful gaze of their master, Sakanji Urokadaki, who scrutinized Zenitsu with a disapproving look, he would have surely expressed his frustration. Look at your junior brother Anan, and then at yourself. This evening's training will be intensified. Amidst Zenitsu's lamentations, the elder stepped into the room, his demeanor calm while internally a tempest raged. He recalled his own year of painstaking practice of the thunder-breathing technique, while Anan had only trained for 15 days. Furthermore, Anan's innate perception and observational skills surpassed his expectations. He could replicate every movement, even the subtle nuances of legwork, with astonishing proficiency, truly a prodigious talent. A few days later, a young man with raven hair, clad in the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, entered with an air of arrogance. Through the elder's introduction, it became apparent that this individual was the eldest senior brother. What was once a straightforward hierarchy had shifted, with the second now demoted to third. Zenitsu, usually so loquacious, found himself silenced in the presence of this new figure. After their meal, the elder encouraged the three to bond before taking a leisurely stroll outside. Anan, filled with curiosity, nudged Zenitsu's side, questioning the situation. This senior brother is even more formidable than the elder. He has managed to quell the usually exuberant Zenitsu. The newcomer, his demeanor cold and mocking, addressed Zenitsu. Hey, Zenitsu, do you not see your senior brother? Why do you remain so feeble? After all this time, have you mastered techniques beyond the first form? Were you not told to leave promptly? He then cast a dismissive glance at Anan, scoffing, another useless addition. Anan's eyes narrowed. The senior brother's demeanor shifted drastically in the absence of their master, displaying a duality that provoked his ire. How could the elder choose such a person as a successor of the thunder breathing? To dare call him useless, he, a genius of the Uchiha clan. He reminded himself that he must teach this individual a lesson. Though Zenitsu may be timid and prone to tears, and only capable of the first form, his kindness and sincerity far surpass your arrogance, despite your abilities. Initially disheartened by the senior brother's words, Zenitsu's spirits lifted upon hearing Anan's praise. His eyes brimming with tears as he clutched Anan's clothing, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I never knew you understood me so well. Aside from my grandfather, you are my favorite." Anan clenched his fists, muttering, "Who needs your affection, you fool? I shouldn't have come out. Now I feel like giving you a good thrashing." At that moment, the senior brother's face turned red with rage. He slammed his plate down, gritting his teeth. "Who gave you permission to call him grandfather? You are unworthy of such a title." With his thumb resting on the hilt of his sword, he declared, "It seems I must teach you a proper lesson." Anan ruffled his hair, observing the genuine anger etched on his opponent's face. He forcefully tugged at the wrinkled hem of the garment that Zenitsu had previously crumpled, and spoke in a low voice, "Senior brother, I am not inept. Come, teach me." With that, he strode towards the door. Kuyu chuckled inwardly, recalling the old man's words about the new disciple who had trained for merely a fortnight. Could he truly grasp the intricacies of thunder breathing? Even if the old man sang his praises, what did it matter? Could he match my 3 years of arduous practice? As they settled in the courtyard, Kuyu, calm and composed, placed his hands across his chest and mockingly challenged, "Junior brother, do not say I am denying you an opportunity. You may strike first. Anan, eager to test his progress, slightly bent his right leg, pushed off with his left foot, and released a breath akin to the rush of a dam bursting. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap. Kuyu watched as a bolt of lightning surged towards him, cursing under his breath. Was the old man playing tricks on him? How could this boy, having trained for only a few days, master the thunderclap, a technique I have yet to fully comprehend after 3 years? The once dashing demon slayer uniform was now tattered after the flash of lightning. Turning back, Anan grinned at Kuyu and said, "Senior brother, if you wish to teach me, you must demonstrate some real strength." Zenitsu, witnessing the once bullish Kuyu reduced to this state, could not help but cover his mouth and laugh heartily. Kuyu, casting a glance at his torn uniform, felt the weight of anger rise within him. When he spotted Zenitsu, that useless fool, daring to mock him, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Zenitsu was untouchable, as the old man cared for him, but this newcomer, who had only been here for a few days, was fair game. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Without affording Anan a moment to react, 5 bolts of lightning erupted from the Nichiren blade, slicing Anan into 5 segments in the blink of an eye. Zenitsu's laughter was abruptly silenced as he beheld the merciless act of his senior brother, who had just slain his dear junior. The sight of Kuyu's smirk ignited an inferno of rage that shattered the chains of his timidity. Anan is a wonderful person. How could you dare to kill him? Gripping the hilt of his sword, he declared, thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. At that moment, Anan stepped back into the courtyard. Kuyu was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It was impossible. He distinctly remembered delivering the fatal blow. Trembling, he pointed a shaking finger at Anan, stammering, You are human, or are you a ghost?" Zenitsu stumbled, his resolve dissipating. In an instant, he dashed over, embracing Anan's leg with fervor. "Wah, junior brother, you are alive. It is so wonderful to see you again. From now on, I will protect you." As he looked at Zenitsu, who was now avenging him posthumously, Anan was momentarily transported back to the fateful night of his family's destruction, realizing he had likely been in a similar position then. The once vengeful heart of Anan now felt a flicker of warmth. Feigning distaste, he pushed away the snot-nosed Zenitsu and coldly addressed Kuyu, "Senior brother, do not take your frustrations out on a wooden post. This is a rare moment for Zenitsu and me, having salvaged it from the mountain." Kuyu clenched his fist, casting a sidelong glance at the charred wooden stake beside him. Could it be that in his haste he had misjudged the situation? No. That impish Zenitsu must have seen it incorrectly as well. There was something amiss with this individual. Anan maintained a stoic expression as he observed the perplexed Kuyu, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Bewildered, are we? Perhaps a lesson in the art of substitution is in order? If you weren't the old man's disciple, I would have unleashed a fireball upon you from the shadows just now. Having lost face, Kuyu was eager to depart. After bidding farewell to Sanada Tezuguro, he fled from Taosan with remarkable swiftness. 2 months later, at the recommendation of Sanada Tezuguro, Anan and Zenitsu embarked on their journey to Fujisaki Mountain to partake in the final assessment of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as they left Taosan, Zenitsu became infatuated, gazing at women as though ensnared by an illusion, standing dazed and motionless. Whenever a woman approached to inquire for directions, he would relentlessly pursue the notion of marrying her. I, Uchiha Anan, have lived for so long, having navigated the ninja world for nearly 8 years, yet I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Whenever someone inquired about the golden-haired youth, Anan would promptly wave his hand, retreating to the sidelines to observe, claiming not to recognize him. At the foot of Fujisaki Mountain, wisteria blossoms emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the mountainside and illuminating the path ahead. 2 elegantly dressed maidens, lanterns in hand and adorned with wisteria crowns, stood at the entrance. "We extend our gratitude for your presence at the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps this evening. Survive for 7 days, and you shall pass the selection. May you all proceed safely." Anan gently patted the timid Zenitsu, whispering, "Brother, it is time to set forth." Zenitsu trembled, moving his body forward like a puppet, stepping into Fujisaki Mountain. As for not participating in the assessment, that was out of the question. Returning to Taosan would mean enduring more rigorous training, which no one could withstand. Reflecting on his master's admonition, Anan, do not assist Zenitsu in passing the assessment. The ultimate test of the Demon Slayer Corps must be faced by Zenitsu alone. Anan watched as Zenitsu's figure gradually disappeared into the forest, sighing softly and murmuring, "Brother Zenitsu, Do not perish. Changing direction, Anan felt it was time to assess the results of his 3 months of training. Suddenly, a figure darted out ahead. Anan parried the attack with his blade, finally catching sight of the assailant's visage. Mouth agape, a bifurcated tongue protruding, skin tinged with blue, and a head marred by scars. This demon was truly grotesque, extinguishing any inclination to toy with it. With a swift kick, he sent it flying, only for another demon to emerge from the grass behind him. Darting aside with agility, Anan crouched low, holding his blade with resolve, and called out, "Breath of Thunder." First form, thunderclap. Lightning flickered, slicing through the second demon's form in an instant. As its legs were severed, the demon was taken aback, yet it began to taunt. "Ah, this fool seems unaware of our weaknesses. Ha ha ha, this fool belongs to me." Before the demon could finish, Anan's voice rang out again. Second form, rice spirit. Third form, gathering patterns of thunder. Thus, he continued until the sixth form, electric cataclysm. Following the conclusion of his assault, the two demons finally found their release. Anan exhaled deeply, surveying the devastation around him. The once verdant trees had been reduced to a pitiful state, resembling withered trunks, while the bark occasionally flickered with arcs of electricity. The strength of these two specters is utterly feeble, merely suitable for serving as fodder, hardly worthy of a confrontation. After searching for quite some time, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Anan's eyes. Was it not said that danger lurked everywhere, with numerous spirits about? Yet here he stood, having encountered only two in such an expanse of time. Unbeknownst to him, the spirits that had been hunting in the vicinity had long since evaded this place, deterred by the incessant flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a putrid stench wafted forth from ahead, causing Anan's eyes to brighten with intrigue. He initially thought this night would pass in tranquility. Perched atop a tree, he observed the multi-armed monstrosity, which cradled its neck with its arms, and remarked with interest, "I didn't expect such a grand creature." The multi-armed specter, upon sighting the human blocking its path, felt a surge of delight. "Ah, splendid! Another little fool has come to meet their demise." Several of its arms elongated abruptly, reaching out towards Anan. Noticing the opponent relinquish its weapon and descend to the ground, its hands flitting about, a smirk of derision appeared on the multi-armed specter's face. Was it attempting to plead for mercy? "Fear not, I shall swiftly alleviate your suffering." What if I combine the breath of thunder with ninjutsu? Anan first invoked the breath of thunder, then formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the blink of an eye, a fireball 3 meters in height, shimmering with violet lightning, hurtled toward the specter's visage. Impossible. Is this the sun? The creature's immense form instinctively recoiled 2 steps, feeling the searing heat. Before its arms could even touch Anan, they were incinerated, the essence of death swirling around the multi-armed beast. Its arms quickly dug into the ground, stretching to propel itself away from the spot. The colossal fireball, crackling with purple lightning, illuminated the surroundings. Nearby spirits, mistaking it for dawn, scattered in a panic. When the explosion subsided, a vast crater marked the place where the multi-armed specter had stood, and everything around it lay reduced to ash. Hiss! Anan furrowed his brow. Was this a consequence of the absence of chakra in this realm? Even with the breath of thunder, the might of the great fireball was considerably diminished, and the chakra reserves depleted at an alarming rate, far exceeding that in the ninja world. Sensing the icy killing intent in Anan's gaze, the multi-armed specter was gripped by a flicker of trepidation. Wasn't it said that those who came here were merely novices undergoing assessments? Why was this one wielding a blade as if summoning the very sun? All its arms abandoned the task of shielding its neck, positioning themselves beneath its body as the once cumbersome form, aided by dozens of limbs, began to sprint rapidly. At this juncture, there was no opportunity to protect its neck. The adversary was not merely wielding a knife, but was intent on incinerating it entirely. Anan, momentarily taken aback, had only wished to experiment with his ninjutsu in this world. Yet he had inadvertently frightened his opponent away. Hastily, he called out, "Do not flee. I shan't employ that technique again." Observing the multi-armed specter, now reduced to a many-legged creature, Anan felt a sense of resignation. Had he known of its remarkable speed, he would have severed its arms first. An imposing figure, approximately 8 meters tall and akin to a house, thundered forth, causing the ground to tremble, trees to topple, and earth to crack. However, when the multi-armed specter, now filled with dread, glimpsed a youth adorned with a fox mask, its fear was overshadowed by fury, prompting it to extend several of its arms towards the boy. Upon witnessing this, Anan was poised to draw his blade when suddenly he heard a voice. Breath of water, second form, water wheel. The one who severed the arm was a youth clad in a blue and white cloud-patterned robe, with chestnut-colored hair and a scar adorning his forehead. Anan, perched disinterestedly atop a tree branch, thought to himself that he had expected something more formidable. This individual was hardly worthy of collaboration from the Uchiha clan. He resolved to wait until the boy either triumphed or retreated before making his move. Tanjiro Kamado observed as more arms lunged towards him, taking a deep breath. Total concentration. Breath of water, rising tide. He dashed forward swiftly, unleashing a flurry of slashes akin to the ebbs and flows of the tide, severing the arms that threatened him. Leaping high into the air, he executed a water surface slash, concluding this confrontation under the terrified gaze of the multi-armed demon. With a sigh, Anan waved farewell and turned away, continuing on his journey to hunt demons. Tanjiro watched Anan's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From the direction he had come, it was evident that the multi-armed demon had attempted to flee towards Anan's location. This individual possessed great strength, having forced the demon to retreat. Reflecting on his own trembling body upon first encountering the multi-armed creature, he resolved to intensify his training upon returning. 7 days later, Anan emerged from the forest in a disheveled state. Whether it was merely ill fortune or the demons evading him, he had only encountered a handful of hapless ones. He felt an ineffable frustration, ruffling his already unkempt hair and catching a whiff of the strange odor emanating from his clothing. Finally, it was over. At the assessment's conclusion, Zenitsu, who had initially appeared numb, lunged towards Anan, clutching his leg and weeping. "Brother, I almost didn't get to see you again. I missed you so much these past 7 days." Anan, observing the snot-stained hem of his trousers, found his resolve strengthening, despite contemplating discarding his attire. Noticing the blue-robed youth gazing at him, Anan couldn't help but commend, "I was quite impressed by your slashes on the first night." The boy's eyes brightened as he waved back, responding, "Ohio, my name is Tanjiro Kamado." Anan shrugged off the trinkets hanging from his legs, replying, "Ah, Ohio. I am Uchiha Anan, and this is my elder brother, Zenitsu. We are comrades from the same dojo." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Anan received a crow, while Zenitsu obtained a sparrow. However, Ju, who had also passed the assessment, approached angrily, seizing the hair of a girl adorned with wisteria. Anan frowned, ready to intervene, but realized that Tanjiro had already reached Ju and was gripping the boy's arm. "Release this child, or I shall break your arm." With the commotion subsiding and their steel selected, Anan hastily departed with Zenitsu, feeling embarrassed by the earlier scene of Zenitsu clinging to his leg. Half a month swiftly passed, and at last, he received his own Nichiren blade, distinct from Zenitsu's yellow. Gazing at the blade transformed into a pale violet hue, Anan marveled. Truly worthy of being the Nichiren blade of Uchiha Anan. After wielding it, a faint violet glow lingered in the air as he infused it with lightning chakra, emanating waves of purple mist. Sankai Ziwalang and the master of the swordsmith village were utterly astounded. To wield a blade that could manifest extraordinary phenomena without the use of breathing techniques was indeed a rarity, even among the Hashira. In the past few days, Kaleidoscope had fully recovered, and after acquiring the Nichiren blade, Anan visited his master, Sankai Ziwalang, that very night, burdened with guilt. "Master," he confessed, "I must temporarily set aside the matter of the demons. I need to depart for a while. After all, having just received the painstakingly forged Nichiren blade from the Demon Slayer Corps, it felt akin to a ninja accepting payment while neglecting the mission. The vengeance for his family had been long overdue, and it was time to settle the score." Sankai Ziwalang trembled slightly, recalling the first time they met, when Anan bore the marks of countless wounds. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth. Anan wore a smile each day, yet in the quiet of night, he often found himself grinding his teeth in fury, cursing Danzo to death, or weeping for Aya. Finally, he nodded, raising a hand to shield his reddened eyes, weary yet resolute. "Go, and when time permits, return for a visit." Anan nodded, stepping forth with heavy yet determined strides. Disappearing into the night, the path ahead was uncertain, fraught with the likes of Danzo, Itachi, or even the Hokage. Despite having mastered the lightning-breathing technique, the chances of surviving against them alone were dismally slim. Releasing the crow, he glanced back at the flickering light that had guided him, feeling it grow ever more distant. He sought a secluded spot, activating his kaleidoscope, and in a flash, vanished from this realm. In Konoha village, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Anan cautiously surveyed his surroundings with the kaleidoscope, clutching the Nichiren blade tightly, ready for any ambush. A sigh of relief escaped him. The worst had not transpired. As he gazed upon his home, familiar yet alien, his simmering hatred could no longer be contained. Exiting the clan grounds, he seized a civilian, and through a series of inquiries using his Sharingan, he learned that aside from the defector Itachi, only his brother Sasuke remained of the Uchiha clan. The village had placed all blame for the massacre squarely upon Itachi, branding it an internal conflict. It was absurd to think that one individual could annihilate an entire clan. Yet the higher-ups in Konoha found it laughable. However, relegating Itachi to the status of a renegade did not change the fact that he was still a jonin of Konoha. Anan's expression remained stoic, a glint of cold light shining in his eyes. Donning the attire of the Uchiha clan, he reclaimed his lost chakra and strode boldly towards the Hokage building. Upon returning to the streets of Konoha, the Umbu swiftly recognized Uchiha Anan. Danzo, upon learning of Anan's return, wore an expression of urgency, ordering that the remnants of the Uchiha be captured at all costs. He regretted allowing a pair of kaleidoscopes to slip from his grasp. At the reception desk, Anan submitted his mission report and collected his reward, moving steadily toward the upper floors amid the astonished expressions of the administrative staff. Wasn't it said that the Uchiha clan was embroiled in internecine strife, leaving only the clan leader's son? Fortune truly smiled upon him. It seemed that his mission had spared him from peril. Upon reaching the top floor, he forcefully pushed aside those who obstructed his path and kicked open the door to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had received reports upon entering the street, and, even if the opposing party did not summon him, he would call upon them himself. Seated at his desk, he waved his hand dismissively, instructing the obstructionists to withdraw. And without acknowledging the intruding Anan, he continued to attend to official matters. Anan smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, Hiruzen, I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. After a moment, as if finally noticing Anan seated nearby, Hiruzen was about to inquire, but Anan stood up, interrupting him. Hiruzen, where is the property of the Uchiha clan? Hand it over. Indeed, the Uchiha had been annihilated by Danzo's men, and their assets had been appropriated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who shamelessly claimed to be managing them in the name of the clan leader's young son. His audacity was thicker than the walls of a fortress. Fury welled within Sarutobi. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially a mere jonin from the Uchiha clan. He had no desire to engage further and was about to summon the Umbu when he noticed Anan's Sharingan, the Mangekyo, fixed intently upon him. A jolt of realization struck Sarutobi. This Uchiha Anan had attained the level of a Kage. No wonder he was so brazen. Quickly averting his gaze, he replied amiably, Anan, those assets have been sealed. Anan, uninterested in further pleasantries, interrupted again, then hand them over. Do not use Sasuke as an excuse. His brother is a rogue ninja, and he lacks the qualification to inherit the property. Oh, and let me be clear, I want all the assets. I trust Hokage-sama won't withhold anything. Sarutobi's expression darkened. The uproar following the Uchiha massacre had subsided, and he had intended to discreetly utilize those assets. Now, with Uchiha Anan resurfacing, he was reluctant to comply but cast a wary glance at Anan's Mangekyo. If a commotion were to ensue within the Hokage building, he begrudgingly nodded. Very well, Anan. Shortly, I will have the administrative team take you there. Is there anything else you require? Having achieved his aim, Anan refrained from bringing up Danzo. Even if he did, the Hokage would merely gloss over it. Some matters he would have to address himself. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he kicked open the Hokage's door once more, venting his dissatisfaction, before departing with the administrative team. Before long, Danzo arrived, observing the doorless Hokage office with a smirk. This would surely facilitate the capture of Uchiha Anan. He spoke in a low voice. The remnants of the Uchiha clan cannot be allowed to remain unchecked. We must apprehend him. Sarutobi's irritation flared at Danzo's words. How does Uchiha Anan possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo, you haven't withheld any information from me, have you? Furthermore, to pursue a Kage-level ninja in broad daylight is reckless. Realizing Sarutobi had uncovered his ulterior motives, Danzo attempted to respond, but was interrupted by the third Hokage. Danzo, do not move against Uchiha Anan, or you will regret it. Danzo scoffed, deeming Sarutobi weak, and without further ado, turned to leave. Anan gazed at the ceiling scroll in his hands, containing over 60 billion in assets, and turned to look at the top floor of the building. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The fact that the Hokage had chosen to explain rather than strike first, and even return the clan's possessions, indicated that there was, at least for the moment, no intention to act against him. Once I deal with Danzo, I will come for you. The night of the clan's extermination has been disguised as internal strife. I refuse to believe that someone who has held the title of Hokage for over 30 years is a fool. Initially, he had imagined facing both Itachi and Danzo. But now Itachi had already defected, leaving only Danzo. With a cold demeanor, he began to walk toward the ninja academy. Itachi, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. My entire family is dead, yet you remain with a brother. Have you forgotten? No matter, I shall ensure your brother follows them. At the school entrance, Sasuke had his hands stuffed in his pockets, refraining from speaking to anyone, his gaze cast downward as he moved forward. He was eager to return to training, to grow stronger, and to kill that man. However, upon seeing Anan, a momentary look of confusion flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce determination as he stared intently at him. In the next instant, Anan found himself pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. Damn Itachi, do you truly believe this will stop me? With that, he attempted to activate his Sharingan to escape, but dozens of crows swiftly descended before him, forming Itachi's silhouette. Anan, wait, I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to exchange a secret for Sasuke's life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Anan responded, what secret? The Uchiha clan, upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, will gradually succumb to blindness. However, by transplanting another pair of Mangekyo, one can attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You are a cousin of Shisui, indicating that you possess the potential to awaken the eternal Mangekyo as well. I have one of Shisui's eyes, and Danzo possesses another. Anan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a condition for the advancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Initially, he had planned not to use the Mangekyo unless his life was at stake. But circumstances had changed. After a moment's thought, he spoke softly, that is insufficient. I require your assistance in dealing with Danzo to acquire the eyes. And once Sasuke comes of age, Itachi, you must be eliminated. Itachi, aware of his precarious situation, understood that whether he would even survive until that day was uncertain, and nodded hastily. I will come to assist you in 3 days. After all, every day of delay meant one more day of danger for Sasuke. As for Anan's adherence to his promise, no, as long as one was an Uchiha, there was no need for deception. The Tsukuyomi dissipated automatically, and outside. Only a fleeting moment had passed. Sasuke, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Anan, who had often visited their home, and rushed into his embrace, beginning to sob. At that moment, Sasuke had thought he was the last surviving member of his clan, but now Anan had returned. He felt a glimmer of hope welling up within him. Anan's heart tightened as he sighed, taking Sasuke's small hand and leading him toward their clan's grounds. At this moment, Sasuke was merely a 7-year-old child who had lost his parents. Behind them, Naruto and Sakura both breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, Sasuke would engage in banter with Naruto, but now he was silent, training without uttering a word. It had been 3 months since Sasuke had spoken. It was truly unsettling. A hand clasped Sasuke's, while the other held the recently acquired items, leading him back home. The passers-by whispered amongst themselves, questioning how another member of the Uchiha clan had emerged when it was said they had been reduced to but a child. What difference would it make, they mused. The malevolent Uchiha could no longer wreak havoc in Konoha. Under the setting sun, 2 solitary figures paid no heed to the idle gossip. Anan merely wished for a moment of tranquility at home. As Anan prepared rice balls to share with Sasuke, the latter soon succumbed to tears once more. Anan, recalling his own parents, fought back tears, gripping the rice ball tightly. Forcing a laugh, he remarked, who would have thought, Sasuke, that you are such a crybaby? Sasuke, wiping his tears at Anan's teasing, averted his gaze and devoured the rice balls, even going so far as to snatch a few from Anan's share. What once had been a blissful family scene now left Anan's thoughts drifting into the abyss, his expression growing colder. Danzo, Hokage. Itachi, I vow to eliminate all those connected to the massacre. The following day, looking down at the curled figure of Sasuke nestled in his arms, Anan sighed. It seems we Uchiha are but 2 now. Sasuke, having wept, appeared significantly brighter than the previous day. As Anan escorted him to school, Sasuke solemnly expressed, Anan. I wish to train with you. I want to grow stronger and defeat that man. Upon catching sight of the hatred simmering in Sasuke's eyes, Anan lightly tapped his head. As Sasuke winced, nursing his head with a look of grievance, Anan gently said, Sasuke, becoming strong is no mere whim. It requires hardship. Can you endure it? Seeing Sasuke nod vigorously, a determined glint in his eyes, Anan felt a surge of pride. All right, after school, I shall teach you to grow stronger. But today, you must eat well and interact with your classmates. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having spent a sleepless night pondering how to position Uchiha Anan, ultimately decided to appoint him as the assistant to the Hokage, a position previously held by Danzo, who had recently been dismissed. Danzo had become increasingly uncontrollable, and though he had disbanded Root, it had merely retreated deeper into the shadows. Previously, the Uchiha clan had been denied any role within the Hokage's office due to their unmanageable nature. However, with only 2 members remaining, granting Anan the title of Hokage's assistant could serve to placate the clan and harness Anan's potential as a shadow-level ninja. Furthermore, given the financial strains, it would be reasonable for him to lend a hand with fiscal matters as an assistant. Early the next morning, an announcement was made. In light of Uchiha Anan's remarkable contributions throughout the 3 great ninja wars, he is hereby appointed as a permanent advisor to Konoha Corps. This news ignited a considerable uproar among both ninjas and civilians alike. Is it true? They have appointed the nefarious Uchiha clan as the Hokage's assistant? With all the wicked Uchiha dead, where did this Uchiha Anan even come from? They exclaimed. It seems anyone can become an assistant to the Hokage. If even a villainous clan can achieve such a position, then surely I too could. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Anan was momentarily taken aback. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to appoint him as an assistant after indulging in drink? Was he not concerned about appending the foundation of Konoha? However, it was merely a nominal position without a specific role assigned. Anan suddenly realized, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Humph. With family lost, now offered a position of assistance. He seeks to bind me tightly to the village. Humph. After school, he picked up Sasuke and arrived at the outskirts of the clan's territory. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Sasuke, today I shall teach you the art of swordsmanship, known as the breath of lightning. The first form of the breath of lightning, thunderclap. A streak of lightning sliced through the boulder, stirring a furious wind. Sasuke, wielding a single-edged blade, gaped in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, it appeared that no chakra was utilized just now. Observing the massive stone cleaved in 2, Anan sheathed his sword with grace. Sasuke commenced his rigorous training, initially expecting Anan to instruct him in B-rank or A-rank ninjutsu. To his surprise, he was being taught a physical technique of swordsmanship. Listening to the explanations, he realized that if chakra were applied, the power could be amplified. Mastering this technique, the breath of lightning, would bring him one step closer to vengeance. They trained late into the night, and after Anan had reprimanded Sasuke for his stubbornness, the latter reluctantly ceased his efforts. Unbeknownst to Anan, once he settled into a steady breathing pattern, Sasuke stealthily rose again. Just as he stepped outside, he was abruptly lifted by a large hand. Observing Sasuke's legs flailing helplessly in the air, Anan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling the boy's hair, pondering whose stubborn temperament he had inherited. The next day, Anan and Sasuke emerged, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. With no other recourse, Anan issued a stern warning. Sasuke, if you continue to practice in secret, I shall withhold the subsequent techniques from you. Sasuke, taken aback by the prospect of more to learn, quickly turned his head away. After escorting Sasuke home, Anan intended to catch up on sleep, but discovered members of the Umbu approaching him. They bowed and said, Assistant, the Hokage requests your presence. Cursed that Sarutobi Hiruzen for choosing such an inconvenient time. After yawning, he waved his hand at the Umbu, signaling them to lead the way. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, the administrative staff quickly opened the door upon seeing Uchiha Anan, fearing that should he kick it again, the newly installed door might require replacement. As the Umbu stepped back, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, letting out a soft sigh. Anan, come take a look. What scheme could this old fox be concocting? Following Hiruzen's gaze, Anan casually remarked. It appears quite prosperous and vibrant. Yet Hiruzen sighed again, but Konoha is impoverished. Since the Ninetales incident, the village's finances have remained in deficit, struggling to sustain itself these years. Instantly, Anan's drowsiness vanished. This old man surely wasn't contemplating pilfering my funds. Hiruzen turned around. Shifting the conversation, I intend for you to oversee Konoha's finances. What are your thoughts on this? Just as Anan was about to decline, a thought struck him, and he offered Hiruzen a slight smile. Hokage, I would be willing to manage the finances, but only if you agree to one condition. Hiruzen's interest piqued. He replied with a grin. What condition? Anan feigned contemplation, gesturing towards the Hokage rock of the fourth Hokage outside the window, proclaiming, I desire the legacy of the fourth Hokage and the Uzumaki clan. I've heard that their bequest surpasses even that of the Uchiha. He continued, if you wish for me, Uchiha Anan, to part with my coin, you must first relinquish the treasures of the fourth and the Uzumaki clan. Rumor has it that these riches were siphoned off by the Hokage, along with the properties of 2 entire streets. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze in place. Do you suspect me of coveting the fourth's inheritance? Upon hearing this, Anan recognized the impending evasion and lost interest, yawning as he remarked, if there is nothing else, Hokage, I shall take my leave. Ignoring the displeasure etched on Hiruzen's face, he turned and departed. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, disregarding his mission for Akatsuki, hastened towards Konoha, realizing that his only remaining bond was his younger brother, and that this connection was precariously safeguarded by the third. Meanwhile, his partner, the shark-headed Kisame Hoshigaki, chose to abandon his task to follow Itachi, intent on monitoring him. Skirting the terrain, White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Observing the 2 retreating figures, pondering briefly before once again submerging into the earth. In the village hidden in the mist, upon receiving White Zetsu's report, Uchiha Obito grew intrigued. What could incite the usually composed Itachi to such urgency? Casting a glance at the controlled Mizukage, he instructed White Zetsu, and then set off towards Konoha. Thus, 2 days passed without Sarutobi Hiruzen seeking Anan again, leaving him to relish his leisure, reclining on a large stone while watching Sasuke's training. Yes, focus on the power in your legs, and maintain the rhythm of the thunder-breathing technique. Suddenly, a familiar chakra approached rapidly. Itachi, you have finally arrived. After ensuring Sasuke's training was on track, he vanished using body flicker technique. Itachi, what a long time it has been. I never expected you to become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Anan observed Itachi from a distance, quickly locking onto the peculiar sword at his waist, which emanated a dangerous aura. Kisame Hoshigaki also unsheathed his samahata, regarding Anan with wary anticipation. As fellow sword-wielding shinobi, he instantly recognized Anan's formidable nature, feeling a thrill at encountering a worthy adversary. Itachi, is this our target? Itachi stepped forward, blocking Kisame's path. He is not the target. Disappointed by the lack of the expected answer, Kisame turned away, his expression sour. Anan approached Itachi, gazing at his red cloud-patterned black attire, jesting lightly. Your outfit is rather unappealing. The previous you was far more agreeable to behold. Itachi glanced at Kisame before coldly inquiring, how do you plan to eliminate Danzo? Anan, contemplatively regarding Kisame, ceased the banter and stated matter-of-factly, naturally, I will use my eyes as bait. Once we leave the village, he will pursue, and then you shall act. Meanwhile, Itachi's crow clone had arrived in another secluded forest, perched atop a tree, quietly observing Sasuke's training below. His eyes filled with affection. Sasuke, sensing the presence of an observer, looked up, but saw only a few crows fading into the distance. As night fell, after escorting Sasuke home, I leaped forward, darting outside the village. The members of Root, witnessing the departure, hurried back to report to Danzo. Danzo, filled with exhilaration, rose to his feet and gently caressed the bandages wrapped around his arm, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, to ensure prudence, he ordered all members of Root to mobilize and even dispatch someone to locate the third Hokage. 100 miles south of Konohagakure, Danzo finally caught up with his contingent. Surrounded by his subordinates, he mockingly gazed at Anan, declaring, since the remnants of the Uchiha have emerged, they shall not return. However, he noticed Anan, who had previously appeared tense, now languidly leaning against a nearby tree. Sensing something amiss, Danzo was about to issue commands to apprehend him when a low voice echoed from a distance, Amaterasu. In an instant, Danzo was engulfed in the flames of Amaterasu. Vast black flames began to spread around him, forcing the Root ninjas who were not yet affected to leap away and unleash their ninjutsu. Water style, water shockwave. Water poured onto the Amaterasu flames, yet instead of extinguishing them, they ignited with even greater ferocity. Cries of anguish and shouts soon subsided, and the once peaceful and tranquil forest transformed into a hellish landscape, strewn with the charred corpses of root members. Itachi, his right eye tightly shut, emerged slowly from the depths alongside Kisame. Anan was taken aback, realizing he need not lift a finger. Danzo had already met his demise, an outcome that seemed almost too simple. Just as he contemplated seizing Danzo's eyes, the members of Root stood frozen in shock, having come to eliminate the remnants of Uchiha, only to witness their own leader fall first. Suddenly, Danzo's charred body flickered, vanishing only to reappear unharmed before them. He tore away the bandages from his right arm, revealing a multitude of Sharingan eyes densely covering it, occasionally rotating. Itachi, I never expected this traitor to return and conspire with Uchiha Anan. Itachi gazed at Danzo's right arm, feeling as if struck by a sledgehammer. In a heartbeat, the chaotic sounds around him faded into silence. He had thought Danzo was merely taking some corpses for research. But to his horror, he realized that the bloodline limits of his clan had become instruments for Danzo. In a daze, the Sharingan eyes on his arm seemed to come alive, fixating on him as if to ask, Itachi, is this the outcome you desired? Is this the village you envisioned? Itachi, how did I come to be on another's arm? What is happening? The whispers of his name echoed once more. The hallucination pulled him back to the night of the massacre, where his father stood with his back to him. Itachi, despite our differing views, I remain proud of you. You are a kind-hearted child. Yet now, gazing at the Sharingan on his arm, it felt as though they were accusing him. He had personally doomed the Uchiha clan, aided their foes, and slain his most beloved family members, shattering his lineage. With a cry of anguish, he forcefully pushed away Kisame, opened his painfully throbbing right eye, and shouted, Susano'o. The crimson-hued Susano'o surged forth, effortlessly bypassing the first stage and activating the second stage equipment, the Ten Kusanagi sword and the Yata mirror. With a single thrust, it pierced through Danzo, attempting to seal him away, yet Danzo's form shimmered once more into a spectral state. Casting a glance at his arm, he noted that one of the Sharingan had closed once again, leaving him with 8 remaining. Greedily, he gazed into Itachi's eyes, declaring, Itachi, it appears that your eyes are quite remarkable as well. Anger ignited within Itachi once more, and he prepared to wield the Ten Kusanagi sword to seal Danzo again. However, having expended excessive ocular power on Amaterasu moments prior, he found himself unable to sustain the effort. In the next instant, his Sharingan reverted to its normal pupils, and the Susano'o dissipated, clearly indicating his inability to continue the fight. At that moment, Danzo realized that should he succeed this time, he could acquire 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, enabling him to adorn his arms with them, thus making the position of Hokage within his grasp. This dense forest would become his burial ground. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from nearby. Breath of lightning, first form, thunderclap. As the words fell, a flash of lightning surged towards him. In an instant, Danzo's head was severed, yet his phantom reappeared beside them. The Root members, witnessing their leader's apparent survival, began to encircle. Meanwhile, Kisame, burdened with the need to protect the incapacitated Itachi, was unable to extend his aid. Before Anan could make another move, Danzo swiftly formed a seal and commanded, summoning technique, Dream Baku. As the white mist dissipated, a colossal orange Dream Baku, adorned with a trunk and tusks, manifested beneath him. The Dream Baku opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying suction. In an instant, sand and stone whirled, trees uprooted, and even the ninjas of the Root found themselves helplessly consumed. Riding the wave of suction, Anan swiftly positioned himself beside the Dream Baku, drawing his blade to strike. Second form, thunderclap and flash. In an instant, arcs of lightning erupted around him, and the Dream Baku, unable to withstand the assault, exploded into white mist, causing Danzo's form to vanish once more. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several wind blades shot forth, closing in on Anan. Second form, rice spirit. 5 bolts of electricity collided with the wind blades midair, creating a cacophony of sound. As a boundary line emerged, Anan's left eye erupted with fine threads, slicing through Danzo's form. The next moment, Danzo appeared atop a tree, indifferent, stating, useless, you cannot kill me. Yet internally, he felt a disquiet. This technique, which relied on blade techniques to unleash lightning, seemed absent from even the most confidential archives. Waving his hand, he signaled the Root members to advance and exhaust their strength. After all, He had brought 10 spare Sharingan, having already lost 4. It was prudent to allow the root to deplete the enemy's energy for now. Observing the root members moving forward, Anan understood he could not afford to linger. His form flickered, breath of lightning, fourth form, distant thunder. The lightning flashed past, and as the attack unfolded, the root members could only perceive a streak of lightning darting before them. In the next moment, Anan found himself behind Danzo. With no intention of evasion, Danzo, knowing escape was futile, allowed several kunai to embed themselves into Anan. Capitalizing on the moment when old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Tuanzong hastily distanced himself, hastening towards the direction of Konoha village, lamenting the ineptitude of his subordinates who could not even delay the pursuit for a moment. Meanwhile, Anan removed the kunai embedded in his body and staunched the bleeding with the breath of lightning before quickly giving chase. Empowered by the breath of lightning, Tuanzong found himself unable to escape. Before long, his last remaining Sharingan was activated, his face etched with terror. This young man was truly formidable. Despite utilizing all his ninjutsu, he could not even hinder his opponent's speed and was instead pursued relentlessly. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed towards them. Observing the chase unfold before him, he called out to Anan, "Stop! What has transpired? Explain it to me, and I shall handle it." Tuanzong, upon seeing Hiruzen, felt a flicker of hope and quickly spoke. "Hiruzen, Uchiha Anan has conspired with rogue ninjas to bring about my demise." Upon noticing the arrival of the third Hokage, Anan gritted his teeth, paused, inhaled deeply, and unleashed the only long-range attack of the breath of lightning, the fifth form, heat lightning. A bolt of searing thunder shot forth like an arrow, piercing through Tuanzong's body in an instant. As Tuanzong fell from the tree, Anan approached him, only to see a dark figure suddenly appear in the sky, gradually enlarging. A hoarse voice emanated from it. "It seems I have missed something." A figure clad in black with red clouds emerged, wearing an orange spiral mask, yet the Sharingan exposed was particularly striking. It was astonishing that another possessed such eyes. Paying no heed to the nearly lifeless Tuanzong beneath him, Anan gripped the hilt of his sword, pointing its tip towards the enigmatic man before him. Abito stepped forward, arms outstretched, his voice raspy. "I am Uchiha Madara. You have slain Tuanzong. Konoha will not spare you. Join me, and your dreams can be realized here." Tuanzong, mustering his last breath, retorted, "Ha! You who hide in the shadows, did you not also contribute to the extermination of the Uchiha clan?" His gaze began to lose focus. He longed for one last glimpse of Konoha, but alas, he had not anticipated dying in such a place. Upon hearing Tuanzong's words, Anan chose not to linger further. His left eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing fine threads towards Abito with lethal intent. Just as Abito was about to dismiss the attack as futile, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the threads. It was too late. He had to evade. The threads sliced through space, and Abito's form gradually vanished, retreating to the Kemui dimension, while the Sharingan in his right eye slowly dulled to gray. Anan frowned slightly. Had he escaped? He retrieved Shirsue's right eye from Tuanzong's corpse. Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived late, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed upon Tuanzong's lifeless body. "Did I not instruct you to wait for me to handle this?" Anan, clutching his thigh, propped himself up with his sword, barely maintaining his stance, and laughed heartily at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Wait for you to handle it. What a joke." With his left eye tightly shut, unable to reopen it for the time being, he opened his right Mangekyo Sharingan devoid of power and declared, "I demand 10 Sharingan from his arm. Will you grant them? I want his right eye Sharingan. Will you grant it? I want him to pay for the Uchiha clan. Will you grant it?" The third Hokage was only aware that Danzo was researching the Sharingan, never imagining that the latter would become so deranged as to install it within himself. Approaching Danzo, he beheld the multitude of eye implants adorning the man's right arm, and upon glancing at his right eye, he was taken aback to discover that Danzo had even transplanted cells from Hashirama. Hastily, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed a sealing technique to restrain the arm of Hashirama that was on the verge of awakening. Had Danzo still been alive, he might have found himself in a fatal predicament, for coveting another S bloodline limit is a grave taboo in the shinobi world. Not to mention, how would the Hyuga clan perceive this? Today, the Sharingan. Tomorrow, the Byakugan? The murderous intent in Sarutobi's eyes dissipated, and a smile replaced the wrinkles of his face. "I did not foresee his actions. I too was deceived by Danzo. Upon my return, I shall publish a statement declaring that Shimura Danzo is the principal perpetrator behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan, and I will ensure a thorough investigation of the higher-ups to provide you with a satisfactory resolution. As for engaging in combat, upon witnessing that kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Sarutobi's desire faded entirely. Observing Danzo's departure, Anan felt a surge of power coalescing in his right eye, as a pitch-black vortex slowly materialized. Stepping into it, the world spun around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found Itachi despondently seated on the ground, the roots surrounding them. Sensing the dissolution of the curse of the tongue, hesitated momentarily before hastily retreating. Anan approached Itachi, who was still in a daze, and delivered a sharp slap, handed over. Coming back to his senses, Itachi glanced at Anan, and a raven emerged from the forest, revealing Shusui's left eye within its own. Upon acquiring the eye, Itachi's gaze became vacant as he turned to Anan, whispering, "Anan, please kill me." Utilizing a space-time technique, he returned home, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Sasuke. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, rendering him unable to control his body, and he collapsed nearby, succumbing to sleep. The following day, witnessing the worried expression on Sasuke's face, Anan lazily stifled a yawn and murmured, "You can go to school by yourself. You're old enough to not need someone to accompany you." Sasuke, with a slight smirk, thought to himself, "Wasn't he you who insisted on escorting me back then? Well, I'll head to school first." He took one last glance at the fatigued Anan, deemed him to be all right, and turned to depart. Along the way, a figure clad in a Konoha Chunin vest caught sight of Sasuke and approached him with enthusiasm. "Ohio, Sasuke. I'm a companion of Anan's. My name is Ayu. Last night, Anan went on a mission, so I'm here to escort you to school." "Is that so? I thought he looked like he hadn't slept all night," Sasuke replied, not pursuing the conversation further. Just as he was about to walk ahead with the newcomer, he felt a hand grasp his own. Confusion washed over him. He did not recognize this person and attempted to pull away, yet there was an inexplicable, familiar aura emanating from them, which was perplexing. Observing that Sasuke did not resist, a subtle smile crept across the stranger's lips. Awakening around noon, Anan sat up, reflecting on the events of the previous day. With Danzo, the mastermind, now deceased and Shusui's eyes secured, the next step was to enhance his own strength. If eliminating Danzo proved this troublesome, how daunting would it be to confront the third Hokage, revered for his mastery of ninjutsu? Whom should one seek for the transplantation of eyes? A master of forbidden techniques and medical ninjutsu, such as Orochimaru? Certainly not, for his avarice renders him an unsuitable choice. Thus, one must turn to Tsunade who, being fond of gambling, coincidentally finds herself with ample funds at my disposal. As Anan contemplated these matters, a rumor began to circulate wildly throughout Konoha, suggesting a reversal concerning the Uchiha clan massacre. It was said that Danzo had coveted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, which had prompted the execution of their kin. Now, he faced a fate of execution alongside the members of Root. In the square, Danzo's lifeless body dangled in midair, adorned with an array of sealing curses, particularly his right arm, which was nearly entirely covered. Behind him hung the bodies of Root's ninjas. Subsequently, a personal expedition was led to obliterate the base of the Root organization, eradicating all therein, be it Sharingan, Hashirama cells, or any other vanished clan's relics. Everything was annihilated. The third Hokage, standing at the forefront, proclaimed with fervor, "I shall show no mercy to those who disrupt the peace of our village. And I hope this serves as a warning to all, so as not to bring shame upon your clans." The Uchiha clan, upon hearing this, could hardly conceal their embarrassment, while other clans possessing bloodline limits kept a wary distance from them. Several clans that had previously arranged marriages with the Uchiha hastily withdrew, fearing their bloodline might be coveted and their clan obliterated. Truly, Danzo's actions had tarnished the reputation of the entire Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan instinctively braced themselves whenever they encountered members of the Uchiha. Had it not been for the presence of the Umbu, one might have expected the Uchiha to desecrate Danzo's remains. After school, Sasuke also caught wind of the news, his expression brimming with excitement. Spotting Ao at the school gate, he hesitated momentarily before hurrying over. "Oh hey, Ao, are you waiting for me to finish school?" Seeing Ao nod, Sasuke felt a twinge of regret. "Ao, I must first make a trip to the square. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave." Ao's demeanor shifted slightly as he replied with a smile. "No worries, I too am headed to the square." As the duo arrived at the square, witnessing Danzo's body suspended above, Sasuke's eyes reddened with fury. Unable to contain his rage, he unleashed a massive fireball technique towards Danzo's corpse and the root members behind him. The hidden Umbu, recognizing Sasuke, refrained from intervening, evidently having received prior orders from the Hokage. Upon learning that Sasuke had incinerated Danzo, Sarutobi sighed with relief. It was better this way, for if Danzo had remained unburned, it would have indicated that Sasuke still harbored unresolved anger. A directive was issued to the Umbu to spread the news of Uchiha Sasuke's fiery retribution against Danzo. In high spirits, Sasuke enjoyed a leisurely meal with Ao, and, as twilight descended, they made their way back home. Upon arriving, Sasuke handed a bag to Anan, proudly asserting, "This is something I specifically selected for you." Receiving the bag, Anan urged him to resume his training, leaving Ao behind. As Sasuke faded from view, Anan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Itachi, how has your day been? Are you enjoying yourself?" He added, "I did mention that you can only depart once Sasuke reaches adulthood. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I must honor my promises." Itachi offered a brief smile before snatching the bag from Anan's hands, disregarding Anan's piercing gaze, and seated himself on the tatami mat to indulge in the contents. Anan ruffled his hair, stating, "I need to step out for a while to undergo an eye transplant. I'll likely be gone for some time." Itachi quickly replied, "Then do not delay. I shall take care of Sasuke in your absence." After Anan fell asleep, Kisame emerged from the shadows, looking at Itachi, puzzled. "Itachi, do you not plan to return?" Glancing at Kisame, who had been his companion for 2 months, Itachi replied, "The Akatsuki is not an ideal choice. I had my reasons for joining before, but now, I solely wish to protect everything I hold dear. As for becoming a double agent and probing Uchiha Madara, what a folly. My current strength is insufficient. Safeguarding Sasuke is already quite manageable. I had always sought Sasuke's forgiveness, and now it is time for me to make amends." The following day, after bidding farewell to the two, Anan vanished into the distance, caught between Sasuke's reluctant gaze and Itachi's eager eyes. In the land of fire, Shiritsu Street is renowned for its hot springs and casinos. Inside the casino, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, filled with shouts and cheers. Among the loudest was a striking woman clad in a green short robe and dark shorts, her yellow ponytail swaying as she moved, her form accentuated by the snug ninja attire beneath. No, no, no. As the results were announced, the woman sighed and whispered to a nearby figure in black, "Shizune, let us try again, just one more time." Shizune, clutching her wallet, firmly declined, "Lady Tsunade, this is our last meal money. We cannot gamble any further." Ultimately, Tsunade, having lost everything, exited the casino looking despondent. "Lady Tsunade, how about I treat you to a meal?" A melodious voice called from behind. The two women turned to find a young man dressed in warrior attire, a sword at his side, his complexion somewhat pale. Upon reaching the restaurant, after a few bites, Anan explained his purpose. "What? You wish for me to exchange eyes with you? From my perspective, your eyes seem perfectly fine." After sipping a bit of alcohol, Tsunade, slightly tipsy, remarked, "Moreover, my services do not come cheaply." Anan lifted his glass, scrutinizing it closely, 100 million. It's worth noting that assassination missions at the level of the 5 great villages typically fetch around that amount. Tsunade momentarily paused, her gaze towards Anan sparkling with interest. He was quite the lucrative prospect. She then turned to Shizune, embracing her shoulder with a solemn tone. "You will be the chief surgeon for this operation. Do not worry. I shall be watching closely." The next day, Tsunade casually sought out a local hospital, and upon mentioning her legendary status in the medical field, the hospital staff promptly cleared a space for her. As the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was unveiled, Tsunade couldn't help but furrow her brow. "The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, who exactly are you?" Anan Uchiha lay upon the sickbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anan Uchiha, one of the 2 surviving members of my clan after its annihilation, and I serve as an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha." Silently, Shizune approached Tsunade and whispered, "Indeed, there are rumors circulating. Not long ago, I heard that an Uchiha had become the Hokage's advisor." Tsunade gazed at Anan, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, and softly remarked to Shizune, "Once the village falls, it will no longer concern me. After all, it is merely the exchange of a pair of eyes." Shizune nodded in understanding, retrieving a syringe to administer anesthesia to Anan's eyes. Moments later, as Anan's face became numb and his speech faltered, she extracted the scalpel. Anan felt darkness envelop him, followed by the sensation of something being inserted into his eye socket. Employing her green chakra, Shizun meticulously connected the nerves of Anan's eyes to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Shursui. After a quarter of an hour, Shizun wiped the sweat from her brow. Having completed the procedure, Tsunade observed the now clean bloodstains and noted the deep furrow in Anan's forehead. The rejection phenomenon was quite severe. Anan Uchiha would require at least 3 months to adapt to his new eyes, during which he must avoid water and bathing. Anan, taken aback, pondered the length of time required. 3 months? Longer than he had anticipated. After handing over the prepared funds to Tsunade, she looked at the money. Her confidence in her gambling skills renewed, and eagerly waved farewell to Shizun and the still-lying Anan. As Tsunade collected the money, Shizun's heart bled. It seemed she would lose everything once again. Hearing Tsunade's footsteps recede, Anan summoned a scroll, tossing it to Shizun as he murmured, "Inside is 50 million. I am unable to move at the moment. Please secure me a single patient room for 3 months. The remaining funds shall be your reward for your efforts." Upon hearing this, Shizun clutched the scroll tightly, her gaze towards Anan Uchiha shifting. Indeed, as Tsunade had said, he was quite the golden goose, handsome and wealthy. Shizun resolved to visit frequently during his hospitalization. 2 days later, as Anan sat on his sickbed, idly contemplating life, Tsunade's hushed voice drifted in from outside the door. "There's no need to worry, Shizun. Such a wealthy golden goose will surely lend to me, and I will repay him double once I win." Anan's lips involuntarily twitched at this remark. Previously, to glean information about her, he had frequented various gambling houses, all of which spoke of her as a golden goose. It was rather embarrassing to hear that she had never won even a single bet. Shizun shyly pushed open the door, awkwardly stating, "Anan, we have come to see you." After Shizun performed a massage using her palm healing technique on Anan's eyes, she successfully increased her earnings by another 10 million. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. And Anan couldn't help but reflect that this expenditure was truly worthwhile. With her audacity, Tsunade managed to borrow 20 million. As she and Anan mentally dubbed each other as unsuspecting lambs, time gradually passed. 2 months later, Tsunade and Shizun seemed to have swapped roles. Shizun casually seated herself, providing massages and collecting payments, while Tsunade, who had previously been quite brazen, became somewhat bashful, primarily due to the frequency of their encounters and the growing familiarity among them. Tsunade couldn't help but tug at Anan's arm. "Anan, truly, lend me 5 million. I am certain I can win." Anan curled his lip, gesturing towards Shizun behind him. Why not ask Shizun if she believes that? Tsunade immediately began gesticulating rapidly in front of Shizun, her hand movements rivaling the speed of forming hand seals. After a bit of intimidation, Shizun reluctantly uttered a disingenuous affirmation. "Lady Tsunade, you should. No, you will definitely win." "Very well then, I shall lend you another 5 million. With the money in hand, Tsunade burst into laughter, playfully patting Anan's arm before dashing out the door. "Rest assured. Anan, I will win." Anan winced at the painful slap on his arm, gritting his teeth. Were it not for the enhancement of his body through the breath of thunder, he might have sustained a fracture from her playful blows. During this time, as the fusion of the Sharingan progressed, Anan felt a tremendous transformation in his ocular power. A stark contrast to before, akin to comparing a firefly to the full moon. Additionally, after receiving Shizun's medical massage, he could faintly perceive the light outside. Following Shizun's examination, it was revealed that her vision was on the verge of restoration and would likely be fully recovered the next day. When Anan considered offering Shizun more money, she declined. "We are friends, are we not? You have already given enough." Anan shrugged, indifferent. The following morning, he was abruptly awakened by a resounding crash. What was happening? Outside, a flurry of exclamations erupted. "Wow, the Raikage has defeated Lady Tsunade. Ah, Lady Tsunade has been taken away by the Raikage." Anan's brow furrowed at the thought of her being abducted. No, he had to investigate. With that, he swiftly got out of bed, armed himself with the Nichiren blade, and, relying on his blurred vision and the chakra emanating from his body, he sensed his surroundings. Thus, he charged forth, following the residual chakra left by Tsunade. After losing an arm wrestling match to the Raikage, Tsunade honored her promise to treat the Raikage subordinates. Just as Shizun successfully extracted the explosive bug from Karai, Xianyuan and the others were nearby, plotting to reclaim the secret techniques stolen by the Cloud Village, deliberating whether to use the explosive bugs once more. At that moment, a young man clad in black samurai armor, wielding a long sword and blindfolded, was rapidly approaching. Xianyuan and his group hastily concealed themselves. But upon seeing the individual take a turn, they realized he was heading straight for the rakeage. How absurd! Does a mere samurai intend to intervene? The appearance of the samurai instantly disrupted Xuanyuan's plans. Realizing they had already startled their prey, they leaped out to attack the samurai. Anan, hearing the commotion behind him, frowned slightly. If they were mice, they should remain hidden, not expose themselves recklessly. Breath of thunder, thunder style, lightning strike. Countless arcs of violet lightning blossomed around Anan. 5 piercing screams echoed, prompting Raikage and the others to hasten outside to investigate. What is happening? Came a rugged voice from the front. Anan was momentarily taken aback. Through his chakra sensing, he discerned that the opposing aura was even more formidable than that of the third Hokage. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed fire release, great fireball technique, obscuring his adversary's line of sight. He then shouted, breath of lightning, first form, thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, Anan leapt over the great fireball, wielding his blade to strike at Raikage. As Raikage gazed at the towering fireball, he contemplated evasion but was reminded of his subordinates behind him, incapacitated by the explosive insects within them, rendering him unable to utilize excessive chakra or release ninjutsu. He had no choice but to withstand the assault, bellowing as he activated lightning release mode, enveloped by lightning-infused chakra. Suddenly, a figure emerged before the fireball, brandishing a blade aimed at his neck. Stop! Cried Tsunade, her familiar voice resonating. Anan's brow furrowed slightly. He pivoted the blade, grazing Raikage's neck, and cleaved the fireball behind him in two. The next moment, a resounding explosion reverberated as the walls of the nearby houses were obliterated. Raikage, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the violet glowing blade in Anan's hand and swiftly leapt back, distancing himself from Anan. With a swift motion, Anan sheathed his sword, feeling a sense of relief as he heard Tsunade's commanding voice, allowing him to dissolve his chakra sensing. Vaguely, Anan saw Tsunade approaching and moved toward her, intending to greet her with Lady Tsunade, but due to his impaired vision, he inadvertently stumbled into her embrace. So fragrant. Wait, something is amiss. This isn't right. Just as he attempted to push away, he noticed a hand magnifying before his blurred vision. Bam! Anan was struck squarely in the chest, crashing through 3 walls before the immense force finally dissipated. Having just completed a silent technique, he witnessed Anan being flung away and rushed toward the breach in the wall in a state of alarm. Upon investigation, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness, he merely fainted. Raikage opened his mouth to speak, but was met with Tsunade's murderous glare, prompting him to obediently close his mouth. It was a stroke of luck that she had intervened to save him. Provoking this woman further was not worth the risk. Upon regaining consciousness, Anan opened his eyes and curiously surveyed his surroundings, akin to a child in wonder, glancing to the left and right. After 2 months of darkness, seeing the world clearly again was a refreshing experience. Wait, why is my chest bound with bandages? Ouch! I recall attempting to rescue Tsunade, who struck me with such force. My entire body aches, and my chest feels as if it is constricted. At that moment, Tsunade entered, visibly dejected from a gambling loss. Anan quickly inquired, Tsunade, who was the scoundrel that wounded my chest? It hurts terribly. Shizune, awakened by the commotion, instinctively glanced at Tsunade in response to Anan's question. However, Tsunade remained silent, instead sitting beside him and retorting, What are you doing there? Anan tilted his head back, glancing at Tsunade. You are my doctor. I am still unwell. So where do you think you are going? Moreover, you owe me a significant sum of money. As your creditor, if Raikage wishes to take you away, he must first seek my approval. Tsunade's expression brightened. Even though she had lost all her money, her mood improved considerably, feeling a warmth in her heart, realizing that he was concerned for her well-being. Anan, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, Hey, Tsunade, you still haven't told me who attacked me. It was incredibly painful. This person was ruthless. I swear I will not rest until I exact my revenge. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed, and she adamantly declared, Yes, it was Raikage. She then shot a fierce glare at Shizune, signaling her to remain silent. Shizune quickly caught on. Yes, it was that Raikage who attacked you. You know he is renowned for his taijutsu. Anan eyed the two, sensing something amiss. Yet he acknowledged that Raikage was indeed famous for his physical prowess. That Raikage truly deserves punishment. I could have been discharged long ago, but my chest injury has delayed my recovery by half a month. Thankfully, my ninja physique combined with the breath of lightning has allowed me to endure. If I were an ordinary civilian, I would have remained bedridden for at least 6 months. After a reluctant farewell with Tsunade, he exited the town and found himself amidst towering mountains. The kaleidoscope's swastika symbol now bore an additional ring of black circles firmly affixed to its 4 corners. And he sensed the emergence of 2 new ocular techniques within the kaleidoscope, one being the Kotoeme Tsukumi and the other Susano'o. In the next moment, Anan shouted, "Susano'o!" A massive purple figure clad in armor rose from the ground, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky before finally halting, and a long blade, over 300 meters in length, materialized at its waist. Controlling the Susano'o, he aimed it at a distant peak that pierced the clouds. And with a mere swing of the blade, the mountain was cleaved in 2. The rumble echoed through the air. This power, compared to the excessive consumption he had previously faced, seemed trivial before the eternal kaleidoscope, akin to a spark against the moon. Recalling the Susano'o, he felt scarcely any depletion of ocular power and smiled knowingly. Activating his space-time leap to return home. Previously, this leap was solely a means of survival. But now it had become the most efficient way to travel. Upon returning home, he found Itachi and Sasuke absent. Sitting cross-legged, he contemplated his future plans. Although he had gained strength, he could not afford to confront the 3rd Hokage directly. Controlling him with Kotoeme Tsukumi was unwise. Not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen over 70 years old, making it unjustifiable, but the Byakugan posed a significant challenge. Moreover, killing Sarutobi Hiruzen without cause would leave him without refuge in Konoha, where he had lived for 16 years. He would also face relentless pursuit and even assassination. While he himself was not afraid, he could not always protect Sasuke. The thought of this sent shivers down his spine. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, he discovered Itachi meditating beneath a large tree, while in the distance, Sasuke was showcasing the newly acquired technique of the lightning breath. First form. Naruto, feeling competitive, glanced at Sasuke. That's nothing to be proud of. Sakura stood nearby, gazing at Sasuke with the adoration of a devoted fan. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Sasuke was undeniably handsome. Anan observed Naruto, who appeared to be the child of the 4th Hokage, now disheveled and friendless. He had been ostracized from the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen had claimed the legacy of the 4th and the Uzumaki clan, yet treated Naruto in such a manner. Furthermore, the title of Ninetales had been affixed to Naruto. The common folk might be oblivious to the circumstances, but the former elite shinobi of Konohagakure were all too aware. As for the girl with pink hair, she seemed rather intriguing, clearly showing a keen interest in Sasuke. After school, when Sasuke saw Anan approaching with Itachi, he leaped into Anan's embrace, causing Itachi's expression to darken with jealousy. Sasuke quickly took hold of Itachi's right hand, yet felt an inexplicable awkwardness. It seemed that Itachi had a penchant for feeling jealous of Anan. Meanwhile, Naruto looked on with envy, his eyes filled with longing. After all, he was an orphan without any family. Just as he pretended to be nonchalant and turned to leave, Anan approached him. The 2 hidden Umbu operatives, about to intervene, were promptly ensnared by Itachi's Genjutsu. Naruto initially assumed that Anan intended to keep him away from Sasuke, but was surprised when Anan smiled warmly and introduced himself as Uchiha Anan, mentioning that Sasuke often spoke of him. Confused by Anan's intentions, Naruto watched as Anan waved to Sakura. Having just returned from outside, Anan thought it would be nice to gather for a meal, and since they were friends of Sasuke, they were invited to join. Sasuke pouted, clearly displeased. What was meant to be a family gathering was now turning into a gathering of classmates, and he did not share such a close bond with them. Naruto had never dared to hope for such an event, having always stood alone on the sidelines, watching others share laughter and camaraderie. Now, he was finally experiencing that feeling himself. Though gatherings like this were commonplace, Naruto treasured these moments. Each time he looked at Sasuke, he was greeted by a beaming smile. As the gathering concluded, Sakura was picked up by her mother. Noticing Naruto's reluctance to part, Anan suggested that Sasuke and Itachi head home first while he accompanied Naruto. Along the way, Anan kindly remarked, "Naruto, you should spend more time with Sasuke. You know his temperament. When he takes a break in a few days, come over to play with him." Naruto looked at Uchiha Anan, who seemed to radiate warmth, and felt his loneliness gradually dissolve. Yet he cautiously asked, "Really? Can I go to Sasuke's house? Anan, seeing Naruto's hopeful expression, laughed heartily. Of course it's true. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes. It was the first time he had ever been invited to someone's home. Wiping his tears, he hesitantly inquired, "Can I call you Anan and I like Sasuke does?" Gazing into Naruto's hopeful eyes, Anan affectionately ruffled his hair and replied with a gentle smile, "Of course you can." As Naruto approached home, he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who waved at him. A wave of happiness surged within Naruto. Grandfather Third is here. He felt fortunate that Anan treated him well today. Turning to Anan, he smiled and said, "Anan, Grandfather Third is very kind to me. He often helps me out of trouble and comes to visit." Naruto then introduced Anan to Hiruzen, who, upon hearing this, tightened his wrinkled old face before smiling and escorting Naruto home. Once home, after bidding farewell to the two, Naruto lay on his bed gazing at the starry sky. For some reason, he felt that the stars were more radiant than usual. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he pondered what gift to bring to Sasuke's house in a couple of days. Considering it was his first visit and he had little experience. Walking alongside Anan, Hiruzen's eyes were now filled with a palpable intent. "Anan, I do not know what you are plotting, but I hope you keep your distance from Naruto." Anan burst into laughter at this remark, retorting, "Keep my distance? Let him be isolated and ridiculed? Ultimately, he would only be left with expired food, and then you'd step in? The fourth Hokage entrusted you with the responsibility of watching over the children, and you are doing a remarkable job." Hiruzen paused, his murderous intent intensifying. "Anan, you know I am not jesting. My actions are solely to protect him." Anan scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness. "To protect him from the outside world while allowing the villagers to mistreat him? Rest assured, I, Uchiha Anan, am not as despicable as you think. I simply cannot tolerate the treatment of a hero's son in such a manner. I am genuinely curious how you will face the fourth and his wife after you are gone." Their conversation ended on a sour note, and upon returning home, Anan meticulously instructed Sasuke, whose pouting expression eventually softened. 2 days later, as Naruto arrived, having tidied himself up, Sasuke stood at the door, his eyes wide. What was this underachiever doing here today? Yet, he did appear somewhat more presentable. Lost in thought, he was jolted by Anan's playful smack on the head. "Naruto, welcome." Naruto, initially feeling a bit awkward, finally relaxed and greeted, "Good morning, Anan." Meanwhile, Sasuke, clutching his head, looked at Anan in disbelief, questioning the situation. Handing a bouquet to Sasuke, Naruto stepped into the yard, stunned by the sight before him. He gazed at Sasuke with envy, exclaiming, "Sasuke, your home is so large and beautiful." Upon hearing this, the word Sasuke intended to use to dismiss Naruto got stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Naruto enjoyed the day thoroughly, even though Sasuke occasionally quipped back. Banter was a normal part of their friendship. If there were no exchanges at all, that would be truly dreadful. In the past, it had always been the case that only when he created some commotion or played pranks would anyone talk to him. Otherwise, people would simply avoid him with disdain. This was much better. After seeing Naruto off, Anan reflected on the Nichiren blade in his hand, reminiscing about the weeping Zenitsu and his mentor, Sakanji Urokadaki. On that day, having taken the Sun Wheel blade, I returned to the ninja world. Now, more than 2 months have passed, and I find myself wondering how they are faring. Recently, nothing of note has occurred, so I bid farewell to Sasuke and Itachi, making a special visit to Naruto's home. Witnessing Naruto's reluctant expression deeply moved me. Unlike those two at home, Itachi, my elder brother, seemed eager for my departure, while Sasuke, my younger brother, was a relentless training fanatic, often absent for an entire day. As my Mangekyo Sharingan activated, I flickered and returned to Peach Mountain. There, I found Kazuguro, who was busy picking peaches. Suddenly, he noticed a sneaky figure in the distance. Was this person attempting to steal peaches? "Halt! What are you doing?" His shout startled me, and I momentarily forgot to bring back a gift from the ninja world. Just as I contemplated sneaking away, the old man spotted me. Scratching my head, I offered an awkward smile and said, "Master, how have you been?" Kazuguro regarded me, his previous hostility diminished, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Folding his arms, he retorted, "Humph. So it's you, the ungrateful one." With a sheepish grin, I rushed forward to take the basket, quickly filling it with peaches. "Master, you must eat well. You've lost weight recently." Kazuguro grumbled, "Isn't it all your fault? You've become a traitor out there, branded as a deserter and the disgrace of the Demon Slayer Corps." Meanwhile, the crow caged by Kazuguro squawked at my arrival, shouting, "Traitor! Traitor! I cast a sidelong glance at the crow, truly a foul-mouthed creature and rather unattractive as well. The crow continued to screech, "Zenitsu, danger, danger, at Mount Spider." I released the crow from its cage. "Mount Spider?" Glancing at Kazuguro, who looked worried, I reassured him, "Master, it's nothing. I'll be back shortly." For the first time, I showcased my Sharingan before Kazuguro, my form flickering as I vanished from sight. Kazuguro widened his eyes, glancing around in disbelief. Had he just imagined it? With the basket of peaches in sight, he thought, no, this lad is up to something. Zenitsu, his body enveloped in purple, had just slain the poison spider demon, collapsing onto a house suspended in midair. I had a dream, helping the weak, but now, with the poison coursing through me, I suppose I shan't see you again, my junior. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Seeing the poison Zenitsu, I hurriedly pulled out an antidote and fed it to him. "Hey, senior brother, why do you look so disheveled?" Zenitsu's expression flickered, followed by a self-deprecating smile. "Huh, is this a moment of clarity? I can see my junior brother." I couldn't help but flick his forehead, causing him to regain his senses. "Junior brother, you've finally come. I've missed you so much." Patting Zenitsu on the shoulder, I coldly declared, "Fear not, senior brother, I shall avenge you." With that, I headed toward the area where the demonic energy was strongest. How dare they bully my beloved senior brother? From this day forth, there shall be no demons on Spider Mountain, I vow. However, this leap to an unfamiliar place would require far more chakra than any journey I had undertaken before, consuming at least 5 times the energy. Before long, Anan beheld a creature resembling a pig-headed man, brandishing twin blades while evading a ghoul with a spider's head. What was this? A spider confronting a pig? Regardless, the priority was to vanquish the ghoul. With the breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap. As the spider ghoul was poised to seize Inosuke, a flash of lightning surged forth, severing the arm that Inosuke had been struggling to cut for so long in an instant. Inosuke, astonished by the ease with which the opponent had sliced through the ghoul's limb, marveled at the sheer might of this individual. It was as if he was slicing through tofu. However, to his surprise, the severed arm regenerated in the blink of an eye, hurtling towards Anan. With a resounding crash, white smoke erupted, and the spider ghoul's expression shifted. I distinctly struck him just now. Anan, perched atop a tree, smiled faintly. "You enjoy hurling things? How fortuitous. For I possess some insights on that matter." Susano'o, a towering purple skeleton, rose from the ground. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary daze, it delivered a punch, obliterating the spider ghoul into a puddle of blood. Inosuke trembled, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was this purple skeleton? How formidable indeed. Casting a glance at the pig-headed creature, he contemplated fleeing, but was halted by Inosuke's cry. "Wait a moment, let us duel. You have bested a member of the 12 Kazuki. Fight me." Anan frowned, sensing a powerful and restrained aura approaching rapidly from behind. With the Sharingan swirling in his eyes, he softly uttered, "Rest now. You've sustained grave injuries and should refrain from movement." As the illusion took effect, Inosuke's voice fell silent, his twin blades clattering to the ground as he succumbed to a deep slumber. The ghoul they had just encountered was significantly stronger than those faced during the trials. Moreover, a more repugnant presence emanated from the north, where the true adversary seemed to reside. Anan employed a leap, ascending to the treetops, believing he was near. His brow furrowed slightly. The energy expended during Susano'o and the leap had drained more of his ocular power and chakra than anticipated in the shinobi world. Although his ocular power would gradually recover, it was the chakra that sustained all of this. Not far off, shouts interrupted Anan's thoughts. With the breath of water, 5th form, water flowing, Tanjiro swung his broken blade with all his might, using the centrifugal force to finally sever the thread of the lower 5. A flicker of surprise crossed his opponent's face. The thread that had just been cleaved in two was unexpectedly cut, blood beginning to seep through. The once broken thread now grew even more resilient, encircling Tanjiro in a blood-red embrace, rapidly constricting to deny him any chance of escape. In a moment of dire urgency, Anan contemplated intervening, only to observe a transformation in Tanjiro's breathing. The azure ripples upon his broken blade morphed into fiery crimson flames. Dance of the Fire God, Rondo. This unexpected shift momentarily halted Anan. Oh? He could alter his breathing technique mid-battle, and this dance of the Fire God appeared significantly more potent than the water flowing. Its speed markedly increased. As Tanjiro advanced toward his foe, he simultaneously defended against the constricting threads with the searing flames. Bound by threads, Nezuko seized the opportune moment to unleash her blood demon art, incinerating the bindings to ashes. Were these two demons in conflict? This adorable female demon appeared to be aiding Tanjiro, just as Tanjiro believed he had severed the head of his adversary and collapsed in exhaustion, blood trickling from his mouth. Anan furrowed his brow. With the enhancement of his Sharingan, he discerned that the demon's head had not been cleaved off, but rather detached by its own doing. There could be no further hesitation. Anan exclaimed, "Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap, and flash." Kaneo had long since detected Anan's presence and had laid a meticulous web of traps along his path. Yet, in the next instant, the threads surrounding them began to snap one by one, and Anan found himself before Tanjiro, greeting him with a cheerful, "Ohio, Tanjiro, it's good to see you again." Having avenged Zenitsu, Anan's spirits were notably elevated. Kaneo's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? As she turned to inspect her own setup, her body rotated, but her head remained fixed in place. As her head tumbled to the ground, tears welled in her eyes. How? How could this end like this? I have yet to find the bond with my family. As the demon dissipated, the water pillar, Jutomioka, emerged from the forest, rushing towards her with his blade drawn. Breath of water, fourth form, striking tide. Ah, why is he coming for me? Is it because I stole the demon he intended to slay? Anan pondered, quickly raising his sword to block. Breath of thunder, second form, rice spirit. The two engaged in combat, while Tanjiro observed the relentless clash of water and lightning in the air. Suddenly, a butterfly flitted forth, heading directly for Nezuko, who lay beneath Tanjiro. Ju felt a sense of dread. However, caught in a confrontation with the traitor, he was unable to intervene. As he attempted to strike again, his blade met only air. Clang! Anan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, smiling at the bewildered Tanjiro. Fortunately, I managed to block it. The insect pillar, Shinobu Kocho, gracefully spiraled through the air before landing softly, addressing Anan with a gentle tone. "Oh dear, why must you impede me, traitor?" She then turned to Tanjiro, whispering, "Hey there, little one, the one you are protecting is a demon, which is quite dangerous. You should leave at once." Tanjiro glanced at his slumbering sister and quickly defended. She is my sister. She only became a demon afterward." Shinobu expressed her regret. "That cannot be helped. Since she is your sister, I shall put her to rest with the gentlest poison in existence. Of course, that also applies to you, traitor." A gust of wind suddenly arose, sending shivers down Tanjiro's spine. Anan looked at Tanjiro in astonishment. Was this demon truly his sister? Moreover, despite her transformation, Tanjiro remained steadfastly protective of her. "Tanjiro, you must take good care of your sister," he murmured. Ju, with a grave expression, turned to Anan and warned, "This traitor is formidable. Prioritize dealing with him." He then subtly gestured to Tanjiro to flee. Anan faced Tanjiro, urging, "You must go first. I will hold them off." Tanjiro nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you very much." Knowing that I could be of no assistance here, I exerted all my strength to embrace Nezuko and sprint towards the horizon. However, Shinobu Kocho leapt into the air and gently declared, "Mr. Tanjiro, I shall leave this traitor in your hands. I will pursue the demon." Anan, observing Shinobu, chuckled lightly. "I mentioned that I would obstruct both of you. How could you underestimate me? As a member of the Uchiha clan, it is only natural to take on multiple foes." With that, Anan plunged his blade into the ground, forming a cross with his hands, shadow clone technique. In the next moment, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a duplicate of Anan, who emerged from the mist wielding a Nichiren blade. Shinobu was swiftly struck back by the clone, but after a graceful flip, she rejoined Tanjiro, stating, "Let us first deal with the traitor. There is something peculiar about this individual, and I have another ally pursuing Tanjiro." Tanjiro gazed at the newly manifested traitor, his expression laden with gravity. Just moments ago, he had struggled against one, and now there was an additional Anan. The lack of demonic aura surrounding this clone indicated that this ability was not a blood demon art, complicating matters significantly. Tanjiro activated his absolute defense, employing the 11th form of water breathing, Nagi. Shinobu, in turn, unleashed her own technique, the centipede dance, a 100-legged serpent. Lightning crackled and water splashed as the two clashed amidst the forest. Trees began to topple, and deep craters emerged around them. while the clone of Anan started to falter under the pressure. The absence of chakra was indeed a considerable burden. Anan's true objective was not to slay the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, but to wait until Tanjiro had moved further away before retreating. After all, his master, Kaneo Tsuyuri, had once been a Hashira, and his brother Zenitsu was also a member of the Corps. He had no desire to annihilate two Hashira and irreparably sever ties with the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as Anan's clone was on the verge of collapsing, a messenger crow swooped in from the distance, calling out, "Relay, relay! Capture Uchiha Anan, Tanjiro, and the demon Nezuko, and bring them back to headquarters." Upon hearing this, Anan thought, "Returning to headquarters sounds splendid. I have yet to see the Demon Slayer Corps base. As for the possibility of traps awaiting me there, even if I cannot overcome them, I can always escape using my teleportation." With that, he dispelled the clone and cautiously regarded Tanjiro and Shinobu, gesturing toward the crow above. "Behold, this is the order for my return. Do not act rashly." Upon arriving at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the courtyard was filled with wary gazes from the Sound Hashira, Insect Hashira, Flame Hashira, Water Hashira, Love Hashira, Mist Hashira, and Stone Hashira, all observing him with suspicion. The Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, perched upon a tree, expressed doubt. "I do not believe it. If both of you Hashira cannot subdue this person, it raises serious questions." The Flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, fixed his gaze ahead with intensity, declaring, "They have violated the core regulations. We Hashira are entitled to address such matters." Anan, seated upon the ground, shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that if they chose to strike, it would be unfortunate for Zenitsu and his master. The Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, angrily snatched the box containing Nezuko from the hands of the hidden members, exclaiming, Hey, it seems something rather intriguing has transpired. Is this the fool who brought a demon?" Tanjiro, kneeling on the ground, asserted, "Nezuko is my sister. She will protect humanity as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Upon hearing this, Sanemi merely found it amusing, drawing his Nichiren blade and thrusting it into the wooden box. The notion that demons would protect humanity is utterly absurd. "You fool." As Tanjiro gazed at the blood-stained blade and the mocking demeanor of Shinazugawa, his anger soared, compelling him to charge forward and deliver a headbutt. Anan, with a stern expression, positioned himself in front of Tanjiro. Fixing his gaze upon Shinazugawa, an aura of murderous intent surged within him, and he coldly remarked, "You seem quite pleased to bully another sister in front of others." Shinazugawa felt the sudden oppressive presence emanating from Anan, his brow furrowing in disbelief. How could a traitor exude such an aura, one that seemed to approach the pinnacle of power, akin to his own? Yet, as a Hashira, he pondered how someone who had only recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps alongside that young Tanjiro could achieve such a level so swiftly. Meanwhile, the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, reached for the hilt of his sword, his expression grave as he scrutinized Uchiha Anan. The reports indicated that he was once a ninja, yet his current prowess remained uncertain. As a fellow ninja turned member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he yearned for a grand duel with Anan. Anan, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, found the Wind Hashira utterly detestable. However, his Nichiren blade had been confiscated by the Demon Slayer Corps for safety reasons. Observing Anan charge towards the Wind Hashira unarmed, Tomioka and Kocho exchanged glances, wondering if they would again summon the power that could conjure an additional fighter. To their astonishment, Anan formed hand seals and declared, "Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique." Several fireballs materialized, hurtling towards Shinazugawa. Aware of the searing heat, Shinazugawa quickly discarded the wooden box containing Nezuko, shouting, "Breath of Wind." Sixth form, Black Wind Mist. A flurry of wind blades collided with the fireballs, creating a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Anan retrieved the box and returned it to Tanjiro. The Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujiro, paused in admiration of Anan's displayed ninjutsu. Without a Nichiren blade, the potency of his technique was indeed impressive. He wondered if this traitor could truly match him. At that moment, two young girls, adorned with wisteria, gracefully stepped out from an adjacent building, softly announcing, "The esteemed lord has arrived." All eyes shifted towards a frail man with a purple mark on his forehead. Kaneo Yashiki, gazing at the sky, exclaimed in awe, "What splendid weather! The sky is so blue. I am truly delighted to participate in the semi-annual Hashira meeting without any changes to our members." Everyone knelt in reverence, and although Anan hesitated, he ultimately chose to squat down. Observing the purple spots on Yashiki's face, he furrowed his brow, it did not appear to be poison. Shinazuwa was the first to greet him before solemnly stating, "Before the Hashira meeting commences, I hope to address the traitor Uchiha Anan and the demon slayer, Tanjiro Kamado. What are your thoughts on this?" Anan's disdain for the wind Hashira deepened. He could have spoken civilly, yet opted for a domineering demeanor. Yashiki nodded gently and replied, "Indeed. I apologize for the interruption. Uchiha Anan, Mr. Kamado, has received a letter clarifying the situation. He has unexpectedly had to leave and is not a traitor. Tanjiro and Nezuko are figures I wholeheartedly acknowledge, and I wish for others to recognize them as well." The esteemed Oyakata, Ubuyashiki Yoya, cast a glance at Anan, offering a gentle smile. "Anan, I must apologize for mistaking you for a traitor. If you would be so kind, may I inquire how you conjured that fireball just now? The Demon Slayer Corps currently possesses limited effective methods for combating demons. If you could share, it would be greatly appreciated." Anan scratched his head, contemplating his response. There was nothing he could not divulge. Although this realm lacked such abilities, in the realm of ninjas, such techniques were widely known and required chakra, which was absent here. Even if he were to teach someone, it would be futile. The fireball you witnessed earlier, as well as the transformation, were both ninjutsu. It should be understood that I was previously a ninja, so it is quite natural for me to possess such skills. Ninja? Ninjutsu? The Hashira turned their gazes toward the sound Hashira, as he too hailed from a background of ninjas. It was curious that he had never mentioned any ninjutsu. Yuzui Tenjin was equally bewildered. "Wait, you just referred to it as ninjutsu. I too was an esteemed ninja, yet I was unaware of such techniques." Anan continued, "Of course, the techniques I demonstrated earlier were rather weak. Some of the more powerful ones are not suitable for display here." This was indeed true, as the recent wind and fire techniques were merely an attempt to retrieve Nezuko. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, interjected skeptically, "I do not believe you. I suspect what you claim is false. The technique earlier was countered by the water Hashira using his breathing techniques. If that is considered weak, what would a powerful technique entail?" Oyakata observed Anan, noting his apparent lack of resistance, and inquired with interest, "Anan, would you be willing to demonstrate?" This was the moment Anan had been waiting for. A grin spread across his face. "Of course, but I would like the wind Hashira to be my target." He had long wished to challenge this individual, who had been so boastful moments before. The water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, glared at Anan with the intensity of a predator. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, where several Hashira stood on either side of Oyakata, silently watching Anan. None believed he could defeat the wind Hashira without the Nichiren blade. Recognizing Oyakata's frail condition, Anan decided to conclude the matter swiftly and charged forward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball, towering over 5 men, erupted from Anan's mouth, barreling toward the wind Hashira. First form, serpent's writhing. First form, dust whirlwind slash. Ju aimed to cleave the fireball in twain. Anan formed a cross with his hands, executing the shadow clone technique. Several figures materialized, and though it was a waste of chakra, he was determined to teach this bully who had tormented his sister a lesson. As Ju sliced through the fireball, numerous clones unleashed the fire release, fire dragon technique, engulfing him from head to tail. The serpent Hashira observed in disbelief as Anan, unarmed, forced the wind Hashira into a state of utter disarray. The emergence of 4 or 5 clones elicited exclamations of incredulity. "Impossible. How can this be?" Anan understood that this was merely a sparring match. He could not afford to be lethal. Ju's astonished reaction stemmed from his unfamiliarity with ninjutsu. Had it been a true life-or-death situation, a high-level illusion technique would surely have rendered him acquainted with despair. Others observing the scene gazed at Tianyuan with expressions of complexity. "Were you truly a ninja before?" They had witnessed Tianyuan's formidable abilities, which, though impressive, remained within the bounds of normalcy. However, now, with the ability to spew fireballs and create clones, he seemed to possess a plethora of extraordinary techniques. In comparison, Tianyuan appeared rather ordinary. Throwing explosives and using poisoned kunai paled in contrast to the spectacle of fire breathing and duplication. Tianyuan was taken aback by the dazzling display before him. The face of the love Hashira, Kenroji Mitsuri, was flushed with the glow of the flames, exclaiming how magnificent Anan looked while breathing fire. After the contest concluded, the Hashira and Ubuyashiki Kagaya had to address the matters concerning Tanjiro and Nezuko. Anan, concerned that the Hashira might impose difficulties on Tanjiro and his sister, wished to return and check on them, but was gently reassured by Ubuyashiki. "Do not worry, please trust me." Upon arriving at the butterfly mansion, the courtyard was adorned with lush flowers and fluttering butterflies. Guided indoors by the members of the hidden corps, they found Zenitsu sitting on the bed, calling out in distress. I have to take this medicine 5 times a day for 3 months? But it tastes so bitter, I won't be able to eat after drinking it, he lamented. And truly, will I really grow stronger just by taking this medicine? Anan approached him from behind with a gentle laugh. Zenitsu, my senior? Hearing Anan's familiar voice, Zenitsu turned around in disbelief. Anan, my junior. Woo-woo, I thought it was just a dream. It really is you. He then embraced Anan, tears streaming down his face. Junior, let me tell you, that poisonous spider nearly killed me. I was so afraid I would never see you again. That girl just now was so fierce, it was dreadful. Noticing the snot on Zenitsu's face, Anan attempted to push him away, only to realize that Zenitsu's limbs had shrunk considerably, resembling those of a child. Ha ha ha, Zenitsu, you know, not taking the medicine might work to your advantage. You could confuse the enemies and become the first child member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Who knows? You might even make the demons laugh to death. Zenitsu found Anan's laughter grating. It was better to take the medicine than to be mocked for having regressed to childhood. Anan then playfully tapped Zenitsu's head and said seriously, just take the medicine. I still need to report your condition to the old man. Turning to the nurse, Kanazaki Aoi, who stood nearby, he added, I apologize for the trouble. If he refuses to take the medicine, simply inform me through the messenger crow, and I will handle him. Without heeding Zenitsu's assurances and pleas, Anan walked out. He ventured to a secluded area and, with a leap, returned to the residence on Mount Peach. He found the old man sitting outside, gazing at the sky, the setting sun casting a melancholic glow upon him as he murmured something. Zenitsu, oh child, please do not let anything happen to you. I wonder if the correspondence from headquarters has arrived. How is the matter regarding Anan the traitor being handled? Seeing the old man's worried expression, Anan hurriedly emerged from behind a tree. Master, I have returned. Everything is fine. Zenitsu only sustained minor injuries and is being treated at headquarters. I have seen him. He is full of life. Indeed. Although Zenitsu had been poisoned and nearly perished on Mount Spider, he was now merely suffering from minor ailments, which was quite normal. Sangdao Siwalang listened to Anan's recounting and gradually felt reassured, albeit with a hint of irritation. He remarked, both of you are quite troublesome. Thus, after a week of arduous training in Peach Mountain, Anan had completely mastered the art of total concentration breathing, enabling him to replace normal respiration with thunder breathing throughout the day. As night approached, the messenger crow descended from afar, announcing in the courtyard, Uchiha Anan. Proceed to the northeast. There are demons engaged in slaughter. After donning his attire and observing the old man's worried expression, Anan smiled and said, Master, prepare a hearty breakfast tomorrow. After the mission, one is bound to feel famished. The old man, agitated by the remark, replied, We'll discuss it upon your return. Contemplating the morning meal, Anan felt invigorated and dashed toward the scene of the incident, excitement flickering in his eyes. This marked his inaugural mission to slay demons, and he hoped to encounter formidable foes. As Anan quickened his pace, the total concentration breathing manifested as ephemeral afterimages beneath his feet, ultimately reducing to a streak of lightning racing along the path. Even the guiding crow struggled to keep pace, resorting to clutching itself close to his chest. Upon arriving at a village, and after the crow confirmed the situation, Anan furrowed his brow at the swirling miasma of blood above, pondering how many lives had been lost, and hastily stepped inside. Upon his first encounter, it was indeed a beautiful night. In the village's center, the weathered walls were drenched in deep crimson, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs. The adversary, clad in a tight red ensemble, bore a faint smile, adorned with a peculiar hat, and inscribed with the words Upper Moon 2 in their eyes. Anan's gaze turned frigid as he gripped his blade, demanding, Did you orchestrate all of this? With 2 iron fans in hand, the figure known as Doma pointed to the pool of blood at his feet, his tone deceptively gentle. I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect. It is my duty to share happiness with my followers. Anan, momentarily bewildered, questioned the meaning behind such a statement, glancing at the sprawled villagers and wondering how this could be construed as shared happiness. Observing the demon, identified as Upper Moon 2, the crow took flight from his shoulder. Seeking aid, support was imperative. Suddenly, a creaking sound from a nearby doorway captured the attention of both Anan and Doma. Out crawled a 2-year-old child, disheveled and smeared with blood, emerging from a partially opened door. Spotting his father lying motionless on the ground, the child attempted to pull him up, oblivious to the situation. The father, lost in his predicament, had once commented on the coolness of the ground, yet now lay there himself. However, the child's frail strength faltered, and in a moment of overexertion, he stumbled and fell, bursting into tears. With small eyes darting toward his father, the child wondered what had transpired. Usually, his father would come to comfort him at the sound of his cries. Today, however, he remained still, perhaps lost in slumber. Was his wailing insufficient to awaken him? Doma turned to the child, his expression serene. "My dear little follower, you are in pain. Your father's soul has entered my belly. Would you like to see inside?" With a flourish of his iron fans, a chilling gust surged toward the child. Anan, robust and swift, whispered urgently, "Breath of thunder, fourth form, distant thunder." A flash of lightning streaked through the air, and the child vanished from sight, reappearing in the adjacent courtyard. Looking down, Anan noted that while he had evaded the attack, the child was left shivering from the cold, his complexion already turning a shade of ashen blue. Seeing Anan intervene, Doma questioned, "Why do you stop me? I am offering him eternal happiness." His smile remained intact, yet a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. This individual's speed is astonishing. Could he be a Hashira? Yet, in the shared memories, he seemed absent. Suddenly, Doma's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Ah, it's you. I am quite intrigued by your purple skeleton. Might you let it out for me to behold? The sizable purple skeleton from Mount Spider, perhaps?" Anan was taken aback. When he had slain the spider demon's father, there were no other demons around. How did Doma know about his Susano'o? As for Inosuk, that boar-headed individual, given Doma's nature, it likely wasn't him who informed Doma. Noticing Anan's silence, Doma brandished his iron fan and declared, "Blood demon art, lotus ice." Instantly, several ice lotuses blossomed around them, releasing toxic ice crystals that began to disperse into the air. With the Sharingan activated, Anan observed the minuscule particles floating through the atmosphere, rapidly expanding. Holding the child close, he leapt to a distant rooftop, his expression stern as he shouted, "Fire release. Great fireball technique." A towering fireball, 3 meters high, surged towards Doma. Doma watched the fireball with a sense of novelty. What kind of trick was this, producing such a fireball? He chose not to evade, eager to test the technique's power. As the great fireball dissipated, aside from the neck shielded by the iron fan, the rest of his flesh had already turned to cinders. Removing the fan, Doma taunted, "Do not test me. Such attacks are futile. You must sever the neck." As he spoke, his flesh rejuvenated to its former state. Blood demon art, misty ice lotus bodhisattva. A colossal ice bodhisattva loomed before them, surrounded by ice lotuses, exuding an air of solemnity. Doma stood atop one of the ice lotuses, gazing down at Anan with a mocking grin. "If your purple puppet does not act soon, it may be too late." With that, the bodhisattva unleashed a torrent of icy mist, engulfing the surroundings. Anan surveyed the ice bodhisattva and the billowing mist, astonished. This blood demon art lived up to its reputation as an upper moon. Had he not become an eternal kaleidoscope, he might have had to resort to illusions today. However, recalling his promise to return home for dinner, he lamented, "I am pressed for time. Since I must witness this, so be it." The kaleidoscope Sharingan swirled within his eyes, and a giant purple figure erupted from the ground. Doma's excitement surged. This was it, indeed. Yet, as the skeletal giant grew to 15 meters, it did not halt at the anticipated height. Anan's form continued to ascend as well. Finally ceasing its growth, Anan gazed upon the Susano'o, which towered significantly above the nearby mountain. Doma's usual gentleness was replaced by a moment of disbelief. This was not what I saw in the memories of the lower moons. Nothing was this immense. Standing at a height of several meters, I possess unwavering confidence in my own blood demon art to crush you. A giant towering hundreds of meters above. Before me, this bodhisattva seems like a mere toy. What a chilling sight. As if sensing the disdainful gaze of that Anan, an unfamiliar emotion began to blossom within me. Fear, causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably. "Hey, you, whatever your title is, aren't you eager to see? Make your move." Seeing that the opponent remained motionless while the village below had transformed into a realm of ice and snow, I could not afford to delay. Susano'o grasped the ice bodhisattva in one hand and seized Tamayo in the other, but due to a grip too tight, he inadvertently crushed the ice bodhisattva to smithereens. Watching the destruction of the bodhisattva, An indescribable thought surged within Tamayo. Glancing at the towering figure, he realized that the opponent was not merely human but a divine entity. His previous actions seemed to have provoked the wrath of this deity. Even the formidable Muzan would be powerless before a god. At this moment, all he could think of was to escape from this man's grasp, lest he meet the same fate as the ice bodhisattva. He tumbled down, not daring to pause for even a moment. As he fled, he desperately reached out to Nakheim in his mind, urging her to open the door to the infinite castle. Hurry, open the door. A foreboding sense loomed over him, and as he glanced back, he saw the opponent's hand extending towards the massive 300-meter sword at his waist. Damn it, Nakheim, are you asleep? Open the door. A sense of despair washed over Tamayo. Usually, she was quick to respond, but now it seemed impossible. The sword was drawn, sweeping down with a gale towards the ground. Tamayo's garments were torn by the wind, pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Just then, a string from a koto was gently plucked, resonating in Tamayo's ears like celestial music. Suddenly, a wooden door appeared beneath him as the wind pressure bore down, slamming him against the wall of the infinite castle. With a resounding thud, the sword struck the ground, and Anan furrowed his brow, realizing the adversary had managed to escape. He had not anticipated such capabilities. It was truly infuriating. Feeling a dryness in his eyes, Anan quickly retracted Susano'o. The absence of chakra in this place was excruciating, and his eyes grew weary after a short while. Though he had shielded the child, the cold had already seeped into his body, and the temperature around them had plummeted to freezing. Gritting his teeth, Anan channeled what little fire chakra he had left into the child's body, but it was forcefully expelled by the encroaching cold. At that moment, a flicker of flame surged towards him, rapidly approaching. Gyutaro Rengoku materialized, standing with the Nichiren blade in hand. Looking at Anan, who was supporting the Nichiren blade, he declared loudly, "Demon, where are you?" Upon surveying the frozen village and the massive chasms cleaved open, his brow furrowed in concern. With a sigh of resignation, Anan replied, "It was Upper Moon too. He has already fled." A door appeared beneath him, and after falling through, he vanished. Now, this village is left with only this child, but if he does not receive help soon, he too may perish. Rengoku released the hilt of his sword and cradled the child, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. This child feels so cold, I understand. Although the effectiveness remains uncertain. In the next moment, Gyutaro Rengoku was enveloped in a rising heat, flames beginning to emanate from his mouth as the surrounding air grew warmer. With the enhancement of the breath of fire, the residual fire chakra within the child was completely ignited, causing the icy chill to gradually retreat. Ultimately, through relentless effort, the majority of the cold was dispelled. The child was alive. The demon had fled. "If all is well, I shall take my leave," Rengoku declared, turning to hand the child back to Anan. Anan was taken aback. Was it appropriate for him to leave so abruptly after coming to assist? "How about I offer you a peach?" he suggested, presenting several peaches from the bundle given by his master. Rengoku did not decline, taking a peach and immediately biting into it. "Delicious," he exclaimed in astonishment, startling Anan and causing the trees around them to tremble. Anan took a bite of one as well. Was it truly that delightful? The taste seemed rather ordinary to him, prompting him to offer the remaining peaches to Rengoku. "Since you enjoy them so much, they are all yours." After the flame Hashira departed, Anan, cradling the child in his arms, moved aside and began to play with him. The child, with a boundless sense of playfulness, soon forgot about his father lying in the icy world. The hidden team members finally arrived, checking on Anan and offering their condolences. Upon witnessing the frozen village and the bodies scattered on the ground, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The battle had resulted in devastation. This demon was undoubtedly stronger than the one encountered at Mount Spider. After the team took the child from Anan, this mission could be considered concluded. With the dawn breaking, the demon had no chance of returning. Anan turned a corner and, with a leap, returned to Peach Mountain, for he had promised his master to partake in breakfast. How could he go back on his word? At that moment, Sanemi Shinazugawa was enjoying his meal, gazing at the crimson sun, and murmured, "What is going on lately? It seems I've made more breakfast than I can eat. I've consumed 2 portions on my own." Anan chuckled at the sight of his master shaking his head at the table. Then, using the breath of thunder, he sprang up. Seeing Anan, the worry on his master's face eased a bit. However, upon witnessing Anan devouring his food, he admonished, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." "Oh, master, let me tell you, I encountered the flame Hashira last night. He praised the peaches from Peach Mountain, exclaiming how delicious they were and requesting that I bring more next time. Meanwhile, within the Infinity Castle, Muzan Kibutsuji observed the kneeling Tamayo with a gaze that grew increasingly cold. While the other upper moons were adept at dealing with the demon slayers, Tamayo insisted on pursuing the path of the Eternal Paradise cult instead of focusing on the task at hand, nearly faltering at the hands of others today. The more he pondered, the angrier Muzan became, unleashing the curse embedded within Tamayo's blood. The blood curse surged within Tamayo, causing cracks to mar his previously smooth and fair skin, while blood continually spewed from his mouth. Muzan Kibutsuji muttered under his breath, Tamayo, 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 you truly disappoint me. I am at a loss to comprehend the purpose of your existence. Not a single task has been accomplished, yet troubles incessantly arise, knocking at our door. Tongmo's head hung lower still as he softly protested, My lord, I must claim some credit for this. Without my probing, we might never have known of humanity's existence. Upon hearing Tongmo's words, Muzan's gaze sharpened with an added intensity. Is it not your foolishness that allowed him to evolve into such a formidable being? We must seek out every scrap of information regarding him. No matter the cost, we must uncover his vulnerabilities, ultimately to control or annihilate him. Thus, the command spread throughout Infinity City, alongside the missions to eradicate the flower of the other shore and the Demon Slayer core. A new priority emerged, to gather all intelligence on Uchiha Anan, even surpassing the urgency of the previous tasks. Subsequently, Muzan summoned the 5 lower moons. Initially, he intended to leave none alive, but the emergence of someone like Uchiha Anan compelled him to grant the lower moons some of his blood, coldly asserting, I had deemed you all useless, yet now I offer you a chance to test Uchiha Anan. I shall dispatch the 3rd upper moon, Akaza, to assist you in extracting all his capabilities. Should you fail, you will cease to exist. With no desire to witness the lower moon's floundering, he frowned and turned away. It would be better to uncover their trump card. If they were to receive blood and yield no results, then they would meet their end by the hands of their adversary. After all, he harbored no tolerance for ineptitude. Following Muzan's departure, the strings of the koto played by the female musician resonated, and the lower moons were transported to the depths of Infinity City. After a period of respite, they gradually regained their composure. Although they had not fully absorbed the blood bestowed by Muzan, having ingested only a fraction, their strength had nonetheless significantly increased. Lower Moon 1. Yum was the first to recover, smoothing the wrinkles from his tuxedo. He glanced at Akaza, who had been awaiting them atop the platform, and quickly bowed in deference. My lord Akaza, I apologize for the delay. While savoring Muzan's grace, I conceived a strategy to deal with that man, a plan I have dubbed the Infinity Train. As Akaza listened to Yum's plan, he found his thoughts drifting towards his own aspirations of martial supremacy. Why am I so preoccupied with gaining strength and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts? Regardless, perhaps achieving that peak will jog my memory. As Yum's plan unfolded, Anan gazed skyward, observing the sun ascend ever higher, lost in contemplation. He sensed that his thunder breathing had reached a certain threshold, yearning to transcend to the next level, yet felt an invisible barrier before him, like a shroud of mist isolating him from progress. His master, Kaneo Tsutomu, seemed to possess no solutions either. It was said he too had been ensnared at this juncture. With a sigh, he decided to visit Zenitsu. After informing his master, he took a basket, filled it with peaches, and leaped to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was then he learned that Zenitsu had recovered and was on a mission, reportedly to rendezvous with the Flame Hashira on the Infinity Train. As the Flame Hashira found himself without any pressing tasks, he contemplated joining in the recent gathering that had drawn others to assist him. Anan, lost in thought, recognized the formidable strength of the Flame Hashira and acknowledged the monotony that plagued his relentless training, especially as he had recently encountered a plateau in his progress. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity to refresh his spirit. After exchanging pleasantries with Nurse Kanazaki Aoi, Anan presented her with a basket of peaches, saying, You have worked so diligently in caring for Zenitsu. These peaches from Momoyama are truly delightful. Please accept them. Before Aoi could decline, he pressed the offering into her hands and departed. Inquiring about the location of the Infinity Train, he activated his total concentration and the thunder-breathing technique, launching himself forward with remarkable speed. With the enhancement of his Sharingan, he found himself unfazed by the velocity he achieved. As Zenitsu lamented at the station, And Tanjiro and Inosuke marveled at the sight of a train for the first time. Anan swiftly appeared beside Zenitsu. The trio was taken aback by the flash of lightning, exclaiming in unison, "How fast!" Listening to the train's whistle, Anan felt a surge of wonder. Though the machine seemed innocuous at first glance, its roar revealed a latent power. He mused that even the breath emitted from his thunder breathing could hardly compare to the might of this mechanical beast. Tanjiro, observing the train intently, remarked, "Could it be the guardian deity of this place?" Anan nodded in agreement, finding truth in Tanjiro's words. However, Inosuke appeared to disregard the train entirely. Gripping the hilt of his sword and addressing Anan, "Our previous duel was interrupted. Let us settle it now." After a playful scuffle, they managed to board the train without incident. Not long after their departure, Anan was greeted by a familiar sound. Delicious, delicious, delicious. As the sound resonated, the train seemed to tremble in response, and, upon closer inspection, Anan recognized none other than the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. The utterance of delicious emanated from him almost unconsciously, a mere reflection of his overwhelming presence. As Tanjiro and the others focused their attention on Rengoku, Anan's gaze, guided by the instinct of years as a ninja, swept across the interior of the train with his Sharingan. He discerned 6 extraordinary auras emanating from a nearby carriage, one of which surpassed even that of the flame Hashira. "There's an abundance of demons here," he thought, uncertain of their intentions. In the front carriage stood the Lower Moon One, Inyu, elegantly spreading his arms as he addressed the gathered demons. "The plan begins." Meanwhile, Rengoku, responding to Tanjiro's query regarding the applicability of the Hinakami Kagura in battle, appeared perplexed. Nevertheless, he regarded Tanjiro with unwavering confidence, stating, "Though I lack the answer, training with me will surely lead you to find it." Sitting nearby, Anan absorbed Rengoku's words, recalling the scenes of igniting his fire-based chakra through the flame-breathing technique. A flicker of hope sparked within him. If he could master the flame-breathing, it might unlock a deeper understanding of the breathing styles. Yet, he pondered how to broach such a delicate subject. As he contemplated, the train conductor approached the carriage, head bowed, and began the process of checking tickets one by one. As Anan stood before himself, he retrieved the ticket stub from his grasp. Gazing at the flickering lights atop the vehicle, his brow slightly furrowing. He had not anticipated the existence of illusions in this world. Just as he contemplated using his Sharingan to dispel the illusion, his expression softened upon the sudden appearance of Uchiha Aya. "Ah, let us see what mischief she intends. Onaikin, I wish to indulge in some dango. I truly desire it." Aya exclaimed, her whimsical nature evident as she tugged at her own garment. With a tender smile, Anan grasped her small hand and replied gently, "Very well, you shall have your fill of dango." However, in the fleeting moment that Aya turned away, he murmured to himself, "This illusion has gifted me the sight of my sister. As a recompense, I shall ensure your demise first." Yum, utilizing the blood demon technique, was aware that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Anan, had succumbed to slumber. A smirk crept upon his lips. Uchiha Anan was not as formidable as anticipated. With a mere subtle maneuver, he had lulled him into unconsciousness. What significance did the strength of a demon slayer hold? A mere brute. With this thought, he cast a glance at Akaza, who was meditating nearby. Indeed, even though Uchiha Anan had not boarded the Infinity Train, the memories relayed by the Lower Moon 5 prior to his demise indicated a close relationship with the 3 new members of the Demon Slayer Corps. If he could ensnare Anan, there was no doubt he would not abandon them to their fate. The conductor, having completed his task, could no longer suppress the rising tide of panic and excitement within him. At last, he would be reunited with his wife and son. Prostrating himself before Yum, tears streaking his face, he pleaded, "I have followed your instructions and severed their tickets, plunging them into slumber. Please, allow me to sleep swiftly, that I may reunite with my departed family." Yum extended his hand, offering a benevolent gesture towards the kneeling conductor, raising his right hand and softly uttering, "Sleep now." His voice echoed like an enchanting melody, and in the next moment, the conductor was blissfully transported into dreams, reunited with his loved ones. Turning to the children gathered nearby, Yum instructed, "As the target enters a deep slumber, wait here. Should the need arise to tether into their dreams, ensure you do not disturb them. If the core of the dream is damaged, they shall become utterly incapacitated. Oh, and do not forget," he added, handing a connecting rope to one of the children. "You must ensnare the hand of a man clad in black, wielding a knife. I shall handle the rest personally. As the children departed, Akaza's silhouette emerged behind them, accompanied by 4 lower moons. Yum bowed slightly to Akaza, stating, "Sir, all preparations are complete. Once I enter their dreams, I shall uncover their secrets and potentially obliterate their core. I trust this outcome will please Lord Muzan." Pausing, he continued, "Should any unexpected developments arise, I would appreciate your assistance." With that, he settled himself nearby, awaiting the connection to the dream realm. Akaza, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, expressed his disdain for such underhanded tactics. Had he not glimpsed that colossal purple figure from the memories of Doma, he mused, a direct confrontation would have been far more favorable. However, I have unexpectedly become a member of the contingency plan. Yet, I genuinely wish to engage with the opponent, to serve as nourishment for my own growth. But why do I aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Is it merely a pure pursuit of power? It feels somewhat amiss. The other lower moons are sharpening their blades, fixated on the rear compartment, hoping that Uchiha Anan can break free from the dream, allowing us to confront him. After all, the moment he escapes the dream, with the momentum of several demons poised for action, we could catch him completely off guard. Yanming felt a tug on the rope in her hands, and an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. "This is splendid, everyone. The final stretch depends on you. Once I complete the mission, I shall continue to receive blood from Lord Muzan, and then challenge for a position among the upper moons, liberating myself from this group of worthless lower moons." Upon entering Uchiha Anan's dreamscape, Yanming observed Anan tutoring his sister at home. "Ah, how heartwarming. Yet, I am about to uncover your secret." Casting a glance at Anan, she shifted the dream, eager to glimpse the source of his formidable power. However, the scene of Anan acquiring his strength did not materialize. Instead, she found herself bound, affixed to a cross. Yanming was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? This should still be within the dream, which I control. How is it that I am the one ensnared? Though Anan could not exhibit Tsukuyami, he was capable of mimicking the space of it. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the world. Anan approached Yanming from behind, stating, "I merely wish to quietly observe Aya. Why do you willingly walk into the trap?" As he spoke, he plunged a phantasmal Nichiren blade into her body. Yanming feigned calmness, forcing a smile. "This is the place where you obtained your power, isn't it?" "I already know. Lord Muzan knows. All the demons know. I should be thanking you." In truth, it would be quite simple for Yanming to withdraw. A mere snap of her fingers would dissolve her blood demon art. "Then let us have a confrontation in reality," she declared, preparing to snap her fingers and exit the dream. After all, this situation was exceedingly peculiar. Her dream was no longer under her control, yet she could still end her blood demon art, allowing all demons to confront him together. Snap! Upon the dissolution of her blood demon art, the anticipated return did not occur. She remained ensnared upon the pillar. Anan chuckled derisively. "You didn't think you were still in that rudimentary illusion of yours, did you?" As his laughter ceased, the coldness in Anan's gaze caused Yanming to tremble uncontrollably. The demon who once reveled in manipulating others through dreams was now facing the consequences of her own actions. Anan lifted a finger, and suddenly, a multitude of Nichiren blades materialized in the space around them, each blade tinted with varying shades. In an instant, they pierced Yanming's entire being. A wretched sound echoed. Just as she experienced the excruciating sensation of being torn apart, the next moment, she felt a lightness. The Nichiren blades vanished, and countless wisteria petals began to fall around her. Yanming's eyes were filled with terror as she frantically snapped her fingers. "Hurry, hurry, release me." As the petals fell, the body began to convulse involuntarily. In reality, Yawazawa sat facing Yanming, observing the left hand of the latter. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers at a rapid frequency, furrowing his brow in confusion, wondering what this was about. Wasn't it supposed to go according to plan? Just as Yanming broke free from the dream realm, Yawazawa was perplexed by the sudden snapping of fingers. Subsequently, Yanming's body began to twitch uncontrollably. Upon snapping his fingers, those ensnared by the blood demon art began to awaken one by one. Yawazawa's brow furrowed even deeper. This had completely deviated from the plan, and he could not help but scold. Useless, truly useless. The technique unfolded, a destructive form, the needle of destruction. A snowflake-patterned domain of spells emerged beneath his feet, charging towards Uchiha Anan. With a single punch, he pulverized Anan's head, but before Yawazawa could revel in his triumph, a loud bang resonated, and a white mist ascended. To his astonishment, Uchiha Anan emerged unscathed from the corner. At that moment, Enshuin regained his senses and shouted, "Breath of fire, first form, unknowable fire." After severing Anan's hand, he further propelled Yawazawa out of the carriage. The interior was overcrowded, making it just right to engage in battle outside. Meanwhile, Yinming abruptly awoke, spitting out blood, and without looking back, crashed through the carriage's glass, fleeing outside. Hee. Testing Uchiha Anan. It's better than being tormented in the dream realm by Muzan. The other 4 lower moons were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. They could comprehend Yawazawa's immediate charge, as they had awakened per the plan. However, why did Yinming leap towards the window? Wasn't the agreement to confront the opponent together? Yet, among them, only Yinming had the presence of mind to act. Despite the circumstances, the others followed suit and jumped out. Tanjiro and Inosuke hastily severed the ropes and leapt down with their blades in hand. Zenitsu, still in slumber, chased after the box behind Tanjiro, exclaiming, "Nezuko, I will not let anything happen to you." At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the carriage converged once more on Uchiha Anan through the shattered window, as if questioning, "Aren't you supposed to be part of this?" They had all jumped. Why had he not? Under the collective scrutiny, Anan leaped from the train, employing the breath of lightning in pursuit of Yinming. Do not rush. If it weren't for Yawazawa's intervention, he could have remained in the illusion a while longer. Meanwhile, Yinming, now stripped of his previous elegance, sought only to distance himself from Uchiha Anan, further and further away. The lower moons trailing Yinming, unaware of the reason for his fright, could only guess. Even with shared memories, it would take time. His current panicked demeanor was beyond sharing. Lower Moon 6, Kirobun, watched as Anan approached with a surge of unnameable rage. Just moments ago, we were the hunters. We had Muzan's blood in our grasp. How could we allow him to escape so easily? Even if he could summon that colossal purple being, surely there would be limitations. Witnessing Uchiha Anan pass by Tanjiro and the others, he bellowed in fury. Blood demon art knew. The limbs began to thicken, and sharp claws emerged, glinting with a chilling light under the moon. Satisfied with a glance at himself, he lunged towards Anan. With the breath of thunder, fourth form, distant thunder, he was enveloped in a faint purple lightning, and in the next moment, he surpassed the Fuyue, once again pursuing ahead. Fuyue, feeling the gap at his neck, collapsed in disbelief onto the ground. This, however, ignited the fighting spirit of Tanjiro and his companions behind him. With Inosuke shouting loudly, "Let us go, everyone! Charge!" Witnessing their inability to even delay for a moment, could not help but curse them as worthless. In a fleeting glance towards Anan, those crimson blood-red eyes suddenly surfaced in his mind. Stumbling, he caused the remaining 3 lower moons trailing behind to collide into him. However, this brief delay caused Lower Moon 4, Zirakuko, to tremble and fall to the ground in tears, exclaiming, "I don't want to be a demon anymore. In my next life, I will never be one again." The blade sliced through, and his words abruptly ceased. Lower Moon 3, Byakuka, was filled with terror, and he opened his mouth to spew toxic mist. Lower Moon 2, Ruru, unleashed countless tentacles to assault the opponent. The 2 lower moons felt a sense of relief in their tacit understanding, as long as they added Yum's forced sleep to the mix. Even if it was just for a second, they could completely turn the tide. This was the backup plan they had previously discussed. Although 2 lower moons were absent, it was not a significant problem. Yet, Anan dodged the attack, slashing the necks of the 2 lower moons, and the forced sleep never came. The severed heads of the 2 lower moons cursed Yum vehemently. The meticulously devised plan was thrown into disarray by this self-righteous fool. Not only was there a lack of basic coordination now, but it was an utter waste of Lower Moon 1's identity. Meanwhile, Yum, unconcerned with the outside world, merely gazed into the eyes of his opponent and returned to the realm of illusion, experiencing once more the sensation of his flesh being torn apart. Just as Anan was about to slay the Lower Moon leader Yum, a fiery red figure hurtled towards him from the distance. Anan reached out to catch the figure, stepping back slightly as the blood-soaked flame pillar steadied himself, leaning on his sword and charging forward once again. The flame pillar did not seem to be in good condition, prompting Anan to furrow his brow. At last, Tanjiro and his companions arrived close by. Inosuke, observing the rising dust, saw flames and blue fists colliding in a cacophony. Realizing his own insignificance and solemnly stating, "I want to help, but I can't even see their movements." The clashes between the two sides left no openings. If he charged in, he would be met with death the moment he entered the opponent's attack range. Tanjiro looked at the flame pillar with concern. Just as Inosuke had said, if he went in, he would only hinder them. Suddenly, he noticed Yum collapsed beside him, and his eyes brightened as he dashed forward. Inosuke also employed the beast breathing, first Fong, piercing through to strike at Yum. Anan glanced at Yum, dispelling the illusion. Allowing Tanjiro and the others to practice and recognize their own disparities was not a bad idea. As the nightmare gazed upon the sunlit blade descending upon him, he remained motionless, even extending his neck forward, finally liberated. Was he not? No longer would he have to confront that fiend. How delightful. Whispering to himself, as his head fell to the ground, the nightmare returned the memories to Muzan intact. Surely, he could not be the only demon to endure such torment. Muzan, observing the memories offered by the nightmare, elegantly lifted a wine glass from the bar counter, preparing to assess this newfound utility of the lower moon. However, after sipping the red wine, a cold sweat broke out across Muzan's body, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The patrons of the bar, witnessing the convulsing figure who had merely tasted the wine, silently lowered their glasses in disbelief. Surely, the wine was poisoned. Yet, at that moment, Muzan's psyche was struck by a fierce onslaught. Attempting to sever the memories while fearing the loss of critical information, he could only endure the pain and absorb the experience. After a prolonged moment, Muzan slowly rose, surveying the crowd encircling him in the bar. Flesh buds began to emerge on his arms, and in an instant, the dim light of the bar was shrouded in a crimson mist, drowning out the cacophony of music with the screams of the onlookers. Ha ha ha, enjoy my suffering. The screams ceased, and the music fell silent. The information relayed by the nightmare indicated that the adversary also wielded a dreamlike technique, with the triggering condition being the eyes. Though somewhat skeptical, he communicated the acquired intel to Akaza, while expressing his doubts. How could it be that a mere glance could plunge one into an illusion? While the nightmare possessed such an ability, it was a derivative of blood demon techniques, prompting him to suggest that Akaza should investigate further. Taking a deep breath, he repelled the flame pillar and charged towards Anan. Anan's eyes gleamed momentarily. Just as he contemplated intervening in the conflict, an opportunity presented itself. After all, skilled warriors possess their own rhythm of attack, and an unexpected intervention might disrupt the flame pillar's tempo, instilling hesitance in him. However, now, with Akaza's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Anan understood that the latter must have discerned something significant. Uchiha Anan, join the demons, and you shall gain eternal life. Seeking the pinnacle of power, come, just as I have, continuously challenging the heights of martial prowess. Yet, the response from Anan was thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. His blade struck against the defensive arm of Akaza, who solemnly declared, the flame pillar rejects, you too refuse, but this force cannot slay me. Will you not hasten to employ that power of illusion or Susano'o? The implication was clear. He urged Anan to swiftly utilize that ability which ensnares one into a dream. Thunder breathing, sixth form, rumble of thunder. Severed limbs restored, Akaza launched a direct assault toward Anan's head. Destruction kill, void style. Did I hit? What is happening? Yet, he beheld as the adversary's form morphed into wood. In the next moment, the sunlit blade came slicing from behind. As Akaza leaped to distance himself, he observed the figure of Anan below, contemplating the use of his Kongshu technique. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from behind, prompting him to turn and behold a massive fireball, 3 meters in height, rapidly approaching. As he descended once more, Akaza's charred body had miraculously returned to its original state. However, upon witnessing 2 identical Anans, his eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Had I fallen prey to the illusions of my opponent? In a moment of shock, Inosuke exclaimed, could it be that Anan has always been 2 individuals? How remarkable! I never noticed. Tanjiro, fixated on Anan, acknowledged the formidable strength of his adversary. Astonished that such power could contend equally with the upper moons, Kyajuro observed the battle from the sidelines, taking a moment to recuperate. He had nearly exhausted himself. Despite his disdain for Anan, one could not deny the prowess of the 3rd upper moon. Each of Anan's techniques left spectators astounded. Akaza positioned himself, scrutinizing the 2 Anans. With a swift step, he created a deep crater in the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around as he vanished from sight, and charged towards one of the doppelgangers. The force of his punch sent Anan stumbling backward, yet Akaza quickly lifted his foot and aimed a kick at the other clone. The clone, taking a defensive stance, unleashed a series of fiery projectiles, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Having just experienced the might of the fireballs, Akaza knew he could not withstand them directly and swiftly countered with a barrage of Kongshu, deflecting the flames. Seizing the opportunity, the real Anan advanced with his Nichiren blade, striking downwards. However, as the blade descended towards his neck, Akaza deftly interrupted, shattering the sword with a precise blow. With a powerful kick, he sent Anan sprawling, leaping away to create distance. Observing the flame Hashira and Uchiha Anan, Akaza realized that without another upper moon on his side, further progress was unattainable. My blade, the one that has accompanied me for so long. Anan's gaze toward Akaza was icy. The weapon was shattered, just as you wished. The Sharingan flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, Akaza's own eyes transformed, revealing the red of the Sharingan. Muzan, seated at the bar, grasped a cup with his fleshy appendage, scooping blood from the transformed ground and savoring it, noting its inferior taste compared to the initial offering. Just as he prepared to observe Uchiha Anan's next move, the scene abruptly vanished. A pair of crimson, blood-red eyes met his, causing Muzan to hastily sever the connection. In Anan's mind, he caught a glimpse of a corner where his opponent had swiftly retreated. Shouldering the broken blade, he strode forward with a commanding presence. The flame Hashira sought to intervene, recognizing the evident flaws that even he could discern, let alone Akaza, a demon nearing the pinnacle of martial arts. Utilizing illusionary techniques, Anan delved deep into his opponent's concealed memories. What he uncovered was not the vision of himself at the zenith of martial prowess, but rather the image of a frail woman. Koyuki. Akaza too beheld this memory, a vision of a woman with cascading black hair, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him, standing before him with undeniable clarity. Who, indeed, is Rinshua? My aspiration lies in the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. Yasakura clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in agony, while Anan's footsteps came to a halt. Memories began to resurface slowly. Muzan's blood sought to suppress these recollections. Yet as more memories surfaced, Muzan's blood let out a wail. At this moment, Yasakura regained his memories, tears streaming down his face, realizing that his quest for the zenith of martial prowess was driven by the need to protect Rinshua, protect his father, and protect his master. The name Yasakura is quite unpleasant. Kiba is far more melodious. Anan observed the memories of Kiba, who was to wed his fiancée. Moments before joyfully conversing with his father at the gravestone, filled with anticipation to return to Rinshua, only to discover that both Rinshua and his master had been poisoned. With a sigh, Anan chose not to continue watching, gripping the broken blade tightly. He murmured, "You are free now, go reunite with your family." A sudden, urgent melody resonated, and beneath Yasakura, a wooden door abruptly appeared, for he had ceased to resist. Muzan's voice echoed within the infinite castle. "Yasakura, do you not desire to grow stronger?" Just as Yasakura was about to descend into the infinite castle, Anan seized him by the neck from behind, yanking him back up. Without hesitation, Anan delivered a decisive blow, severing the head of the now unresisting Yasakura. Yet, the body appeared to be continuously regenerating. Anan furrowed his brow. Was it not said that decapitating a demon would lead to its dissolution? Yet Yasakura's own consciousness resisted, unwilling to remain a demon any longer. Muzan's cold and authoritative voice resurfaced in his mind. "You must become stronger, ever stronger." The struggle between Muzan's blood and Kiba's awakening consciousness continued. But after residing within Kiba for over a century, Muzan's essence proved formidable. Just as Kiba's consciousness could no longer withstand the onslaught of the blood, Anan's brow furrowed, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested. The overwhelming presence of Muzan's consciousness within the blood was too potent. The ordinary three-tomo Sharingan could only unearth memories to a certain extent, unable to combat Muzan's essence. As Anan's Jinjutsu and Kiba's consciousness worked in tandem against the blood of Muzan, suddenly, an unfamiliar consciousness intruded, attempting to expel it. A pair of warm small hands gently cradled Yasakura's face. Looking up, he realized it was Rinshua. With tenderness, Rinshua said, "Mr. Kiba, that's enough. You are already strong enough." The tears that had just subsided on Kiba's face surged forth once more, as he whispered, "Rinshua, is it truly you, Rinshua?" Rinshue stepped forward, embracing the boy who had shed much of his demonic markings, softly saying, "Mr. Kiba, it is truly wonderful that you can return to yourself." Within the blood, Muzin's consciousness began to dissipate under the pressure from the three forces. Kiba continuously murmured, "I'm sorry, Rinshue. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." Meanwhile, the Flame Hashira and Tanjiro attempted to step forward but were halted by Anan. For any interruption at this moment could jeopardize their efforts. "Indeed, I am Kiba, not your Yazakura Muzin." Finally, Kiba turned from the warm embrace to mock the feeble consciousness of Muzin. Yukisawa expressed her gratitude to Anan, saying, "I truly appreciate your help. Without you, it would have taken Kaneo an eternity to return to his original form." As the sun rose, Akaza completely dissipated. While the crisis had been averted, Tanjiro seemed to sense a melancholic atmosphere lingering in the air, though it was invisible. The Flame Hashira stepped forward, patting Anan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I never imagined that an upper moon would truly be vanquished. After all, no upper moon has ever been defeated since their inception." Kagaya Ubuyashiki, having learned the outcome from the crow, wore an expression of exhilaration, proclaiming, "Well done, Anan, Kaijiro, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu." At that moment, he stood before a waterfall, gripping his wife Kanami's hand firmly, exclaiming, "The outcome that has remained unchanged for a century has finally shifted. Kaname, do you understand? This is a portent." Nakime could only hide at a distance, trembling as she attempted to mend the shattered buildings. Damn it all. Uchiha Anan, is it? How dare you? You shall pay dearly for this. I will annihilate your clan, and I will slay every one of your loved ones." The remaining 5 upper moons were urgently summoned back to the Infinity Castle. Daki, adorned in a form-fitting outfit with a ribbon tied at her waist, surveyed her surroundings, questioning whether Muzin had any new directives for them. Behind her, gentle footsteps approached. Doma looked at Daki and said warmly, "Daki, it has been a while. You look more beautiful than ever. How is your brother, Gyutaro?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, Daki promptly bowed, replying, "Lord Doma, we are well. However, I wonder what Lord Muzin requires of us this time." Doma surveyed the area, noting the presence of everyone except Akaza, and then leaned in to whisper in Daki's ear, "It is possible that there is a vacancy among the upper moons." Daki's eyes widened, and her hand instinctively covered her mouth. "How can that be? The strength of the upper moons far surpasses that of the Hashira. I have personally faced many of them." Doma waved his iron fan lightly, saying, "Let me tell you, a remarkable individual has emerged outside. Last time, they nearly escaped, and if Akaza were to encounter them, he might not return." He then greeted Hantengu, the upper moon 4, and Gyako, the upper moon 5. Kabutsuji Muzin, having regained his composure, straightened his attire and addressed the kneeling upper moons with unusual calmness. "Akaza is dead. We must now devote our efforts to locating the members of the Uchiha clan. Upon finding them, eliminate them all, along with their friends, family, mentors, and anyone associated with them. Additionally, if you encounter this Uchiha Anan, do your utmost to avoid conflict. Do not gaze into their eyes. If you can flee, do so. If escape is impossible, utilize the transport of Infinity Castle." Initially, Akaza was capable of returning through the Infinity Castle, yet he insisted on further testing, which ultimately led to the loss of a capable general. However, Muzin did not perceive any fault in himself. He merely believed that Uchiha Anan's prowess was excessively formidable. Yet, even the strongest possess vulnerabilities. Is Uchiha Anan prepared to endure the ensuing pain? With that, he transmitted the image of his adversary into the minds of the upper ranks. Meanwhile, Anan had returned to headquarters, where he reported the incident before Kanroji Mitsuri and the Hashira, following a unanimous decision by Kanroji and the other Hashira. Congratulations were in order for Uchiha Anan, who was promoted to Hashira, becoming the 10th member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Subsequently, a jubilant celebration ensued, for, fortunately, no civilians had lost their lives, nor had any members of the Corps been harmed, all while vanquishing the 3rd upper rank and every lower rank, a feat truly worthy of celebration. At the gathering, the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, was the first to express his disbelief. "I cannot fathom that you could defeat the 3rd upper rank. Surely, the Flame Hashira must have aided you." The Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, vociferously proclaimed, "When it comes to slaying demons, I shall surpass you." This was a festivity, yet Anan wore a forced smile. Now adding another name to his list of adversaries, the Serpent Wielder would pay dearly. Nevertheless, The other Hashira extended their heartfelt congratulations. Tanjiro and Inosuke were elated at Ainen's ascension, while Zenitsu's expression was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Kanroji, undeterred by any counsel against it, participated in the feast, declaring his joy and asserting his presence was essential. Meanwhile, in the Peach Mountain, the former Thunder Hashira, Kanamori, was initially thrilled to hear of Uchiha Anan's promotion, as it signified the continuation of his thunder-breathing legacy. However, confusion soon set in. Why was he designated as the Hashira of insects instead of the Thunder Hashira? What on earth was this impudent youth up to? At that moment, Anan, still at headquarters, sneezed, pondering who might be speaking of him. Out on a mission, the elder brother, Kaigaku, was consumed by envy, his demeanor twisted in resentment. Why? Why does this rookie, who has barely served a year, ascend to the rank of Hashira? What merit does he possess? Is the leadership of the Demon Slayer Corps blind? Upon returning to Peach Mountain, Anan observed his master's vexed countenance and felt a twinge of injustice. Master, I have become a Hashira. Are you not pleased? Kanamori scoffed. I would never dare to show discontent before you, the newly appointed Hashira, in the presence of a former Thunder Hashira. Upon hearing this, Anan comprehended the mischievous grin on Zenitsu's face. His master, a Thunder Hashira, had imparted the thunder-breathing techniques, yet produced a Hashira of insects. Indeed, it was a curious twist of fate. Master, allow me to explain. During the Infinity Train mission, I first utilized the thunder-breathing, first form, followed by the thunderclap and flash. After a prolonged discourse, Anan finally placated his elder mentor. He promised that, regardless of how the Demon Slayer Corps referred to him, he would always include the title of Thunder Hashira when introducing himself. Sankai Jiru did not desire this predicament, yet Zenitsu was only proficient in the first form. It was not that mastery of the first form was inadequate, but ascending to the rank of Hashira would prove exceedingly challenging. His elder brother, Kaigaku, could not even wield the first form, and once they attained the rank of Hashira, he feared he might no longer be able to witness their triumphs. After expressing his wish to learn the breath of flame to his master, he was unexpectedly met with no opposition. Though his master reiterated the significance of the position of the flame Hashira, Sankai Jiru understood well that Anan was exceptionally gifted, and he had little more to impart regarding his own thunder-breathing techniques. Should he continue to hinder Anan, it would only impede his progress. Seizing the opportunity while his master slumbered at noon, he cautiously gathered 2 full baskets of peaches. To his astonishment, upon turning around, he found his master standing at the entrance, cane in hand, gesturing towards him and uttering something. A gentle breeze wafted by as he heard his master's calls, and Anan lamented that the wind was too strong to hear clearly. Not granting the old man the chance to approach, he waved goodbye and leaped away to headquarters. Fortunately, he had managed to escape swiftly. The peaches, being a specialty of the Peach Mountain, were the perfect gift to present to the flame Hashira, Kyujuru Rengoku. During their farewell at the celebration, Kyujuru had mentioned that Anan could train alongside him, as long as they engaged in mutual sparring from time to time. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the doorstep of the flame Hashira, Kyujuru Rengoku. He knocked gently on the door. "Who is it?" came a youthful voice from within. Anan straightened his attire, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "Uchiha Anan, the newly promoted Hashira, has come to pay a visit." The door was opened by a young boy clad in a white uniform with vibrant orange hair. Senjuro glanced at Anan before fully opening the door to welcome him inside. "My brother is practicing his swordsmanship in the backyard. Please follow me," he said, as they passed through the main hall. Seated at the table with a wine jar in hand was Makijuru, dressed in dark attire. "This is my father, Rengoku Makijuru," Senjuro introduced before turning to lead Anan towards the backyard. Out of courtesy, Anan offered a greeting, but Makijuru merely continued to drink, seemingly inebriated. Shrugging it off, he hastened a few steps to catch up with Senjuro. Upon arriving in the backyard, Kyujuru was executing the flame-breathing, third form, flame of the universe. A fan-shaped wave of fire surged outward. As the searing heat enveloped him, Kyujuru noticed Anan's presence and ceased his swordplay. "Anan, you've arrived," Kyujuru exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, evidently having practiced for some time. Anan was struck by the breathtaking nature of the previous technique, its power remarkable, surpassing even his own wind-fire art. It was noteworthy that this was achieved through the breath technique without the use of chakra. Momentarily taken aback, he smiled at Kyujuru and said, "Ah, Kyujuru, look what I have brought for you." Upon seeing the peaches, Kyujuru's eyes sparkled, He recalled how succulent and juicy they were, far superior to ordinary peaches, and he had even brought some home previously. "Thank you, Anan," he replied, and with that, Kyujiro led Anan back to the front courtyard. Entering the pavilion, carrying a basket of peaches, I placed it before the formidable figure of the newly appointed Hashira, Kanjuro Makishiro, who would be staying at home for a while. A glance at the peaches sparked a glimmer in Makishiro's eyes. "Ah, peaches from Momoyama. It has been ages since I last savored them." He then turned to Uchiha Anan and casually inquired, "How is Master Kazuki doing?" "Master is well, and specifically asked me to bring peaches to visit you," Anan replied courteously. However, as Makishiro listened, a sharp intensity flickered in his gaze. "I heard that you wish to learn the breath of flame," he said, the disdain evident in his tone. "This is utterly misguided. Although I am unaware of why you bear the title of Hashira instead of the more fitting Flame Hashira, you must understand the folly of trying to master multiple techniques simultaneously. It is paramount to dedicate oneself to a single style and pursue its zenith. I have encountered many like you, who presume to possess talent yet squander it. My advice, abandon this path." With that, he lifted a jug of sake and took several hearty gulps. Just as Kyujiro was about to interject, Anan placed a hand to halt him. The situation seemed poised to ignite a conflict between father and son. "Makishiro-sensei, if I may inquire, what constitutes a person of exceptional talent?" Makishiro cast a sidelong glance at Anan. "Do you know how long it took the mist Hashira, Takedo Michiro, to attain his rank?" He raised 2 fingers towards Anan, enunciating each word, 2 months. Then he pointed at Kyujiro, declaring, "And this talentless fool took 2 years. Anan chuckled softly, raising 3 fingers to Makishiro. As Makishiro pondered whether it indeed took 3 months, Anan continued with a light laugh. "In 3 days, I shall master the breath of flame." Instantly, the other 3 present were rendered speechless, with Kyujiro suspecting that Anan, spurred by his father's provocations, had made an audacious claim. Meanwhile, Senjuro tugged at Anan's sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. After all, it was baffling how one could become so heated without the influence of alcohol. Yet Anan boldly asserted, "If I do not master the breath of flame in 3 days, I shall voluntarily resign from my position as Hashira." Makishiro's brow furrowed slightly, poised to respond. But Anan pressed on, "However, if I do succeed, you must abstain from alcohol henceforth, and you will teach me during these 3 days." He had forgotten to mention to Kyujiro that he initially intended to stay for just 3 days, with the foundation laid by the previous mastery of the breath of lightning, and bolstered by the copying ability of the Sharingan. 3 days was merely a baseline. Having taken a few sips of sake himself, Makishiro felt provoked. Kazuki had indeed imparted valuable lessons, and with a scoff, he replied, "Very well, 3 days it is. We shall uphold this wager." That night, lying in the same room as the flame Hashira, Kyujiro casually remarked, "Anan, you need not feel compelled to do this because of my father." "Anan, I assure you, this wager is not binding," Kyujiro reiterated, gazing at the ceiling in impatience. Receiving no response, he turned to find Anan already fast asleep. The following morning, 3 pairs of panda-like eyes collectively gazed at Anan, clearly indicating that aside from him, the Flame Hashira family had not enjoyed a restful night. The wine of Shijiro has awakened, and he realizes that last night was indeed inappropriate, just as he contemplated declaring that the wager from last night was null and void, and that one could study for as long as they wished. Anan waved his hand and addressed Shijiro with a resounding voice. "Mr. Shijiro, let us begin." This insufferable little rascal, Shijiro thought, covering his face in mild irritation. "Very well, let us commence. First, the breath of flame, distinct from the breath of thunder, which relies on footwork for power. The breath of flame necessitates the engagement of the waist to propel the legs, thereby energizing the entire body. Subsequently, Shijiro seated himself cross-legged and demonstrated the practice of the breath of flame, his aura beginning to heat up, even exhaling flames from his mouth. Anan, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, observed intently. Although Shijiro noticed a change in Anan's gaze, he dismissed it, concerned that he might not comprehend, and proceeded with another demonstration. Just as Shijiro was about to inquire if there were any questions, he saw Anan sitting cross-legged, calmly stating, "Is it like this?" As Anan began to channel the breath of flame, Shijiro's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be that after only 2 iterations, Anan had already grasped it? Observing Shijiro's shocked expression, Anan smirked mischievously and decided to unveil something even more astonishing, merging his remaining fire chakra with the breath of flame. Instantly, Anan was enveloped in flames. Shujiro was taken aback, staring at Anan in disbelief, sensing an extraordinary power within him that amplified the strength of the breath of flame manifold. Furthermore, this power harmonized seamlessly with the breath of flame. As the chakra was depleted, the flames gradually dissipated, yet the scorching aura lingered in the air. A sense of foreboding crept into Shujiro's heart. Could it be that this fellow might truly master the breath of flame within 3 days? What would happen to my wine then? No, it cannot be. Surely it won't. There are still numerous techniques within the breath of flame. Meanwhile, Shanjuro stood nearby, sweeping the floor, utterly dumbfounded by his father's expression of existential doubt. 3 days later, Anan swaggered out, cradling 2 jars of wine. Shanjuro's face radiated with joy, urging Anan to visit often. Simultaneously, in the backyard, Shujiro wielded a wooden sword, embodying profound paternal love towards Kanjuro. Look at Anan. He mastered it after just 1 demonstration. Kanjuro, with his steadfast visage, replied helplessly, Father, when you practiced the breath of flame, I refuse to believe you only learned it once. Hey, have you learned to talk back, perhaps from Anan? Yet, Shujiro continued to gaze toward the entrance, acknowledging the terrifying talent of Uchiha Anan. In just 3 days, not only the breathing technique, but also the techniques had been mastered completely. Even a genius would require dozens, if not hundreds, of times the effort. Mr. Kamado Tsujikuni truly found a prodigy. Upon returning to the Peach Mountain, he found his master sitting at the doorway, intently watching him. Oh heyo, master, enjoying the sun? Look what I brought back. He placed the 2 jars of wine before Kamado Tsujikuni and lifted the lids, releasing a rich aroma of wine. Tsujikuni squinted slightly. This seemed to be the wine from that young Shujiro. He had tasted it a few times during gatherings after retiring. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of wine, the young man could not help but appear somewhat enchanted, exclaiming, Isn't Makishuru in a rush to jump up and down? With a proud expression, Anan replied, Master Makishuru from the purgatory has indeed sworn off alcohol. He then recounted the events to his master, Chuo, who, upon hearing that the flame pillars had panda eyes that morning, could not contain his laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he grinned broadly at Anan and playfully inquired, My good disciple, would you like to learn the water-breathing technique? Just as Chiwuru observed Anan's slightly uneasy demeanor, a craftsman from the swordsmith village barged in, tackling Anan to the ground. How dare you break the sword I painstakingly forged? He exclaimed, locking Anan firmly in place. After a struggle, the craftsman solemnly retrieved 2 swords from a wooden chest behind him. Indeed, Anan had persuaded the swordsmith village to forge an additional sword under the pretext of utilizing his clone, a privilege befitting a Hashira. As he unsheathed the Nichiren blade, a cascade of violet light began to shimmer along the blade's surface. Following the violet, crimson flames engulfed the weapon, ultimately blending into a deep red hue. Both the craftsman and Chiwuru were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had witnessed such a transformation, the initial lavender hue giving way to a deep crimson. After the first color change, the sword was expected to solidify, and amidst their astonishment, Anan gently retreated, now wielding the second Nichiren blade. Having spent half a month with his master, Anan, under Chiru's disapproving gaze, hastily gathered a basket of peaches and departed. He intended to inform Oyakata Yose at headquarters of his temporary leave, ensuring he would not return as a traitor. However, during his visit, he received new intelligence. All demons were currently searching for the Uchiha clan members. Oh, searching for Uchiha members? Here? How intriguing. Let us hope they find what they seek. Was the young man truly unconcerned? As Oyakata Yose looked on in disbelief, Anan gradually vanished from headquarters. Transitioning back to the ninja world, Anan spotted Sasuke perched atop a roof, gazing at the moon. Could he possibly be thinking of me? Hey Sasuke, have you missed me? I certainly miss you. Upon seeing Anan, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaped down and threw himself into Anan's embrace. Wah! Brother Ayu said you wouldn't return. I didn't believe it for a moment. As he spoke, Itachi stood awkwardly at the door, his demeanor somewhat embarrassed. Anan shot Itachi a glance, then affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Chuckling, ignore his nonsense. How has your training progressed? I have brought you a special gift. Really? Brother Anan, I've become proficient in the first form. Sasuke exclaimed. demonstrating with a nearby blade. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. With a swift strike, a distant wooden post was cleaved in two. Itachi watched proudly, thinking how remarkable his little brother was. Yet, Sasuke pouted, but this sword isn't durable enough. His gaze fixated on the wooden box strapped to Ainen's back. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Anan unfastened the wooden box and reverently presented the Nichiren blade to Sasuke. Now, I entrust this Nichiren blade to you. You are about to graduate from the academy. Consider this your graduation gift. The Sun Blade, forged from the iron and ore of the mountain closest to the sun, is also known as the Chameleon Blade. With palpable excitement, Sasuke grasped the hilt and slowly drew the blade from its sheath, cautious not to damage it. Wasn't it called the Chameleon Blade? Just as Sasuke pondered this, the blade began to emanate a deep purple glow, compelling him to wield it in a graceful flourish, leaving a faint luminescence in the air. Give it another try, urged Anan, pointing towards a large rock in the courtyard. However, Sasuke, with a reluctant expression, carefully returned the blade to its sheath and dashed inside. Apprehensive about using the blade to strike the stone, what if it broke? He had already cast aside thoughts of Anan and Ayu. Itachi approached with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Where's my gift?" Anan kicked the basket at his feet nonchalantly. "Peaches, don't finish them all. There are some for Sasuke and Naruto too." The following morning, Sasuke asked Anan to accompany him to school, but did not include Ayu. As he clutched the blade, he hesitated. "Anan, Ayu, did you send him to protect me?" He glanced at Anan with a hint of confusion. "I can't shake the feeling that Ayu looks at me strangely." Anan turned his gaze away and softly explained, "He is someone I rescued during a previous mission. His family, including his younger brother, perished. I arranged for him to find a position as a chunin in Konoha. Seeing you likely reminds him of his brother." With only a week remaining until the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke diligently learned the remaining techniques of the thunder breathing style, his gaze sharpening with each training session. Anan observed with satisfaction, noting that Sasuke was finally embodying the essence of a ninja. Meanwhile, Naruto, feeling anxious, sought Anan's guidance, as he still struggled with the clone technique, crucial for graduation. Arriving at Anan's training ground, Naruto laboriously attempted the technique, producing a clone that appeared as limp as a noodle. As Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, Anan's Sharingan detected an anomaly in Naruto's abdomen, seemingly disrupting his focus. Is it that Nine Tails? Just as he contemplated confronting the beast, two Umbu descended from the trees, solemnly stating, "Assistant Lord, you have crossed the line." Naruto, bewildered, thought, "Wasn't Anan supposed to help me train? What's going on here?" Yet, sensing the Umbu's readiness to engage, he decided not to trouble Anan further and excused himself, claiming he had a plan and hurried away. It was merely a trivial clone technique. He could figure it out on his own. On the day of the Chunin exam, Iruka surveyed the empty classroom, observing Naruto's clone slump down, a smirk forming on his lips. Failure. Meanwhile, Mizuki noted the occurrence, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face, contemplating that the plan could commence. As anticipated, Sasuke passed with ease, delighting in the cheers from Ayu and Anan. However, he merely scoffed, "It's just a graduation exam. What's there to celebrate?" Just as I was about to celebrate, I noticed Naruto emerging with a dejected demeanor. Had he not succeeded? Reflecting on his limp shadow clone technique, it seemed quite likely. After all, the Nine Tails was not an adversary one could easily overcome with mere consideration. "Naruto," Anan called out, but as Naruto gazed at Sasuke's Leaf Village headband, he fought back tears and hurriedly turned away. He aspired to become Hokage, yet he was not even a basic genin. The ungraduated Naruto felt like a complete farce. Anan contemplated reaching out to grasp Naruto's hand, but hesitated. Given the current circumstances, it might be best to allow Naruto some time to gather himself. After the banquet for Sasuke, he would seek him out. During the feast, Sasuke observed as Ao served him food, understanding that it was an expression of longing for his brother. After taking a couple of bites, he returned the gesture. Itachi paused in his actions, tears welling in his eyes. He had not anticipated tasting food offered by his brother. Originally, he believed Sasuke despised him so much that he would kill him given the opportunity. However, despite the altered circumstances, being able to enjoy food served by Sasuke brought him a sense of solace, realizing that his little brother had matured and developed empathy. Anan, feeling a tinge of jealousy at the sight of the two brothers, thought to himself that perhaps he should excuse himself to allow them to enjoy their meal. Sasuke, sensing the gaze directed at him, finally recalled the tearful Anan and quickly began serving him food, making a point to ensure both were attended to. Gradually, he found himself serving Anan a bit more, as Anan had become akin to a mentor to him, perhaps even the most significant person in his life. After finishing the meal, he packed a portion for Naruto and waved goodbye to the two brothers as he made his way to Naruto's home. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Naruto had not returned. Placing the food at Naruto's doorstep, he contemplated searching for him when he suddenly spotted Naruto turning the corner from a nearby corridor. Anan. Naruto's face registered surprise as he noticed the food container on the ground, his stomach growling audibly. Scratching his head, Naruto chuckled sheepishly and opened the door for Anan to enter. Anan, you don't need to worry about me. I've figured out how to become a ninja. While eating, he addressed Anan. Was Naruto merely comforting himself like he had the previous week? Anan crossed his arms, awaiting an explanation. As Naruto began to mention the Book of Seals, he realized that it involved theft. At this moment, Anan was the closest ally he had. What if Anan learned that he intended to become a ninja through theft? Yet, looking at Anan's increasingly doubtful expression, Naruto felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Anan sighed. It was evident that Naruto was struggling. Perhaps he should visit the Ninja Academy tomorrow to devise a solution. After all, his position as an aide to the Hokage held some weight. Quickly eat up. I believe in you, Naruto. You must have a plan. Naruto paused, gazing at the meal before him and then at Anan, whose unwavering trust weighed heavily on him, as if a great mountain were pressing down on his conscience. Regardless of whether Anan despises him, Naruto resolved to convey his plan to Anan, accepting any repercussions that may follow, be it scorn or indifference, as his own responsibility. In a solemn tone, he declared, Anan, I intend to steal the Book of Seals. I have heard that mastering its forbidden techniques will enable one to become a true ninja. He buried his face in his lunchbox, reluctant to face the disappointment etched on Anan's face. Yet, he noticed Anan frowning in confusion, asking, Who informed you that forbidden techniques could grant you the status of a ninja? Naruto lifted his head, remnants of rice clinging to his face. Scratching his head as he replied, Teacher Mizuki. Mizuki? Who is that? Anan mused, realizing that someone intended to exploit Naruto to pilfer the Book of Seals. Employing his chakra to sense the surroundings, Anan detected the presence of the Umbu lurking nearby. This was intriguing, suggesting that the Hokage was already aware of the situation. Yet his absence indicated a tacit approval for Naruto's endeavor. Was he attempting to capture Mizuki or his accomplices? If the Hokage sanctioned this, perhaps there was an opportunity for Anan to reap some benefits. Naruto, it is far too perilous for you to retrieve the Book of Seals alone. We should devise a plan, Anan proposed. Thus, under Naruto's astonished gaze, a new strategy commenced. Meanwhile, the Hokage, listening to reports, learned of Mizuki's approach to Naruto. Taking a puff from his pipe, he reflected on Irika's favorable perception of Naruto, recalling how he had even treated Naruto to ramen the day before the examination. He realized it was essential to prevent Naruto from growing too close to Uchiha Anan and to strengthen Naruto's bond with the village. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the Umbu, Let us observe the situation and inform the barrier team and the guards to lower their vigilance. Understood. The Umbu departed, only to return shortly with an update. Uchiha Anan is currently with Naruto, holding a lunchbox. However, to avoid detection, the Umbu protecting Naruto are stationed outside and have not overheard their conversation. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, puffing on his pipe. Given that Naruto had not passed the examination today, he surmised that Anan had likely gone to console him. Do not concern yourself with Uchiha Anan. Let us resolve tonight's affairs first. On a moonless night, Naruto cautiously approached the Hokage's office. Within the confines of the Hokage's secret chamber, under the gaze of many, he effortlessly acquired the Book of Seals. Exiting the Hokage building with the book slung over his shoulder, he muttered in disbelief, What's the big deal? There was no danger at all. Just as the Hokage smiled, affirming that everything was proceeding as planned. A mocking voice echoed from behind. I never expected that the defenses of the Hokage would be so weak, allowing someone who is not even a genin to abscond with the most crucial Book of Seals. Anan was seen lounging by the window, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt of alarm as he gazed at Anan. Just as he was about to speak, a resounding thud signified Anan's abrupt disappearance. This is troubling. With no time to rally the shinobi, Hiruzen maintained his composure and instructed the Umbu beside him. The plan has changed. Retrieve the Book of Seals immediately, and remember, do not harm Naruto. Yes, just moments after departing, Naruto was startled by the figures emerging behind him, only to find Anan had already appeared before him. Naruto, your speed is exceedingly sluggish. Channeling the thunder-breathing technique, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing away into the distance. The Umbu, who were on the verge of closing in on Naruto, found themselves once again distanced. Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a black ninja outfit and pursued the flash of lightning. Meanwhile, he instructed his subordinates to secure Mizuki. This evening has already descended into chaos. Let us hope it does not worsen. Mizuki, lurking in the shadows, grinned as he observed Naruto exiting the Hokage building, then vanished without a trace. The Book of Seals would soon be mine. However, moments later, Mizuki's brow furrowed slightly upon realizing something amiss. The Hokage had not summoned the ninja promptly, but perhaps this was fortuitous. Since there was no summoning, he would proceed to inform Naruto of his hidden location and await the inevitable confrontation. Anan, watching the Hokage and his entourage chase after him, felt a surge of joy. Finally, the third Hokage has arrived. The Book of Seals is merely a ruse. My ultimate target remains you. Of course, I have no immediate intention of eliminating you. I merely wish to vex Sarutobi Hiruzen and gauge his capabilities. Thus, at a leisurely pace, he led the Hokage and the accompanying Umbu outside the village. Naruto, observing Anan sprinting with him on his back, felt a pang of bitterness. Weren't reinforcements supposed to arrive? Why have they not come? Surely it is because of me that Anan cannot escape. Anan, take the Book of Seals and go on ahead. I will hold them off. Just as Naruto was prepared to sacrifice himself for Anan, he was lightly struck on the head by Anan. Do not worry, little Naruto. That person has arrived. Turning his gaze forward, could it be Sasuke? Or someone else? A fiery light surged from the distance. As they brushed past each other, they exchanged smiles before stopping behind Anan. The flame faded, revealing a man clad in a white cloak with fiery red hair. The once pitch-black night seemed to shimmer with a hint of brilliance upon his arrival. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "This uncle is incredibly fast." The Hokage and his companions halted, their expressions solemn as they regarded the sword-wielding man before them. Although they sensed no chakra emanating from him, the finely honed aura he possessed, coupled with the earlier flame, suggested he was anything but ordinary. You all restrain him. I will pursue the Book of Seals. As he prepared to dart past from another angle, a low voice commanded, "Breath of fire, first form, unknowing fire." In an instant, he breached the distance to Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivering a swift strike. Earth style, earth wall. A 2-meter-wide stone barrier rose, only to be cleaved in two by the blade. Hiruzen recoiled slightly, rapidly forming hand seals. Earth style, earth river. As the mudslide surged towards his adversary, he followed with earth style, earth dragon bullet, and fire style, fire dragon bullet, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu. Transformed into Rengoku Kaijiro, Anan gazed at the relentless onslaught of ninjutsu and dared not confront it head-on. Leaping to evade the attacks, he ascended into the air and executed Breath of Fire, fifth form, Flame Dragon Ascension. Just as the Umbu ninjas intended to advance, they witnessed Anan unleash another technique, third form, Flame of the Universal Phenomenon. The flames spread in all directions, obstructing the Umbu's advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the vanishing lightning, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Furthermore, what is the situation with the barrier division that allowed such a formidable presence to infiltrate the vicinity of Konoha without our knowledge?" Rengoku Kaijiro let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "I am Rengoku Kaijiro, one of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I have come at the request of the Hashira to confront you all." Rengoku Kaijiro? Demon Slayer Corps? One of the Hashira? Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with bewilderment. Shouldn't such matters be diligently concealed? It seemed unexpected that Kaijiro would so readily divulge this information. Was it a ruse? Yet, observing the other's demeanor, it was evident that such an expert would scarcely stoop to deceit. He had indeed never heard of this faction, and there were 10 more like him. When had the ninja world acquired such an entity? It appeared that adjustments were necessary for Konoha's intelligence personnel. Summoning the Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed it into a staff and engaged in combat with Anan, while the Umbu occasionally launched surprise attacks. Before long, the Umbu reported that Mizuki had also vanished. Even for the stoic Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was nearly impossible to maintain his composure. Nothing had gone smoothly today, All misfortunes stemmed from that troublesome Uchiha Anan. Meanwhile, Naruto and Anan's clone had arrived at the hideout indicated by Mizuki. As Naruto unsealed the scroll and beheld the first forbidden technique, he was momentarily taken aback. Unable to suppress his complaints. What is this? The first forbidden technique is one that I am not proficient in, shadow clone technique. While Naruto was engrossed in learning ninjutsu, Anan grinned widely and began to fervently replicate the contents of the sealing book. Such treasures, all splendid treasures. Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God, for symbol seal, corpse bone rebirth. Before long, Mizuki finally arrived, and upon seeing Naruto practicing ninjutsu alone in the clearing, he frowned slightly and whispered, "Naruto, have you obtained the sealing book?" The response came not from Naruto, but from Anan, who sauntered forward with a flippant tone, tossing the sealing book. "Of course I have." Mizuki abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing Uchiha Anan, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "How could this be? Naruto, that damned fox. Must you announce your theft to others?" What a fool. Just as he contemplated his next move, he noticed Anan activating his Sharingan, causing Mizuki to collapse to the ground. Such scum was hardly worth his effort. It was best left to our beloved third Hokage to resolve. "Naruto, have you mastered it?" Anan inquired softly, for the sealing book was now of no use, and it had to be returned swiftly, lest it lead to him becoming a rogue ninja, which would spell trouble. Scratching his head, Naruto formed a cross with his hands and declared solemnly, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Hundreds of figures gradually materialized, astonishing Anan. The amount of chakra this little rascal possessed was truly remarkable. He was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan. "Since Naruto has already learned it, let us return," Anan said, addressing Naruto. "If you wish to learn other forbidden techniques in the future, feel free to come to me." With one hand grasping Mizuki and the other clutching the sealing scroll, he swiftly carried Naruto on his back and sped toward the outskirts of Konoha. As more and more ninjas began to converge upon the commotion, gradually, Anan's true form was encircled, the book of sealing having fled. Uchiha Anan, accompanied by Naruto, had also escaped, along with Mizuki. Should this so-called flame pillar manage to flee as well, Konoha would undoubtedly become a laughingstock, though it was already teetering on the brink of such a fate. At this moment, Anan felt a deep sense of frustration, urging his shadow clones and Naruto to hasten their arrival. After all, in order to showcase only the prowess of the breath of fire, he had allocated all his chakra to the clones. Now, he was left with no choice but to rely solely on the breath of fire. Unable to employ any other techniques such as Hiraishin, dimensional barriers, or Susano'o, nor could he utilize any jutsu involving pipes. He could only maintain the facade with the breath of fire. Itachi had also sensed the commotion, signaling to Anan from among the ninjas, silently inquiring if assistance was needed. Just as Anan was about to respond, a flash of lightning illuminated the distance, revealing the figures of Uchiha Anan and Naruto. The irate Sarutobi Hiruzen, his somber expression momentarily stunned, recalled his intention to publicly announce a bounty on Uchiha Anan and Naruto. What was the situation now that they had returned? At last, members of the Hyuga clan arrived, employing their Byakugan to investigate, discovering that Kaijiro's body was engulfed in flames, rendering everything else opaque. It appeared that his body did not harbor chakra, yet it was evident that he was a solid entity and not merely a shadow clone. While Uchiha Anan confirmed his identity as a clone, Uchiha Anan, with Naruto in tow, swiftly appeared before his true form, placing Mizuki and the Book of Sealing down, and proclaimed loudly, "Just moments ago, Naruto and I were dining when we fortuitously discovered that Mizuki, the traitor, was pilfering the Book of Sealing. We pursued him vigorously and ultimately intercepted him not far from here, successfully retrieving the Book of Sealing. The gentleman beside me, Kaijiro, misunderstood my intentions, causing some confusion. For that, I sincerely apologize." As his words concluded, Anan sheathed the Nichiren blade and bowed respectfully to the assembled ninjas. His declaration left the crowd momentarily speechless, followed by whispers of astonishment. Truly, this aide is remarkable, having apprehended a traitor that even the Hokage could not catch. Who would have thought Mizuki was such a person? We owe a debt of gratitude to this aide. What on earth is the barrier team doing, allowing a traitor to infiltrate? The members of the barrier team felt unjustly accused. Just as they were about to clarify the situation, they were silenced by the Hokage's gaze. How could they explain that Naruto had been sent to steal to draw out the traitor, allowing Uchiha Anan to seize the opportunity? "Barrier team, I am deeply sorry. This burden falls solely upon you. As for directly capturing Uchiha Anan, it was evident that he had arrived as a clone. How could they possibly accomplish that? After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage raised his hand to quiet the assembly, signaling for calm. This incident falls under the jurisdiction of the barrier team, the guards, and the intelligence department. I shall impose consequences and changes upon them, while expressing commendation for Uchiha Anan and Naruto's retrieval of the Book of Sealing. Furthermore, Mizuki will be interrogated to uncover any accomplices and will have his Chunin status revoked, with a final judgment to be held in the square the following day. With the matter concluded, the barrier team and the guards returned to the Hokage's office, bearing the Book of Sealing, their faces marked with discontent. As the multitude of ninjas dispersed, Itachi observed that Anan was unscathed and melted into the crowd. Anan, embodying the spirit of Kaijiro Rengoku, witnessed the fulfillment of his objective and transformed into a flicker of flame, dissipating into the night. The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Anan with a somber expression, stating, Anan, you are the Hokage's aide in Konoha, and I implore you to consider the village's well-being. Refrain from disseminating forbidden techniques. With a cold gaze cast upon Anan, he turned away, massaging his shoulder as he made his way back into the village. Anan, observing the Hokage's retreating figure, felt a surge of positivity and reassured, rest assured. Hokage-sama, I shall not divulge anything. As for imparting knowledge to Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto, that remains within the confines of internal sharing, not external. Upon returning home, Anan handed the sealing book to Itachi, urging him to peruse its contents. Itachi's expression turned perplexed as he contemplated the implications of Edo Tensei. His breath quickening. Are you implying that the deceased can be resurrected? Anan gestured towards the scroll, elucidating that the technique required a living sacrifice and that those resurrected would exist as living corpses, devoid of sensations such as pain and taste, unable to grow. This revelation furrowed Itachi's brow even further. Anan patted Itachi's shoulder and sighed. Living in such a manner bears no distinction from being dead. However, the existence of a resurrection technique signifies that a true method of revival must exist, does it not? Meanwhile, upon returning home, Naruto encountered Iruka the next day, who delivered his forehead protector. Handing it over, Iruka congratulated Naruto with a pat on the shoulder, saying, Naruto, congratulations on your graduation. Come, let me treat you to ramen. Overjoyed, Naruto embraced Iruka, exclaiming, Thank you, Iruka-sensei. After indulging in a hearty meal, Naruto swiftly made his way to Anan's doorstep. Unlike Naruto, who collapsed into sleep, Anan engaged in an excited discussion with Itachi about the resurrection technique, their enthusiasm leading to a sleepless night. By midday, Anan yawned as he opened the door, greeted by the exuberant visage of Naruto, who raised his forehead protector high, prompting Anan to chuckle. Ah, Naruto, the genin. Come in, come in. Appreciating the warm welcome, Naruto nodded enthusiastically, striding inside and adjusting his forehead protector, grinning. How do I look, Anan and I? Ha ha ha, I look cool, right? Sasuke, intrigued by the laughter at the door, peeked out. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto dashed over, boasting, I'm a ninja now. Sasuke merely smirked, refraining from a retort about his own handsomeness. It was a stroke of misfortune to be placed in Team 7 with this fool. In Team 7 were Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Overcome with excitement, Sakura proclaimed possessively, Sasuke is mine. Naruto glanced at Sakura, grinning foolishly. Sasuke, observing their antics, sighed. This team arrangement is quite something. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and sauntered outside, only for Naruto to wrap an arm around him, exclaiming, Sasuke, let us support each other from now on. Sakura hurried forward, pushing Naruto aside, brushing her hair back gently, and sweetly stated, Sasuke, let us support each other as well. Initially, Sasuke had his hands in his pockets, but he stumbled slightly as Naruto pulled him, managing to utter, Naruto, Sakura, I look forward to working with you. Upon returning, Anan learned of today's class divisions, and, upon seeing Sasuke's forlorn expression, burst into laughter. Itachi, witnessing Sasuke's official placement, felt a sense of relief and began to pack his belongings. Although he yearned to stay with Sasuke, his heart was now set on a new goal, resurrecting their family. Konoha had the impure world reincarnation technique. What about other villages? Surely, there must be alternative methods. Noticing that Ayu was suddenly preparing to leave, Sasuke felt an inexplicable surge of panic and exclaimed, Ayu, are you leaving? Itachi offered a bittersweet smile, responding, I am off to carry out a mission. I shall return in a couple of months. As he spoke, he instinctively tapped Sasuke's forehead, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. Anan, perplexed, wondered why Itachi felt the need to perform that gesture. He had witnessed Itachi's habitual sign when he sought him out for missions before. Anan promptly urged Itachi to depart, fully aware that he had inadvertently revealed something. Itachi, realizing his slip, averted his gaze from Sasuke and prepared to leave in haste. However, a chilling voice echoed behind him. Breath of thunder, first form. Anan thought to himself, damn it, Itachi, I should never have spared you. You truly are a scoundrel. Rushing forward, he attempted to restrain Sasuke, who was ready to draw his blade. But upon seeing tears welling in Sasuke's eyes, he sighed, Itachi, you will have to face this sooner or later. Casting a resigned glance at Itachi, he stepped aside. The first form unleashed a flash of lightning. The purple lightning coursed through Itachi's form, transforming him into a swarm of crows that fled the courtyard. Sasuke's eyes began to shift, his single tomo evolving into a double tomo Sharingan. As he turned, his gaze also transformed, prompting Anan to react with anger towards the retreating crows, shouting, You scoundrel, Itachi! How dare you return after deceiving me for so long? You and I shall never coexist peacefully. Sasuke, his face set in a cold expression, turned his head away, intent on pursuing, but Anan blocked his path. Let me go, Anan. I must take revenge. I must. Anan, witnessing Sasuke's growing obsession, felt a deep sense of helplessness. You leave me to clean up your mess, don't you, Itachi? You did this on purpose, just wait. He sighed and softly addressed Sasuke. Do you wish to pursue blind vengeance, or do you seek the truth? Choose wisely. But know this, should you step out that door today, I shall never reveal the truth to you. Sasuke glared at Anan, still yearning to chase after Itachi. In an exasperated manner, Anan struck Sasuke's neck. Sasuke looked at him in disbelief as darkness enveloped his vision. Anan nodded with satisfaction, saying, Since you choose to uncover the truth, I shall tell you upon your awakening. Your stubbornness requires a firm hand. Later that night, Sasuke jolted awake, noticing Anan dozing. Seizing a knife, he stealthily approached the door when a languid voice called out, Sasuke, do you truly not wish to know the truth? With a cold demeanor and a voice tinged with hoarseness, Sasuke replied, I do not. You and that man have conspired against me. All I desire is to kill that man. Anan couldn't help but pout, softly retorting, I too was deceived. As his Sharingan swirled, he began to unveil memories to his companion, fearing Sasuke might not comprehend the gravity of the situation. He elaborated, that damn Danzo threatened Itachi, coercing him into taking lives under the threat of your own. Subsequently, he conspired with Uchiha Madara to annihilate our clan. I returned on the night of the massacre, having even clashed with Itachi, and only managed to escape with great difficulty. In the end, it was Danzo whom Itachi and I jointly eliminated. Itachi, too, was responsible for our parents' deaths. Listening to Sasuke's words, Anan could only respond. His venture this time was to seek a means to resurrect our kin. Upon hearing the term resurrection, a flicker of light finally sparkled in Sasuke's hollow gaze. What resurrection? Knowing that without tangible evidence, Sasuke would likely think he was merely deceiving him, Anan continued. You see, there exists a method of resurrection right within the Leaf Village. However, the side effects are considerable. Itachi was simply in search of the most perfect solution. As he spoke, he handed over the scroll of impure world reincarnation. After staring at it for a long while, Sasuke's Rinnegan blade clattered to the ground, and tears surged uncontrollably as he began to sob. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Sasuke cried, his fists incessantly striking Anan. Once Sasuke had exhausted himself and quieted down, Anan gently spoke. There is a possibility that the third Hokage is still involved in this. Danzo is now deceased. If we openly assassinate the third, we would be branded as rogue ninjas. However, if we bide our time and seek alternative means to eliminate him, then the Leaf Village shall be dictated by the Uchiha. Moreover, considering the intent to resurrect our kin, we cannot be devoid of the resources that the Leaf Village provides. Sasuke gazed at Anan in confusion. What should we do now? Should I continue to heed the third's orders and carry out missions? Anan replied softly, Sasuke, the Leaf Village does not belong solely to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am an advisor to the Hokage. Once Hiruzen is gone, with that, he urged Sasuke to lie down and rest, while he too could finally take a moment to recuperate. Little did he know, the next morning, a resounding shout erupted from outside. Breath of thunder, sixth form, thunderclap. The abrupt, thunderous noise jolted Anan awake. He swiftly made his way to the courtyard, discovering Sasuke practicing his techniques. Observing the smirk on Sasuke's face, he realized it was intentional, and that Sasuke had wreaked havoc in his cherished courtyard. "Damn you!" A roar echoed as Sasuke dashed out of the house, declaring, "I'm off to complete my mission." Thus, after several missions involving catching cats and dogfights, and through Naruto's relentless efforts, Sasuke and his companions finally received a task from the third Hokage to escort the bridge builder Tazuna back to the Land of Waves. Watching Sasuke, now with his backpack ready to undertake a C-rank mission, Anan couldn't help but reflect, he has truly grown into a formidable ninja. Sasuke would be away for at least half a month, and with Kakashi accompanying him, a C-rank mission should pose little trouble. Anan then purchased some dango and utilized a space-time technique to return to the world of Demon Slayer. In the serene ambience of Tao Mountain, Sanjojiro lay comfortably upon a lounge chair, basking in the warm embrace of the midday sun. Suddenly, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, awakening his appetite. Having just finished his meal, he pondered the source of this tantalizing scent. Curiosity and hunger led him outside, where he discovered Anan crouched in the corner, holding what appeared to be a delectable assortment of three-colored dumplings. "Hey, you rascal, what are you up to?" Sanjo inquired, startling Anan, who had been indulging in the treats intended for his master. The boy had meant to present them to Sanjo, but could not resist the allure of their fragrance. "Ah, master, these are for you. They're a specialty from our side. Three-colored dumplings," Anan exclaimed, hastily offering the delicacy to him. "Bought for me." Sanjo glanced at Anan, thinking that perhaps the boy possessed a shred of conscience. Observing the half-eaten dumplings, Anan chuckled sheepishly. "Master, I am heading to the headquarters. Is there anything you need me to bring back?" With his mouth full of the three-colored dumplings, Sanjo waved Anan off impatiently and reclined once more, savoring the sunlight. "Oh, ever since I became a Hashira under his guidance, the old man has noticeably relaxed. It is well-deserved. He has devoted his life to the Demon Slayer Corps, and now it is time for him to recuperate." Upon arriving at headquarters, Anan was met with a scene of chaos. As Kanazaki Atoy rushed past, he quickly approached her to learn that the leader, Ubuyashiki Yose, had collapsed from coughing blood during a recent celebration and was currently receiving urgent care from Kocho Shinobu. Following Kanazaki Aoi outside, Anan saw several Hashira already kneeling in distress. The love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her eyes filled with worry as she murmured, "My lord, you must be all right." The stone Hashira, Haimajima Jiomiai, joined his hands in prayer, tears glistening in his eyes as he chanted softly. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Oba, lowered his head in disbelief, muttering, "I refuse to believe it." Hearing of their leader's grave condition, the remaining Hashira abandoned their tasks and hurried to the headquarters. Inside, Kocho Shinobu employed trembling hands to administer medicine and aid. Eventually, Ubuyashiki Yose stirred and gradually propped himself up, addressing the trembling Shinobu, who was filled with apologies, saying, "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Allow me one last glimpse of the Hashira." As Shinobu opened the doors and windows, the assembled Hashira gazed at her with hopeful eyes. But their hearts sank as she slowly shook her head. The serpent Hashira rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it." Yet, Shinobu averted her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of her comrades, her head bowed in sorrow. Ubuyashiki Yose turned his gaze towards the setting sun, akin to the twilight of his own life, recognizing that his time was drawing near. With a gentle voice, he addressed the Hashira, "You are all aware of my condition. I implore you not to chastise Shinobu. This is not an illness, but a curse, a punishment. I had hoped to endure until we vanquished Muzan, but alas, it seems I must now entrust everything to you." Anan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed it was merely a recurrence of an old ailment. Not an illness, but a curse? Could it be resolved with sealing techniques? Anan initially hesitated to interrupt, but the demeanor of Ubuyashiki Yoya, as if preparing for the worst, compelled him to speak. "If this ailment is a curse rather than a disease, I may possess a means to remedy it." The Hashira turned their gazes in unison towards Anan, and Ubuyashiki Yoya also glanced his way. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, was about to voice his skepticism but held his tongue, contemplating the possibility that there might indeed be a solution. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, bowed deeply to Anan, urging him to give it a try. The other Hashira followed suit, beseeching Anan to attempt a resolution. After all, it was evident to all present that the fate of their leader was uncertain, and whether he would survive the night hung in the balance. With Shinobu at a loss for options, even the faintest glimmer of hope presented by Anan warranted exploration. Ubuyashiki Yoya was acutely aware of his own condition, having sought the expertise of numerous physicians to no avail, and had initially wished to spare Anan the trouble. Yet, witnessing the collective desperation of the Hashira, he sighed in resignation. "Anan, I must trouble you." Anan's heart raced as he stepped forward, pondering which sealing technique would be most effective. Should he employ the four-symbol seal, the five-element seal, or the demon sealing technique? After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to utilize the demon sealing technique, as it seemed most fitting given the circumstances. A complete sealing might yield unknown repercussions, but mere suppression would carry fewer risks. Anan instructed the assembled Hashira to ensure an absolutely quiet and spacious environment. Shinobu promptly began preparations, and shortly thereafter, the stone Hashira lifted Ubuyashiki Yoya, leading the group to an open training hall. Under Anan's guidance, the Hashira learned that sealing techniques were, in fact, a form of ninjutsu capable of suppressing or restraining unusual powers within the body. Shinobu was astonished, having never anticipated such a method existed. In the training hall, Anan quickly set to work, illuminated by candlelight, meticulously inscribing runes, aware that Yoya's condition seemed to be deteriorating. Before long, he had Ubuyashiki Yoya positioned within the formation, removing his outer garments to begin the etching process. Although the Hashira had listened to Anan's explanations, the sight of the intricate runes densely covering their leader's body filled them with trepidation. Standing closer, Anan observed that much of Yoya's skin had turned a troubling shade of purple, and under the keen scrutiny of the Sharingan, he noted that the abnormality in his blood continued to spread relentlessly. Ubuyashiki Kanata, Yoya's disheveled wife, burst into the room, and the love Hashira hurried to comfort her, as she had never witnessed her husband in such a state. Having refrained from intruding earlier out of fear of disrupting Shinobu's treatment, she had remained outside. However, seeing the runes on her husband now filled her with profound unease. She longed to intervene, for the sealing technique described by the love Hashira seemed dubious at best, with the runes twisting and emitting strange sounds that only added to her apprehension. She had never witnessed a treatment like this before. It resembled more of a sacrificial rite than a remedy. The Hashira listened in bewilderment as Tenjin explained, feeling a dissonance with what Shinobu had just conveyed. After centuries of research, their attempts with various remedies had proven futile. Even employing poison to counteract poison, diluting blood, and exhausting every conceivable method had yielded no results. Perhaps this truly was their final hope, but Muzan had yet to be vanquished. That cursed Muzan. Sensing the concern in Kanami's eyes, Yoya raised his hand in greeting. "Kaname, you have arrived." His frail voice brought moisture to the eyes of both Kaname and the assembled Hashira. Kaname nodded towards her husband and managed a smile. Yet upon witnessing his current state, tears welled in her eyes, compelling her to turn her gaze aside. At the critical juncture, the Wind Hashira, Flame Hashira, Sound Hashira, Mist Hashira, and Water Hashira arrived just in time. Moments later, the runes were finally inscribed with chakra, and addressing the group and Yoya, Tenjin stated, "What follows may cause some discomfort. This is a normal response. I urge everyone to refrain from acting impulsively and disrupting the sealing technique." Yoya, with half-open eyes, murmured, "Everyone, heed Tenjin's instructions." Observing the nods of the Hashira, Tenjin felt a sense of relief, apprehensive that someone might react to Yoya's suffering and disrupt the seal. As Tenjin began to form hand seals, the surrounding candles flickered without a breeze. He uttered, "Sealing technique, evil suppression seal," and pressed his palm onto Yoya's shoulder. A brilliant white light erupted, and the runes began to twist and surge toward Yoya, enveloping him in excruciating pain that forced a scream from his lips. The purple, mutated blood curse began to coalesce around his shoulder, requiring an ever-increasing amount of chakra, especially given the lack of chakra in this location. Ultimately, after expending about 2/3 of his chakra, the sealing was completed, leaving a circular seal on Yoya's shoulder, filled with darkened, mutated blood. Yoya could no longer endure the strain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Tenjin exhaled deeply and collapsed to the side, feeling as though the battle itself had drained him. Observing the Hashira's eager expressions directed at him, he nodded, prompting Shinobu to step forward and examine her lord. The other Hashira gathered around, while Kiname lagged slightly behind. Tenjin, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smirk and remarked, "Why are you all crowding so closely? Do you fear he might catch a breath?" The Hashira quickly stepped back, and after Shinobu's thorough examination, she found Yoya's condition, though weak, to be stable. They couldn't help but express their joy, exclaiming, "Lord Yoya is fine." They then bowed deeply to Tenjin, stating, "Lord Yoya is well, but he needs rest. Let's discuss this outside." Kiname chose to remain, tending to her husband, while Tenjin followed the others out into the courtyard. Once outside, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, earnestly declared, "You have saved our lord this time. I will assist you in any future endeavors." The rock Hashira, Kaneo Tsutsumi, shed tears as he brought his hands together in solemnity and stated, "Umitba, Uchiha Tenjin, I acknowledge you now. Feel free to seek me out in the future." The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, stepped forward, pointing at Anan and remarked, "Humph. Since you have saved our esteemed leader, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Allow me to commend you a bit." Upon hearing this, the other Hashira looked on with bemusement, swiftly bypassing the serpent Hashira to shower Anan with praises. The flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, approached and patted Anan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Every moment spent with you is truly astonishing." Due to Anan's timely intervention, the urgent assembly of the Hashira was abruptly dissolved, as they hurriedly returned to their respective missions, having been summoned back only to find their leader unscathed. Just as Anan sought a moment of respite, the crow, Tenjin, landed on his shoulder, squawking. "The Kawaguchi team is under siege by demons, requesting assistance, requesting assistance." The name Kawaguchi sounded oddly familiar to Anan, who scratched his ear, nearly deafened by the bird's cacophony. "Isn't that my troublesome senior brother?" Initially reluctant to provide aid, Anan reconsidered upon thinking of his mentor. The thought of his mentor's sorrow should that scoundrel perish was unbearable. "For the sake of my mentor," he said, casting an annoyed glance at Tenjin, "You foolish bird, lead the way." Enraged, Tenjin perched on Anan's hand and defecated, prompting Anan's expression to darken. "Northwest, northwest," Tenjin quickly directed. At that moment, the trio of the Kawaguchi team was gripped by fear. Surrounded by the eerie stillness of the dense forest, where countless shadows lurked ominously, Mizutani Jiro trembled as he shouted at Kawaguchi, "You fool! It's your fault for insisting on hunting demons here. Now we're trapped." Morita Jiro, filled with reproach, turned to Kawaguchi and asked, "Captain, what should we do now? The enemy isn't attacking. Should we make a break for it?" Fury contorted Kawaguchi's face. In his ambition to become a Hashira and slay the 12 Kazuki, he had led his team into this demon-infested thicket to hone their swordsmanship. To his dismay, the forest felt like a den of demons, and just as he contemplated fleeing, Jiro's noise had already alerted the adversaries. Damn it! In that critical moment, Kawaguchi swiftly unleashed the thunder-breathing, second form, thunderclap and flash, clearing a path for escape. However, the demons, upon witnessing the thunder-breathing, did not pursue as usual. They merely observed silently as the trio retreated. Unbeknownst to them, deeper within the forest, the seated Akahaka wore a glimmer of delight, murmuring to himself, "Thunder-breathing. It seems those opposing Musen are also wielding thunder-breathing. It appears I am destined for a place among the upper moons. With the lower moons recently eliminated, I am now qualified to contend for that position." Yet I did not anticipate Musen's decision to cease its establishment. He promptly relayed this information to Musen Kabutsuji, who sat in his study, engrossed in medical research. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, a faint smile graced his face. "Oh, is that so? If this matter is handled well, you shall become Upper Moon 6. I will send Kokushibo to assist you. All you need to do is cooperate with him." As Chihua listened to the words of Lord Musen, he immediately crouched down and respectfully replied, "Yes." The sound of a string resonated, and suddenly a portal appeared on the nearby rock, from which emerged Kokushibo. Clad in a purple cloak, wielding a blade in his right hand, his face adorned with 3 pairs of eyes. Feeling the presence of the abyssal demon before him, which devoured all in its path, Chihua straightened his body only to kneel once more, solemnly addressing Lord Kokushibo. Without averting his gaze, Kokushibo spoke in a low voice. "You have done well this time. Where is the one who wields the thunder-breathing?" He felt a sense of helplessness. He had been searching for the Uchiha clan, traversing far and wide. Not only had he failed to find them, but many had never even heard of the Uchiha surname. Now, He had finally located someone adept in thunder breathing, albeit not from the Uchiha clan, yet presumably connected to Uchiha Anan. Before Kokushibo could inquire further, Chihor respectfully stated, "My lord, please follow me. The individual has been under our surveillance." They had surely run far enough by now. Koyue was just about to stop for a rest when he heard footsteps approaching from not far ahead. Noticing the other party wielding a blade, he instinctively wanted to cry out for help, only to see that the figure bore 6 eyes upon their face. In the next moment, the figure was upon him, and the recently bloodied hashikage had already been sheathed by Kokushibo. "I hear you can wield thunder breathing?" In an instant, the 2 teammates behind Koyue, Mizutani and Morita, fell to the ground. Koyue gasped, cold sweat trickling down his back. Was that gaze from the upper moon one? Seeing that the other party remained silent, Kokushibo furrowed his brow slightly and posed another question. "Do you know Uchiha Anan?" Returning to his senses, Koyue realized what the others sought. Just as he was about to speak, a loud voice echoed from a distance. "Foolish bird, just wait. What kind of wretched path are you leading? I'll have your head for soup when you return." Hearing that familiar voice, Koyue was about to eagerly step forward to explain, but he noticed a figure already standing beside Kokushibo. "Brother, you have quite a few extra eyes there," Uchiha Anan remarked, rubbing the grayish filth on his right hand against Kokushibo. "Ah, this fabric is quite good. It cleans up nicely." Meanwhile, Koyue cautiously shifted his steps, trying not to draw attention, but the previously calm Kokushibo erupted with an overwhelming aura of killing intent. With no other choice, Koyue shouted, "Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder." Utilizing the lightning's brilliance, he escaped the deadly atmosphere surrounding Kokushibo and fervently prayed that Uchiha Anan would refrain from provoking the formidable Upper Moon one. Uchiha Anan may have slain an Upper Moon, but recent rumors suggested it was not a solitary feat. The Flame Hashira had been assisting him. Now, Uchiha Anan stood alone. How could he possibly contend with Upper Moon one, let alone be so chummy with him? Surely, he did not let a prior victory inflate his ego, losing sight of his true capabilities. On the other hand, there was a hope that Upper Moon one would swiftly eliminate Uchiha Anan. What audacity to steal the spotlight from the Kaze Hashira's lineage. Only I am worthy of such a claim. As Kokushibo unleashed his murderous intent, his hand rested on the hilt of his blade, yet a voice within urged him to flee, to avoid confronting the adversary head-on. The voice that echoed was none other than Muzin's. "Flee. Do not confront him head-on. You are no match for him. Hurry, escape." Muzin's sole desire was to protect this subordinate who had accompanied him for centuries. Should the adversary conjure an illusion or summon that colossal purple figure, it might result in the loss of all Upper Moons today. However, Kokushibo was presently blinded by rage, having lived for hundreds of years. He had never encountered anyone who dared to use his clothing as a rag. How audacious this little brat was. In an instant, a flash of black light collided with a bolt of lightning, resulting in a continual clash of powers. Breath of the Moon, 5th form, Moon Spirit Vortex. The surrounding area was enveloped in a blade-like wind, and the purple lightning was devoured, transforming the once dense forest into a gaping pit, as if plowed through by unseen forces. What is happening? Koyuki thought, his heart racing, fists clenched tightly. This Uchiha Anan was being engulfed by such an onslaught, and yet remained unscathed? Suddenly, Kokushibo raised his sword once more and turned to look behind him. "Wow, your strength is truly remarkable." Anan emerged from the darkness, shouldering his sword. Upon witnessing his emergence, Kokushibo shifted his blade, revealing another Anan who stepped out from the side. Indeed, this Uchiha Anan was not one, but 2 individuals. Just as he was about to strike, another shadow of Anan emerged from the darkness, and soon, dozens of Anan's avatars appeared. Kokushibo lowered his sword, seemingly comprehending Muzin's well-intentioned strategy. "Come, let us test our might once more. Breath of Thunder, 1st form. Breath of Fire, 3rd form. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique." Over 50 avatars simultaneously unleashed their techniques, slashing and thrusting, as countless illusory Nichiren blades surged towards Kokushibo. Observing the swarm of Anan, Kokushibo's 6 eyes began to scan the surroundings, and he exhaled a breath of foul air. Breath of the Moon, 6th form. Eternal night, moonless. Countless arc-shaped winds sliced through the area. Where previously he had only cleared one direction, now everything in all directions was obliterated. Even Koyuki, who was spectating, was caught in the aftermath and hastily utilized his rice spirit, unleashing several slashes to barely withstand the residual impact. Koyuki looked on with a grim expression at the battlefield. This Uchiha Anan was indeed battling such a monster. Previously, having never encountered the 12 Kazuki, Koyuki had assumed they were merely stronger than ordinary demons, believing himself merely unfortunate to have not faced one. Now, however, he realized he was mistaken. The strength of the Demon Slayer core was simply not comparable to that of demons. Anan stood aloft, his expression somewhat grave. He had already expended the vast majority of his remaining chakra on his avatars and breathing techniques, leaving only a small reserve for activating his Mangekyo's teleportation ability. Each strike's potency had increased several-fold, yet this Kokushibo still cleared everything around him with a single blow. This had transcended the realm of mere numbers. Kokushibo sheathed his sword but did not relinquish his grip on the hilt, recognizing this was merely a test from Anan. He recalled that the opponent's breathing technique had not been mastered to perfection. Someone who had yet to grasp the essence of the world was, in his eyes, simply unworthy of combat. No matter how many came, they were nothing more than fodder. Refrain from such tests. They have grown exceedingly tedious. Unleash your formidable purple giant or your illusions. Anan yearned to summon Susano'o to vanquish the foe, yet in the current predicament, such an endeavor seemed rather implausible. With the sealing technique and the earlier clones having depleted his chakra reserves significantly, exhausting his remaining chakra could very well jeopardize his own safety. Thus, he feigned bravado. I have come solely for Koyuki. If you wish to fight, summon Muzan. It is infuriating that he always lurks in the shadows. Of course, should the adversary refuse to comply, he would have no choice but to abandon Koyuki and retreat alone. Muzan felt an inexplicable sense of being underestimated. However, memories of the towering behemoth from his recollections, along with Muzan's incessant urging within his veins, compelled him to relent. He succumbed to the melody of the strings, allowing it to transport him back to the infinite castle. Meanwhile, Akahaka, who had earlier perceived Uchiha Anan, had long since vanished. Finally, liberation. Otherwise, he would have surely been overpowered. Anan's words, however, reached Koyuki, who had been concealed behind a tree, leaving him momentarily stunned. What did it mean? Had Uchiha Anan truly lacked the strength to defeat the Upper Moon One? Was it all a mere facade? Master brother, what are you still doing there? Are you hoping to stay the night? Koyuki felt he had gleaned the answer and stealthily emerged when the hidden squad arrived to retrieve the fallen comrades. Tsukikage received orders and confronted Koyuki, exclaiming, Koyuki has violated team regulations by acting independently, resulting in the demise of 2 comrades. Return to headquarters for an investigation. Seeing the danger dissipate, Anan directed his ire toward Tsukikage, chasing the foolish bird away. Koyuki trudged toward headquarters with heavy steps. Yet his gaze persistently wandered into the depths of the forest. Kaneo Tsuyuri awakened from his slumber, clenched his fist, and waved his arm, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, dispelling the weakness he once knew. Upon returning to headquarters, Anan observed that Kaneo could now walk normally. He approached to examine the sealing technique, furrowing his brow. Lord Kaneo, this sealing technique can only last for 3 months. It is imperative to maintain a stable emotional state and refrain from any vigorous movements. I shall return in 3 months to uphold this seal, Anan informed him. Kaneo smiled slightly. I am already content to walk again. Thank you, Anan. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. The entire Demon Slayer Corps will lend their utmost support. Anan laughed heartily. Then I shall visit more often. After some idle chatter, he found a secluded spot and leaped back to the shinobi world, indulging in slumber to replenish his chakra. Thus, he practiced breathing techniques and honed his jutsu. Half a month passed. Anan found himself in deep contemplation, realizing his chakra levels seemed to have reached a plateau. How could he augment them, lest he continually find himself in a state of chakra depletion? As the crows soared across the horizon, they converged into the shape of a weasel. Sighing towards Anan, in the past month and a half, I have uncovered 3 pieces of information regarding genuine resurrection. One pertains to the Sand Village, and the other to the Akatsuki organization. However, both require intact corpses. Upon hearing this limitation, Anan couldn't help but frown, his heart gradually sinking. Yet he still wished to hear Weasel's methods. Weasel sat cross-legged, took a sip of tea, and slowly began to speak. One method is the Sand Village's rebirth technique. But the cost is the life of the practitioner, essentially a life for a life. The other involves the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, who approached me, claiming he possesses a means to resurrect individuals, but the price is to assist the Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. Yet, both methods necessitate relatively intact bodies. The disappointment on Anan's face was palpable. How long had it been since the incident? While bones could be found, a complete body was an impossibility. Weasel observed Anan and suddenly remarked, "There is a third option. Uchiha Madara has also contacted me, stating he has a way to resurrect his loved ones and live alongside them, claiming that as long as the plan is fulfilled, all relatives can be revived." Anan immediately lifted his gaze, his eyes once again brimming with light. What method? Weasel fixed his gaze upon Anan, articulating each word with precision. The Eye of the Moon plan. What? To create a world devoid of war using the power of the tailed beasts? And it can resurrect all loved ones, allowing us to live happily together? Anan stared blankly at Weasel, momentarily captivated, yet he questioned the existence of such a world. Noticing Anan's silence, Weasel urgently implored, "Anan, do you not desire such a world? Do you not wish to revive your family? Calm down, Weasel. Do not be deceived." Anan admonished, "Are you not aware of the filth in this world? Do you not remember Danzo? Have you forgotten the eyes of our clan?" With a somewhat fevered gaze, Weasel responded, "Individuals like Danzo cannot be eradicated. During the Third Great Ninja War, how many of our kin perished? This world has been engulfed in conflict for too long. Anan, we need your strength to help us bring this chaos to an end." "We?" Anan's eyes shone with intensity. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar voice emerged from the void. "Indeed, we." Stepping forth from the abyss was Sabito. As Anan's Sharingan swirled, he coldly addressed Weasel, "Do you realize what you are doing? Have you allied yourself once more with the perpetrator of our clan's demise?" He then added sarcastically, "All right. I almost forgot. You are one of the principal culprits." Weasel's eyes dimmed, and he urgently pleaded with Anan. "Anan, trust me. This is the only way. I have traversed the secret chambers of the 5 great ninja villages using Tsukuyami. There are no alternatives. It is either resurrection or becoming soulless, living dead, or the restrictive techniques I just mentioned." Sabito then approached, sitting beside them, and ignited Anan's fury. "Reviving your sister is only possible through this method. Join us." At that moment, Anan's anger flared, and his Mangekyo Sharingan began to activate. "How dare you mention my sister? How dare you?" The boundary line sliced directly through Sabito's body, and Anan unleashed the complete form of his Susano'o. The colossal 300-meter-long blade descended relentlessly upon Itachi. In response, Itachi activated the second form of his orange Susano'o, albeit shorter in stature compared to Anan's full manifestation. The 10-fist sword clashed violently with the illusory sun wheel blade. Itachi, Anan, both combatants roared each other's names, fervently engaging in a fierce struggle, each striving to gain the upper hand. Every move they executed sent tremors through the earth, and a single strike cleaved distant mountains into gorges. Sabito, concealed within the Kimui space, initially boasted, "Fortunately, I activated his Anaji in advance." He then erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, let it be, let it be. Truly, we are the Uchiha clan. Itachi, from this day forth, you shall be bound to me." Meanwhile, the third Hokage was preoccupied with administrative duties when he suddenly noticed his writing hand trembling. No, it's not me. The table and chairs are shaking. No, the entire building is quaking. What on earth is happening? Peering out the window, he leaped onto the rooftop, where he beheld 2 colossal figures, one purple and one orange, engaged in a frenzied clash just a few kilometers away. The third Hokage, utilizing the telescope technique, focused on the epicenter of the battle, recognizing it was none other than Uchiha Anan and Itachi. Could this be the Susano'o of the Uchiha? Regaining his composure, he swiftly commanded those around him, "Ambu, mobilize all ninjas to the incident site and protect the village. Remember, all ninjas." A chorus of resolute affirmations echoed in response. Yes. Meanwhile, various figures from Konoha, including Hyuga, Aburame, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, set aside their tasks, trembling involuntarily at the sight of the 2 gigantic beings, perplexed by the sudden appearance of these monstrous entities. An elder from the long-lived ninja clan, trembling as he pointed at the giants, stammered, It's that Azura, the Azura of the ninja world, has returned." Following the orders, the ninjas first scolded the third Hokage before hastily making their way to the Uchiha territory. Sabito cautiously approached Itachi, stating gravely, Anan is consumed by rage and will heed no reason. This is Konoha. We are at a disadvantage. We must retreat and return later. However, Anan, controlling his Susano'o, abruptly halted and sheathed the illusory sun wheel blade. Itachi, believing Anan had come to his senses, felt blood streaming from his eyes and was about to speak when he saw the Susano'o's mountainous left foot thrust backward, its right leg slightly bending. As an air current akin to a train's brake began to surge from Susano'o's mouth, Obito's previously calm demeanor faltered in alarm, his mouth agape. What? What does he intend to do? In his eyes, the illusory blade of Susano'o began to emit flickering purple lightning. Itachi, do not resist. Quickly, release your Susano'o. Obito's voice became shrill with fear. Then, a thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, the towering Susano'o vanished, only to reappear several kilometers behind Itachi. Where the lightning flashed, the landscape was transformed into deep gorges, and the mountains and terrain were reduced to dust by this single technique. Obito and Itachi, lying within the Kamui space, gazed at the scene before them, their faces etched with terror. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, having just returned from a mission, stood with their mouths agape, staring blankly at the distant Susano'o, their tricolored dumplings falling unnoticed to the ground. The clan leaders, snapping back to reality, maintained a facade of calm, but their hearts were tumultuous. They exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves about the third Hokage. Such a monster. Do you really expect us to take it on? Wouldn't a single blow from it be enough to finish us off? Surely, this is something the Hokage should handle first. As instructors in ninjutsu, shouldn't we be taught how to deal with such situations? Perhaps we should take this opportunity to flee, if the Hokage continues down this path. I fear for the future of Konoha. Anan, within the Susano'o, found himself gasping for breath. Utilizing the Susano'o with the breath of lightning had nearly drained his chakra. As he controlled the Susano'o back to the village, the Uchiha clan's territory had already been reduced to ruins. With his arms crossed and resting upon his chest, Anan looked down upon the Hokage and others, speaking in a solemn tone. Are you here to welcome me? The Hyuga and other clans exchanged glances at the massive sword, silently returning their shurikens to their tool bags. The Hokage waved his hand, stepping forward without a change in expression, and looked up at Anan, asking, Assistant Hokage Uchiha Anan, what transpired just now? Observing the tension etched on the faces around him, Anan let a smile curve his lips. The rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi infiltrated Konoha with nefarious intentions. And I, of course, had to take action. Alas, he managed to escape. The third Hokage forced a smile, speaking gently. Since all is well now, Anan, please come down and speak. However, Anan replied with a resigned shrug, but I currently have nowhere to land. Might I request permission from the Hokage to return to my former clan's territory? The original clan grounds had long been divided among Sarutobi, Shimura, and the higher-ups. Given that it was once the very heart of Konoha, Sarutobi's countenance was grim, nearly dripping with distress, yet he maintained a gentle tone. We shall discuss this matter in a meeting and will provide you with a satisfactory response. For now, Anan, please descend. After all, some things, once revealed, must be utilized properly, otherwise it would appear as though they were intimidated. As the Susano'o gradually dissipated, Anan approached the crowd. The Hokage and others released a collective sigh of relief. Standing before the colossal entity had been overwhelmingly oppressive. Although they now faced Uchiha Anan, the tension in the Hokage's heart had loosened slightly. At least he no longer had to look up to speak. In the Hokage Tower's conference room, those who had missed the urgent situation, such as Nara Shikamaru and Mitomon, were now present and orderly as they joined the meeting. Mito Minyen, his expression grim, gazed at Uchiha Anan and declared, Uchiha Anan, your clan's territory has been damaged, and it was you who caused this destruction. What right do you have to demand a replacement for your clan's land? Sukanakawa Komatsu tapped the table to halt Mito Minyen's tirade, then turned to Anan with a gentle demeanor, saying, I empathize with your predicament. I propose that we utilize the village funds to rebuild the Uchiha clan's territory. Nara Shikaku subtly shook his head. The issue at hand was no longer about reconstruction, but rather a matter of reclaiming what rightfully belonged to them. A fact seemingly lost on the two in front of him. Supporting his head with his hands, he lamented, Can't you see the chasms outside the village? I even suspect that those two monsters are merely staging a performance for Konoha to witness. The other clan leaders exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on Uchiha Anan. Wary of provoking his wrath, Anan surveyed the room before locking his gaze onto the Hokage's aged face, his voice low and somber. Lord Hokage, I had expressed my concerns in a more subtle manner, yet it appears you have failed to grasp my intentions. With a sharp thud, he struck the table. His tone icy. What I mean is, I demand the return of the Uchiha clan's rightful territory. The activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan sent a shiver through those present, prompting an instinctive wariness. Hyuga Hizashi immediately rose, asserting, I support Uchiha Anan in reclaiming his clan's land. After all, the Hyuga clan has never encroached upon others' territories. And given the current situation, who would dare oppose? Ignoring the predatory glares from Tsukanakawa Komatsu and Mito Minyin, he resumed his seat. Nara Shikaku exhaled, recognizing that the first to speak often bears the brunt of scrutiny. Though he supported the cause, he refrained from being the primary voice. He then calmly added, I too concur. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi swiftly followed suit, and soon after, other clan leaders echoed their agreement. Who would dare dissent? They had no desire to confront the looming threat. As the discussion concluded, all eyes turned towards the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze darkened. He suddenly found himself yearning for Danzo. Sucking on his pipe, he pronounced gravely, in that case, we shall permit the Uchiha clan to relocate back to their territory. And those currently stationed there as guards must withdraw immediately. The term guards was a euphemism for those occupying the clan's land, indicating they should vacate post-haste. Let us leave the matter here for now. If there are no further issues, the meeting is adjourned. Sasuke and the others arrived at the outskirts of their territory. Gazing at the desolation before them, Naruto, ever generous, declared, Sasuke, you can stay at my house, and Anan can come too. Sakura opened her mouth, wishing dearly for Sasuke to stay at her home, though it remained merely a fleeting thought. Kakashi, casually holding his book, remarked, I happen to have a vacancy at my place. Sasuke is welcome to stay temporarily. Yet Sasuke seemed oblivious, frantically sprinting towards the ruins. His Sharingan activated as he scanned the area, calling out, Anan, Anan. Naruto quickly realized, could Anan still be in the ruins? He rushed in, shouting desperately. Kakashi and Sakura began to search as well, hoping to find traces of others. As he gazed upon his once familiar dwelling, now overshadowed by an enormous footprint, Sasuke's Sharingan began to whirl, a new tomo forming in his eye. Stunned, he stood amidst the ruins, having regarded Anan as both his mentor and brother. Yet now, confronted by the giant's imprint, he let out a furious cry to the heavens. Ah, damn it, who could it be? I shall make you pay. He then sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Naruto murmured nearby, it can't be, it can't be. Anan is so strong. He won't come to harm. He frantically sifted through the debris. At that moment, Anan was leisurely savoring 20 skewers of dango at the Sansakimura shop, indulging himself after such a long endeavor. Upon returning to the outskirts of the clan's territory, he spotted Naruto and the others rummaging through the wreckage. What are these fools up to? He mused as he took a bite of his dango and called out cheerfully to Kakashi, Kakashi, what treasures are you all seeking here? Has Naruto even resorted to using shadow clones? Kakashi, startled by the sight of the unscathed Anan before him, quickly shouted towards the center of the ruins where Naruto and Sasuke were. I found Anan. However, to Naruto and Sasuke's ears, it was misinterpreted as Kakashi having discovered the corpse of Uchiha Anan. Sakura, too, was left bewildered, a hint of terror in her eyes as she dared not envision the gruesome fate of Uchiha Anan, crushed into oblivion. Hearing this, Sasuke surged forward, crying out, Anan, I will avenge you. Yet, as he rounded a corner, he was met with the living Uchiha Anan, distributing dango to the bewildered Sakura and Kakashi. Anan, Naruto called out uncertainly. Anan turned, smiling, and waved his hand. Just in time. I have 2 skewers left, sitting amidst the ruins. Sasuke stared at the dango in his hand, momentarily dazed. Naruto, with an insatiable appetite, fixated on the dango held by Sasuke. Realizing the misunderstanding, Anan approached Sasuke once more, gently saying, Sasuke, here, have some dango. I waited in line for quite a while to get these. Sasuke turned his head away in disdain, expressing his displeasure. We've been searching high and low for you, and you were off buying dango? I cried for so long. Unable to contain himself, Naruto chimed in. If you're not going to eat it, just give it to me. I love dango from Anan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hastily stuffed all the dango into his mouth. still huffing in annoyance as he averted his gaze. With a chuckle, Anan addressed Naruto. Tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner. Let us go. With that, he turned to depart. Naruto, smiling, stood up and took a few steps forward. Noticing Sasuke still rooted in place, he called out, Sasuke, hurry up. After dinner, Anan declined Kakashi and Naruto's invitation to stay over and led Sasuke onto the bustling streets. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Sasuke asked, Where are we sleeping tonight? Anan nonchalantly replied, Of course, we'll return to the clan grounds to rest. After a yawn, Anan made his way toward the ancestral land. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. It was evident that Sarutobi, Shimura, and the others had truly left the place in immaculate condition. Gazing at the empty house, Anan exchanged bewildered glances with Sasuke before deciding to seek temporary refuge at Naruto's home. After all, the house was bare, devoid of any furnishings. And sleeping on the floor was hardly an option, not to mention the desolate ruins outside the village. The following day, Anan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, set out early to procure some furniture. After all, Naruto's small abode could hardly accommodate 3 people. It would be quite embarrassing for the esteemed Hokage's assistant to lack a proper place to sleep. Itachi awoke once more, surrounded by darkness, and began to grope around. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he withdrew his hands and calmly remarked, Am I blind? Obito's hoarse voice drifted from nearby. Indeed, the place is brightly lit. Yet you cannot see it? After a pause, he added, I possess a method that might restore your sight. For Itachi envisioned a powerful figure capable of wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, not a blind man. Itachi interjected firmly, I have my own methods. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, summoning Fugaku's Mangekyo. Obito gazed at the Sharingan, murmuring softly, truly befitting the son of the clan leader. Your resources are abundant. Very well. I shall exchange it. This option is rather advantageous. At least it spares the need to expose Hashirama's cells. With that, he guided Itachi to the operating table and began preparing for the procedure. Just as he was about to proceed with the eye transplant, Itachi abruptly halted him, retrieving a sealing scroll from his robe and coldly stating, Let us use this instead. Obito paused, realizing that Itachi still harbored reservations about him. Nevertheless, he was determined to earn his trust, for they shared a common objective. Moreover, he possessed a wall of Sharingan, although lacking the Mangekyo. The latter did not hold as much significance in his eyes. After an hour, the eye transplant was completed. Obito advised Itachi to rest well before stepping outside. Itachi, sensing his surroundings with chakra, gradually released the hidden hand seals from his right hand, whispering, Anan, I will surely revive our clan. I promise. With brand new furniture, a soft bed, and the sight of fish swimming in the pond outside, Anan nodded with satisfaction, finally feeling a semblance of home. Sasuke, how is your training with the thunder-breathing technique coming along? Anan called to Sasuke as he returned from the training grounds. Brother Anan, I have mastered all 6 techniques. Are there any others? Anan pondered for a moment before smiling at Sasuke. The other techniques are merely supplementary and will not significantly enhance your strength. Begin using the thunder-breathing technique to gradually replace your normal breathing. As he demonstrated, a flash of lightning illuminated the space as Anan appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke had assumed that mastering the breathing technique was the end, only to discover that there was an advanced mode, prompting Anan to advise him further. Take it at your own pace, starting from short intervals and gradually extending to longer durations. This will lead to a qualitative leap in your abilities. With that, he turned and entered the house, eager to experience the new mattress he had purchased. Lying on the bed, Anan softly murmured, My fellow clansmen, our ancestral land will be reclaimed, and our future will only improve. However, Itachi and the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, donning a mask adorned with a whirlpool, have once again allied themselves. This association intertwines with the so-called Moon Eye Plan. What, indeed, are the intentions of this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara? Is it truly possible to resurrect all one's loved ones and create a world devoid of war and death? Such aspirations seem overly fanciful. Itachi's mental state appears to be somewhat compromised. Anan, rubbing his throbbing head, succumbed to a deep slumber. In the morning, Anan was jolted awake by a harrowing nightmare, wherein all those around him were brutally slain, only to be resurrected by Itachi, yet they lacked consciousness, like mere walking corpses. How could he ascertain when his friends and family are in peril? If he could share his chakra, akin to creating shadow clones, with others, They would vanish at the sign of danger, immediately relaying a warning. However, maintaining those clones would demand considerable chakra, and he could not perpetually expend his own in such a manner. Should he capture a tailed beast? Alas, most of them are already bound to a host. Lacking reliable intelligence, he resolved to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi first, testing the waters a bit. Without any wild beasts available, given his current strength, even seizing one would not pose a significant challenge. Entering the Hokage's office, Anan pushed the door open, and Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately donned a smile, addressing him kindly. Anan, is there an issue in the clan grounds? Anan plopped down in the chair opposite and stated directly, Hokage-sama, I believe that Konoha is in need of another Jinchuriki. We are somewhat lacking. Hiruzen raised his head, gazing at Anan in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, his expression turned pensive. The distribution of tailed beasts was established by the first Hokage. However, considering your impatience, I must inform you that the three tails, Isabu, has been left to roam freely since its host's demise. Moreover, the Mist Village currently lacks a Mizukage, embroiled in turmoil with various factions vying for power. Unable to capture the three tails. Recently, Konoha has also been somewhat chaotic, thus we have not dispatched personnel to locate Isabu. I see. Since the Mist Village cannot contain it, let it return to Konoha, Anan replied, having grasped the answer he sought, and without further ado, he turned to leave. Three tails, here I come. Hiruzen watched as Uchiha Anan departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Mist Village's inability to subdue the beast does not guarantee that they will easily yield it to others. During the previous Blood Mist period, Danzo had attempted infiltration several times, seeking to incite chaos, yet he ultimately failed. Perhaps this time, he could create some obstacles for Uchiha Anan. His own prestige had significantly diminished since handling matters in the Uchiha clan, causing various clans to waver. Danzo's death also rendered the Shimura clan silent, while Tsunade and Mito's rift had widened due to recent events. All of this seemed to affirm the words of his mentor, that the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Lost in thought, his mind drifted back to the past. Upon returning home, Anan discovered that Sasuke was absent, having left a note. After tidying up, he set forth, embarking on his journey to the Mist Village. Unbeknownst to Anan, who is en route, news of his departure from the Hidden Leaf Village has inadvertently leaked and is now spreading like wildfire. Whispers suggest that he is heading towards the Land of Water, allegedly in pursuit of a tailed beast. The Rain Village, perpetually shrouded in gloom, receives intelligence that Uchiha Anan is indeed bound for the Land of Water with intentions to capture the three tails. Just days prior, he engaged in a fierce battle against Uchiha Itachi in the Hidden Leaf Village, earning the title of the God of Shinobi. This situation is becoming increasingly dire. With a swift motion, she flings open the window and leaps out, surrounded by swirling sheets of paper that morph into two elegant white wings, propelling her into the distance. She soars through the dense forest, navigating the obstacles with practiced ease, until she reaches a cave nestled halfway up a mountain. Nagato, we have a crisis. Uchiha Anan is heading to the Land of Water to detain the three tails, which could significantly impact our plans. Nagato, with his head bowed, feels the tumult of chakra within him. Conan breathes a sigh of relief. He must be exhausted and has fallen asleep, with his back pierced by iron rods. The emaciated Nagato stirs, his Rinnegan swirling with life. Conan, what has transpired? His voice carries a hint of frailty. Worry etched on her face, Conan quickly replies. Uchiha Anan is hunting the three tails. Preliminary assessments indicate that he has achieved the strength of a super shadow, making him a formidable opponent against any average shadow-level ninja. Nagato furrows his brow, realizing that their plan to capture the three tails must be expedited. Facing an adversary of such caliber is indeed a daunting challenge. Conan, you have worked hard to arrange this. Let us hasten the operation to capture the three tails. I will dispatch the animal path to follow him discreetly. Gently brushing her azure hair, she responds, you must also take care of your health. Refrain from exerting yourself too much with that power. Observing the weariness in Nagato's gaze, she sighs softly and spreads her paper wings once more, soaring into the open sky. As the wind whips around her, scattering the tears from her eyes, she reflects on the sacrifices made for the sake of peace. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, Terumi May receives the intelligence, which appears to have been deliberately delivered to her. Slamming the report onto the table, she acknowledges that while reclaiming the three tails may be currently out of reach, Anan's attempt to forcibly seize it is a blatant affront to the Mist Village. As one of the 5 great villages, their dignity cannot be trampled upon. The conservative factions and Mei's reformist allies finally cease their discord, reaching a consensus for the first time. At this moment, Anan has assumed the guise of a wandering samurai, having arrived at the border town of the Land of Fire, replenishing his supplies. Within an izakaya, he overhears the patrons engrossed in fervent discussions. Have you heard? It seems the Land of Water has issued a state of emergency. Your information is inaccurate. I've heard whispers of someone attempting to seize a powerful weapon. The Land of Water has laid a comprehensive trap, awaiting the arrival of this individual. As the murmurs ripple through the crowd, several patrons gasp in shock, while others lament. Just when we had settled into a peaceful existence, it is about to be shattered once more. Anan swirls his drink, reflecting on the rapid dissemination of this intelligence. My dear Hokage, you never fail to disappoint, he thinks, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Upon my return, we shall settle both old and new accounts. When Anan informed the Hokage of his intent to capture the tailed beast, he harbored no desire to conceal his thoughts. This opportunity was perfect for revitalizing the Uchiha clan's reputation, proclaiming to the ninja world that the Uchiha had not perished. Rather, they had become even more formidable. Approaching the Land of Water, Anan traversed the picturesque lakes and flowing rivers, witnessing scenes previously unseen. Thousands of fish leaping from the water, a small boat gently swaying on the tranquil lake, and occasionally, torrential rains pouring down. What a splendid place! Anan could not help but exclaim in admiration. For half a month, he alternated between gathering intelligence with his Sharingan and reveling in the wonders of nature. In a vast lake within the Land of Water, over 1,000 ninjas lay in ambush among the surrounding woods, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Why had Uchiha Anan not yet arrived? With all his might, he should have reached this place in about 7 days. Cursed Uchiha clan! How dare they leave us here to be preyed upon by mosquitoes? Unforgivable. Several kilometers away, Deidara and Sasori from the Akatsuki were equally vexed. What should have been a straightforward task of capturing the Three Tails had become complicated with so many ninjas lying in wait. Any disturbance would immediately draw attention. Even they could not confront such a multitude of ninjas to seize the Three Tails. And who knew if there were any Kaga-level experts among them? Facing the entirety of the Mist Village was far more daunting than dealing with Uchiha Anan. Most frustratingly, they could not use chakra or their presence to fend off the mosquitoes. The Mist Village feared alarming the Three Tails, while the Akatsuki was wary of provoking the Mist Village. Thus, both sides remained motionless, enduring the incessant bites of the insects, quietly awaiting Anan's arrival. Meanwhile, Anan, one hand clutching the local delicacy of the mist, thousand-leaf sushi, and the other wielding a knife, meandered near the lake. He was abruptly confronted by the appearing ninjas. This is a restricted area. Please leave immediately, or we shall employ force, the Mist Village's security team said, instinctively excluding the man indulging in sushi from their considerations. What time is it? And he still dares to frolic here. Logically, they should apprehend him, but fearing an outcry that might cause unnecessary trouble, they opted instead to drive him away. With a slight smile, Anan remarked, "Ah, I must say, the sushi from your Land of Water is truly delightful. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside." Then, amidst their astonished gazes, he brandished the Konoha headband. The initially stern warnings of the blocking ninjas transformed into trembling screams. Realizing they were face to face with the ninja god, their cries pierced the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarmed cries startled the surrounding birds, and the ninjas, who had long endured their discomfort, sprang to their feet, disheveled and shouting, "Uchiha Anan, we have awaited your arrival with great suffering. Uchiha Anan, you truly deserve to die." Observing the ragged-looking ninjas of the Mist Village, a flicker of pity crossed Anan's eyes. It seemed the Mist Village had been severely battered during the Blood Mist period. A multitude of ninjas surrounded the area, roughly estimated to number 300 to 400. The other ninjas remained motionless, ensuring that Anan's feints would not succeed. Among them, Komi-ai emerged, flanked by a throng, her teeth clenched in a fierce glare directed at the leisurely Uchiha Anan, displaying no regard for the encircling force. She bellowed with indignation, "Uchiha Anan, surrender! You are completely surrounded." Following her outburst, she absent-mindedly scratched at her unwashed hair, which had not seen cleansing in over 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Uchiha Anan nonchalantly finished his last bite of sushi, wiping his mouth with a sense of satisfaction. "I'm full. It's time to stretch my legs," he declared. Unable to contain themselves, the assembled ninjas simultaneously hurled their kunai, determined to pierce Anan like a hedgehog. Komi-ai formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a torrent of searing magma towards Anan. With a commanding shout, Anan invoked Breath of Lightning, fourth form, Distant Thunder. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading the magma and lunging toward Komi-ai. Just as his blade was about to make contact, a blue figure wielding a sharp weapon abruptly intercepted his strike. However, Chojiro, despite his valiant effort, was not strong enough to withstand the force of Distant Thunder and was pushed back several steps, until gentle hands steadied him. Witnessing his shattered blade, Chojiro for the first time contemplated acquiring a superior sword. Komi-ai peered from behind Chojiro, declaring, Boil Release, Skillful Mist Technique. A dense cloud of acidic mist erupted from her mouth, prompting Anan to instinctively take several steps back. In the next moment, hundreds of ninjas unleashed Water Release. Water Chaos Wave, engulfing Anan in a deluge. Komi-ai further employed Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, combined with Boil Release, causing the ocean to bubble violently. Columns of high-temperature steam dragons surged toward Anan. The tremendous noise and chaotic chakra stirred the sleeping three tails, which emerged from the depths of the lake, exclaiming, Cursed be the one who disturbs my slumber. I shall rend him into pieces. As the three tails roared and peered out, attempting to discern the identity of the audacious intruder, the rising steam enveloped the surroundings in a thick mist. Suddenly, a colossal figure tore through the fog, rising from the scalding waters. Anan shook his damp hair and remarked to Komi-ai with a grin, The temperature of the water is just right. Glancing at the emerging Isabu, Anan added, So, my three tails. You are here. Komi-ai's countenance darkened, the realization of her boil release being likened to bathwater infuriating her. Damn it. The village hidden in the mist is at a critical juncture. Those with any strength are either dead or have fled. The other conservative ninja clans disregarded her commands, merely surrounding the lake and feigning readiness. Upon witnessing a towering purple giant, 500 meters high, standing at the water's edge, Isabu's dormant memories began to resurface, memories of a man with blood-red eyes who had claimed, My power is too great, before capturing him. The three tails writhed its massive form, slowly retreating, with only one thought occupying its mind, escape this place swiftly. Standing amidst the Susano'o, Uchiha Anan eagerly took off in pursuit. Upon witnessing the disregard from the opposing party, Terumi-mei, filled with rage, unleashed her boiling release, sending several acidic mist blades slicing through the air. Yet they merely grazed the surface of the Susano'o. The conservative faction, upon beholding the giant form, ceased their attacks, abandoning Terumi-mei, and issued a retreat order, cloaked in the guise of preserving their remaining forces. What folly it was to squander resources for mere appearances. Cultivating a ninja demanded considerable investment, and the hidden mist village could scarcely afford such recklessness. Just as Terumi-mei was about to resign herself to the idea of retreating, she heard Ao's report indicating the emergence of two figures in the sky, seemingly obstructing Uchiha Anan. The Akatsuki organization, clad in black with red clouds, appeared above, with Deidara perched atop his clay bird, disdainfully curling his lips. He had expected these 1,000 ninjas to be formidable, yet aside from that melting release, the rest were mere trifles. As he spoke, he unleashed a multitude of small clay birds, scattering them over the Susano'o's head. Arms outstretched, he exuberantly called out, Come, experience my art. Boom. The explosions unleashed a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring Anan's vision. Deidara glanced below and retrieved a small bird-shaped puppet, casting it downward. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it expanded hundreds of times its original size. With a wicked grin, Deidara commanded the clay bird to ascend. Just as he intended to detonate C3, a bolt of lightning pierced through the smoke, striking his shoulder. Staggering, Deidara began to plummet, but fortunately, Scorpion intervened, pulling him back onto the clay bird. The pain drove Deidara into a frenzy. With hands forming seals, he declared loudly, Explosions are art. Bang! The deafening sound caused Anan's Susano'o to stagger and crash to the ground, while the surrounding area was ravaged by the shockwaves of the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Scorpion summoned the third Kazekage, encircling the breached Susano'o with iron sand. Retreated Ifu, witnessing the formidable display from above, casually unleashed two-tailed beast bombs towards the Susano'o, seeking vengeance for previous grievances. The battlefield was left with only Tsurumi, Ao, and Chojuro among the Mist Village ninjas. The rest were scattered several kilometers away, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Amidst the rising smoke and with the tailed beast bomb's enhancement, the battlefield was engulfed in a thick haze, leading Deidara and Scorpion to believe no one could withstand such explosions. Ao's Byakugan pierced through the smoke, observing Uchiha Anan's chakra dissipate, and excitedly relayed the news to Tsurumi. Just as the group reveled in their apparent victory, a young man wielding a blade materialized before Ifu. Turning to the others with a gentle smile, Ifu's eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, gathering chakra for another tailed beast bomb, this time aimed at Deidara and Scorpion. Under the influence of the Sharingan, he found their frantic wing flaps utterly laughable. The tailed beast bomb, imbued with ferocious chakra, surged forth like a flash, poised to strike Deidara's large bird, only to be intercepted by a transparent figure standing between them. However, the duo was still propelled away by the force of the explosion. Beast Path Pain stood not far from Anan, intently stating, "The Three Tails is not yours to possess. Abandon your quest." In response, a tailed beast sphere began to coalesce, and witnessing Anan's inability to communicate, Beast Path Pain promptly initiated a summoning technique, transporting Deva Path Pain to his side. As the tailed beast sphere emitted its energy, Deva Path Pain extended his right hand and commanded, "Shinra Tensei." A forceful repulsion sent the tailed beast sphere hurtling away. Anan gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, hair of a vivid orange hue and eyes resembling spiraling white patterns. Yet he stood there with an air of normalcy, an intangible pressure emanating from him. Anan's brow furrowed slightly as he could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Deva Path Pain took a measured step forward and coldly proclaimed, "I am God." Anan paused in disbelief, a scoff escaping his lips. God. In the next instant, his Mangekyo Sharingan whirled to life, as he attempted to ensnare Pain in an illusion. However, he soon realized that his Genjutsu met an insurmountable barrier, akin to crashing into a stone wall, utterly ineffective. How could this be? His once infallible illusion faltered against the peculiar gaze of his opponent. Deva Path Pain raised his right hand, softly uttering, "Bansho Tenin." From his left hand, a black iron rod emerged, exuding an irresistible pull that drew both the Three Tails and Anan inexorably toward it. Just as the rod was poised to pierce Anan's chest, he hastily raised his blade in defense, invoking, Breath of Thunder, second form, Rice Spirit. The clashing of metal rang out, sparks igniting as Pain expressed surprise at Anan's remarkable reflexes and skill with the blade, noting that the power infused within it was not solely chakra. Just as Anan prepared to unleash his Susano'o once more, the tattered figure of Deva Path Pain recognized that he could not triumph in close combat. A ripple emanated from him as he coldly declared, "Cho, Shinra Tensei." An overwhelming force sent both Anan and the Three Tails careening away. Colliding with the Three Tails, Anan coughed blood, his recently summoned Susano'o shattering into fragments as he murmured, "What terrifying power! Were it not for Susano'o's momentary protection, enduring such a blow with mere flesh would have been far more catastrophic." As the dust settled, the land before Pain lay in a fan-like pattern, with massive craters marking the area within several hundred meters. The Three Tails finally comprehended that neither of the two adversaries before him was within his capacity to confront, and thus he wisely chose to retreat, opting to observe the unfolding drama instead. It was not that he lacked the desire to flee. Rather, he recognized the futility of escape. His home lay in this vicinity, and both individuals were clearly intent on him. Should he attempt to flee, he risked drawing both their wrath, and his speed was far from impressive. Chapter 36. Three Tails, we must have a serious discussion. At that moment, a long tongue suddenly shot forth toward Anan. Springing to his feet, Anan swiftly swung his blade to sever it, only to find a colossal chameleon summoning beast wailing before him, its eyes bearing the same spiraled white patterns. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Anan rose unsteadily, astonished to discover such beings still existed in the ninja world. At this moment, Anan sensed a loosening of the bottleneck of the Breath of Thunder. The fourth form, Raging Thunder, arrived in an instant, only for Pain to coldly utter, "Shinra Tensei." The blade of the Nichiren sword, which was destined to meet his neck, was abruptly repelled by an overwhelming force. Its futile surrender. Pain leapt high, standing before the fallen Anan, brandishing the black rod poised to strike. Yet again, Anan, with his Sharingan wide open, deflected the blow with the Nichiren sword, gritting his teeth and trembling. Just a little more, just a little more. However, Pain raised his left hand before Anan's head and slowly proclaimed, Shin. R.A. 10. Say. Under the looming threat of death, Anan's figure began to flicker. In the next moment, he appeared behind Devapath Pain, ready to sever his head, yet was intercepted by the animal path rushing in to block the strike. Damn it! Just as he was about to unleash a boundary to shred the two Pains into fragments, the Devapath, regaining composure, unleashed another powerful repulsive force. As the dust settled, Devapath Pain glanced at Anan, who lay on the ground, and hurled the black rod towards Anan's head. At that moment, the bottleneck was finally shattered. Suddenly, everything around began to slow down. Anan, who had been sprawled on the ground, without waiting for Devapath Pain's reaction, cleaved him into pieces. Yet, a peculiar black mark appeared on Uchiha Anan's face. In an instant, lightning coursed through the body of the animal path, and the two Pains were utterly reduced to fragments, leaving only the head of Devapath Pain, who still managed to utter, "We will meet again." Those puppets are truly terrifying. Anan turned to glance at the three tails, the markings on his face beginning to dissipate. He walked slowly towards the three tails, self-absorbed, summoning forth the altar used for sealing. Once more employing his Sharingan, he controlled Isabu, bringing it closer and pressing his hand against its head, softly commanding, 8 trigrams seal. Isabu's form gradually diminished, ultimately sealing itself within Anan. For some inexplicable reason, ever since the breath of thunder had ascended to the next realm, he felt an enigmatic presence within him slowly dissipating. Yet, upon careful examination, he found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Having subdued the three tails, it was time for him to return. Casting a glance at the flustered Mei-Terumi, he activated his right eye's space-time technique and reappeared at his home in Konoha Village. Phew, perhaps it was best to get a good night's sleep. The intense battle had left Anan utterly exhausted, and with the opening of the transparent world and the sealing of the three tails, he felt too weary to even lift a finger. The sound of the door creaking startled Anan awake, and he discovered it was Sasuke returning. Seeing Anan, Sasuke was elated. The two sat together, enjoying the snacks that Sasuke had brought back. Anan, I'm so excited. Tomorrow I will participate in the Chunin exam. If I pass, I will become a Chunin. Oh, the Chunin exam is tomorrow? Observing Sasuke's exhilaration, Anan contemplated whether eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow would halt the Chunin exam altogether. Let us wait until the Chunin exams conclude. I must also familiarize myself with the power of the three tails. Extracting a modicum of chakra from within the beast, I gently bestowed it upon Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke's puzzled expression, Anan softly remarked, I am merely experimenting with a new ninjutsu. Sasuke, trusting that Anan meant him no harm, refrained from further inquiries. Once Sasuke succumbed to slumber, Anan delved into the depths of his consciousness, arriving at the mental realm. The three tails, Isabu, relentlessly battered against its confines, and upon witnessing Anan's entrance, it erupted in furious roars. The shockwaves from its rage swept over Anan, tousling his hair as he approached the seal. In a gentle voice, he addressed Isabu, we must have a serious conversation. Damn Uchiha, Isabu retorted, what is there to discuss? What can be said with the likes of you? Who has imprisoned me? Anan, brushing a strand of hair from his face, replied tenderly, I can release your consciousness, allowing you to escape the suffocating confines. You may indulge in a myriad of delicacies, free from the fear of capture, and you need not engage in forced combat. Merely be mindful of the chakra dispersed among others. Isabu halted its tumultuous movements, but remained withdrawn, reluctant to emerge. Anan continued, you witnessed the formidable adversaries I faced that day. After all these years, you must understand that their intentions revolve around you. As Isabu opened its door-sized eye, uncertainty flickered within, recalling the harrowing sight of being flung away, still haunted by the memory. Unlike other tailed beasts, Isabu was not inclined to attack. It cherished peace and freedom, which was why it had lingered by the lake for so long. Just as Anan was prepared to continue his patient persuasion, Isabu bellowed, very well, I shall agree to your terms. With that, it transformed into a small turtle, not the diminutive Isabu, and approached Anan. A delightful collaboration, Anan declared, extending his fist to collide with the turtle's tiny foot. Upon re-emerging, a small turtle perched upon Anan's shoulder. As he intended to exchange a few words, Isabu spoke first. I wish to return to that little lake, gesturing toward the pond in the courtyard. It has been a day since I last swam, and I feel rather uncomfortable. In no time, The small Isabu joyfully chased after the other fish in the pond, exclaiming, "Haha, don't run away, I shall catch you." Previously, Isabu had lived in constant trepidation by the lake, contemplating that if capture were inevitable, it would rather seek a kind companion. For being ensnared in a cage was a fate worse than death. Now, however, things were already much improved. Meanwhile, Sasuke, accompanied by Naruto and Sakura, arrived at the school. Observing the array of uniquely attired ninjas, some bore love symbols etched upon their faces, while others from the Sand Village carried gourds. And the Sound Village ninjas donned spotted garments, alongside the dark-skinned ninjas from the Rock Village. Ascending to the second floor, they found the crowd huddled together, with two individuals standing at the entrance, having just felled a ninja clad in a green bodysuit. Sasuke promptly stepped forward, scoffing, "You ought to dispel the Jinjutsu barrier immediately. I must pass through here, but my destination is the third floor." Sakura joined him, asserting, "Indeed, this is the second floor." Yet, Gazut Iron, cast a disdainful glance at Sasuke, retorting, "Merely seeing through it is insufficient." As the words were spoken, a swift turn of the body ensued, with a foot aimed toward Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, this opponent was not worthy of the daylight blade. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, intercepting the two. None other than the recently beaten Rock Lee. A flicker of interest crossed Sasuke's gaze. Just moments ago, this individual was not nearly so formidable. Was he merely feigning weakness? How intriguing. Rock Lee, having successfully deflected the attack, disregarded his team and approached Sakura. "My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura. Would you do me the honor of going out with me?" With that, he flashed a brilliant, unblemished smile and gave a thumbs up. Sakura, taken aback by the thick brows and the snug green attire of Rock Lee, promptly rejected him with a stern demeanor. She then called to Naruto, and Sasuke hastily withdrew, fearing that the situation might escalate. However, to his surprise, Lee pursued them. "Uchiha Sasuke, I have heard that you are the top of your class this year. I wish to challenge you. I am eager to discover how far I can go against you." He then turned to Sakura, saying, "Sakura, I truly admire you." Witnessing his earnestness, Sakura trembled. The sight of his attire was genuinely discomforting. Sasuke and Naruto stepped forward, blocking Lee's gaze. Naruto, visibly enraged, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront this rival. Yet Sasuke quietly interjected, "Naruto, since he wishes to challenge me, I will take the lead." Although Naruto was clearly displeased, he nodded in agreement. Seeing that his challenge was accepted, Rock Lee extended a hand forward with sincerity, stating, "Let me clarify. At this moment, you are certainly not my match." Sasuke chuckled softly. "Is that so?" With that, he charged forward, intending to throw a punch, only to find Lee's legs swiftly approaching his cheek with remarkable speed, yet still within the realm of acceptability. In the next instant, Sasuke unleashed the breath of lightning, his hands and feet crackling with violet arcs of electricity. The impact of fists and feet clashed, and Lee furrowed his brow, astonished at Sasuke's speed. Notably, among his contemporaries, only one could match him. Realizing he had spoken too soon, and finding it difficult to subdue Sasuke in this moment, he murmured internally, "Master, forgive me, but I must resort to that technique." With this thought, he unwrapped his bandages. As Lee's aura surged, Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan activated, gripping the hilt of his blade, releasing arcs of lightning around him. Lowering his stance slightly, he retreated his right foot. Both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback, astonished that Lee had compelled Sasuke to reveal the breath of lightning. Naruto had aspired to learn it himself, but found it exceedingly difficult without the enhancement of the Sharingan and lacking lightning affinity chakra. Sasuke then declared in a low voice, "Breath of lightning, first form, thunderclap." In response, Lee also called out, "Shadow dance leaf." As their forces collided, a green figure abruptly appeared between them, one hand clasping Sasuke's daylight blade, and the other pressing down on Lee's foot. First, addressing Sasuke, the newcomer exclaimed, "You two truly embody youth. Your swordsmanship is commendable." Then, he turned to Rock Lee and said, "Lee, you must understand." As he spoke, he set aside the Nichiren blade and unleashed a punch, sending Lee flying. Observing the similarly thick-browed and wide-eyed guy, he suddenly struck Lee, leaving Sasuke and the others frozen in place, their lips twitching involuntarily. After receiving the blow, Rock Lee, with tears welling in his eyes, shouted, "Teacher Guy." Guy was equally emotional, embracing Lee tightly. Sasuke, feeling helpless, thought that participating in the Chunin exam would not involve encountering such an eccentric duo. However, he could not deny their formidable strength. Regardless, they should proceed with the exam. Gradually, the first round of the Chunin exam culminated with Naruto submitting a blank paper. Upon returning home, Sasuke and Naruto excitedly recounted the day's events to Anan. With hands on his hips, Naruto declared, "I had already deciphered their examination tactics, hence I wrote nothing." Anan burst into laughter, treating the two to a delightful meal at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Along the way, Anan playfully bestowed some of the Three Tails chakra upon Naruto, awakening the Nine Tails within his spiritual realm. "Ah, so it's you, the crustacean. Long time no see," the Nine Tails remarked. The Three Tails in the pond also ceased swimming, addressing the Nine Tails with a snide remark, "You still have that foul mouth, dead fox." The next day, they arrived at the Forest of Death. Peering inward, the towering trees obscured the sun, and the roars of wild beasts echoed within. This marked the commencement of the true assessment. Orochimaru, disguised as a lower ninja from the grass village, swiftly navigated through the forest, promptly reporting to his comrades. Meanwhile, Sasuke and his companions encountered an ambush from the lower ninja of the Mist Village. They ultimately rescued Naruto, but keenly observant Sasuke detected someone stealthily lurking nearby. Just as he intended to strategize, a colossal brown python opened its foul-smelling maw and lunged at Sasuke and his friends. Upon witnessing the snake's head, which towered over them, they collectively gasped. Regaining his composure, Sasuke grasped the hilt of his blade, crouched slightly, and charged at the giant serpent. Naruto widened his eyes and swiftly summoned dozens of shadow clones to follow suit. Orochimaru, hidden within the serpent, watched the duo of Naruto and Sasuke, his tongue flicking out as he licked his lips. With a swift movement, he executed the thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, cleaving the serpent's head in two. Naruto, utilizing his clones, scanned the surroundings, indicating that the summoner of the giant serpent had yet to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted from the serpent's tail, and a ninja adorned with the grass village headband slowly emerged from the serpent's remains. The individual's pupils dilated, exuding a terrifying killing intent that enveloped the trio, as if they had stepped into a sea of corpses and blood. "What is happening? I can't move." Sasuke forcibly restrained his trembling body, glaring at the figure before him, gritting his teeth in anger. "You are nowhere near the level of Anan." Naruto, commanding his numerous shadow clones, surged towards the adversary, yet saw Orochimaru languidly raise his sleeve and bite his finger, tracing a rune on his arm. With swift hand gestures, he initiated the summoning technique. A serpent, several times larger than before, suddenly emerged like a mountain. With a swift flick of its tail, Sasuke's shadow clones were sent sprawling, dissipating into mist. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke bit into his wrist, drawing upon the pain to propel himself towards Orochimaru. Breath of lightning, fourth form, distant thunder. A flash of lightning surged forth. Yet Orochimaru effortlessly blocked it, chuckling, "Your sword technique is commendable, yet regrettably lacking in strength." Retracting his blade, he countered with a powerful strike. Breath of lightning, sixth form. Electric storm. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he swiftly evaded. This technique held intrigue. It seemed to encompass not only chakra, but also a peculiar force. While he narrowly escaped, the summoned serpent suffered once more, and Orochimaru, unfazed, remarked, "The power is sufficient, but the speed leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life, and he leaped high, unleashing the Phoenix Fire technique. The two engaged in fierce combat, while Orochimaru leisurely critiqued the flaws in Sasuke's techniques. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke pressed on, feeling increasingly strained. This opponent was no mere genin. Who was he, and what were his intentions? Orochimaru observed his potential vessel with keen interest, contemplating that the reanimation jutsu might soon be applicable to Sasuke. Noticing Naruto's attempt to intervene, Orochimaru discerned his identity. "Ah, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I have no interest in you at present." With that, he summoned another serpent to entertain Naruto, disregarding Sakura, who was casting shurikens nearby. Having gauged Sasuke's strength, Orochimaru shifted his focus and attacked. In just 2 strikes, the overwhelming force left Sasuke's arm numb. At that moment, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. A careless misstep caused his daybreak blade to be knocked away. The Three Tails, frolicking in the pond, sensed the unusual chakra fluctuations and promptly informed Anan. "Oh, merely a Chunin exam, and yet there are unexpected developments?" Anan, taken aback, set down the fish feed, and retrieved his daybreak blade. When he inquired if the Three Tails wished to accompany him, the creature readily agreed, eager to stretch its legs beyond the pond. As a gentle rain began to fall, Orochimaru relished the weather, noting that Sasuke had lost his ability to resist and was pleased with the day's proceedings. Forming hand seals, he elongated his neck and lunged at Sasuke's throat. Just as Orochimaru was about to make contact, an aura of death enveloped him, slightly shifting his neck. A bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, grazed Orochimaru's skin. At that moment, Anan's figure slowly materialized, sensing the repugnant and chilling chakra of his adversary. Orochimaru? What was his purpose here? To participate in the Chunin exam? Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise at Anan's sudden appearance. Having dealt with the serpent, Naruto rushed over to lend support, while Sakura nimbly leaped behind Anan. Elated, Sakura thought, wonderful. Please eliminate that grotesque creature with the elongated neck. Sasuke pouted, saying, Anan, he claims your swordsmanship is lacking. The once tense battlefield had transformed into a gathering for grievances. Orochimaru observed the scene before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Where was that fierce momentum he had just displayed against me? Yet, the sudden appearance of this man had gone unnoticed by him, prompting a serious appraisal of his opponent. With disheveled hair, a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and a tortoise slung over his shoulder, he bore an innocuous expression, casually engaging in conversation right in front of him. Orochimaru's countenance darkened as he unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands, lunging towards Anan. Sasuke and his companions quickly stepped aside, ensuring Anan could perform without obstruction. It was no joke. Upon recognizing that Anan was one of the two behemoths involved in the brawls at the entrance of Konoha, they had developed an unfounded confidence in him. Orochimaru, forgive me, but can you conjure hundreds of meters of towering giants? With a swift series of strikes, he severed the oncoming snake head in two, his gaze icy as he remarked, Lord Orochimaru, it seems my dear Sasuke believes you have some misconceptions regarding this sword technique. He gently placed the sword, Kifune, at their feet. Boom. Anan's figure vanished, and before his words had fully escaped, his blade was already poised against Orochimaru's neck. Breath of thunder, thunderclap. One strike cleaved Orochimaru and the massive tree behind him in half. Orochimaru transformed into mud. Re-emerging from the shadows, his brow furrowed in disbelief at such terrifying speed. Moreover, he recognized me. Yet how could I have no recollection of such a formidable adversary? Who on earth are you? Anan positioned his sword, teasingly declaring, I am Uchiha Anan. Of course, there was no memory at the time. Orochimaru was one of the legendary three ninjas, hardly paying heed to a newly promoted jonin like Anan. With that, Anan struck again, appearing beside Orochimaru in the blink of an eye, aiming for another decapitation. Feeling somewhat bored, Anan remarked, Lord Orochimaru, isn't your true form making an appearance? TCH, what good is exceptional swordsmanship if one is still a fool? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, had already made his move towards Sasuke, ready to pounce. Just as he was about to seize Sasuke, Kifune unleashed a wall of water, blocking Orochimaru's path. Damn it, Orochimaru thought, never anticipating being thwarted by a mere tortoise. Another flash of lightning coursed through, and Orochimaru dissipated once more. Anan couldn't help but critique, this snake manipulator is truly insufferable. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Orochimaru glared silently at Uchiha Anan before stealthily retreating from the battlefield. As for confronting Anan with the reanimation jutsu, what a ridiculous notion. He couldn't afford to jeopardize all his plans for Sasuke. Anan felt elated. This proved that the chakra of tailed beasts could indeed sense the danger faced by allies. After following Sasuke and his friends for a while, and seeing that the danger had passed, he bid them farewell and leaped back home. Sasuke and his companions found a spot beneath a tree root, gathering together to enjoy their rice balls. Sasuke experienced firsthand the sense of helplessness in the presence of true strength, realizing he needed to train even harder upon returning. Sakura and Naruto also planned to return and request additional training from Kakashi-sensei. As the three individuals held their breaths, the trio from the Sound Village, Tosazuna and his companions, concealed themselves in the underbrush, observing Sasuke and his friends. Ah, these little imps have proven quite elusive, chuckled Kinketsu, pulling out an explosive tag and affixing it to a passing squirrel before sending it scurrying towards Sasuke and his companions. Sakura's face lit up at the sight of the squirrel, but Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, scrutinized the creature. The sudden appearance of a squirrel in such a location, rushing towards them, felt too coincidental. It could very well be a ninja transformation. To his surprise, he noticed the explosive tag on the squirrel. It seemed reinforcements had arrived. Drawing his Nichiren blade, Sasuke swiftly advanced and severed the tag in two. Sakura, initially believing Sasuke intended to eliminate the squirrel, was taken aback as he allowed it to flee towards her, leaving the tag rendered useless at his feet. Naruto and Sakura, on high alert, readied their kunai. Seeing the ambush thwarted, Tosuzuna led Sakuto and Kinketsu out of hiding. Upon encountering the three young ninjas, Sasuke let out a laugh. I may not be able to defeat Orochimaru, but do you truly believe you three lowly ninjas from the Sound Village stand a chance against me? Who has given you the impression that we are weak? Naruto, Sakura, each of you take one. I shall deal with the leader. Before Tosuzuna could utter a word, Sasuke charged forward with his blade drawn. Naruto surged towards Sakuto, while Sakura lunged at Kinketsu. The trio from Sound Village, taken aback by the audacity of the young ninjas, felt a chill run down their spines. They were clearly overestimating their capabilities. Rolling up his sleeves, Tosuzuna exposed his arm, revealing a honeycomb-like weapon, and threw a punch at Sasuke. A spark of lightning erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Breath of lightning, fifth form, heat lightning. A torrent of purple lightning surged forth from his Nichiren blade, instantly penetrating Tosuzuna's defenses and sending him flying. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to envelop Sakuto and Kinketsu. The two exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? This was supposed to be merely the Chunin exams. How could a Genin possess enough chakra to create so many clones? Surely, even a Jonin would not be of this caliber. Sakuto bellowed, Void Slash. A high-pressure air blade swept across, targeting Naruto's clones. Yet, it only managed to dispel a fraction of them, as numerous clones continued to assault Sakuto with punches and kicks. Kinketsu, seizing the moment, produced a bell to cast an illusion, attempting to disorient Naruto, but Sakura capitalized on the opportunity to engage him in combat. Ultimately, Tosuzuna and his companions, who had come to eliminate Sasuke, were soundly defeated, allowing Naruto and his friends to vent their frustrations. In desperation, Tosuzuna retrieved the Book of Earth from his garments, pleading for mercy. After all, while their objective had been to eliminate Sasuke, they had never vocalized such intentions. They could simply claim to have come to deliver a scroll. Sakura stepped forward to collect the scroll, exclaiming her fortune at discovering it was indeed the Earth Scroll. The three then took a brief respite before making their way towards the central tower. Upon entering the interior of the towering structure, Sasuke and his companions were pleasantly surprised to have successfully acquired the mission scroll within a mere 3 days. During the preliminary rounds, Sasuke unleashed the thunder-breathing technique, effortlessly toppling the Crimson Armor with a single strike. The Crimson Armor, taken aback, realized that its chakra-absorbing technique proved utterly ineffective. As the third examination approached, not only would the Hokage and the Wind Shadow be in attendance, but numerous feudal lords from various nations would also come to witness the event, which was officially scheduled for a month hence. Throughout this month, Anan remained at home, familiarizing himself with the chakra bestowed by the Three Tails, Aisabu. After enveloping his household in a protective barrier, Anan clenched his fists, causing red chakra to manifest at the surface, and Three Tails sprouted from behind him. With a firm shake of his fists, a surge of power coursed through him. Under his current capabilities, he could easily overpower his former self without fearing chakra depletion. As the chakra of the Three Tails flowed continuously, he felt an overwhelming desire to unleash it freely. Hastily, Anan pressed his palms together, allowing the chakra to gradually dissipate. If an ordinary person were to suddenly gain such power, they would likely become utterly lost. The gesture of clasping his hands and the fist bump were agreed upon signals for use and cessation with Aisabu. Next, it would be time for the Sandaime Hokage to depart. From a shadowy corner, Maki emerged slowly, gazing at the fourth wind shadow before hesitating. My lord, are we truly to proceed with the plan? I recently heard that a formidable individual has emerged among the Hokage's aides. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, controlling the wind shadow puppet, narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly, everything will proceed as planned. As for that Hokage aide, I shall deal with him beforehand. Maki's face was etched with doubt, eventually succumbing to silence as his figure melded back into the shadows. Orochimaru recalled the trio of swords from the Forest of Death, and a chill ran down his spine. I should first reach out to him, he mused, summoning a shadow clone to direct towards the Uchiha's location. Uchiha Anan, having completed his training, felt quite content until he sensed a serpent breaching the perception barrier, slithering towards him, fixating his gaze on the entrance. He watched as a white snake stood upright and regurgitated the slick figure of Orochimaru. Anan felt a wave of nausea, questioning the necessity of such an entrance. As Orochimaru attempted to enter, Anan quickly intervened, stating, "No, please convey your message at the door. If you come in, I'll have to replace the newly decorated floor." With that, he positioned himself at the entrance to block Orochimaru's path. The latter wasted no time, directly declaring, in a few days, "I will be conducting certain activities in Konoha, and I hope you, Anan, will not impede me." "What? If I recall correctly, you are still a rogue ninja. What are you planning?" Anan, seemingly struck by a thought, teased, "What are your intentions? If you don't clarify, how can I stand idly by? You know I have a penchant for meddling." Orochimaru's expression darkened as he regarded Anan's slightly irritating demeanor, contemplating summoning the first and second Hokage to engage in battle. However, he reconsidered, understanding the importance of his plans and the delicate relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Deeming it unnecessary to create a formidable enemy, "I intend to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen," he declared, "to weaken the strength of Konoha." A hint of astonishment flickered in Anan's eyes. Who would have thought that you intend to eliminate your own teacher? Had the true body of the opponent arrived, I would have already severed him, for anyone daring to covet Sasuke must meet their demise. Yet, taking the life of a mere clone seems futile. However, I never anticipated an unexpected gain from this revelation. Over the past few days, Anan had been contemplating the ramifications of slaying the third Hokage. And now Orochimaru proposed to directly kill his mentor, which indeed piqued his interest. Anan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "What gives you the right to make such a demand based solely on your words? Although I too have the desire to eliminate the Hokage, one cannot expect to achieve such a feat without offering something in return." Orochimaru, having anticipated this reaction, produced a scroll and spoke in a grave tone. "This is the result of my recent research into resurrection. I recall that not long ago, Itachi was searching for methods of revival at the exchange of gold. I must admit, Anan felt a surge of intrigue. Results of resurrection? Observing the change in Anan's demeanor, Orochimaru licked his lips and rasped, "On the day of the Chunin exams, let us hope for a fruitful collaboration." With that, he left the scroll behind and dispelled the clone before Anan's eyes. Upon opening the scroll, Anan discovered that it contained only the first half, while the latter half remained in Orochimaru's possession. Gazing up at the sky, Anan murmured, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, your time is drawing near." In the bustling plaza, voices soared as the crowd erupted in cheers. Today marked the third round of the Chunin exams. The Hokage, the Kazekage, and representatives from various other ninja villages were seated in the main area, observing the throngs of spectators below, all waving in acknowledgement. The feudal lords were also gathered at a viewing platform, keenly watching the proceedings. Uchiha Anan occupied a lower tier in the Hokage's viewing box. He had heard that Jiraiya had returned, accompanied by Naruto, who was diligently training. Kakashi had spent the past month teaching Sasuke a new technique, and had promised a delightful surprise for today. Anticipation bubbled within him. As he watched the first match unfold, Naruto faced off against Hyuga. Anan was thoroughly engrossed, and to his astonishment, Naruto emerged victorious. The second match, the third match, and then Sasuke confronted Gaara. Noticing Sasuke merely acknowledged him with a nod before charging at Gaara. Anan's interest was piqued once more. With the breath of lightning, fourth form, distant thunder, Sasuke swiftly closed the gap, cleaving through the sand with a single stroke. Gaara hastily leaped back to create distance. The sand began to coalesce around him, forming sharp spikes aimed at Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke retreated, allowing lightning chakra to gradually manifest in his palm. The collision of the lightning erupted with a piercing shriek, as Sasuke shouted, "Chidori!" The lightning streaked across the stone wall, leaving profound marks in its wake. Anan observed Sasuke's execution of Chidori with keen interest. Utilizing lightning-based chakra to enhance his speed, he concentrated the chakra in his palm, creating a remarkable destructive force through the friction of the electricity. In the next moment, the sand sphere was pierced by Sasuke's Chidori, creating a gaping hole. The audience in the stands gasped in collective astonishment. The pain caused Gaara's internal chakra to spiral into chaos, leading to a loss of control over Shikaku. As the sky began to shed its delicate white snowflakes, a sudden movement caught the attention of the audience. Orochimaru initiated his plan, releasing a smoke bomb and seizing the Hokage, transporting him to the rooftop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, reluctant to engage, spoke in a grave tone. "Kazekage, what are you doing? Are you unaware that such actions would jeopardize the friendship between our two nations?" Orochimaru, shedding his pretense, revealed his sinister visage, saying, "Teacher, it has been a long time. I did not expect it to be you." Orochimaru, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Surrounding them, the four sound ninja had encased the area in a rectangular barrier utilizing the four purple flames formation. "I do not enjoy being a passive participant. Only action ignites my excitement," Orochimaru declared, casting aside his kunai and creating distance. Below, Sasuke pursued Gaara, while Anan remained indifferent, recognizing the formidable presence of the Three Tails chakra. The primary concern remained the battle atop the roof. Cautiously taking cover, Anan witnessed Orochimaru performing the impure world reincarnation, summoning two coffins. As the lids burst open, it revealed the legendary Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Anan's eyes widened. This was the impure world reincarnation, a technique he possessed but had never employed himself. Orochimaru placed two engraved kunai behind the heads of the resurrected brothers, who then sprang into action, targeting Sarutobi. In the distance, the walls of Konoha trembled as three colossal serpents crashed through, wreaking havoc. With the resurgence of Hashirama and Tobirama, Sarutobi's expression became increasingly strained. Left with no choice, he summoned the Monkey King to continue the fight, but age hindered his stamina, and he soon found himself gasping for breath. Hashirama unleashed the Divine Tree, ensnaring Sarutobi. Confused as to why Orochimaru sought his demise, Sarutobi lamented that a moment of compassion had led to this dire predicament. Observing the chaos outside through the barrier, he realized that delaying further was not an option. The disparity in power was insurmountable. He had no choice but to resort to that technique. Fortunately, the barrier would prevent Orochimaru from interfering, allowing him to proceed with the risky maneuver. With hands forming the necessary seals, the Monkey King exclaimed, "Hiruzen's, that seal. You cannot be." Anan, hidden in the shadows, watched in astonishment as Sarutobi completed the seal, sensing an inexplicable force emanating from him. A smile crept onto his face. As an advisor to the Hokage, how could he remain idle while chaos reigned in another village? With determination, he leapt onto the rooftop, proclaiming, "Hokage-sama, hold on. I shall rescue you." The Umbu, witnessing Anan's arrival, exhaled in relief. "Humph, with our advisor, the god of shinobi, taking action, victory is surely within grasp." Orochimaru, bewildered, questioned, "What is happening? I thought we had an agreement. Were you not to remain idle? After we have battled for quite some time, you choose to arrive now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen is on the verge of gritting his teeth in frustration. "When I was fighting for my life, you were nowhere to be found. I unleashed the Shiki Fujin, and only then did you appear. Surely, this cannot be a mere coincidence." The Sound Four, witnessing Uchiha Anan charging towards them, couldn't help but mock his foolishness, oblivious to the scorched figure beside them. In a flash, however, he pierced through the four purple flames formation. Such a trivial barrier could never withstand the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the moment Anan breached the formation, Hiruzen hastily sealed away Hashirama and Tobirama. There was no other option. That Shiki Fujin must not be in vain. Anan made no attempt to stop, activating his Susano'o to completely obliterate the formation, shouting towards Orochimaru, who was grasped tightly by Hiruzen. "Orochimaru, as a traitor, how dare you return to Sao Chaos? Today, I shall be the one to end you." Hiruzen clung desperately to Orochimaru, intent on extracting his very soul. The assembled dignitaries gazed at Uchiha's towering purple form, nodding in acknowledgement, murmuring that the Uchiha truly deserved its title as the world's foremost ninja clan. However, this delay had drained Hiruzen's strength, preventing him from completely extracting Orochimaru's soul. The Shinigami behind him finally commenced its grim task, descending upon Orochimaru's essence. Just as Orochimaru's hands were severed from his soul, Anan finally drew his great sword and struck at Orochimaru, but he was wary of Hiruzen's imminent extraction of his own soul. The Sound Four, hastily escorting Orochimaru, made their retreat without daring to linger. "Orochimaru, you have slain the third Hokage, and you think to escape so easily?" With a thunderous roar, the colossal form of Susano'o vanished. As the sound for and Orochimaru recoiled in terror, a flash of purple appeared before them, and within an instant, they were cleaved in twain. The fearsome three-headed serpent sensed the sudden disappearance of Orochimaru's chakra within it, flinging away the attacking ninjas before employing reverse summoning to return to the dragon's cave. Subsequently, Susano'o unleashed its might, dismantling the sand ninja one by one. From the remnants of Orochimaru's broken body, a small serpent emerged, casting a glance at Uchiha Anan upon the battlefield before slithering deep into the dense forest. Meanwhile, the Umbu stood beside Hiruzen, listening intently to his final commands. Be cautious. The words he longed to express remained unspoken, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Uchiha Anan. When Sasuke beheld the enormous figure of Fukasaku summoned by Naruto, he was taken aback. Had Naruto truly grown to such heights? There was no time to waste. Further training was imperative. With the battle concluded, the Sand Village, having suffered defeat, compensated Konoha for their losses and re-signed a new alliance treaty. However, this incident led to the gradual isolation of Mangekyo from other villages. Jiraiya, having set forth once more in search of the prophesied child, was taken aback upon hearing the news of his master's demise. How could it be? Orochimaru dared to commit such an atrocity. He promptly returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. An urgent assembly was convened among the village's higher-ups to elect a new Hokage. The assembly, in conjunction with the feudal lords, unanimously recommended Uchiha Anan for the position, only to be met with a firm rejection from him. What nonsense is this? Becoming Hokage means endless responsibilities. How am I to hone my skills or traverse into another world to practice my breathing techniques? He then added with a serious demeanor, the Hidden Leaf is my home, and there are many ways to protect it. I shall defend it in my own manner. Witnessing Uchiha Anan's resolute refusal, the assembly turned their gaze towards Jiraiya, who was merely an observer. No, I cannot assume the role of Hokage either. I am far too accustomed to a carefree life. Jiraiya's face was slick with sweat as he continued. I still need to venture out to gather intelligence for the village and seek the prophesied child. Tsunade and Mito Menyen exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Why is no one willing to take up the mantle of Hokage? Had Danzo still been around, he might have volunteered himself, yet here you all are, evading responsibility. Though both Tsunade and Mito Menyen aspired to the position, their insufficient strength and prestige held them back. Mito Menyen fixed a steely gaze on Jiraiya, asserting, what shall we do? This position cannot remain vacant. We must not allow Uchiha Anan to take it. Jiraiya, evidently having made a decision, replied with a grin, then let Tsunade take the role. Uchiha Anan's eyes gleamed momentarily. Tsunade, perhaps, would not be a bad choice after all. With no objections from the assembly, the meeting concluded with the resolution to appoint Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. However, as the advisor to the Hokage, Uchiha Anan remained, his expression weary as he began to tackle the administrative duties. Jiraiya and Naruto set off on the quest to find Tsunade. That evening, after a long day of managing affairs, Anan leaned against his waist and sighed. Tsunade, when will you return? I find myself missing you. This Hokage position is no easy feat, especially in light of the recent devastation wrought by Orochimaru upon the Hidden Leaf Village. A multitude of decisions piled up in the Hokage's office, alleviated only somewhat by Tsunade and Mito Menyen's assistance. As he perused the list of Chunin promotions, Uchiha Anan's brow furrowed slightly. Naruto and Sasuke leading teams as Chunin? Perhaps not. One is reckless, and the other is arrogant. They are not yet mature enough for such responsibilities. They should be fortunate if they do not quarrel. Who else? Shikamaru? It seems he is the only viable option. Rubbing his weary head, he returned home to find Sasuke still training. Sasuke, it's time to rest. Hey, you're pretending not to hear me, aren't you? He grasped Sasuke's ear and attempted to pull him away, only to hear Sasuke protest. Anan, please let me train. I am still far behind Naruto. It was evident that Naruto's summoned frog, Gamabunta, had left a profound impression on Sasuke. Anan shot Sasuke a sidelong glance. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow I shall teach you a special technique. Really, it won't be that purple giant technique, will it? Naruto, just you wait. I will surpass you. As Sasuke pondered this, he finally settled down obediently in his bed. The following day, Sasuke eagerly awaited by the bedside, gazing at Anan with a dutiful expression. Anan, I am ready. Anan, with a weary sigh, replied, please allow me to get dressed first. After Sasuke nodded obediently and stepped back, Anan finished dressing and emerged to find Sasuke had prepared a meal, bowing slightly as he said, "Anan, please enjoy the food." Casting a glance at him, Anan contemplated for a moment before stating, "The most effective way for you to enhance your strength now is to engage in real combat rather than merely training. The Uchiha clan has 3 paths to power: the Sharingan, the mastery of ninjutsu chakra, and the thunder-breathing technique that I have taught you." He then patiently addressed Sasuke. "Given that you are now a 3-tomo Uchiha, previously regarded as an elite jonin, do you truly feel you have reached that level? Furthermore, do you think that the thunder-breathing technique I have you practice is so simple? Remember, when I faced Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, I relied solely on the thunder-breathing technique and my innate strength." As Sasuke absorbed Anan's words, his initial restlessness began to dissipate. Regardless of the circumstances, having awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and possessing the thunder-breathing technique, he found his powers still comparable to that of Rock Lee. Initially, he had not perceived the truth, but now it was evident. He was akin to a child wielding an extraordinary weapon, yet unaware of its significance. Anan glanced at Sasuke with a smile. "Thus, there are several tasks assigned by renowned figures requiring the Uchiha's involvement, and it falls upon you to undertake them. These are missions worth 1 billion each, bestowed upon you during the Chunin exams, as the influential deemed you worthy of such assignments, necessitating the participation of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at Anan's cheerful delegation of responsibilities, realized that Anan was indeed correct. He needed practical experience to enhance his abilities. "Well, Naruto is currently training with Jiraiya, and it is time for you to embark on your journey. Go seek Kakashi," Anan remarked. "Earning 500 million should be a breeze." With that, Anan sauntered towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Kakashi accompanied Sasuke, Sakura, and the newly promoted Chunin Shikamaru Nara to the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo. On the way, Sakura could not restrain her curiosity. "Shikamaru, how did you manage to get promoted to Chunin?" Sasuke frequently glanced at Shikamaru, eager to challenge him. Shikamaru sighed. "What a hassle. I never intended to become a Chunin." Observing the administrative burdens brought by the higher ranks, Anan finally grasped why Sarutobi Hiruzen aged faster than his contemporaries. "Well, let's get to work." Anan could not help but express his disdain, recalling a certain ancestor of the Uchiha clan who once aspired to usurp the position of Hokage. Well, here you are now. Half a month later, while immersed in the handling of official documents, Anan was suddenly summoned by the voice of his inner spirit, Isamu. "Anan, trouble is brewing. The chakra of that foul fox is stirring." Rubbing his temples, Anan thought, "Foul fox? I don't recall bestowing any chakra upon a fox." Isamu called out again, "It's the Nine Tails, the Nine Tails." "Oh, the Nine Tails." A spark ignited in Anan's eyes. "I must go see." With a flick of his wrist, he cast aside the tedious paperwork and began to leap through space towards the chakra attached to Naruto. However, upon arrival, he was met with a fierce kick from Tsunade. Anan swiftly dodged, hearing her exclaim, "Because I am the 5th Hokage." Recognizing the familiar voice, Anan's expression brightened. "Tsunade, you finally agreed. Do you know how long I have awaited that phrase?" "A full half-month." Tsunade, upon noticing the appearance of Uchiha Anan, exhaled in relief and ceased her assault. She glanced around, noticing that although Naruto lay on the ground, he was largely unscathed, with Shizune attending to his injured foot. Anan chuckled, still surrounded by familiar faces. He then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and the kneeling Kabuto, his voice turning cold. "Gentlemen, might you enlighten me as to why you have laid hands upon my esteemed Hokage?" He took deliberate steps closer to Orochimaru. Orochimaru gritted his teeth in frustration. This Uchiha Anan always seemed to appear at the most inconvenient moments. It had been the same during the Konoha exams when he sought experimental subjects, during the execution of his destructive plans, and now in this cursed place. "Kabuto," Orochimaru rasped, his tone resolute. Quickly returning to Orochimaru's side, Kabuto made a swift motion with his left arm, tracing a summoning seal before forming a series of hand signs, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." A colossal figure began to materialize, its purple scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow and eyes gleaming with avarice. Manda taunted Orochimaru, "You summoned me to deal with troublesome matters. This time, I demand 100 sacrifices." Tsunade, undeterred by Manda's presence, executed her own summoning technique, calling forth a slug. Under the influence of Tsunade's potion, Jiraiya murmured protective incantations. Finally summoning Gamabunta, he sighed in relief, grateful that the summoning had not resulted in a ludicrous frog like Fukasaku emerging instead. Thus, a tense standoff ensued, with Anan positioned squarely in the middle. Orochimaru's eyes burned with fury, disregarding Tsunade and Jiraiya, and rasped, "Manda, eliminate that brat below, and I shall offer you 500 sacrifices." Manda flicked his tongue, excitedly replying, "Orochimaru, you must keep your promise." With a mighty lash of his tail, he struck down towards Anan with the force of a mountain. Orochimaru then whispered to Kabuto, "After this, gather all information on Uchiha Anan with utmost diligence. He must be dealt with, otherwise he will significantly hinder our plans." A glint of cold resolve flashed in Kabuto's eyes as he replied, "Understood." As the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Anan abruptly activated, the Susanoo rose majestically from the ground, cleaving the tail of the colossal serpent, Manda, with a single stroke. "Pain! Pain! Orochimaru! You scoundrel! How dare you conceal this?" Just as he contemplated voicing his grievances, he noticed the immense blade descending towards his head, prompting Manda to immediately dispel the summoning. The Susanoo pivoted, confronting the slug and the toad, Fukasaku, who excitedly raised his blade, exclaiming, "After such effort to summon, shall we not engage in a duel?" Tsunade, however, paid Anan no heed and swiftly released the slug. Jiraiya was inclined to engage, for how could a man, especially in the presence of Tsunade, show any timidity? Yet, Fukasaku interjected, "Jiraiya, do you truly wish for me to confront that monstrosity?" He then summoned his offspring, Gamakichi and Gamakuro, and promptly dispelled the summoning. Anan smirked and retracted his Susanoo, for he recognized that Fukasaku was also a wielder of blades, yearning for a contest. With no desire to return to his duties, he dashed towards the prostrate Naruto. "Damn you, Orochimaru! Naruto, how are you? Are you gravely injured? We must return immediately. We cannot afford to delay. Can we, Hokage-sama?" The last remark, Hokage-sama, was uttered with great satisfaction. Naruto, bewildered, turned to Anan and replied, "Anan, I feel there's no need to rush." Anan's expression hardened. "Nonsense. I know you all too well. You would endure anything." Just as Naruto felt touched, Tsunade, with a darkened expression, swung her fist at Anan. "Hey, you scoundrel Anan. Are you eager for me to return and deal with the mess in Konoha?" Anan released Naruto and began a tete-a-tete with Tsunade. "How dare you speak to your creditor like that?" Tsunade retorted with equal fervor, "As Hokage, it is my prerogative to address my creditor so." Tsunade, you are not." Witnessing the escalating argument, Naruto bravely stepped forward. "Grandma Tsunade, please do not quarrel." Anan paused for a moment, then pulled Naruto aside, whispering, "Why do you call Tsunade Grandma?" Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grim behind him. While Naruto remained oblivious, laughing, the lecherous sage said that Tsunade is over 50. As he spoke, he pointed at Jiraiya. Tsunade erupted in fury. "Jiraiya!" She struck Jiraiya, sending him flying, and immediately charged at Anan. Feeling the familiar rush of air from her punch, Anan could not help but exclaim, "Tsunade, was it not you who left me bedridden for half a month with that punch?" Tsunade's face flushed, yet she barked, "Do not flee. If you do not run, I shall tell you." Thus, they playfully bickered as they made their way toward Konoha. Jiraiya, observing Anan's provocative remarks, was filled with indignation. "Do you not have paperwork to attend to? Should you not be returning now?" Anan retorted instantly, "Huh? You, Jiraiya? If it were not for me scaring away Manda and saving you, would you be standing here in good health?" Jiraiya, begrudgingly, merely scoffed and chose not to respond further. Anan's eyes darted, and before Jiraiya, he placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Tsunade, I have something to discuss with you." Jiraiya, infuriated, shouted, "Anan, release her. I demand a duel." However, disregarding Jiraiya's outburst, Anan leaned closer to Tsunade and whispered, "I shall place a trace of Three Tails chakra on your shoulder. If you find yourself in peril, I will sense it, just as Naruto would, and come to your aid without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Tsunade reflected on Anan's sudden appearance, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiraiya, feeling anxious, urged, "Tsunade, do not be swayed by his words. Whatever he says, do not agree blindly." Casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, Anan then approached Shizune and imparted the same message to her. As for Jiraiya's request, "Apologies, but I happen to be out of chakra at the moment." Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade gazed at the mountain of paperwork before her. listening to the responses from the administrative office, and could not suppress a grimace. Yet another day of not wanting to be Hokage, and it was only the first day. Meanwhile, Anan had wholly liberated himself, returning home with the Three Tails, leaving the shinobi world behind to arrive at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as he intended to rest for a while, he heard the frantic shout from Kageyama. Kageyama has betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps, willingly joining the demons. He has defected. He has defected. Anan's gaze turned icy. What audacity did that scoundrel have to betray us? Without regard for those around him, he immediately utilized a leap to return to the Peach Mountain. Upon arrival, he found his master, Sanada Kiwamaru, slumped on the ground. An expression of deep remorse etched on his face. This wretched bird speaks too freely. Anan rushed forward and cautiously helped his master to his feet, gently saying, "Master, do not heed that foolish bird's nonsense." Kiwamaru simply bowed his head, seemingly drained of all resolve, and staggered away from Anan, retreating into the house. Once inside, he locked the door, as if to hide his disheveled state from Anan, and retrieved a short blade from the white wooden tray. Anan focused his Sharingan on his master. But Kiwamaru appeared resolute in his despair, loudly exclaiming, "Master, do you not wish to see the demons vanish from this world? Do you not want to witness the traitors brought to justice? Master, would you abandon us?" Yet Kiwamaru hesitated only briefly before aiming the blade at his own abdomen. How could he, the supposed heir of the thunder-breathing technique, live with the shame of having become a demon? Just as he was about to plunge the blade into himself, a large hand firmly grasped the sharp edge. "Master, trust me. I will bring an end to the traitors, Muzan, and the demons in this era. Master, believe in me." However, looking into Kiwamaru's dim, lifeless eyes, Anan delivered a swift blow, rendering his master unconscious. Peach Mountain was no longer a suitable place for his master to remain alone, not to mention the risk of revealing their location. The state of mind Kiwamaru was imposed a constant threat of a tragic repeat of suicide. Meanwhile, the Three Tails on Anan's shoulder observed the unfolding events with pensive contemplation. It was imperative to return his master to the headquarters swiftly. I had been pondering the possibility of using the leap to transport others. As for the Three Tails, it was not applicable, since the Kifune was inherently sealed within me. However, a living person cannot be sealed, and at that time, there was no necessity to utilize the leap for companionship. Thus, I swiftly commenced my experiments. My first attempt involved a mouse, which I leaped outside the courtyard, only to witness it reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh by the turbulence of space. How could this happen? Fortunately, I did not attempt to take my master along, or the consequences would have been dire. I conducted several more trials, all culminating in failure, when suddenly a thought struck me. What if I enveloped the target with Susano'o and transported them together? With that notion, I seized another mouse and gently encased it in Susano'o. In a flash, I beheld the lively creature in my hand and breathed a sigh of relief. I then hoisted my master onto my back and employed Susano'o once more, leaping back to the headquarters. Upon arrival, I noticed the still slumbering Tsumuji and hurried to the butterfly mansion, requesting Nurse Aoi Kanzaki to attend to him in my stead. As for bringing my master into the ninja realm, it was far too perilous at present. Orochimaru, Pain, Itachi, and the one known as Uchiha Madara all contributed to the chaos. After completing my tasks, I turned my gaze toward the Three Tails, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Without the Three Tails, my chakra would not have sustained me up to this point. Meanwhile, Muzan Kibutsuji wore a smile that radiated delight. "Are you suggesting that his ability cannot be sustained for long?" Kagaya knelt on the ground, his eyes etched with the symbol of the upper six, affirming, "Indeed, my lord Muzan, I heard it with my own ears. Had it not been for Kokoshibo's abrupt departure, Uchiha Anan would have long since faltered." Muzan chuckled softly. "As I suspected, such power has its limitations. This is why I was urged to join the fray." His smile faded as he addressed the 5 other figures kneeling nearby. "You have all heard. What shall we do next?" "No need for elaboration, I presume." The 6 upper moons shimmered with excitement, responding in unison, "Yes." Kagaya was also acclimating to the powers of a demon. Having become one, his strength had more than doubled, and he was granted immortality. Had I known this would be the case, I would have embraced being a demon long ago. Seizing a moment of respite, I approached Zenitsu and shared some of Kifune's chakra with Tanjiro and the others. Zenitsu, spotting the turtle perched on my shoulder, exclaimed, "How adorable. I wish to play with it." But recalling my master's condition and the tasks at hand, I urged Anan to return quickly. Upon returning to the headquarters, Yoya Tsujikuni arrived with several doctors. Noticing the sealing curse mark on his shoulder, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I enveloped it with the chakra of the three tails. The effect was commendable. The seal became even more robust, though the black ring acquired a hint of azure. Upon receiving the news, Shinobu hurried back to assist in the treatment of Kanjuro. At that moment, Kanjuro was devoid of his previous vigor, his entire being enveloped in a sense of decline, occasionally succumbing to coughs. Meanwhile, the three tails curiously surveyed this world, astonished to discover that it truly lacked chakra. How peculiar. At that moment, Anan expressed disbelief regarding the matter. But now, he finds himself engulfed in profound doubt. This world does not derive its strength from chakra. Rather, it is through a method known as breathing techniques that power is attained. How peculiar. As time passed, the master had shed his previous morose demeanor, merely staring blankly out of the window. Anan, recognizing that this was not a viable solution, took Chiguro to the home of the Flame Hashira as Mr. Shinazugawa was currently unoccupied and could provide companionship. Upon his return, Zenitsu rushed into Chiguro's embrace, wailing, "Grandfather, I miss you so much. I cannot bear to be without you." This caused Chiguro to offer comfort to Zenitsu, who, while nestled in his grandfather's arms, shot a triumphant smile at Anan. Observing that the master had regained some semblance of his former self, Anan gave him a thumbs up. While his own tears might have had some effect, it was evident that Zenitsu was far better suited for such emotional displays. However, it was somewhat unbecoming for a distinguished member of the Demon Slayer Corps to weep in the arms of an elder. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was contemplating relocation due to the betrayal of Kokushibo, rendering their current location unsafe, with demons beginning to appear in the vicinity, probing for something. Although these threats were promptly dealt with, the urgency to move was undeniable. Originally, according to the plan devised by Yurichi Tsujikuni, he intended to lure Muzan using his frail body and then perish alongside him in a cataclysmic explosion of the explosives buried throughout the estate. However, with Anan's sealing techniques, Yurichi felt he could endure a bit longer. The plan shifted. His eldest son, Riza, his eldest daughter, Kane, and his second daughter, Kanai, would advance to the new headquarters. In accordance with the headquarters directives, the Flame Hashira, the Mist Hashira, the Insect Hashira, the Stone Hashira, the Love Hashira, and Anan's own position as the Sound Hashira were entrusted with the defense, safety, and relocation efforts of the headquarters. Throughout their journey, the six Hashira, each in their respective domains, fought valiantly against the demons, yet a few lurking demons always managed to evade detection. Yurichi furrowed his brow, realizing that if this continued, their efforts would be in vain even upon reaching the new location. He ordered the convoy to halt and instructed the Hashira to widen their search area, determined to eradicate the hidden demons. However, this inadvertently played into Muzan's scheme, as just when the Hashira were in full pursuit, several demon eyes emerged from the forest, beginning to observe the convoy. Other Hashira, including those near Anan, found themselves shadowed by several demon eyes. As night fell, the moon gradually concealed itself behind the clouds. Shinobu Kocho furrowed her brow and murmured, "Though it is night, the number of demons seems to have increased significantly." After dispatching a few demons with her poison, more appeared in the woods moments later. Regarding Anan, though Muzan was aware of his weaknesses, a war of attrition was not feasible given the current circumstances, as there were still 5 Hashira nearby. Capturing the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yurichi Tsujikuni, would deal a devastating blow to the organization, potentially leading to its complete eradication from existence. As the Hashira were lured away, Muzan utilized the portal to the Infinity Fortress, arriving instantaneously before Yurichi's carriage. The horses whinnied, and the air was filled with the sounds of desperate screams. Yaozai furrowed his brow, not expecting that this day would ultimately arrive. After comforting his wife, he lifted the curtain and descended. Muzan licked the bloodstains from his fingers, malevolence swirling in his eyes. "At last, I see you. At last, I see you." The voices of Muzan and Yaozai resonated in unison. Yaozai gazed at Muzan, wondering if this was the malevolent demon that the Demon Slayer Corps had hunted for millennia. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him, as if the very air had solidified. The crimson gaze, paired with a white suit, exuded an eerie aura. Muzan regarded the current head of the Kenroji family, who radiated a frail energy, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Yet, despite this, the Upper Moon demons could never eradicate the remnants of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan softly commanded, "Bring him back to Infinity Castle." With a misstep, Yaozai and the carriage behind him plummeted towards Infinity Castle. "I will toy with you until your demise does not assuage my rage. I want you to taste the essence of hell." As Muzan vanished into Infinity Castle, the demons that had been restraining the Hashira began to retreat, no longer appearing. However, as they surveyed the desolate forest, a foreboding sense deepened in the hearts of the Hashira. They hastened back to their station location, discovering severed limbs and finding the warriors hidden behind a carriage, only to realize that their lord had been abducted by Muzan. What? A door appeared out of nowhere, taking our lord and the others away. Cursed, cursed. The stone Hashira, Iwaizumi, wept uncontrollably, wielding his axe with fervor as he dug towards the spot where Muzan had vanished. Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, quickly joined in the excavation. The flame, mist, and insect Hashira stood in confusion. Anan, with a grave expression, turned to his companion, Tsuyoshi, and inquired if he could sense the chakra on Yaozai. Upon discovering that he could, he sighed in relief. It seemed that Yaozai was safe for the moment. He then called out to the Hashira, "I will search for Kanroji Yaozai. You all gather the remaining Demon Slayer Corps members. We shall meet shortly." In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Within Infinity Castle, Kanroji Yaozai struggled to rise, observing the various suspended houses around him, filled with grotesque demons. He laboriously moved towards the carriage that had fallen not far behind him. Upon reaching the carriage and lifting the curtain, he found his wife, Kaname, and daughters, Hinaki and Akashino, merely stunned. Muzan, stroking his fingertips with excitement, declared, "Fear not, Kanroji. How could I allow your children to perish so easily? I shall transform them into demons, erasing their memories, eternally enslaved to me." Ecstatic, Muzan exclaimed, "Kanroji, you have failed, and the Demon Slayer Corps has failed, destined to perish in this era." Yet, in Yaozai's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Someone would inherit his will. Kanroji Hiriya, Kanroji Akira, or Kanroji Kana could all succeed him. The Demon Slayer Corps would never vanish, and the day it did would be the day Muzan met his demise. A flicker of impatience crossed Muzan's eyes. As if recalling something, he coldly laughed. "Chantu, you don't truly believe that anyone will come to your rescue, do you? Ha ha. Prepare to be disappointed, for this is Infinity Castle, and as long as I desire it, no one can enter." No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "You claim that no one can enter?" Startled, Muzan turned around only to find the last person he wished to see, Uchiha Anan, with a turtle perched on his shoulder, charging forward with a sword raised. Damn it! How did Uchiha Anan manage to get in? He hastily averted his gaze, avoiding Anan's eyes, and summoned his flesh buds to counter the impending strike. Then, in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Fools, all of you attack. Tear him apart." Upon receiving the command, the legion of demons surged from all directions towards Anan. Thunder breathing, sixth form, rumble, and strike. A brilliant light erupted around him, instantly obliterating the surrounding demons. However, in the next moment, thousands of demons hidden within Infinity Castle began to leap down upon Uchiha Anan like dumplings falling into boiling water. "Have I entered the den of demons?" thought Asamo, who observed the oncoming horde from his shoulder. What would happen if I unleashed a tailed beast bomb on this grotesque assembly? Meanwhile, Narumi swiftly plucked the strings of her instrument, urging Muzan and Yosei to retreat from Anan's range of attack. Yet, Anan turned to Muzan, activating his space-time technique, and the familiar voice resonated once more from behind Muzan. "Well, Muzan, what are you running from on our first meeting?" With the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, the boundary line was drawn, and in the blink of an eye, Muzan was sliced into countless pieces. Just as he intended to inform Yosei that the opponent had been neutralized, a massive hand suddenly pierced through Anan's chest. Muzan, having restored himself in the blink of an eye, cruelly remarked, "Underestimation is your greatest folly." Then, from beside Yosei, Anan appeared and quipped, "Muzan, why are you conversing with a piece of wood?" Snapping back to reality, Muzan glared at the wooden object in his hand, unable to suppress his fury as he spat. "Uchiha Anan, I will see you dead." Just as Anan prepared to charge, a wave of purple enveloped Yosei and the unconscious Tan and others. At the very moment Muzan was about to touch Anan, the latter merely smiled and waved goodbye before vanishing from sight. "Narumi, where is he now?" The strings rang out, and Narumi rushed out from a door, panic-stricken. The presence of the opponent within Infinity Castle has vanished. Useless, worthless. What purpose do you serve? He exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Narumi flying. He then cast a scornful glance at the multitude of demons that had just landed, unable to restrain his ire. All of you are worthless. With Anan and Yose reappearing, the hearts of the pillars finally settled. Butterfly Shinobu hurried forward to examine the unconscious Taian and the two sons. Observing Anan's furrowed brow, Yose inquired, Anan, what happened? Are you injured? Anan shook his head and replied solemnly, I shattered Muzan into pieces. Yet he restored himself in an instant. Hearing this, the flame Hashira asked anxiously, Anan, you encountered Muzan. What is his strength like? The love Hashira covered her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Anan, utterly impressed by his prowess. Not only had he successfully brought back their esteemed leader, but he had also engaged in combat with Muzan. The stone and mist Hashira turned their attention to Anan, their expressions reflecting the gravity of his words. He is formidable. Although I shattered him into pieces, he could restore himself instantaneously. His strength and speed far surpassed those of the upper moon demons, Anan declared. Kyajiro Rengoku, the flame Hashira, gripped his sword firmly, his gaze unwavering. My blade shall undoubtedly sever his head. The others echoed his sentiment, regrouping for their journey ahead. Yet this time, Anan and Shinobu remained by Yose's side. The remaining four Hashira dispersed, searching for traces of the demons. Perhaps due to the previous ambush, the demons they sought had vanished without a trace. As dawn broke on the following day, the convoy quickened its pace, disappearing entirely into the forest. Days passed, and they finally arrived at the predetermined safe location, where they were warmly welcomed by Kagaya Ubuyashiki. The tension that had gripped their hearts was finally alleviated. After several days of operations, the headquarters was back on track. At that moment, the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, returned with a grave expression. His 3 wives had gone missing in the entertainment district, and the intelligence he received indicated that the courtesan, Tamayo, had begun to inexplicably disappear. Despite the 3 women disguising themselves as courtesans to investigate, they too had lost contact. This news weighed heavily on Tengen's heart, prompting him to inquire about the situation as a patron, but he found nothing amiss. He decided to take a few attendants from the Butterfly Mansion to return to the district. Hey, Tenjin, why are you suddenly taking the girls away? Naho Takada, Kiyo Teranai, and Samayer Nakahara called out as they saw Anan emerging. Anan-sama, save us. We're going to be captured. Tenjin looked at Anan. He could ignore others, but Anan, being the Hashira of the shinobi and having saved their leader multiple times, warranted a full explanation. Anan frowned upon hearing Tengen's concerns and replied, but taking 3 attendants won't help. It might even complicate matters further. With no other option, Tenjin reluctantly released the 3 girls and raised his hands in exasperation. There's nothing I can do. If I approach as a Hashira, I fear it will alert the enemy. As Anan contemplated the situation, he noticed Zenitsu yawning nearby, rubbing his eyes as he murmured, Brother, what has happened? Anan's eyes lit up, and he pushed Zenitsu forward. Let the senior brother go. After all, he's just idling here. And surely he wouldn't want to see the girls harmed. Zenitsu's expression turned serious as he patted his chest, declaring, Leave it to me. At that moment, Tanjiro and Inosuke returned simultaneously. Anan smiled at Tenjin. Just in time, everyone is here. The 3 girls quickly broke free from Tengen's grasp, akin to butterflies escaping confinement, and darted behind Anan, pointing at Tenjin and shouting, Bad man. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and his companions began to embark on a new mission with Tenjin Yuzui. The Yoshiwara Entertainment District was now the territory of the newly appointed Upper Moon 5, Daki, yet she was burdened by her own worries. Daki sat pensively, her head bowed, a hint of anxiety lacing her voice. Nichan, what if that Uchiha Anan arrives here? The heavy timbre of Gyutaro resonated from behind Daki. Do not fret, dear sister. You are formidable enough as is. Should trouble arise, I shall protect you. Furthermore, if he does come, we can simply summon the upper moons at Infinity Castle. Had the opponent not escaped so swiftly last time, perhaps Kokushibo would have already captured him. Upon hearing her brother's words, the worry on her face diminished somewhat. At that moment, a timid Oiran at the door gently knocked. Daki, with a hint of impatience, asked, What is it? The Oiran stammered, It is your turn to perform. With a restored smile, Daki pushed open the sliding door and sauntered out, her ears filled with the chants of Wakazuki. Wakazuki. She relished this sensation, finding immense joy in it. Meanwhile, the sound Hashira had begun to dress Tanjiro and his companions. successfully infiltrating the various tea houses of the entertainment district. In the following days, the revitalized Tenjin was bickering and drinking with Mitsuri. What? You claim the thunder breathing is ineffective? Tenjin retorted, his eyes narrowing as he set down the sake bottle, eager to challenge Rengoku Mitsuri. Mitsuri also put down her bottle, lamenting that she hadn't enjoyed a drink in ages. All because of that little brat Uchiha Anan. Though she currently could not best him in combat, she was confident in defeating the old man. Ignoring the protests of Senjuro, she grabbed her Nichiren blade, ready for a spirited duel with the limping Tenjin. Anan, observing the scene, felt overwhelmed. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have preferred returning to Tama Mountain. With a swift motion, he reprimanded the two, ensuring they would not be served any more alcohol. He pondered about Zenitsu and wondered how he was faring in the bustling pleasure district, now that the old man was safe. It was time for him to unwind as well. The glaring sunlight compelled Anan to raise his arm, acknowledging the splendid weather. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Zenitsu. In the music room, the courtesans hurriedly gathered upon hearing the arrival of a remarkable talent capable of playing an entire piece after just one listen. Indeed, with her talent, she is destined to become the most renowned courtesan, someone remarked. Many turned their gaze towards the back, as an esteemed elder proclaimed, in her, I sense the deep resentment of a woman scorned by men. Such bitterness will surely elevate her to the pinnacle of artistry. The other courtesans felt a profound sympathy for this unfortunate soul who had come uninvited. At this moment, Zenitsu, with a distorted expression, was fervently strumming the shamisen. Vowing to himself, no one wants me. Cleaning up? Tenjin, just wait. I shall become the finest courtesan. Nearby, the supervising Oiran, startled by Anan's sudden appearance behind Zenitsu, nearly called for assistance but paused, captivated by Anan's striking handsomeness, which surpassed even that of the man who had visited the day before. A peculiar flush appeared on his face, and with a gentle smile, he said, Esteemed guest, it is not yet business hours. However, if it pleases you, everything shall be accommodated. The two individuals beside Zenitsu, along with the onlooking geishas at the entrance, brightened at the sight of Anan and exchanged knowing glances with the brothel madam. Zenitsu, what brings you here? One of them remarked, patting his shoulder. Were you not supposed to be gathering intelligence? Why are you playing the gene here? The madam, realizing a case of mistaken identity, quickly clarified, Dear guest, you must have misidentified him. This is Zenko-chan, who has only recently arrived. Zenko-chan, Anan gasped, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. However, upon seeing Zenitsu's hair styled in two little braids, the corners of his mouth twisted into an exaggerated grin. Ah, so it is Zenko-chan. I mistook you for someone else. My sincerest apologies, Zenko-chan. Zenitsu's face contorted further in distress, his mind roaring, Ah, cursed fate, my once glorious reputation, Tenjin, Anan, you shall pay dearly for this. His movements quickened, even casting shadows with his strikes. Not wishing to disturb Zenitsu, now engrossed in his practice, Anan, surrounded by the beautiful geishas, exited the room. After indulging for a couple of hours, Anan walked away, reluctantly observed by the geishas. Strolling down the bustling street, satiated, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. A group of proud samurai, led by a young man clad in dark kimono, pushed through the crowd, an unmistakable joy illuminating his countenance. Kiryu, I have finally persuaded my father. Soon, I shall bring you back, murmured Yoshihara Aikiro. Kiryu? Anan recalled from his earlier meal the basic information he gleaned from the geishas. Could it be the famed Kiryu courtesan? Wait, he remembered Tenjin mentioning that courtesans sometimes vanished or escaped, yet none had returned. If this man intended to redeem her, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demons, especially given her status as a top courtesan. Turning around, he stealthily followed Yoshihara Aikiro, arriving at the Shirjimi house. Observing the samurai guarding the entrance, he opted for a discreet approach, slipping to a side entrance. With chakra enhanced to his ears, his hearing had notably improved during his period of blindness. Sounds from within began to filter through. The madam, upon seeing the money in Yoshihara Aikiru's hands, wore an expression of trepidation. Lord Yoshihara, how can we accept such generosity? Having Kiryu by your side is a tremendous fortune. We simply cannot accept this money. While the madam yearned to take the money, the Yoshihara family held considerable power in this region, akin to local emperors. Accepting such funds could jeopardize the Shirjimi house's very existence. Yoshihara Ikaru, aware of the implications, smiled and replied, "This is for Kiryu. I am merely facilitating her own redemption." Upon hearing this, the matron exhaled in relief, her face brightening with a smile as she turned to the attendant beside her, instructing, "Quickly, summon Kiyoshi." If they were to forcibly take Kiyoshi away, the matron would not dare to intervene, yet it would tarnish the reputation of the Gyuin establishment. However, if the matter was a simple redemption without coercion, it would indicate that Gyuin Ichiro harbored genuine feelings for Kiyoshi. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Ichiro, you have arrived," Kiyoshi's gentle voice rang out. Ecstatic, Ichiro received the money box from the samurai and solemnly presented it to Kiyoshi. Without hesitation, she handed the box to the matron, softly saying, "Mother, thank you for your care over this time. This is a token of my gratitude." The matron's face radiated warmth, her gaze fixed not on the money within the box, but on the blush gracing Kiyoshi's cheeks, understanding that Kiyoshi had feelings for Gyuin Ichiro as well. Nevertheless, the matron stepped forward, stating, "Kiyoshi cannot be taken away just yet. As the most renowned courtesan of the brothel, she cannot simply depart. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a grand farewell event for her." Upon hearing this, Ichiro's face fell with regret, yet seeing Kiyoshi nod in agreement, he chose to respect her wishes. Kiyoshi smiled as she approached, taking Ichiro's hand and leading him upstairs. The samurai wished to follow but were boldly halted by the matron, once inside the designated room. "You need not worry about Lord Ichiro's safety." Ichiro turned and commanded, "Let us conclude for today. I shall cover your expenses. Go and enjoy yourselves." The guards, who had been on high alert, relaxed, and the matron joyously called out, "Ladies, open the doors to welcome our guests." In an instant, the samurai guard was captivated by the charming courtesans. Anan, hearing the chaotic sounds, rubbed his ears, feeling somewhat sullied. He decided it would be best to return later for a thorough investigation. Subsequently, he began to appreciate the local specialties. After a day of exploration, Anan finally awaited the fall of night. Striding into the brightly lit establishment, he was immediately approached by several elegantly attired women. Rinko, Yoko, and Keiko, upon seeing the handsome man before them, swiftly shielded him from other geishas, surrounding Anan as they led him to a secluded tea room. "Have there been any intriguing events lately?" Anan inquired lazily, sipping his tea. Rinko tilted her head, pondering, "My lord, there have indeed been many curious happenings recently. Numerous renowned geishas have inexplicably vanished, causing quite a stir. It is rumored they have been devoured by monsters." As she spoke, she was so frightened that she inadvertently nestled into Anan's embrace. Yoko and Keiko also drew closer, with Keiko whispering, "My lord, a significant event occurred today. Kiyoshi is about to be redeemed. We sisters can hardly contain our envy." Anan set down his teacup, looking at Keiko with great interest. "Is it the famed courtesan Kiyoshi you speak of?" Yoko sighed. "Indeed, she is fortunate to have encountered a man willing to redeem her, but alas, Kiyoshi must remain for one more day." Amidst laughter and conversation, Anan inadvertently activated his Sharingan, casting a sweeping glance around him. Suddenly, across the pond at headquarters, the playful Isamu, who had been chasing fish, came to a halt. Anan, the yellow-haired boy, had vanished. How could this be? Just this morning, he was lively and well. Now, he had inexplicably disappeared by nightfall. In an instant, the trio, who had been comfortably nestled in the arms of a handsome young man, began to fantasize about the delightful events of the night, only to find their warm embrace had abruptly faded away. Bewildered, they scrambled to their feet, glancing around in confusion, murmuring, "Did he leave us without paying?" Meanwhile, Zenitsu, with his keen ears, heard a girl weeping and followed the sound, intending to offer comfort. Just as he approached, a sharp reprimand echoed from behind. "Did I not instruct you to tidy up? Why is it still such a mess?" Before he could react, the voice pointed at Zenitsu, exclaiming, "And you ugly creature, who are you?" Startled, Zenitsu, who had been crouching to soothe the girl, realized that such a voice could not belong to an ordinary person. After searching for days, he had not anticipated that the enemy would be right behind him. Daki lunged past Zenitsu, reaching for the girl's ear, but he swiftly caught her wrist. However, Daki's other hand delivered a powerful punch to Zenitsu's face, sending him flying several meters away. As he lay unconscious, Daki's expression turned grave. Although he was out cold, it seemed he had only sustained minor injuries. Was he from the Demon Slayer Corps? Yet, he appeared so weak. Was he not a Hashira? Contemplating this, she smiled at her pleading old hen, saying, I may have been a tad too harsh with the newcomer. Please ensure she receives proper care. With that, she turned to leave, but as everyone departed, a ribbon began to flow toward Zenitsu. Anan materialized underground, observing Zenitsu, who had now transformed into a ribbon, activating his Sharingan. This entity seemed to rely on the ribbon as its anchor, and there were still many trapped within. Originally planning to wait for an opportunity, with Zenitsu captured, he had to shift to a rescue operation. Swish, swish, swish. The Nichiren blade sliced through the ribbon with remarkable speed. In an instant, all those ensnared within the ribbon were freed entirely. Yet, the remaining ribbon offered no resistance. The next moment, it swiftly retreated into a hole, vanishing from sight. Daki, having retrieved the ribbon, was now frantically seeking assistance from her brother, Oni-chan. That Uchiha Anan has arrived. He is here. Gyutaro also conveyed the message to Muzan through their blood connection. The next moment, Kokushibo, who was honing his swordsmanship, paused. As Doma listened to the suffering of his followers, he suddenly sliced the air with his iron fan, silencing them completely, exclaiming, Uchiha Anan, here I come. Prepare to witness my newly mastered blood demon art. Hantengu was merely prostrated on the ground, surrounded by dismembered limbs, weeping, so terrifying, so terrifying. Tamayo contemplated which jar to take on this outing. Only Kaigaku bore a serious expression. Despite his newfound strength, whether he could contend with Uchiha Anan remained an uncertainty. As Gyutaro continued to console Daki, a melody of a koto resonated through the air. 5 upper moons stepped into the room, their presence enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Kagaya cast his gaze around, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Today would be the day of Uchiha Anan's demise. Tenjin also sensed the anomaly. The malevolent energy from that direction was so potent it seemed on the verge of overflowing, compelling him to glance towards its source. He quickly advanced in that direction and turned to Kagaya, requesting reinforcements and urging the hidden core to evacuate the crowd immediately. Kokushibo reiterated the need to buy time, insisting they must wait until the enemy's abilities waned before capturing them. The other upper moons nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the window, appearing before the assembly of upper moons, leaving them momentarily stunned. Who was this? Had Uchiha Anan truly arrived with such ferocity? As the mist dispersed and the identity of the intruder became clear, sensing his aura, the upper moons couldn't help but chuckle. They hadn't anticipated that it was merely a Hashira, seemingly walking to his own demise. Tenjin shivered involuntarily. Was this a meeting of upper moons? Had everyone gathered? As Daki prepared to strike, the sound Hashira reacted swiftly, hurling an explosive device that fell to the next floor, coincidentally revealing Hinetsuru lying on the ground. To his astonishment, his wife was present. He scooped her up and smashed through the window, fleeing outside. Even if a battle ensued, he needed to ensure his wife was safe first. In the underground, observing the recovering Geishas and Zenitsu, Anan unleashed the second form, Rice Spirit, creating a gaping hole above. Within moments, the onlookers felt a refreshing breeze wafting from the ground. The vanished Geishas began to support one another as they descended. Behind them, 2 women wielding kunai approached. One donned a purple form-fitting outfit, somewhat clumsily resembling Tsuma, while the other, clad in red, bore a serious expression identified as Maki. Tsuma, glancing around nervously, exclaimed, I must report to Lord Tenjin. The demons ambushed me. Maki quickly interjected, We are the wives of Lord Tenjin, here to gather intelligence. But we underestimated the enemy's strength and were captured. We must leave at once. In the distance, where the upper moons had passed, the once bustling streets transformed into ruins, filled with screams, cries, and the raucous laughter of the upper moons. Yoshihara Ichiro was whispering sweet nothings to Karika, but upon hearing the wild laughter, his demeanor shifted. Grabbing Karika, he summoned the warriors and boldly declared, I shall see who dares to wreak havoc on my Yoshihara territory. He then glanced at Karika, who, covering her mouth with a smile, replied, Yoshihara-kun, you are truly impressive. Just as Yoshihara was about to command the warriors to investigate the commotion, several figures clad in black attire, their faces obscured, rushed towards them, shouting, An earthquake! An earthquake! Everyone flee! A sense of unease washed over Yoshihara. Something felt amiss. Yet, witnessing the collapsed buildings in the distance, he could not dismiss the reality. He began to shield Karika as they cautiously made their way out. The surrounding warriors clustered together, fiercely protecting their young lord from any potential harm. Before long, only Yoshihara and his companions remained on the flower street, leisurely strolling along the path. An earthquake? This place was hardly the epicenter, and none among them felt any tremors. The spacious street bore no significant difference to the outside world. Above all, it was essential to maintain elegance. How could Kiryuka allow herself to be seen in a disheveled state due to a mere tremor? When Inbu returned to check, seeing them still ambling along, he exclaimed in exasperation, "Why aren't you running? There's been an earthquake, haven't you heard?" Attempting to approach, he was thwarted by the surrounding warriors and had no choice but to depart in frustration. After walking for a while, Yoshihara noticed the absence of others. The once bustling and lively street now lay in an eerie silence. Was it truly an earthquake? A sense of unease gnawed at him, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. Turning the corner, he beheld a large gaping hole in the previously wide street, with some individuals emerging from below. Yoshihara's heart relaxed. It had felt unsettling to be alone moments ago. Kiryuka spotted Suma and hurriedly approached her. "Suma, Oiran, are you all right? You just vanished." Tears glistened in Suma's eyes as she sheathed her concealed weapon and stepped forward. "Wah, Kiryuka, you have no idea. I was trapped in the pitch-black underground and have only just been rescued." She had more to say, but was interrupted by Mangekyo. "This is not the place for idle chatter. Suma, what are you dawdling for?" Suma pouted in protest. "Mangekyo, you're being so harsh." Several hot-tempered warriors among them stepped forward, ready to reprimand this disheveled woman for interrupting their young lord's conversation. However, a loud call from afar caught their attention. They turned to see Yuzue Tenjin, bloodied and sprinting across the rooftops, cradling someone in his arms. In the blink of an eye, he leapt over several houses. The warriors promptly shielded Yoshihara behind them, their expressions tense with vigilance. Finally, they discerned Tengin's urgent words. "Anan, the upper moons are out. Request reinforcements, quickly." Mangekyo glared at the blood-soaked Tenjin, his fists clenched, seething with rage. "Lord Tenjin." With a few powerful leaps, Tenjin reached Anan, handing over the young crane he had been carrying. He drew his sword from behind and stood alongside Anan, both poised and ready, their gazes fixed upon the 7 figures in the distance. Meanwhile, Yoshihara Ichiro had lost all desire to linger any longer and had just begun to move when one of the upper moons, the courtesan Taro, spoke first. "Since this is my territory, let the confrontation begin with me." Blood demon art, blood scythe, blood transformed into dozens of slashing strikes, hurtling towards Anan and the others at an alarming speed. The warriors of the Yoshihara clan were indeed elite, many having emerged from the battlefield. Yet they had never encountered such a scene, where blood was wielded as a weapon. What on earth is this abominable creature? Beside it stands a monstrous being with a serpent's tail and a human form, moving with a speed that rivals the others. Trembling, it clutches a katana, stammering in fear. What is this thing? Tenjin Yuzui approaches the samurai of Yoshiwara. His towering figure and robust physique exude an inexplicable sense of security. He then intones softly, "Breath of sound." Fourth form, resonant slash. Yoshiwara observes as the newcomer unleashes a flurry of orange blade shadows, colliding with the crimson scythe of blood. The ensuing tempest forces the people of Yoshiwara to stagger backward. Kokushibo intercepts those who attempt to advance, addressing the other 3 upper moons. "If we are to delay, then let us engage one by one." His 6 eyes fixate intently on Uchiha Anan, recalling how he had allowed him to escape last time, pondering whether this encounter would be more to his satisfaction. "This time, I shall take the lead." In a flash, the sound Hashira diverts Kyogai to another location. Daki attempts to assist, but is thwarted by the combined efforts of Tanjiro and Inosuke. As Kaigaku realizes they must confront their foes individually, he perches on a rooftop, only to see Zenitsu disregard Daki entirely, advancing steadily toward him. "Ladies and gentlemen, take a moment's respite. I shall attend to my useless little junior." With that, he lunges at Zenitsu. The clash of black and yellow lightning intertwines in a dazzling display. Yoshiwara Ikaru watches the 6-eyed monstrosity, swinging his blade to unleash a tempest of black wind blades that darken the sky. Confusion envelopes Yoshiwara. They had come merely to rescue Kiyoshi, and moments ago, laughter had filled the air. Now, even escape feels like a distant dream. Perhaps they should have fled with the crowd. Kiyoshi trembles in Yoshiwara's embrace, realizing that their once bright future has turned bleak. Ikaru hazily observes the trembling warriors around him, wildly wielding their blades. It is evident their feeble attacks are futile. Suddenly, a violet light bursts forth from the darkness, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, dispersing the gloom. A calm voice resonates within the violet glow, breath of lightning. Second form, Rice Spirit. Several violet slashes intercept the surrounding black wind blades. Yet, the haphazardly positioned buildings are instantly obliterated, and within seconds, the area is shrouded in swirling dust. Maki and Sumo wisely drop to the ground, minimizing the impact of the strikes, shouting to the people of Yoshiwara, "Get down." Roused from his stupor, Ikaru hastily pulls Kiyoshi down to the ground. Several samurai of Yoshiwara discard their weapons, desperately fleeing backward. To engage such a creature is tantamount to seeking death. Just as Maki prepares to speak again, black and violet lights collide amidst the dust. Bang, bang, bang. Kokushibo is taken aback. Within the haze, Uchiha Anan displays agility that surpasses even his own. He ponders whether it is the power of those eyes at play. Moreover, it appears that Anan's breathing technique has evolved. He can now withstand Kokushibo's slashes. Has he attained a profound understanding of the world? To comprehend the previous confrontation between Uchiha Anan and his opponent's strike, it resembled the futile impact of tofu against stone. However, his current strike bore tangible weight, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Observing several warriors burst forth from the mist, eager to flee into the distance, Tong Mao swiftly positioned himself before them, declaring, "I advise you not to run." With a hushed tone, he invoked Blood Demon Technique, White Princess of Frost. Suddenly, two ice sculptures emerged, exhaling a torrent of frigid mist. The fleeing warriors, upon contact with the icy vapor, were instantly transformed into lifeless statues, their faces frozen in terror for eternity. Tong Mao spread his arms wide, marveling. How exquisite! Yet, the mist did not dissipate. Rather, it spread along the street toward the locations of Anan and Yoshihara. Yoshihara, unable to discern his surroundings, sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Kiryusha exhaled a breath of warmth and softly remarked, "Yoshihara-kun, has it become colder around us?" As he snuggled closer, Anan, hearing this, forcefully pushed back Kokushibo, his Sharingan gazing back at Tong Mao. "Ah, so it is you." He conjured a shadow clone and began forming seals behind Yoshihara. Yoshihara felt as though he were enveloped in ice and snow, but suddenly, a wave of heat surged above him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Utilizing Isanagi's chakra, he was finally able to unleash a semblance of a decent ninjutsu. Unable to resist, Yoshihara glanced back, witnessing a sea of flames surging forth with magnificent intensity. The inferno and frost began to intertwine, and with the addition of the breath of fire, the flames swelled like a tidal wave, gradually consuming the icy mist. Tong Mao's expression darkened. Previously, this technique had been infallible, yet today, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Hastily, he leaped back, as the sky was painted crimson. Those on the outskirts of the pleasure district stood frozen, bewildered by the spectacle. Wasn't it said there would be an earthquake? Why is it snowing one moment and ablaze the next? And the intensity of the fire is quite formidable. Yoshihara recalled the earlier displays of fire tricks, which required prior preparation, but now, it seemed as though one could merely gesture and unleash a torrent of flames. The events unfolding today exceeded his comprehension. Who is this person? A reclusive master? Could he possess the ability to soar through the skies and attain immortality, as described in legends? Upon the conclusion of the fire release, Tong Mao remained silent, retreating back among the ranks, albeit with a noticeably grim countenance. He forced a smile, explaining, "Do not regard me with such disdain. I merely aim to deplete the enemy's strength." As the dust settled, the once thriving pleasure district, renowned for its splendor, had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Observing the predatory gazes of the assembled Akuma, Anan furrowed his brow, sensing something within him hastening its departure. Reluctant to prolong the encounter, he activated his Mangekyo, summoning the second form of his armored Susano'o. Kokushibo could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It has manifested at last." Tong Mao's visage began to contort, veins bulging as he bellowed, "Blood Demon Technique. Giant Frost Lotus Bodhisattva?" A towering ice lotus, 200 meters in height, rose from the ground in response. As Tongmo gasped for breath, he glanced at the other upper moons, thinking that even this move could rival the prowess of Kokushibo. Dismissing him with a low murmur, Kokushibo remarked, "Superficial." The expressions of the other upper moons darkened as they cast wary glances at the ice bodhisattva. Gyutaro, along with the sound Hashira, Kaneo, and the battle-scarred Zenitsu, as well as Daki and Tanjiro, all halted in their tracks, staring vacantly at the two monstrous figures in the center of the battlefield. Yoshiwara gazed up at the towering Susano'o, over 200 meters high, his eyes wide with disbelief, trembling uncontrollably as he muttered, "The gods have manifested." In the distance, a throng of commoners from the pleasure district, numbering in the thousands, gathered together. It was uncertain who knelt first, but soon everyone, including the members of the hidden core, was on their knees, collectively proclaiming a miracle. Anan, leaving a clone behind, faced the ice bodhisattva and intoned softly, "Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap." Yoshiwara, kneeling on the ground, struggled to lift his gaze towards the deity above, as if a floodgate had burst, unleashing a bolt of lightning that vanished in an instant, leaving only a resounding thunderclap in its wake. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the ice bodhisattva, who was effortlessly bisected in the next moment. Tomo, his expression blank, turned to behold the purple monstrosity behind him, astounded by the overwhelming disparity. It felt as though his spirit had been drained. His iron fan clattered to the ground as he shook his head repeatedly, murmuring, "Impossible, it cannot be. How could even a single strike?" Yet the form of Susano'o did not cease. It flashed again, launching another attack. Breath of thunder, sixth form, thunderstorm. This assault enveloped all the upper moons within its scope. Coincidentally, as the sky darkened, a bolt of lightning descended toward the purple electric light. The earth-shattering thunderclap filled the air, infusing the attack with a terrifying force that sent the upper moons hurtling backward, the heavenly lightning rendering their wounds incapable of healing, leaving them unable to rise. Musen sighed within the minds of the upper moons, "Come back. Do not provoke them for the time being. At this rate, we cannot be sure if they will exhaust themselves, but my painstakingly cultivated subordinates will be lost." A symphony of strings resonated around them as the upper moons opened portals beneath them. Trying to escape, a spark of lightning flickered in Anan's eyes once more. Kokushibo, struggling to rise, unleashed a gust of blade-like wind, fending off Anan's strike, allowing the four upper moons to retreat into the Infinity Castle. Just as Gyutaro attempted to follow, he was forcefully intercepted by the sound Hashira. Daki, witnessing this, decided to remain and face the battle alongside her brother. Kaneo, frantic to flee, found herself obstructed by Zenitsu. "Damn it, you worthless fool, stop." With the playful cat and mouse dynamic shattered, the weight of the power in his hands intensified. After sending Zenitsu crashing into the ruins, he realized he had missed the optimal chance to escape. This delay allowed Anan to seize the opportunity. Empowered by the Sharingan, he shouted, "Breath of thunder, fifth form, heatwave thunder." The searing thunderbolt instantaneously obliterated Kaneo's upper body along with his neck. The severed head spun a few times before roaring in disbelief. How could this happen? Before he could finish, a streak of yellow lightning erupted from the rubble. Zenitsu, brandishing his blade, approached, uninterested in hearing Kaneo's protests, and with a flurry of strikes, reduced him to fragments. In the realm of the upper moon, the fierce confrontation unfolded with the abrupt arrival of Kaori and her brother. "Nichan," Daki cried out anxiously, as only she and her brother remained on the battlefield, despite the imminent threat posed by Tenjin, who swung his blade with fervor. Gyutaro glanced back to find Anan approaching Daki from behind, brandishing the Nichiren blade. "Daki, no." He abandoned Tenjin and rushed toward her, bellowing, "Blood demon art, flying blood scythe." Anan paused momentarily, bewildered. Is this upper moon 5 a pair of siblings? Observing the terror etched on Daki's face and the urgency reflected in Gyutaro's expression, Anan locked eyes with Gyutaro, initiating an illusion. In an instant, Gyutaro appeared dazed, plummeting to the ground. Daki, witnessing her brother's fall, felt a surge of panic. She repelled Tanjiro and Inosuke, hurrying to Gyutaro's side, repeatedly calling out, "Nichan." In the dimly lit alley, snowflakes drifted from the sky, while Gyutaro, wrapped in a tattered straw mat, gazed tenderly at the girl in his arms. "May. As long as we are together, we fear nothing. Whether it be the cold or hunger, they are but trifles." The scene shifted, revealing Gyutaro witnessing the transformation of his once beautiful sister into a charred husk, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Anan felt tears welling in his eyes. As Gyutaro stirred awake, he looked at Daki, or rather May, and sighed in relief. It truly is wonderful that you are safe." The two embraced, while the sound Hashira and others approached, wielding their Nikarin blades. Just as Gyutaro sought an opportunity to flee, a raspy voice interrupted, "What a good brother you are. I find it hard to strike you down, but the innocents you have slain are far too numerous." Before he could turn, a bolt of lightning severed the lives of both Gyutaro and Daki, who remained entwined in each other's embrace even in death. Anan whispered softly, "May you find release. I hope you are siblings again in your next life. Safe travels." As the battle concluded, Yoshihara bowed deeply to Anan, expressing profound gratitude for the salvation and inviting him and his companions to visit her home. The surrounding samurai, stripped of their previous arrogance, lowered their heads in appreciation before following Yoshihara. As the group made their way outward, the crowd of thousands awaited with bated breath, seemingly anticipating something. Although the hidden core had relayed news that the earthquake had subsided, allowing individuals to salvage their belongings, no one paid heed to their message. An earthquake? Do they take us for fools? Clearly, it was a battle between deities. The narrow path of the pleasure district remained, as the populace wished to pay homage to the gods. "You expect us to leave now?" "Absolutely not." The hidden core, witnessing the collective discontent of the masses, felt a shiver run down their spines. "Oh, pillars, might you conceal your battles a bit better? This truly complicates matters for us." As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yoshihara Ichiro stepped forward, ready to speak amidst the throng of onlookers. A stunned Anan quickly regained his composure, intending to halt the proceedings. But he was interrupted by Jun's boisterous announcement. "Behold the divine figure clad in purple, who has tirelessly shielded our people, engaging in a fierce battle against the forces of evil. Let us welcome the deity, Uchiha Anan." The others behind him, valiant defenders of the populace, echoed his call, proclaiming, "Welcome home, heroes." The atmosphere around them was electrified by Gyuen's fervor, as the crowd collectively shouted, "Divinity, heroes." Along the way, Gyuen had already uncovered Anan's name. All for this very moment. Observing Anan's somewhat awkward demeanor, both Rixia and Tanjiro couldn't suppress their laughter. Moments ago, Uchiha Anan had appeared godlike. Yet now he exuded a more human essence. As the multitude knelt in reverence, Lingzi, accompanied by Yoko and Keiko, squeezed their frail bodies forward, yearning to feel the presence of the deity up close. However, upon seeing Uchiha Anan directly ahead, they were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Lingzi, wide-eyed, covered her mouth and whispered to Yoko, "Do you see? That deity named Uchiha Anan seems familiar, almost resembling that handsome fellow who skipped out on the bill." Keiko, overhearing this, rubbed her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "It does seem true. How can a deity skip out on a bill? Now we'll be scolded by mother." Yoko, blushing and lowering her gaze, reflected on her brief touch of the divine, realizing that merely being reprimanded didn't seem so dire after all. Meanwhile, the keen-eared Yuzui Tenjin and Zenitsu caught wind of Lingzi and Keiko's exchange, exchanging peculiar glances at Anan. Zenitsu, with a cautious step towards Anan, whose expression had darkened, quipped teasingly, "Anan, my dear junior, if you were short on funds, you should have mentioned it. Skipping out is rather unbecoming. After all, the girls earn their keep through hard work. Who would have thought you'd be a runner?" Anan's countenance darkened further, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. That was to save your sorry self. I didn't even have time to pay." He leaned closer, ominously whispering, "Zenitsu, forget what you just heard." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Tenjin, signaling discretion. As for returning to settle the bill, what a farcical notion. The esteemed Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, fleeing from a bill in the pleasure district, even if coerced, would be a scandal too ludicrous to endure. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of Gyuen and Rixia, Anan reluctantly followed them to their residence. Originally, the head of the Gyuen family, Gyuen Fuzan, had no desire for a daughter-in-law who was a courtesan. However, his son, as if bewitched, insisted on marrying her. This left the formidable Fuzan in a state of exasperation. Upon their return, he vowed to show no kindness to the young woman. Yet, he was quickly informed by the returning warriors that they had encountered a deity who could breathe fire and tower over them. Fuzan's immediate reaction was disbelief, thinking his son had been deceived. However, upon receiving the 10th missive from the Yukaku, which echoed the warriors' reports, he could not help but be swayed. He promptly commanded the female servants and geishas to prepare a banquet, dismissing any notion of intimidating Rixia. After all, she was the Gyuen family's lucky star. Were it not for Kyoka, my esteemed daughter-in-law, I would never have had the fortune to encounter such remarkable individuals. With the arrival of Anan and his entourage, Fujiwara Torio's countenance radiated joy as he, accompanied by his loyal retainers and samurai, awaited at the entrance with utmost solemnity. Observing the dark-haired man walking alongside Ichiro, Torio was struck by the resemblance mentioned in Ichiro's letter. He hastily approached, grasping Anan's hand with fervor. "You must be the hero who rescued the residents of the Pleasure District and saved my son. Merely standing here exudes an extraordinary presence." He then called out to the other heroes behind him, including Tanjiro, "Please, do come in, do come in." Kyoka, glancing at her father-in-law, felt a flicker of nervousness and promptly bowed. "Ohio, Odosen." Torio's smile broadened upon hearing this. "Ah, it is my kind and gentle daughter-in-law, Kyoka. I have always told Ichiro that we must bring you back soon." Ignoring the resentment evident in Ichiro's eyes, he welcomed everyone into the residence. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with music and dance, accompanied by exquisite delicacies and fine wines that captivated all present. Zenitsu had already succumbed to the embrace of a geisha. His cheeks flushed, relishing her offerings. Such a life was truly blissful. Inosuke, however, found the geisha's pace too slow and took matters into his own hands, devouring the food voraciously. Meanwhile, the wives of the sound Hashira watched intently, while the other geishas dared not approach. Anan and Tanjiro, however, declined the geisha's attentions, focusing solely on their meal. Once satiated, the group was assisted to rest. In the study, Torio, illuminated by candlelight, displayed a countenance that fluctuated between shadow and illumination. Listening to the latest intelligence relayed by his subordinate, he noted the increased detail in the report. Upon completion, the samurai cautiously suggested, "Should we seek to ally with them? It has been confirmed that they belong to the Kanroji family. However, if such power is not under our control, it remains a significant risk." "The Kanroji, you say? That ill-fated clan?" Torio pondered for a moment before responding. "We must not force matters. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. We must avoid inciting their animosity, lest we provoke the Kanroji against us. Though their lineage may be short-lived, each member is formidable." His thoughts then drifted to his inadequate son. "Remember, ensure their likeness is captured and have a sculptor create a statue to be placed in the most bustling street of Yoshiwara." "Understood." The samurai, upon receiving the command, vanished with remarkable swiftness, rivaling even the sound Hashira. Yet, within the Pleasure District, the sightings of Susano'o were far too numerous. News began to circulate across various cities. In the vicinity of Edo, Yasuda Shinnan, long bedridden, had a son named Nidao Ryuichi, the most powerful figure in the area, who had heard of the divine manifestation. A glimmer of hope sparked in his dim eyes, filled with an insatiable yearning for life. Even if it were but a figment of imagination, a mere straw, he was determined to grasp it. Within 10 days, spurred by the influence of certain individuals, the entire nation embarked on a fervent quest for the divine. In the pursuit of divine favor, rewards of immense wealth and noble lineage were promised to anyone connected to the Araki family. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Araki Yose had no choice but to decree that silence would prevail among all members unless led by a Hashira to conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Muzan received crucial intelligence from Kokushibo regarding a significant development in the ongoing battle. Uchiha Anan had unlocked the transparent world and the patterns. Hearing Kokushibo's report, Muzan felt a surge of elation. Did this not signify that Uchiha Anan's days were numbered? As for the subsequent awakening of patterns by others, it was of little consequence. Even if all the Hashira awakened their patterns, it mattered not. They could merely endure for a few more years. Once Uchiha Anan fell, there would be no one left to thwart his ambitions. Kagaya Ubuyashiki had once dazzled with his prowess, yet ultimately succumbed to Muzan's relentless pursuit. Uchiha Anan would meet a similar fate. Kagaya's terrifying swordsmanship and breathing techniques instilled a sense of insurmountable dread in Muzan, yet he could comprehend such methods. In contrast, Uchiha Anan's enigmatic techniques and the elusive purple monstrosity, along with his peculiar clones, left Muzan in a state of trepidation, uncertain of what unexpected moves might be unleashed next. Fearful and disheartened, Muzan instructed the remaining 4 upper moons to retreat to Infinity Castle and refrain from provoking any further conflict. Should they desire to feast, they had ample subordinates to do so. They could wait 4 or 5 years, and soon enough, their desires would be fulfilled. As the demons vanished, the Hashira found themselves with little to occupy their time, and thus commenced a grueling training regimen for the Demon Slayer Corps. Anan abstained from participation, choosing instead to accompany the elder back to Mount Peach, embarking on a new phase of intense training. Zenitsu, subjected to relentless trials, yearned to return to Mount Peach, but was firmly rebuffed by Anan. After all, the main headquarters had instituted a rigorous training regime, which was ideally suited for Zenitsu and served to express particular concern for him from the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. Inspired by Tanjiro's confrontation with the fifth upper moon, Daki, Anan conceived a novel approach. Previously, he had merely separated the two breathing styles. Now, he contemplated the fusion of both, pondering whether this amalgamation might yield an entirely new breathing technique. Beneath the peach tree, Anan sat cross-legged, exhaling a wisp of purple lightning, which dissipated to reveal a subtle flame. Grasping the Nichiren blade, he effortlessly slashed at the nearby peach tree. With a resounding crash, the tree collapsed, and upon closer inspection, the fracture revealed a charred interior. Where the lightning had pierced, flames spread in its wake. After 2 months, Anan finally succeeded. Upon returning to the headquarters to report on his advancements in breathing techniques, his fellow Hashira expressed astonishment, their gazes fixed upon him, while Araki Yose's expression revealed grave concern. Given Uchiha Anan's inherent strength, he need not awaken the patterns, as the capabilities of his ninjutsu were already formidable. However, as Araki Yose elaborated, Anan was taken aback to discover that the higher echelon of breathing techniques would exact a toll on his own life. Furthermore, historical records indicated that none who had unlocked the transparent world and patterns had lived beyond the age of 25. Yet, despite this, there are still individuals who, in their quest to eradicate demons, seek to unlock the transparent world, becoming ensnared in madness. Suddenly, a furious voice interrupted Anan's reverie. Uchiha Anan, what have you done to my peach tree? There stood Suguro, rolling up his sleeves, advancing towards him in a huff. Alarmed, Anan, having been deeply engrossed in his training, felt an urge to cut something down. He sighed inwardly, about to utter a response, when his master Suguro scolded him. You mischievous brat. Do you have any idea how many trees on Peach Mountain you have felled? You cannot go to the headquarters and wreak havoc on Shojuro. Spare me your presence. Glancing around at the noticeably sparse peach grove, Suguro felt a pang of pain in his heart. As Suguro reached out to grasp him, Anan swiftly dodged. Retreating to the courtyard and bustling in the kitchen, Master, what would you like to eat? How about trying my latest culinary creation? Suguro, hands on his hips, his mouth twitching with irritation, bellowed. I want sashimi. I want crab. I want. Anan poked his head out from the kitchen, interrupting. Master, Butterfly Shinobu mentioned you should eat less greasy food lately. Hey, I'm nearly in the grave, and you tell me to watch my diet and eat less greasy food? Without further words, Suguro silently activated the thunder breathing technique, discreetly placing his cane in his right hand, leaning slightly forward. Meanwhile, everyone outside was frantically searching for Uchiha Anan and the Arataki clan's whereabouts. In Edo Castle, Ryuichi Nide sat in the main seat, observing the bowed heads of his retainers. A flicker of anger crossing his face. It has been 2 months. Where did they come from? How did they acquire such power? Where are they now? Nothing has been discovered? Truly a pack of incompetents. With that, Ryuichi slammed his hand on the table, the resounding noise failing to mask his inner fury. Even without the old man's insistence, he needed to seize this power. Originally, the Arataki clan's subordinates posed no threat to him. But now there emerged a deity named Uchiha Anan, of whom he knew nothing. How could that be acceptable? After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the information in his hand and addressed his subordinates below. Commence the search for that demon entity capable of contending with the deity. Once found, extract all information regarding the deity. If necessary, they may be compelled to offer conditions. After all, only an adversary can truly comprehend another adversary. After Anan had planted hundreds of peach trees on Peach Mountain, Suguro finally nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the water tank in the courtyard, he extended a finger to playfully tease a turtle in the water. To his surprise, while the other turtles appeared sluggish, this particular turtle exhibited a certain vivacity, far more endearing than Anan, who only knew how to recklessly chop down trees. Isafu sighed repeatedly. The only one who dared to challenge him like this was Sage of Six Paths, and now, he found himself toyed with by a frail old man. He longed for his opponent to experience the flavor of a tailed beast bomb. In the realm of the ninja, the formidable Three Tails, whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout the land, has unexpectedly found itself in such a state of disarray. It is time to return to the ninja world. For I have awakened the patterns of the past, and Anan can distinctly feel the vitality within him rapidly waning. After bidding farewell to my master, I returned to the headquarters, where I heard recent news concerning myself, but I paid it no mind. They are all searching for me, alas. I can only wish them luck. I took a moment to inspect the sealing technique of Yashiki Yose. Indeed, it remains secure. With a furrowed brow, I ultimately decided to head to the training camp, informing Zenitsu that I would visit Takamiyama to spend time with the old man whenever I had the chance. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition lingered in my heart. Suppressing my unease, I returned to the ninja world with Ibyu. Upon arriving at my clan's territory, Ibyu exerted a slight force with his limbs and leaped into the pond. Gazing at the long-absent little fish brought forth a wave of nostalgia. The pond is indeed preferable, far more comfortable than that large water jar. Anan returned to his bedroom, observing the still pristine and tidy chamber, which prompted a wave of suspicion. With no one home, who could possibly have cleaned? As for Sasuke, the tasks assigned by the feudal lords would keep him away for no less than half a year. Never mind, I thought, initially planning to tidy up, but now I simply wished to sleep. However, a familiar fragrance lingered on the bed. How peculiar. At that moment, Tsunade was engaged in administrative duties when a weary member of the intelligence unit hurried back. Under the orders of the third Hokage, he had been tasked with investigating Uchiha Anan and the information concerning the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, during this time, he had found nothing. Upon his return, he discovered that the Hokage had now become the fifth. He reported to Tsunade, Lady Hokage, previously. The third Hokage sent me to probe into Uchiha Anan and the forces behind him, and I am here to report my findings. Tsunade lifted her gaze, intrigued. Oh, Anan has other forces backing him? Pray do tell. She too was curious about the whereabouts of the individual who had been absent from home for days on end. The ninja, mustering his courage, replied, Lady Hokage, previously, due to matters concerning the Book of Seals, a man named Rengo Kukejiro appeared in Konoha, claiming to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, according to my subordinates, there is no information about this faction in the Land of Fire or any of the other four nations. It seems as though they do not exist at all. Tsunade, interrupting with a wave of her hand, declared, since no information has been uncovered, consider this task void. You have worked hard. Go and collect your stipend for this period. With that, she returned her focus to the documents before her. As night fell, Tsunade and Shizune, having just returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, were about to lie down for rest when they heard a voice from the bed. Who is it? At this late hour? Tsunade, feeling a slight headache, thought, could someone be plotting against me under the cover of night? Without hesitation, she charged forward and delivered a fierce Leaf Village-style punch to the groggy Anan on the bed. In the darkness, what should have been a pitch-black room was instead illuminated. Clutching his chest, Anan glared at Tsunade, who had turned her head away, and shouted, Damn it. Tsunade, why are you here instead of at your own home? Silently observing the stubborn Tsunade, Shizune hastily explained, I intended to return, but upon arrival, I discovered that it had been transformed into a shop. I thought of coming here to stay for a few days, but to my surprise, you were not at home. That damned Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even sparing the homes of his own students. If you don't perish, who will? Enough, Shizune. Let us depart. Who cares to remain here? She attempted to pull Shizune away, only to encounter Anan, who wore a scowl. You intend to leave just like that? I had the finest bed in the market, and you smashed it into 2 pieces with a single punch, yet you wish to walk away? Tsunade's cheeks flushed red as she mumbled softly. I did mention that the bed was quite comfortable for sleeping. Turning to Anan, she exclaimed, I apologize. What do you want from me? If it's unacceptable, I shall relinquish my position as Hokage to you. Upon hearing this, Anan broke into a cold sweat. No, there's no need for such drastic measures. He then turned to Shizune, saying, Shizune, do you think it is I who desires something? I simply seek an attitude of acknowledgement and apology. At that moment, Tsunade appeared entirely unfazed by the situation, adopting an attitude akin to a defiant pig unbothered by boiling water, which caused Anan considerable distress. Shizune, seeing this, stepped forward to assist, prompting Anan to once again employ his palm technique. Unable to contain himself, Anan remarked, Shizune, You are indeed wonderful, beautiful and kind-hearted, unlike some individuals who, despite owing immense debts and intruding upon others' homes, feign victimhood. As he gripped Shizun's delicate hand, her cheeks flushed even deeper. In a hushed tone, she reassured Anan-kun. Do not be upset. Tsunade-sama's temperament is simply like this. I will apologize on her behalf. She then addressed Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, perhaps you should temper your temperament, especially when in someone else's home. Tsunade gazed at her apprentice and close friend, who typically exhibited a carefree demeanor, but today appeared to soften in Anan's presence. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she pondered whether Shizun had developed feelings for Uchiha Anan. Would that not render her the superfluous one in this scenario? Yet, as it was late, she allowed the two to rest while she made do with a makeshift bed on the floor. With no other choice, Tsunade, cramped on a single bed, secretly inquired of Shizun, You do not harbor feelings for Uchiha Anan, do you? Hearing Tsunade's question, Shizun tightened her grip on the blanket. Inexplicably feeling her cheeks flush, she quietly defended, Not quite. Although Anan-kun is quite handsome, possesses formidable strength, and has a wonderful character, always considering others, I am unsure of his feelings. Her words were abruptly interrupted by Tsunade's soft snoring, causing Shizun to clutch the blanket even more tightly. The following morning, having had a restless night, Shizun rose early, rubbing her reddened eyes, uncertain whether it was due to Tsunade's snoring or other thoughts occupying her mind. As she stepped into the courtyard, the morning sun cast its rays down, illuminating Anan as he trained, bare-chested, vigorously wielding his sun blade, sweat pooling beneath him in dark patches. Through the golden rays of sunlight, gazing at the sharply defined visage, Shizun found herself momentarily transfixed. Anan-kun appeared remarkably handsome in his earnest demeanor. Suddenly, Anan halted, exhaling a plume of white mist, and playfully remarked, Shizun, if you keep staring, it will cost you. Shizun's cheeks flushed slightly as she raised a hand to smooth her somewhat tousled hair from waking early, softly responding, Haha, good morning, Anan-kun. I didn't expect you to be up so early. Not dwelling on Shizun's slightly peculiar expression, Anan picked up a towel from the rack to wipe his hands, exchanged a few words with Shizun, and then stepped into the house to don a shirt. In the kitchen, he donned an apron, steamed some rice, and began preparing miso soup. He added tofu, seaweed, and onions into boiling water, simmering them briefly before stirring in 2 small spoonfuls of red miso. The rich, savory aroma instantly filled the entire house, culminating in a sprinkle of chopped green onions. The enticing scent of the soup roused Tsunade from her slumber, and she gradually emerged from her room to see Anan cooking while Shizun busily flitted about, setting the table with a motherly smile. Tsunade mused to herself that Shizun was no longer a child. It was time she found herself a boyfriend. Lost in thought, Tsunade overheard Anan in the kitchen, his tone teasing. Oh, look, the Hokage has awakened. Shizun quickly served the Hokage her meal. Tsunade's fists clenched in irritation at the impudent brat. If it weren't for creating opportunities for him and Shizun, she would have reprimanded him. Shizun hurriedly served the meal, stifling any potential argument between the two. Eventually, Anan took his seat and, as if speaking to himself, lamented, I must go out and buy a bed today. Last night, I had to sleep on the floor, and my back and legs are not faring well. Tsunade sipped the soup, finding it quite palatable, and decided to let it slide. She turned gently to Shizun, who was engrossed in her meal, and said softly, Shizun, didn't you hear someone complaining of aches in his back and legs? You should tend to him. This time, we want charge. Shizun remained silent, her face slightly reddened as she lowered her head further. After finishing his meal, Anan stood to leave, announcing, I'm going out to buy a bed. Tsunade immediately chimed in, Make sure to get me a bed too. It must be the best. Humph. Anan let out a derisive snort as he strolled out the door. Later that night, upon returning home, Tsunade was taken aback to find 4 rooms filled with large beds, while the old beds had been relocated to other rooms. Why on earth did you buy 4 beds? Anan, carrying the food, quipped, It's for me, you, Shizun, and Sasuke. That makes 4 of us. Do you not intend to sleep? Tsunade gazed at the plush beds, inwardly cursing the audacious brat. At the dining table, Anan solemnly inquired, Tsunade-sama, do you know of any jutsu or items that could restore vitality? During my battle with Kokushibo in the Yugikure, I felt as though I had barely entered the realm of clarity, and my life cells were considerably drained. This is why, after just a few clashes, I had to activate Susano'o. Previously, I sought the assistance of Sanwei, but he expressed his inability to help. This predicament is not a consequence of injury. There is no injury, hence no means of recovery. As for stimulating life cells with chakra, it may only hasten Anan's demise. Is there truly no solution? It seems that merely transcending such a realm would naturally freeze one's lifespan at the age of 25. Tsunade paused her meal, scrutinizing Anan, who appeared unchanged. Why would he suddenly inquire about such matters? Could it be that he is injured? Shizune halted as well, quickly grasping Anan's wrist to investigate. After a moment, she sighed in relief and remarked, "What a scare, Anan-kun. I thought something terrible had occurred." Anan, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I cannot live beyond 25. He then picked up a piece of vegetable from his plate and resumed eating. The two women, however, ceased their actions, staring blankly at Anan. This matter must be conveyed to Tsunade. In another world, hope for healing is absent, but before this woman, who stands at the pinnacle of medical prowess in the ninja realm, perhaps a cure could be found. Tsunade abandoned her meal, furrowing her brow as she approached Anan. Disregarding the food in his hands, she seized his collar, dragging him from the living room to the bedroom, where she forcefully threw him onto the bed and sternly stated, "Uchiha Anan, you had best not deceive me." Her trembling fingers reached toward Anan's chest. A green chakra began to gently probe his body. After a moment, Tsunade's frown deepened. His body was in excellent health. Why then did he claim he could not surpass 25? Shizune stood at the doorway, watching Tsunade's furrowed brow, her heart beginning to race. Tsunade then shouted, "Damn it, Anan, your body is perfectly fine. Are you toying with me?" Relieved, she prepared to deliver a punch, intending to make Anan understand that some matters are not to be trifled with. Shizune's face broke into a smile as her clenched fist relaxed. "Really, Anan-kun, you scared me." But just as Tsunade's fist was about to strike Anan's chest, he spoke in a deep voice. "What if we let Lord Gamma try?" The anger on Tsunade's face and the smile on Shizune's froze simultaneously. Anan continued, "I have transcended a realm known as the transparent world. But this state requires the consumption of life cells, which significantly depletes one's vitality. It is said that those who break through to the transparent world do not live beyond 25. Tsunade's face was overshadowed by gravity. How can one increase lifespan? While she knew some ways to delay it, once this phenomenon is activated, it may even accelerate the depletion of life. Unable to devise a plan, she bit her finger, forming seals to summon Gamma. A slug, the size of an arm, was summoned, its white and blue exterior surveying its surroundings. In a soft, resonant tone, it spoke. "Lady Tsunade, is the one lying on the bed in need of treatment?" Tsunade explained the situation, placing the slug on Anan. As the examination concluded, the slug began to shake its small head. "Lady Tsunade, it seems this life cell is naturally deteriorating, albeit at a faster rate than that of a normal individual." Upon the dissolution of the spirit link, Tsunade, undeterred, contemplated several medical remedies, all of which were promptly dismissed. Suddenly, the thought struck her, if cellular aging could be accelerated, what if she introduced another type of cell brimming with vitality? Perhaps her grandfather Hashirama's cells could be employed, although they are notoriously invasive. After a flurry of brainstorming, Tsunade smiled and declared, "I have a lead on this matter. Leave it to me." However, she then turned to Anan and advised, "For now, let us refrain from utilizing that breathing technique. If you rely solely on ninjutsu, there are few in the ninja world who could pose a threat to you." Anan nodded but added, "If it comes to that, it's no trouble. I could always seek out Orochimaru. He has conducted a myriad of experiments and might possess a solution. As for the possibility of him refusing assistance, a swift application of the Betsu Tenjin would suffice." Tsunade shot Anan a disapproving glance. "Rest assured, as the most esteemed medical ninja, this is but a trifling matter." She then offered Shizune a reassuring glance. After that, the issue was not revisited. Tsunade transitioned from spending her entire day in the office to visiting the lab in the afternoons. Shizune assisted her with administrative tasks in the morning and joined her in the lab for discussions in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization commenced orders to apprehend the tailed beasts, with Deidara and Sasori heading towards Sunagakure. While riding on his clay bird, Deidara suddenly vented his frustration. "Sasori, weren't we told this plan wouldn't be executed for several years? Why the sudden change? I'm losing time to research my art." Sasori responded in a measured tone, "Deidara, have you forgotten the previous incident? With the variable of Uchiha Anan, the last leader could not be thwarted. We were previously gathering strength. And though our numbers are fewer now, the power we wield is adequate to carry out the plan. Deidara continued his complaints. What's the big deal? Uchiha Itachi is back, after all. Sooner or later, I'll show him my art and prove its superiority over those eyes. Sasori chose not to respond further, merely listening to Deidara's grievances. Time swiftly passed, and with the aid of an insider in Sunagakure, the pair successfully infiltrated the village. Sasori, you hold the fort here while I capture the one-tail, Deidara said, soaring into the skies above Sunagakure. This scene was fortuitously observed by Gaara and Chiyo from atop a building. Gaara remarked, somewhat incredulously, how foolish to ride such a conspicuous white bird in the desert. Initially, Chiyo wished to remain in seclusion, but given the current state of Sunagakure, lacking strong Jinchuriki, she felt compelled to intervene. I truly wonder what that reckless brat Razu is thinking, insisting on participating in the Chunin exams when he should be attending to the village. Such a blatant enemy infiltrating the village went unreported by the security forces. She instructed a nearby Yinbiyu to locate Maki. Just as Deidara reveled in having dispatched the guards and successfully infiltrated, Chiyo seized the opportunity, manipulating an Anbiyu's body with chakra threads to launch an attack. The speed was astonishing. Was he about to be caught in close quarters? Deidara deftly evaded several attacks and hastily leapt down the stairs, tossing a few C1 clay spiders in the process. Chiyo's eyes flickered as the Umbu threw several kunai at the spiders, decisively retreating. Bang! 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 The explosions echoed, and Chiyo's brow furrowed. This explosive ability was indeed troublesome. Let Gaara remain here, she commanded, releasing her control over the Umbu, and summoned 2 puppets to pursue the enemy. Just as Deidara glanced back, he saw a puppet swiftly approaching, from which hundreds of poisoned needles erupted. He released a few more C1s, while the remaining clay birds defended against the onslaught. Encountering Scorpion, a puppet master of such caliber, proved to be quite a challenge. As he attempted to elevate the clay birds, another puppet appeared beside him. Deidara's eyes widened at the sight of glistening threads, and he hurriedly jumped onto a clay bird. In an instant, the clay bird was effortlessly severed into fragments, followed by a resounding explosion. The 2 puppets activated the chakra shield, hardening it immensely. Deidara felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Cursed old woman. Moments ago, he had nearly collided with the threads, and now he unleashed C3, which transformed into a towering behemoth. With this height, Deidara crafted another clay bird and soared into the sky, while the sand ninja began to gather below. Scorpion, observing the commotion, spoke in a deep voice. Such noise. It seems I must intervene. Chiyo murmured, mechanical blade. After a quick glance, she leapt onto the C3 and launched several kunai at the clay bird. Without evasion, the bird absorbed the kunai, and just as she intended to ascend higher for an explosion, she realized the clay bird was slipping from her control, drawing closer to the C3 instead. What? How could this be? Could those kunai have disrupted my distance? Deidara gritted his teeth and detonated the puppet. Chiyo once again utilized the chakra shield to withstand the explosion, but as she surveyed the severely damaged surroundings and the cries of the distressed, her expression darkened. She retrieved a forbidden scroll from her robe and summoned 10 white-clad puppets of the white secret technique, Jinsong. The 10 puppets, each unique in appearance, circled around her, and she gestured for the Buddha, Law, and monk puppets to form a triangular formation and perform hand seals. With a commanding voice, Chiyo declared, 3 treasures absorb. Deidara felt an immense force pulling him uncontrollably forward. The remaining 7 puppets eyed him hungrily. As the distance closed, he planned to use the spiders to disrupt the suction. But the puppet ahead sprang into action, launching hundreds of poison needles towards him. Cursed be this situation. Just at that critical moment, as the scorpion maneuvered behind Gaara, deftly controlling his puppets to deflect poisonous needles, Deidara felt a sense of relief wash over him. He swiftly aligned himself with the formation of the 3 treasures and launched a C2 clay dragon, utilizing its form and explosive power to disrupt their absorption technique. Amidst the haze of the explosion, Deidara dared not linger, hastily crafting a bird to carry the unconscious Gaara and Scorpion toward the exit. Observing the others still intent on obstructing their escape, Chiyo quickly ordered a ceasefire. That familiar sensation, could it be you, Scorpion? The battlefield within the village was perilous. Given the opponent's explosive capabilities, the entire village could be obliterated in an instant. If they were to engage outside, such concerns would dissipate. As the enemy ascended further into the sky, Chiyo furrowed her brow, realizing that she was the only remaining shadow-level ninja capable of mobilizing in the village under these circumstances. Having established an alliance, it was imperative to call upon Konoha for assistance. With that thought in mind, she promptly issued commands, dispatching the swiftest ninja, Eagle Maru, to contact Konoha for support. Immediate orders were given to the sensing and intelligence teams to gather information and keep close tabs on the enemy. Maki, arrange for medical ninjas to tend to the injured. Be swift. Having concluded her administrative duties, Tsunade stretched and exited her office, intending to head to the laboratory. Just then, a disheveled figure rushed toward her, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage, we have a situation. What is the matter? You're in such a hurry that it's impossible for me to reach the laboratory. Is that attire indicative of the Umbu?" As she grasped the information in hand, her brows knitted together. Such an occurrence has transpired? After tidying her office, Shizune emerged to find Tsunade's expression grave. Tsunade set down the intel and addressed Shizune with urgency. Shizune, immediately summon Uchiha Anan. We have a crisis. Upon examining the information, Anan noted that the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure had been taken by members of the Akatsuki. Are we to go assist? Tsunade responded, her brow still furrowed, yet spoke softly. Anan, I would like to hear your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Anan replied solemnly, since they have requested assistance, we must indeed respond. This presents an opportunity to mend relations. The previous actions of Orochimaru have strained ties between our villages. This is a propitious moment. Especially as Kirigakure is preoccupied and Kumogakure and Iwagakure are eyeing Konoha's territory. Tsunade nodded and continued, according to the intel, there are 2 S-rank rogue ninjas involved. And with our current resources stretched thin, I can only spare Shizune for this mission. Recognizing the urgency, Anan agreed. In that case, we must not delay. Shizune, go gather your belongings. We will depart immediately. As they approached the door, a concerned voice called out from behind. No matter the outcome of the mission, ensure your safe return. Shizune turned, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Anan, without looking back, waved his hand dismissively, assuring, rest assured, even without the use of breathing techniques, no one can harm me. Upon returning home, a brief tidying up revealed that Shizune had replaced her original attire with a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her slender figure exquisitely. With her hair tied back and the Konoha forehead protector adorning her brow, even Anan found himself momentarily entranced. Anan, I'm ready. Let us depart. Snapping back to reality, Anan nodded, seized a backpack, and glanced at the Hinokuni blade beside him, contemplating before attaching it to his waist. Suddenly recalling something, he directed a query at the tortoise frolicking in the pond. Are you going on the mission? Ishikawa glanced at the pair with a knowing look and replied, I shall sit this one out and keep watch over your home. Ignoring Shizune's astonished expression, he was aware of Anan's status as a Jinchuriki, yet had not anticipated that the turtle playing in the pond was the Three Tails, Ishikawa. Taking Shizune's delicate hand, he enveloped her with Susano'o. Sunagakure, here I come. With a flash, the two vanished from their location, while Ishikawa disdainfully surfaced, bubbling water, suspecting that something was amiss and deciding to follow them. At the entrance of Sunagakure, Shizune surveyed her surroundings, marveling at how their arrival felt even more outrageous than the 4th Hokage Minato's flying thunder god technique. Who goes there? Three Sand Village Jonin approached cautiously. Anan brandished the original distress signal they had received from them, tossing it to the group. This is the request for assistance you sent to Konoha. Upon receiving the news, we hastened here. The leading sand ninja instructed his comrades to step back and directly unfurled the scroll. After examining the unique markings of Sunagakure and glancing at the Konoha forehead protectors adorning the duo's heads, their vigilance was significantly alleviated. We must first report this. Please wait here, he said. Moments later, instead of the anticipated response, they were greeted by an elderly woman, carrying a crossbody bag as if preparing for a long journey. However, upon seeing her, the two sand ninjas immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Lady Chiyo? Chiyo waved her hand and approached Anan and Shizune. I heard that Konoha dispatched a team of 4. Is it truly that the prestigious Hidden Leaf Village, the foremost among the 5 great shinobi nations, has sent only half a team? Anan grinned broadly. Lady, that is because the 2 of us are sufficient. I shall handle the combat, while my companion here will take care of healing, a perfect balance. Very well, since it's just you 2. Come along with me, she replied. I have been tracking the enemy, but do take care not to perish. I lack the time to rescue you." With that, she began to stride ahead, harboring disdain for Konoha's support. Yet Anan swiftly blocked her path. Chiyo furrowed her brow, intrigued by his speed. The two Sand Village ninjas behind her grew cautious. Anan chuckled softly. "Lady, times have changed. Who still relies on tracking techniques?" He reached for Chiyo's wrinkled hand, intertwining it with Shizun's delicate one. "Prepare for battle. The next destination is by Gaara's side." Enveloped by Susano'o, Chiyo attempted to struggle, only to witness the surroundings begin to blur and distort. In an instant, they leaped to Gaara's side, emerging from the sandy wasteland. Deidara was about to express his disdain for the environment of the land of sand to Sasori when a familiar voice echoed from behind. Well, gentlemen, we meet again." Sasori's poison tail darted directly towards Anan, but was thwarted by Susano'o. Drawing the Nikko's sword, Deidara swiftly severed Gaara, who was wrapped in a bird's embrace. Sensing danger, Deidara turned around only to find that Gaara had been rescued. "Tayuya, take Gaara and the old lady to safety. I will deal with these two." As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals within Susano'o. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames surged towards Deidara and his companion, forcing them to retreat promptly. Tayuya hurried to support Gaara, leaping backward. Though she possessed the strength of a jonin, it was prudent not to complicate matters in the face of S-rank rogue ninjas. However, Chiyo halted, her gaze fixed intently on Sasori. Anan furrowed his brow, urging, "Old lady, hurry," but was interrupted. "Sasori, is that you?" Her tone held a hint of urgency, mingled with excitement. Yet Sasori merely glanced at his grandmother, his expression flickering momentarily before he remained silent. Instead, he addressed Deidara in a low voice. "Have you reported the information?" Deidara smirked knowingly. Of course. He raised the ring in his hand. Since this old woman knew the puppet master, he resolved to confront the explosive artist. Concerned for Tayuya's safety, he immediately transformed into the second form, the armored half-Susano'o. "Oh, the bomb thrower. Last time was not enough fun. Shall we try again?" He swung the illusory Nikko, sword downward. Deidara, well aware of Uchiha Anan's prowess, chose not to linger in battle, pulling away towards the distance. The power of the Garuda technique was formidable. He needed to maintain a safe distance. After all, with his teleportation ability, he could rush to Tayuya's aid at a moment's notice. As for the old lady, he had noticed that her hand felt like a puppet when they briefly touched, alleviating his worries. Moments later, perceiving the right position, Deidara unleashed a colossal version of himself, his expression bordering on madness. "Uchiha Anan, do you think I fear you? Witness my art." Deidara gazed at his enlarged self with satisfaction. As Anan approached, Deidara's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, "Now!" The enlarged Deidara's form began to twist. Boom! The explosion drew Tayuya's attention. Filled with dread, would Anan be alright? But as she turned back, she found herself caught by Hoshigaki, who had seized her by the throat. Damn it! She shouldn't have let her guard down on the battlefield. Tayuya exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, forcing Hoshigaki to release her and retreat. Yet, just as she landed, she sensed another figure looming behind her. Pivoting with a kunai drawn, she was met by a pair of crimson eyes. Meanwhile, Deidara reveled in the air, exclaiming, "What do you think, Uchiha Anan? This is my art." The moment of the explosion enveloped Deidara in sheer ecstasy. As he observed the stillness below, Deidara, soaring high in the sky, furrowed his brow. He was about to unleash another C3 when he felt a shadow looming over him, gradually enlarging. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a colossal Susano'o plummeting rapidly in his direction. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending doom, he detonated a small spider, hoping the ensuing smoke would provide cover. Yet, the Susano'o of Anan showed no signs of halting. With a single punch, it sent Deidara, along with his clay bird, crashing into the ground. Such a mere explosion could hardly be deemed art. Trapped beneath the earth, Deidara could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Uchiha Anan's tranquil visage and the scornful words that followed, igniting a blaze of fury within him that consumed his remaining rationality. He bellowed, "Ah! Damned Uchiha Anan, cursed Uchiha!" With that, he tore off his tattered garments, ripping open the sealed maw on his chest, and retrieved a large chunk of clay from his pouch, ready to devour it. "Uchiha Anan, I shall show you what true art is." Anan paused, his brow furrowed, not due to Deidara's cracked form, but because of a warning from the three tails. Silence was in peril. Deidara rose, arms outstretched, proclaiming, "This is my art." However, at that moment, Anan had already arrived beside Silence. He witnessed the shark-skinned Kisame swinging his sword down upon Silence. In a swift maneuver, Anan leapt, just barely raising his unsheathed Nichiren blade in time, only for it to be cleaved in two. In the next instant, both vanished from sight. A flicker of lightning danced at the corner of Anan's mouth as he and Silence took refuge atop a nearby tree. "It appears troublesome individuals have arrived," he mused, maintaining vigilance towards the two before him, yet easing his guard around the bowed Silence. Silence, gripping a kunai in his right hand, thrust it directly into Anan's abdomen. Anan turned back in disbelief, only to find Silence beaming up at him, finally struck true. But in the next moment, for reasons unknown, Uchiha Itachi's face morphed into that of Anan's. Silence's smile faltered, confusion washing over him. He had clearly aimed for Uchiha Itachi, so why was it Anan? Turning around, he spotted Itachi seated on a nearby stone, motionless, while Kisame wore a wicked grin beside him. "Itachi, you are far more sinister than I." He laughed heartily. Blood involuntarily spilled from Anan's mouth as he trembled, clutching the half-broken Nichiren blade. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A brilliant white light surged from afar, culminating in an explosion that transformed into a towering light giant, stretching over 1,000 meters high. The radiance emitted from the explosion mirrored Deidara's outstretched arms. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, all present were compelled to raise their hands, gazing in solemn silence. Then, the shockwave from the explosion began to radiate outward, leaving desolation in its wake, and at its center, a massive crater formed, plunging several thousand meters deep. Scorpion slowly retrieved the scroll of the 100 machine manipulation from behind him, letting out a soft sigh. "Deidara, I concede. Your art is indeed exquisite." He wished to articulate more, yet felt that this sentiment sufficed. Anan, gazing at the brilliance unleashed by the explosion, was similarly awestruck. Observing the kaleidoscopic transformations of Itachi's Sharingan, Anan realized that his ocular prowess was on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing him in the realm of Jinjutsu. As he watched the crackling breath of lightning, Anan swiftly removed the kunai lodged in his abdomen. The chakra of the three tails began to converge within him, for the matter at hand transcended cellular regeneration. However, Shizune had exerted herself to the utmost. Her intervention had penetrated too deeply. Despite her continuous efforts to heal, the bleeding could not be staunched, instead hastening the flow of blood within him. In the distance, Itachi suddenly spoke. "Anan, your vigilance has waned. Is it due to Shizune's presence?" Anan furrowed his brow. Had Itachi delved into Shizune's memories? He leapt down from the stone, brushing off invisible dust, and continued, "There is good news. And this shall be the last message I relay to you. This woman harbors a special affection for you." Subsequently, a look of fury crossed Itachi's face. "Anan, you must understand the sordid nature of the so-called village. I had no intention of harming you. It was you who captured the three tails. You who disrupted my plans. Everything is because of you." Kisame, grinning beside him with his serrated maw, remarked, "Ah, looks like the three tails has found its fate." He pointed the Samahata at Uchiha Anan. "I've long desired to engage with you. This is indeed exhilarating. Shizune, we must take our leave. Given the current circumstances, even a confrontation with Susano'o would not guarantee victory." Not only was he injured, but Itachi had previously withstood his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan using his own. The two weapons wielded by Itachi's Susano'o were exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, with the daybreak blade shattered and his own injuries, the odds were grim. Calm words emerged. Anan ceased to speak, as two black markings gradually appeared on his cheeks. Shizune recognized this expression as the hallmark of the awakened, transparent world. Tears beginning to fill her eyes. It was all her fault. Had she not gravely wounded Anan, they would not be in this predicament. Anan gently took Shizune's trembling hand, offering a faint smile, and the two vanished from the spot. With a forceful kick, he sent Kisame flying, hoisting Gaara beneath him. Once again, he flickered and arrived beside Chiyo, observing the multitude of puppets encircling the four. Without further ado, he enveloped Chiyo in Susano'o and leaped back to Konoha. Yet, in the next moment, an orange sphere of light appeared before Scorpion. Boom! Dust billowed forth. The explosion of the Yasaka Magatama obliterated most of the puppets. Watching the scattered remnants, Scorpion waved his hand to clear the nearby puppets, his irritation toward the arriving Itachi reaching a crescendo. as he wielded the remaining scroll of the 100 machine manipulation to ensnare Itachi. Itachi, I require an explanation. At this moment, Itachi was filled with displeasure. Without uttering a word, he cast a sharp glare at Scorpion, while the remaining puppets pointed accusingly at their master. Anan's ocular prowess, while not particularly effective in combat, possessed an absurd ability to preserve life. Even in a severely wounded state, he effortlessly managed to rescue everyone. However, while the monk may have escaped, the temple remained intact. In the Hidden Leaf Village, it now seemed that 3 Jinchuriki were present. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, distracted and preoccupied with her duties, was suddenly confronted by Anan's abrupt appearance. Before she could inquire, he spat a mouthful of blood towards her. What was happening? How could Anan be injured? With his formidable strength, she wiped the blood splattering on her face and, regaining her composure, glanced over the desk to see Shizen crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she frantically applied the healing jutsu to Anan's abdomen. How could this be? Why wouldn't the bleeding stop? She had just managed to staunch it moments ago. Chiyo glanced around, her heart sinking as she slumped to the ground. Had her grandson Scorpion truly grown to such an extent that he could control hundreds of puppets? Tsunade rushed forward, pushing aside the frantic Shizun, and scooped Anan into her arms, dashing towards the exit. The office door, which had been ajar, was forcefully shattered against the wall, creating a gaping hole. In the administrative room, bewildered, the ninja stared into the office at Shizun and the others. Spotting someone unconscious on the floor, they quickly contacted the medical team. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team, having returned early, was astonished by the sight of the drafty Hokage's office. Had someone attacked the Hokage? Sakura, curious, peered inside, recognizing only Gaara among the trio, while the other 2 were strangers. Had something occurred in Sunagakure? With this turn of events, they would have to postpone their mission. Kakashi shrugged helplessly and turned to the administrative ninjas, inquiring, "Do you know what exactly happened here?" The administrative team quickly assessed the 4, offering no reply but stating, "Kakashi Hitaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, today is chaotic. I can only inform you that the Hokage is safe." With that, they hurriedly departed once more. What the? Sasuke, irritated, turned to leave, eager to show Anan his latest techniques. Who cared about the Hokage's troubles? As Kirin appeared before Anan, Sasuke could hardly contain his excitement, anticipating the shock on his face, and rushed home with the Fire Country's specialty in hand. Shikamaru, unwilling to get entangled in the mess, stretched lazily and muttered, "What a hassle," before turning to leave. After all, they had confirmed the Hokage was unharmed. What did it matter if the sky fell? Sakura, having not seen her family in a long time, bid farewell to Kakashi and hastily departed. Kakashi sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to return to submit the mission tomorrow. Lazing at home with a book didn't sound so bad. Beside them, Shizun, having received a sedative, gradually regained her senses. Slowly descending from the sickbed, leaning against the wall, he arrived at the Hokage's office, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he attended to official duties. By immersing himself in work, he hoped to banish his troubling thoughts. As for visiting the medical room to check on Anan's condition, he yearned to go, yet his legs felt as if they were rooted to the spot, utterly immobile. He spoke quickly while perusing the documents in hand, but gradually, tears began to stream down, soaking the official papers. What was written here, after all? It was a blur, rendering it indecipherable. He continued to speak, yet even the calming agents could no longer suppress the anguish within, and he began to sob uncontrollably. The 3 members of the intelligence unit glanced at each other in the office, exchanging worried looks. Why don't you inquire about what has transpired? You should ask. After all, this task was personally entrusted by the Hokage. Upon returning home, Sasuke called out loudly, "Anan, Anan, I've brought back something special this time, Anan." After searching around, he discovered that Anan was nowhere to be found. How disappointing. He had brought back delicious treats, only to find that Anan had sneaked out for a stroll. As for missions, Sasuke understood his companion well. As a Hokage's aide, Anan would not embark on a mission unless something significant had occurred. Yet, as night fell, Anan still had not returned. What was going on? Had Anan gone out for leisure again? But there was no note left behind. Lost in thought and growing increasingly hungry, he began to lament. He was famished and had no choice but to devour the sushi specially brought back from the land of fire. In his heart, he mused, "Anan, please forgive me. I've held off all this way, but if I don't eat it today, it will spoil." However, the following day, Upon returning to the Hokage's office with Kakashi and the others, they were still met with an empty space. What had transpired? The administrative team regarded Kakashi and his companions with weary expressions, saying, "Leave the task settlement to me. The Hokage is currently occupied." Normally, such tasks could be handled without the Hokage, but they have been personally commissioned by the daimyo. At that moment, Shizune was forcibly positioned at the surgical table, alongside the utterly exhausted Tsunade. Ainen's condition was not as dire as initially thought, yet due to the use of the transparent world and the fatal injuries sustained, his cells were rapidly deteriorating, bringing Uchiha Anan to the brink of cellular collapse. There was no alternative but to forcibly implant the still unstable Hashirama cells into Ainen's body. However, this technique required the utmost precision, and now, it was just Tsunade and Shizune taking turns in performing the transplant. "Anan, I will save you. I promise," Shizune declared, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Previously, while performing surgery, Tsunade absorbed the information conveyed by Shizune, glancing at her trembling hands. In a moment of clarity, she firmly stated, "We will save Anan, and I will ensure that you marry him immediately, in the name of the Hokage." Upon hearing this, Shizune stood frozen, yet, filled with faith in saving Anan. She silently added in her heart, "Even if I cannot save him, I will still marry Anan." Recalling how Anan selflessly stood in front of her, Shizune's gaze was filled with tenderness and resolve. Tsunade, however, could not afford to dwell on whether Anan would agree, given the dire circumstances. Her own strength was insufficient to independently carry out the transplant of the Hashirama cells. She needed someone to take her place, to rotate with her. After 2 hours had elapsed, Tsunade ordered Shizune to rest immediately, and she promptly took over the surgery. Shizune nodded and left the operating room, collapsing onto a nearby chair. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, she noticed Kakashi's team reappearing. A fleeting glimmer of hatred crossed her eyes as she looked at Sasuke. Yet she refrained from speaking further. For now, Anan was the priority. Sasuke, however, caught her gaze. That woman had unmistakably exuded a hint of murderous intent. Yet it seemed that today was only the second time he had encountered her, the first being yesterday. The absence of Anan was already unsettling. And now a mysterious woman harbored malice toward him. It was infuriating. The pride of the Uchiha clan would not allow such affronts to go unchallenged. He stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. "Hey, woman, have we met before?" The three beside Kakashi merely observed silently, as they too had never seen this woman. But her display of hostility warranted careful consideration. Shizune, however, chose to ignore Sasuke, turning her head aside. To be met with murderous intent and then disregarded? Were it not for the presence of the Hokage's office, Sasuke would have acted. After all, Anan was an advisor to the Hokage. Some respect for the place was necessary. Just as he was about to confront Shizune, a panicked voice from the operating room broke through. "Shizune, hurry. Ainan's cells are necrotic." Quickly, Shizune sprang to her feet, forcefully pushing past Sasuke and rushed toward the operating room. Sasuke, however, stood frozen, bewildered by the words being exchanged within. What was this about Anan? What was happening? He too wanted to rush inside, but was halted by Kakashi. "Sasuke, going in now will only complicate matters. Allow me to assess the situation. You stay here." With that, he approached the 2 guards stationed outside the operating room. Suddenly, 2 Yanbiyu appeared, signaling for Kakashi to halt. "None of you are permitted to approach the operating room," they declared, their hands resting on the weapons at their backs. Sasuke's realization dawned. Was Anan truly in peril? He dashed to Kakashi's side, questioning the Yanbiyu. "Is the one lying inside the Hokage's advisor, Uchiha Anan?" The Yanbiyu offered no response, but Sasuke stepped forward, demanding, "Is the person inside truly Uchiha Anan?" The Yanbiyu did not retreat, merely drawing their blades slightly. Sakura hastily interjected, "Sasuke, don't act impulsively. What if it isn't him?" Yet Shikamaru discerned Sasuke's emotions were on the verge of exploding. He quickly began forming hand seals. "This is too troublesome," he muttered, shadow bind technique. Just as Sasuke attempted to advance, he found himself firmly anchored to the ground. Just as Sasuke was about to utter more words, a sudden roar erupted from the operating room. "Expel all unnecessary personnel." The thunderous shout reverberated, causing the door of the surgical room to tremble. Through a narrow gap, Sasuke glimpsed a broken blade lying on the ground. It was the very ninjato worn by Anan. Sasuke's eyes, adorned with the 3 tomo, began to whirl rapidly, gradually transforming into a 6-pointed star pattern. Kakashi, unaware of the broken blade, merely discerned the voice, which belonged to the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to render the uncontrollable Sasuke unconscious. At noon, as Ainen's condition stabilized somewhat, a weary meeting was convened, summoning all the elite shinobi. Currently, the village housed 3 Jinchuriki, corresponding to the 1 tail, 3 tails, and 9 tails. Uchiha Anan had been injured by the traitorous Uchiha Itachi. According to intelligence reports, the Akatsuki organization would soon make their move. Orders were to be disseminated. The Umbu were dispatched to summon Jiraiya, also tasked with delivering the secret scroll to him. All elite shinobi remaining in the village were forbidden from undertaking missions or leaving the village without just cause. Additionally, this situation was to be communicated to the other 4 great shinobi villages to enhance their vigilance. Everyone, the village of Konoha has officially entered a state of preparedness. Meeting adjourned. With that, he hastily departed, making his way to the operating room. Upon regaining consciousness, Sasuke gazed out at the setting sun and quietly asked Kakashi, who was engrossed in a book beside him, "Who did this?" Kakashi closed his book, glanced at Sasuke, and replied calmly, "It was Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke's Sharingan flickered. His hands clenched tightly, the bones creaking ominously. Once again, it was him, that man. If he could resurrect his family, perhaps he might consider forgiving Uchiha Itachi, but now, he had harmed Anan, the one most dear to him. Biting his lip until it bled, he seethed, "Damn it, I must kill him. I must. Sakura pushed open the hospital door, carrying a lunchbox, and stepped inside. "Sasuke, you should eat something. You haven't eaten all day." Sasuke remained silent, turning to Kakashi instead, inquiring, "How is Anan?" Kakashi, absorbed in his own thoughts, simply stated, "Eat." He then returned to his literary pursuits. Sakura, hearing Sasuke's call, was about to speak when Kakashi caught her arm. She opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Left with no choice, Sasuke picked up the lunchbox and ate fiercely, as if devouring Itachi himself. Swiftly consuming the rice, he glanced at Kakashi, who softly informed him, "He is still in the operating room, but he is no longer in critical condition." Grasping the ninjato beside him, Sasuke descended from the hospital bed and headed toward the Hokage building. "Kakashi-sensei," he said, observing the concern etched on Sakura's face. Kakashi interjected, "Sakura, you should get some proper rest. It's not good for your skin otherwise." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Arriving at the medical room of the Hokage building, Sasuke did not engage in any further actions. He simply sat quietly outside, waiting for something. If Anan were to encounter misfortune, even if it meant defying the Hokage's orders and leaving the village, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja, he would undoubtedly rush to eliminate Itachi, especially now that he has awakened those eyes. Yet at this moment, Sasuke's sole desire is to witness Anan awaken. In the operating room, Shizune and Tsunade sit exhausted on the floor, utterly drained to the point of being unable to lift a finger. "Anan, has he finally come through?" Upon uttering this phrase, Shizune succumbs to unconsciousness. Previously, Itachi had tormented Shizune within a Jinjutsu, and now, after enduring Ainen's ordeal, even the strongest would falter. After a moment, Tsunade struggles to rise and calls out to the outside. The surgery is complete. Instantly, a throng of people rushes in, carefully transferring Anan and Shizune. Hearing the commotion from the operating room, Sasuke hastily stands up and urgently inquires of Tsunade, who emerges first. "How is Anan?" Tsunade glances at the young boy, fatigue evident in her expression. "You must be Sasuke. Come on, this time for your brother Anan. I have truly exhausted myself. When we return, you must prepare a meal for me." "Huh, what do you mean by that? Why must I cook?" Sasuke, bewildered, follows Tsunade into his own home, watching as she deftly enters a bedroom and lies down. What is happening? Isn't this my home? How does she navigate it so effortlessly? Yet, from her tone, it is clear that Anan is safe. Sasuke's spirits lift, and he retrieves his little apron from behind the kitchen door, muttering, "When Anan wakes up, he'll be hungry. I should prepare something delicious for him, and perhaps for this woman as well." When Tsunade awakens again, it is already midday the following day. She gazes at the meal box on the table accompanied by a note that reads, "Sister, remember to eat the food while it's hot." Tsunade ruffles her hair and chuckles. This little brat has good taste. He is far cuter than Anan. Meanwhile, in the adjacent hospital room, Shizune is ravenously consuming the food from Sasuke's meal box. Sasuke, incensed, feels the urge to admonish this audacious woman. Who does she think she is, barging in and stealing my food? This was meant for Anan. The nerve of her. However, fearing that his voice may disturb Anan, Sasuke glares at Shizune, preparing to drag her outside. How dare this woman eat in the hospital so noisily? Doesn't she fear waking Anan? Even though she and that beautiful sister saved Anan together, it is unforgivable. While he knows he cannot resort to violence, exchanging a few harsh words wouldn't hurt. Realizing the tension, Shizune steps outside, and a heated argument ensues between her and Sasuke. You wretched woman. That meal box is for Anan. Who gave you the right to eat it? What? You insufferable brat. I am Anan's woman. What is wrong with eating his food? Shizune retorts fiercely, originally harboring resentment towards Sasuke, given that Itachi is his brother and the fact that he had been manipulated into attacking Anan. She found it utterly intolerable. However, as she recalls Anan buying a bed for Sasuke, and how today he hurried to deliver food, the lingering bitterness within her gradually dissipates. However, at this moment, Sasuke appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. How could it be possible? How could Anan be interested in such a woman? He gazed at the woman before him, whose temperament was ill-mannered, hair disheveled, and whose lips bore remnants of rice. His mouth twitched involuntarily. What on earth did Anan see in her? Defeated, Sasuke disregarded Shizune and retreated into the room, staring blankly at Anan. After finishing her meal, Shizune tidied up and entered. The two exchanged cold huffs, turning their faces away from each other. Yet their gazes ultimately converged silently upon Anan. Shizune envisioned the days ahead with Anan, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, while her resentment towards Itachi Uchiha intensified. Meanwhile, Sasuke yearned for Anan to awaken swiftly, eager to showcase his recent progress, and perhaps persuade Anan to dismiss this untidy and ill-tempered woman. At the moment, Anan lay injured and unconscious within the realm of Demon Slayer. A conspiracy unfolded, one aimed at the downfall of Uchiha Anan and the annihilation of the Yashiki family. In Edo, under the night sky, a brightly lit mansion stood. At this moment, Takashi Nidu regarded the figure opposite him with trepidation. It was more appropriate to say it was a demon. This was reputed to be the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Musen. Beside him, Akahara raised a cup and toast, his eyes distinctly marked with the symbol of the upper six. Initially, he believed the ranks of the upper moons to be filled, thus rendering his own position obsolete, for Akahara understood that vacancies among the upper moons were rare. After centuries, only one upper moon had fallen, yet unexpectedly, another position had recently opened up. With his merits and the recommendation from Kokushibo, Akahara naturally ascended to the rank of Upper Moon 6. Nitty's countenance darkened as he observed the demon cowering in the shadows, too terrified to face the light. His heart brimmed with disdain. If Uchiha Anan is as formidable as you claim, which of your kind will you dispatch to assist us? This time, aside from myself, all demons will join the fray. A drop of wine spilled from his cup, and Musen, with a sinister smile, struck Akahara, shattering his head before the assembly. Blood splattered across the banquet hall, and the samurai by Nidu's side drew their swords, watching the madman with wariness. Yet, in an instant, Akahara's head restored itself, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Lord Musen, for your affection. I shall remember it well." He licked his lips, cast a glance at the samurai, and slowly retreated. The ability to survive a severed head was truly terrifying. Yet Nidu understood this was a display meant for his eyes. Musen drained his goblet of red wine and addressed Nidu. "I wonder how many of your men you will send." Nidu laughed heartily, masking his inner fear. Feigning composure. "If 10 men are insufficient, then 100. If 100 are inadequate, then 1,000. If 1,000 fall short, then 10,000, for even gods, I believe, will eventually tire." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Musen. The meaning is quite evident. Regardless of one's prowess, a multitude can still overwhelm them. It is not always divine beings that pose a threat. They can also be malevolent spirits. Musen was quite pleased. At least his ally was not a coward. "This Uchiha Anan, whom you refer to as a deity, has a master named Kawajima Jigoro, residing in Momoyama. His master is merely an ordinary person. Yet their bond is quite strong. As for the remaining matters, I shall leave them to my subordinates to discuss with you." As his words faded, a melodious tune filled the surroundings, enchanting everyone present. However, in the next moment, the music abruptly ceased, and the demons across from him vanished without a trace. Listening to the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, One could see Akihara gracefully taking a seat in Musen's place, innumerable figures standing behind him. With a soft chuckle, he said, "Lord Ryuchi, it is time for us to discuss how to lure Uchiha Anan out." Upon witnessing Musen's arrogance, Nida Ryuchi was resolute. Once they captured the deity, the next target would be this horde of demons. Akihara, too, was filled with disdain. Once Uchiha Anan and the Akatsuki family were completely annihilated, no one would stand in the way of Lord Musen. Days later, Anan was roused by a cacophony around him. Awakening gently, he found Sasuke and Shizune playfully tussling at his bedside. "Hey, woman, when will Anan and I wake up? You little brat, I am your sister-in-law. Show some respect." "Huh, absurd. I have yet to hear Anan and I acknowledge you." Anan, still in a daze, tried to speak, but his voice was too faint, drowned out by their bickering. After a while, amidst their commotion, Shizune glanced at Anan, noticing his despondent gaze fixed upon her. Choosing to disregard Sasuke, she quickly darted to Anan's side, grasping his large hand tightly. "Water. Please, I need some water." Sasuke, about to interject, was interrupted by Shizune. "This is all your fault for being so loud. Anan-kun wanted water, and you didn't even notice." With that, she hurriedly poured some water and gently fed it to Anan. Sasuke, sensing the gravity of the moment, fell silent. After drinking, Anan felt truly revived. Sasuke observed Shizune. Gone was her usual audacity, replaced by a tender gaze for Anan. Sasuke quickly fetched more water. Any fondness Sasuke had felt for Shizune evaporated as he glanced at Anan, taking the water jug and stepping outside. At that moment, Tsunade, having finished her official duties, entered and witnessed Shizune feeding Anan. With a mischievous smile, she teased, "Ah, what do we have here? It seems I have come at an inconvenient time. I hope I am not interrupting anything." "Hey, Anan, I promised Shizune that in the name of the Hokage, I would have you marry her." Before she could finish, Shizune hurriedly rushed over to cover Tsunade's mouth. Looking at Shizune, Anan smiled faintly from his bed. "Sure." His voice was soft, yet all four present heard him clearly. Tsunade's smile widened, exclaiming, "Haha, I knew you could hear me during the operation." Shizune merely covered her face with her hands. Her head lowered, peeking at Anan through her fingers. As Sasuke, concerned that Anan might be enchanted by that disheveled woman, stood at the doorway, he was utterly dumbfounded. Dropping the kettle he had not steadied, and sliding down to the ground against the doorframe. Regaining his composure, Sasuke leapt to Anan's bedside, exclaiming, "Anan, do not be deceived by her. She is nothing but a slovenly woman." Before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade covered Sasuke's mouth and pulled him away from the ward. Sasuke, mumbling incoherently as he reached out his hand, protested, "No." Shizune, puzzled, inquired, "What is he saying?" Anan looked at the two with curiosity. Shizune quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, nothing at all," while secretly vowing to ensure that Sasuke kept his mouth shut so as not to tarnish her image in Anan's eyes. Thus, the days passed, and Anan's health gradually improved. He began to sense a peculiar chakra within him. Upon inquiry, he learned that his abdomen had been implanted with the cells of the first Hokage, which were progressively replacing the old, necrotic cells, thereby enhancing his original cells. However, troubling news followed in quick succession. The Two Tails was captured, as was the Four Tails, Son Goku, and the Five Tails, Mu King. The whereabouts of the Six Tails, the human pillar, became unknown. Bad news continued to pour in, prompting all major ninja villages to seek assistance, contracting their forces, while secretly increasing communication among the hidden villages, and even preparing to convene a summit of the Five Kage. In the land of Rice, Jiraiya surveyed the scroll of intelligence in his hands. Slightly furrowing his brow, had matters escalated to such severity? Casting a glance at Naruto beside him, he spoke solemnly, "Naruto, we must conclude our mission in the land of Rice's Sound Village for now. We need to make our way to Takigakure to retrieve the Seven Tails host." In Takigakure, upon receiving the news, Fu was strictly ordered to refrain from leaving the village. Even during outings, a guard of 10 elite jonin had to accompany her. "This is so bothersome. It's been several days, and when will I ever make 100 good friends? It's not like anything is happening," she thought, and thus returned home, stealthily slipping out through the underground passage. Soaring through the skies like a sprite, Fu danced gracefully among the clouds. Suddenly, she noticed two figures lurking in the forest below, fixated on her with a menacing aura, prompting her to become vigilant. The urgency of Jomio's voice urged her to flee swiftly. Kisame looked at Itachi with a sense of resignation. "Itachi, This doesn't seem to be our assigned task. Must we really capture her? Is it necessary to be in such a rush? Of course, capturing tailed beasts was of utmost importance, yet he silently added. It was also to resurrect our family sooner. Itachi activated his Sharingan, and the orange Susano'o rose from the ground, gathering a sphere of light in his right hand. Since she's flying in the air, let us bring her down, he declared, unleashing the Yata mirror. 3 spheres of light surged towards Fu in the sky with great speed. Boom! An explosion erupted, startling the ninjas of Takigakure nearby, who quickly relayed the news and rushed towards the scene. At this moment, Fu had successfully escaped the blast radius, enveloped in the radiant 7-tailed chakra of Reimei. Given this situation, I can only express my apologies to you both. Fu began to gather the tailed beast bomb within her mouth. In an instant, it pierced through the dense smoke, hurtling towards the 2 below. However, Itachi merely placed the Yata mirror gently in front of him, just as Fu pondered why the tailed beast bomb had not detonated. She was astonished to see the very bomb she had formed reappearing before her. Bang! Fu's body became riddled with wounds, and she uncontrollably began to plummet towards the ground. Kisame thought to himself that a fall from such a height would surely be fatal. He had to intervene. Fu struggled to maintain her flying posture in the air, but her injuries were too severe, leaving her helplessly descending towards the earth. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, water release, exploding water shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding forest spanning several kilometers was submerged by the ocean's waves. He hurriedly made his way towards the spot where Fu was falling. But just as he was about to catch her, a massive water orb struck him, sending him flying. Gripping his sword, Samahata, a grave expression crossed Kisame's face as he glanced at Fu's side and remarked, "So there are still formidable opponents here?" As the surrounding waves settled, Jiraiya gently lifted Fu, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "What incredible luck! We almost missed it." Naruto, who had approached from the right, looked gravely at the 2 adversaries. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, far more terrifying than what he had faced during the Chunin exams against Orochimaru. Yet, he felt a strange familiarity with the enormous orange creature before him. Moments ago, as Naruto was on his way, he had suddenly seen the relentless rush of water from afar, flooding towards him. This was a forest. How could ocean waves intrude? Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta, hastily making his way forward, ultimately saving Fu at the last moment. 2 ninjas from the hidden waterfall village appeared nearby, vigilantly observing both parties. Itachi smirked slightly. Interesting, even the 9-tails Jinchuriki has arrived. I must extend my gratitude to Lord Jiraiya. In the blink of an eye, the complete form of Susano'o materialized before them. 3 larger Tomo began to howl towards Jiraiya and the others. Underwater, Kisame transformed into a half-man, half-shark form, swimming towards his opponents. Sensing the chakra fluctuations from both adversaries, which rivaled his own, Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that today would not go well without revealing some of his hidden techniques. He instructed Naruto to stay behind and tend to the wounded Fu. "Bunta, I shall enter Sage mode and summon those 2. Please hold them off for me." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, preparing to summon the 2 great sages. Bunta leaped high, dodging the 3 incoming Tomo and retaliated with 2 water release. Iron cannonballs aimed at Itachi. He then drew his large blade, thrusting it downwards towards Kisame. The iron cannonballs struck Itachi's Yata mirror, rebounding back instantly. What? 2 iron cannonballs swiftly propelled Gamabunta away. Amidst the curtain of water raised by the explosion, Kisame quietly observed, waiting for the opportune moment. That insufferable little demon managed to deflect my attack back at me. Fukasaku, clutching his injured arm, leaped once more to evade Kisame's charged strike. Emerging from the water's surface, Kisame mocked, "Is this truly Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Hardly impressive." Uchiha Itachi, wielding his complete Susano'o, struck down with his blade. Fukasaku again raised his weapon to block, yet the tremendous force sent him flying, creating towering waves as he cried out in agony, "Jiraiya, are you not yet ready?" "I'm almost there," Fukasaku replied hastily. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more strikes of the Yasaka Magatama forced the duo to scatter in disarray. Kisame, relentless in the torrent, continued to assault Fukasaku, utilizing the water screen to unleash the water release, shark bomb technique. Instantly, a monstrous wave surged forth, with countless man-eating sharks charging at Fukasaku. "Jiraiya, I cannot hold on much longer." After eliminating 2 more sharks with explosive projectiles, Fukusaku erupted into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. In the distance, two jonin from the Takigakure village felt their scalps tingle at the fluctuations caused by the battle. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. In such a combat scenario, capable of affecting thousands of meters around, even their assistance would only render them slightly more than mere cannon fodder. Fu, eager to assist, exclaimed, "That is my savior. I cannot allow him to fight alone." Naruto, noticing Fu had regained her strength, prepared to employ the shadow clone technique to alleviate the pressure on Jiraiya. Just then, he witnessed Kisame use his sword, the Samahata, to smash the radiant Jiraiya into the sea, rendering him silent. The four figures paused. Naruto, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible. How could the sage be?" With his hands forming a cross, he shouted, "Shadow clone jutsu." Hundreds of clones gritted their teeth, ready to charge forward. Kisame laughed heartily, "Do not rush. It is your turn now." Just as he prepared to dash toward Fu and Naruto with the Samahata, a voice emerged from the depths of the sea. "Hey kid, I'm in the middle of cooking. You summoned me here, and my food is going to burn." Sage Jiraiya, draped in a gray cloak, stood impatiently on Jiraiya's shoulder. On the other side, Fukusaku hastily interjected, "Do not speak so, mother. Young Jiraiya has his reasons." Jiraiya's expression turned grave, yet he apologized. "It has been a long time. I am sorry for troubling you, my leader and my dear sister." The opponent this time includes an S-rank rogue ninja with the Sharingan. Sage Fukusaku's face lit up with excitement. Now that is truly something to anticipate. As they gazed into the ocean's dark depths, three pairs of eyes suddenly emerged, glowing ominously, fixated on the duo above the water like feral beasts eyeing their prey. Kisame halted, observing the two toads on Jiraiya's shoulder with a hint of curiosity. After all this preparation, is it just these two old frogs? Yet, he tightened his grip on the Samahata. Itachi suddenly spoke, "Kisame, be wary. The chakra within our opponents has grown increasingly volatile." In the eyes of Itachi, it was not merely the addition of two old toads. The immense and agitated chakra left him in a state of astonishment. Truly, he was one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya gradually emerged from the water's surface, and Naruto and the others felt a sense of relief. However, could these two toads on his shoulders truly assist the perverse sage? Upon closer inspection, Naruto noted that Jiraiya's appearance had also transformed. His nose had grown broader, adorned with numerous bumps. This was indeed his first encounter with such a peculiar version of the perverse sage. With a mighty roar, Jiraiya proclaimed, "The battle has only just begun." He charged directly at Kisame, swiftly sending him flying. His strength and speed have significantly increased, Kisame thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Just as Kisame intended to channel some chakra to aid his companion, he observed Jiraiya's toad on his shoulder unleash a jet of water, slicing towards him. In an instant, the water pierced through Kisame's shoulder, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly announced, "Now it is time to substitute ninjutsu with sage techniques, and the legendary Jiraiya shall make his grand entrance." Just as Jiraiya was about to strike a particularly impressive pose, he was abruptly interrupted by Senjutsu and Shima, who exclaimed, "Don't shout so loudly in our ears." How frustrating. Each time he attempted to pose dramatically, he was interrupted, and there were so many people around. Kisame, feeling disgruntled, thought, "We are two formidable S-rank rogue ninjas. How can you converse so casually in our presence?" He swiftly formed hand seals and executed a water release technique, summoning 5 sharks, each about 10 meters in length, that silently submerged into the water, heading towards Jiraiya. Naruto, covering his face, watched helplessly as Jiraiya was pummeled by the two-toed sages. Fu covered her mouth, chuckling, "This uncle is quite amusing." Sage Shima sensed movement beneath the water and, unwilling to linger, muttered her impatience, "Kid, use oil. The child's father will use wind." "All right." Jiraiya bellowed, "Sage art, 5 oil gates." Oil ignited, and flames engulfed the surroundings in an inferno, rapidly evaporating even the seawater beneath them. Kisame furrowed his brows and hurriedly retreated, while the 5 sharks were consumed by the fire. Itachi stood atop Susano'o. His eyes momentarily closed before widening as he softly uttered, "Amaterasu." Black flames began to spread towards Jiraiya. Sage Shima, swiftly conjuring a whirlwind of fire, obscured the enemy's line of sight, and then dashed towards Kisame. She had previously noticed that he was relying on his weapon for healing. With a swift kick, She sent Kisame flying again and extended her tongue to ensnare the shark's skin, drawing it in and summoning it into the already prepared toad, subsequently teleporting back to Mount Miyaboku. At that moment, just as they aimed to eliminate Kisame decisively, Itachi drew the Tensigen and lunged towards Jiraiya. Realizing that the opponent's weapon could not only withstand but also reflect ninjutsu, he decided to close the distance. Removing the shoes from his feet, he placed his limbs upon the ground and, in the next moment, found himself before Itachi, with an enormous Rasengan already prepared in his left hand. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he uttered, "Tsukuyami." Just as he entered this realm, a sudden croak from Sage Shinsaku propelled him back to reality. The colossal Rasengan struck, forcing Susano'o to stagger backward. Just as he was about to strike again, Itachi noticed a number of ninjas encircling them. And realizing that he could not overpower them in the current situation, he spoke solemnly, "Kisame, we must retreat." With that, he employed the Yasaka Magatama to carve a path and swiftly withdrew. As the approaching Tobirama and Fu attempted to pursue, Jiraiya intercepted them. "Do not chase. If this continues, victory is not guaranteed for us," he cautioned. "Since they have retreated, let us return for now," Sage Shinsaku urged, mindful that they could still salvage lunch if they hurried. Sage Shima interjected, "Young man, remember to visit us for a meal sometime." Jiraiya responded with a smile, "Absolutely. Once we return to Konoha, I shall pay a visit to both the elder brother and sister." With the two sages vanishing, Jiraiya gradually regained his composure and addressed Tobirama. "This is a mission personally assigned by the Hokage of Konoha to escort Fu away, and it is, of course, voluntary. However, should the Akatsuki fail this time, they may send even stronger adversaries next." As Tobirama contemplated, he hesitated to refuse, considering that Fu was a Jinchuriki from their own village, which would be quite troubling for her to relocate to another village. Yet Fu interjected, "Village leader, please allow me to go. I have heard that it is the most prosperous place in the shinobi world. Moreover, I will be safe there. I do not wish for you to be harmed because of me." Left with no choice, Tobirama looked at the elite Jonin, Yenhua, and the demon wolf Jonin beside him and declared, "You shall represent Takigakure and accompany Fu to Konoha." On the journey, Fu turned to Naruto and smiled. "Hello. I am Fu. That shadow clone technique you performed earlier was amazing. Can we be friends?" As she extended her small hand, Naruto eagerly grasped it, delighted at the prospect of friendship. "It's nothing. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to our future camaraderie." However, at that moment of handshake, the Ninetales suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, it's been a long time, Shomei." "Haha, Kurama, so it is you. I sensed a familiar aura about this little brat," Fu remarked, turning to Naruto. "Naruto, Uncle Jiraiya was truly impressive just now." Upon hearing this, Naruto merely scoffed. "He's not as strong as Anan. He's just a perverted sage." This remark drew the attention of Yenhua and the demon wolf, who exchanged glances, their eyes frequently darting toward Jiraiya. Initially pleased by the compliment, Jiraiya's expression soured upon hearing Naruto's words, causing him to grit his teeth and clench his fists, resulting in a large bump appearing on Naruto's head. "Naruto, I have told you before, do not call me that in public. What distinguishes me from that scoundrel Uchiha Anan? You best clarify this for me." Fu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter at the sight of the two masters and disciples engaged in a playful tussle, heightening her anticipation for Konoha village. Anan, now able to walk with assistance from Shizune and Sasuke on either side, ventured outside. If he didn't move about soon, he would surely grow stale. "Sasuke, stop bickering with Shizune over trivial matters." Sasuke merely turned his head away with a huff, choosing silence. And Shizune, "Remember, Sasuke is still young. You're to be his sister-in-law, so please show him a bit of leniency." Shizune, mimicking Sasuke, let out a huff and turned away. "Anan, let me tell you, the last meal I prepared was devoured entirely by that woman. She has quite the appetite." Before she could finish, Shizune swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her away towards a nearby grove, turning back to Anan with a gentle smile. "Anan-kun, why don't you explore a bit while I attend to some matters?" Anan couldn't help but rub his forehead in confusion, pondering the cause of the quarrel between the two. Seated on a chair, passing ninjas greeted him. "Hello, esteemed advisor." After all, the Hokage had tirelessly treated Uchiha Anan for 2 consecutive days, earning much favor from the Hokage. Before long, the crowd began to thin and basking in the sunlight. Anan nearly drifted off to sleep. However, a voice jolted him awake. "Anan, I'm back. Rubbing his eyes, he recognized Naruto and Jiraiya approaching. As they drew closer, a dark-skinned young girl dashed forward, standing before him. Hello. You must be Anan and II, as I've heard much about you from Naruto. Oh right. I am Fu, the Jinchuriki from Takigakure. Ah. Anan surveyed Fu with a smile. Fu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Anan, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Fu's eyes sparkled. He was indeed a handsome young man. This trip to Konoha was worth it. Meanwhile, Chome called out internally, Isabu, Isabu? After a moment, Isabu replied impatiently, it's the original Chome. I'm busy right now, we can talk later. Ha ha ha, little fish, don't run away. Jiraiya, standing nearby, mocked. Oh, I heard you were badly injured by Uchiha Itachi. I just fought him, and he isn't that formidable. This remark reached Shizune and Sasuke, who had just emerged from the grove. What? You dare bully my man? This cannot be forgiven. She stormed towards Jiraiya, declaring loudly, Jiraiya-san, I will inform Tsunade-sama of your words today. Jiraiya visibly panicked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he flailed his hands, trying to explain, No, that is not it. I was just… Wait, when did Shizune become so protective of Uchiha Anan? All right, Shizune, Tsunade-sama has many matters to attend to. He took her hand gently and sat down with her. Silence did not oppose, yet Sasuke behind him appeared quite displeased. Naruto and Jiraiya stood frozen in place, exchanging incredulous glances. How could it be that Uchiha Anan had subdued silence in such a brief span of time? Fu, noticing Sasuke, was taken aback by his striking appearance. She approached him with a smile, saying, Hello, my name is Fu. May we become friends? This, however, caused Sasuke to furrow his brow slightly, as he was unaccustomed to such feelings, finding it quite awkward. Before Anan could speak, silence, hands on hips, assumed a commanding demeanor and exclaimed, Sasuke, give. With a sharp glare that made Sasuke's skin crawl, he reluctantly replied, Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. He then turned to introduce himself to silence with a smile, before returning to the center and cheerfully addressing everyone. I am delighted to meet you all today. Truly, it brings me great joy. Tsunade approached with Sakura in tow. After all, Silence was quite busy and had little time to manage the mundane affairs of the Hokage's office. Thus, they were in need of another apprentice. And Sakura seemed like a fine choice. Anan, surveying the surroundings, suddenly called out, Now that everyone is gathered, let us go out to eat. After having consumed nothing but vegetables for so long, it is time for some meat. Just as Silence was about to interject, Tsunade interjected with a smile. Since the esteemed guest has spoken, let us set off for the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. As others began to move, Anan, noticing Fu's stillness, chuckled, Fu, along with your two friends behind you, let us hasten, lest this group leave us with nothing. Naruto was eager to race Sasuke to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Seeing Naruto already in motion, Sasuke scoffed, how tedious, and hurriedly followed suit. Inside the restaurant, Anan wore a look of desolation as he gazed at Silence and then at the plate of vegetables before him. Had he known, he would not have come to a barbecue restaurant. It felt like torment. Anan-kun, your health does not permit you to eat meat yet. Silence scolded, glaring as he snatched away the meat that Sasuke had discreetly handed to Anan. Damn it. Once I recover, I shall return for a feast. Anan vowed internally, crunching loudly on the vegetables. Observing Anan's chastisement, Tsunade could not help but burst into laughter. Anan, today is your day. As Anan chewed, the sound grew louder. Damn these vegetables, and damn you, Tsunade. In the kitchen, Momoyama and Jairu were preparing lunch with a knife when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Bang! The gate was kicked down, and several armored warriors, their faces fierce, strode in. Their intentions were clearly hostile. Jairu, with a stern face, turned the knife in his hand and drove it into the cutting board, then limped towards the door, retrieving a long-forgotten Nikko blade from his room. The leading man, noticing Jairu's emergence, gripped his weapon firmly and said in a low voice, Lord Ryuichi wishes to invite you for a visit. I wonder if the esteemed Jairu would grant us the honor? As the surrounding warriors raised their weapons, their expressions grave, they regarded Jairu cautiously. After all, he was the master of the divine, and caution was paramount. TCH, who do you think you're scaring with those sticks? As I was about to unleash the breath of thunder, I noticed my opponent casually raise a shotgun and pull the trigger. The resounding bang shattered the water tank in the courtyard. Subsequently, with smoke billowing from the gun's muzzle, he aimed it at Zimu Lang, stating, Old man, I hope you won't make this difficult for me. Zimu Lang gazed at the weapon in his adversary's hand, letting out a silent sigh. In his prime, such a foe would never have had the opportunity to pull that trigger, but now, aged and limping, his reflexes had notably diminished. Realizing that resistance was futile, he relinquished his grip on the Nichiren blade, letting his hands fall to his sides, while the gunmen around him exhaled in relief. After all, he was the master of a deity. Should the gun be fired, it could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, they clustered around Zimu Lang and began to retrace their steps. Upon exiting the building, they discovered that the courtyard was surrounded by hundreds of people, all armed with either guns or knives. Zimu Lang scoffed, "I am merely a useless old man. I fail to comprehend why you wish to capture me. Is it because of Anan?" As soon as the words left his lips, many of those holding weapons began to tremble. Some even turned to whisper among themselves, pondering the motives behind such actions, expressing a reluctance to oppose the divine. Perhaps the master of a deity possessed peculiar traits. One misstep could result in calamity. Silence. What are you all chattering about? Though conversation ceased, an atmosphere of dread began to spread with alarming rapidity. Zimu Lang glanced around, understanding the situation, and cast a meaningful look in the direction of Sia before vanishing into the courtyard with the others. Once they had departed, Sia swiftly took flight. At that moment, a specter emerged from the shadows of the courtyard, watching Sia's disappearing figure with a faint smile. In the headquarters, Zenitsu felt a surge of energy as he received Sia's message. What? Grandpa has been captured? After relaying the information, Sia hurried to where Ubuyashiki Yoya was located. Hearing the news, Yoya's expression darkened. This was indeed dire news. Mr. Sanjo Zimu Lang had been abducted. He commanded, "Relay to all Hashira to cease training immediately and convene in the conference room to discuss the rescue of Sanjo Zimu Lang." The hidden forces outside immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. They then set off towards the training grounds of the various Hashira. Before long, all the Hashira had gathered. Just as they were about to deliberate on the rescue plan, news arrived from outside. In 3 days, there will be a public banquet for the deities, during which Zimu Lang will be openly sacrificed. The flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, immediately rose, his fiery aura radiating outward. Ubuyashiki Yoya turned to Rengoku, asking, "Have we still not been able to contact Anan?" The Hashira shook their heads. Once Anan had departed, not only could the demons not be found, but even their own comrades were difficult to track. At that moment, Sia returned with further information. "He is in the Winter Pass, on the Winter Plains." Yoya frowned. Over 10,000 individuals? They were truly maximizing their numerical advantage. Subsequently, a message was brought by the Hidden Division. A confidential report from the Yoshihara clan indicated that the demons had allied with the Nidu family, possessing ample supplies, and any intruders would be treated as adversaries of the Kiyoshi family. Moreover, the enemy was armed, with a considerable number of firearms at their disposal. Firearms. This thought crossed the mind of the Wind Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, as he recalled the weapon strapped to his brother Jinya's waist. A weapon whose power was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. The Flame Hashira also reminisced about the Lower Moon II that he had previously vanquished, who had wielded a similar weapon. While firearms posed little threat to demons, they were lethal to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who were also human. After a brief moment, the Hidden Division presented a map, and Yose furrowed his brow, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Thousands remained on the plains, and even with the 9 Hashira present, their ability to kill seemed futile, especially with demons mingling among them. A charge by the several hundred members of the Demon Slayer Corps would likely lead to dire consequences. Amidst the heated debate among the Hashira, Yose clapped his hands decisively, instructing 2 Hashira to remain at the headquarters while the others proceeded to provide assistance. Butterfly Shinobu and Himejima Jeomiyai, I entrust you 2 to guard the headquarters. The remaining Hashira, accompanied by 20 of their comrades, were to set forth towards the Winter Pass Plains, maintaining communication every 15 minutes via the Crow's Call, gathering at the mountainous periphery of the Winter Pass Plains. Yes. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke joined the Flame Hashira's squad, stealthily advancing towards the Winter Pass Plains. The Winter Pass Mountains were densely forested, overgrown with wild grass, with the occasional chirping of insects surrounding them. Just as the Sound Hashira's team traversed a winding path, they were intercepted by the awaited Koi Natsu, accompanied by 2 samurai, blocking their way. Lord Tenjin, it has been a while. The Yoshihara clan has come to convey an important message. As he spoke, he offered a slight bow. Tenjin Yizi regarded the three individuals, gesturing for his companions to halt. Koinatsu bowed slightly, stating, "Lord Tenjin, my father has been compelled under duress to join the Nitti family's faction. He does not wish to oppose Lord Shinji. Hence this message. Moreover, as an apology, he has instructed me to establish a camp for you all in the mountains." The sound Hashira frowned slightly, contemplating whether the Yoshihara clan had genuinely aligned with them or if they were coerced. Casting a glance at the crow concealed in the treetops, Tenjin made a cautionary gesture with his hand and then laughed heartily. "Ha! In that case, we cannot dismiss the goodwill of the Yoshihara clan. We must first gauge their true intentions, and given that they are merely 10 steps away, with the surrounding trees providing ample cover, they would find it challenging to ambush us. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are all too familiar with such terrain." Despite the light-hearted banter, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps quietly placed their hands on their sword hilts, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Upon reaching the camp, the bustling personnel greeted them warmly as they passed by. "Hiro-sama, greetings. Since the brothel incident, it is wonderful to see you again, Hiro-sama. My goodness. It was worth every penny to come here. Truly, you are the Hiro-sama, with such muscles and physique." Before the statement could be completed, others quickly covered their mouths, hastily offering apologies to Tenjin. Yet the woman continued to struggle laboriously, exclaiming, "Hiro, I am fond of you." In that moment, even without an ambush, the fervor of the opposing party made Tenjin feel somewhat reluctant to remain in this place. After all, he already had 3 wives, and taking on more would be an overwhelming burden. He could not betray his beloved spouses. The sound Hashira, undistracted by the scene before him, slightly trembled his ears and began to listen attentively to his surroundings. Was everything truly normal, with no ambush in sight? Musing, Tenjin gestured towards the rear, instructing his companions to prepare to capture some mice or rabbits for poison testing. Upon entering the encampment, Kayaharu stifled a laugh, saying, "This camp is filled with thousands. All citizens of the pleasure quarters, who have come here of their own accord. We are merely organizing their efforts." Tenjin, seated at the side, inquired, "Is Shinya not present?" Just as Kayaharu was about to respond, Shinya burst through the curtain, exclaiming, "Ha! Tenjin, it has been a long time. I was just busy with the camp affairs and have only now found a moment to spare." Tenjin was surprised to see that Yoshihara Torio had sent his only son. However, what Tenjin did not realize was that this was not Yoshihara Torio's directive, but rather Shinya's own escape. At that moment, within a splendid tent on the Dongguan Plain, the ground was strewn with debris, shattered porcelain scattered about. Yoshihara Torio was at a loss, unable to recall the last time he had been this furious. That insolent boy, disregarding my orders and taking matters into his own hands? He then pointed at the warrior below, whose head was bleeding. "And you all dared to let him leave the camp without permission?" Initially, Torio had thought that sending Kayaharu would be beneficial for the production house, and even if he perished, it would not be a loss. If the deity did not appear, or if they failed to turn the tide upon arrival, the Yoshihara family would become the most faithful ally of the Nitta clan. Should that deity prove capable of altering the course of events, he would switch allegiances to assist in eliminating obstacles. Yet all of this was shattered by his foolish son, should the deity fail to deliver. Or if the production house crumbled, his son would become a crucial bargaining chip for the enemy's escape. With his son also involved, should anything go awry, the Yoshihara family would face extinction. It was unacceptable to place their hopes in this foolish child. After staring at the warrior below for some time, as the latter was nearing collapse, Torio barked, "Get back to protecting him. What purpose do you serve by remaining here? If anything happens to Shinya, do not return." With that, he waved his hand, dismissing the guards, and, embracing his concubines, made his way toward the adjacent tent. He must ensure the birth of more heirs, otherwise, he would be perpetually alarmed by that foolish son. Shinya, witnessing the arrival of the sound Hashira, felt a surge of excitement. Although he paled in comparison to the esteemed deity Uchiha Anan, he remained one of the individuals he most admired. Thus, they feasted together, as the flame Hashira, mist Hashira, and water Hashira all arrived to establish their presence in the encampment. Meanwhile, the serpent Hashira, wind Hashira, love Hashira, and others took residence in a more secluded location. With the introduction of the new era, the Dongguan Plain has been transformed into a formidable fortress, encircled by 3 layers of barricades. At night, hundreds of armored warriors patrol its perimeter, and lurking in the shadows are thousands of demons. By day, the human artillery holds absolute dominance, while at night, the demons assist in defense, creating an impregnable stronghold. Were it not for the presence of an unknown deity on the part of the Kanazaki family, the Yoshihara clan might have even attempted to deceive the Kanazaki family and eliminate them directly, for the odds of success are exceedingly slim. Tomorrow marks the third day. As the sun sets, it will herald the demise of Jiro. Early the next morning, Kanazaki, with reddened eyes, emerged from the tent to address the assembled warriors. Speaking solemnly, members of the Demon Slayer Corps, you are the elite among the elite, chosen from countless candidates. I must inform you that we face not merely demons, but foes numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. This mission is one that carries the certainty of death. Those wishing to withdraw may do so now and return to the headquarters to find Iwazumi, with the assurance that no penalties will be imposed. After a moment of silence, the warriors stood resolutely, none daring to move. Kanazaki sighed deeply, uncertain how many of them would remain by tomorrow. Pausing to gather his composure, he declared with conviction, "Previously, you charged ahead. This time, I shall lead the way, standing alongside you." The ranks of soldiers, their eyes glistening with tears, fervently responded in unison, "Together, together, together." As for the risk of exposure, it had become inconsequential. Even if they were discovered, the enemy would refrain from striking. During the reconnaissance of the surrounding area, Kanazaki's heart sank. Tonight, they would honor Jiro in a sacrificial rite. Some strategies, in the face of overwhelming power, are utterly futile. Could they exploit the chaos in other regions to compel some to defect from Nida's ranks? It seemed impossible. Time was too short. And infiltrating his allies was no longer an option, for the enemy would immediately execute anyone approaching the camp. Meanwhile, Zenitsu felt an unsettling sense that something crucial was overlooked, a matter of great significance. As night fell, the Nida coalition began to chant loudly within the camp. "Kill, kill, kill." The roar of thousands reverberated, startling birds from the nearby mountains and sending beasts fleeing in terror. The demons hidden in various corners emerged, joining the cacophony. Nida Ryu gazed at the throngs before him, contemplating that Uchiha Anan, whatever it may be, could not escape his grasp. Yoshihara stood beside Nidu, frowning as he thought of Uchiha Anan, hoping it would not disappoint him. Otherwise, today would be the day of mourning for the Kanazaki clan and his son. Kanazaki Yose began to unite forces with the Sound Hashira, marching resolutely toward the plains below. Behind this small contingent, Shinichi held Kyuka's hand, following quietly, accompanied by the populace of the Pleasure District and the geishas, among whom were the likes of the former house members, Seiko, Yoko, and Keiko. Some among them were determined to follow in the footsteps of heroes. Some are curious to witness if miracles will manifest once more, while the trio of spirits, along with certain geishas from Kyagakuya, merely seek to ascertain whether the men they once served, during their previous encounter, were indeed divine beings. As the sun sets, darkness envelopes the world. Yet the plain remains illuminated with countless lights, quietly awaiting something. Shinya Shiki glanced back at the followers trailing behind and momentarily hesitated, issuing a sharp command. "Quickly, pick up the pace. Do not let outsiders become entangled in our affairs." The group said nothing, but silently quickened their steps. Even Shinya Shiki allowed the sound pillar to carry him, hastening their journey. The onlookers, observing each other's increased pace, remained calm. For everyone present in the Pleasure District understood the destination of the heroes ahead. In the Winter Pass plain, Akihara shook his head as he surveyed the approaching crowd, lamenting. No sign of the divine Uchiha Anan. Is that so? Then the Chinya clan's existence is rendered unnecessary. Ryuichi Nido's eyes glinted coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Making a slashing motion, the signaling officer promptly drew a signal gun and fired into the sky. The commanders in the front ranks received the order and unsheathed their swords. Roaring kill. The earth trembled, and small clods of dirt began to shift. Observing the vast tide of humanity, interspersed with numerous grotesque demons. Some soldiers found their hands trembling with anxiety, while the pillars drew their blades, poised for Chinya Shiki's command to charge. Not far off, the citizens of the Pleasure District watched the advancing army with trembling legs and quaking bodies, some even shedding tears of fear. Only a few steadfast believers in the divine stood resolutely at the forefront, awaiting the arrival of their deity. At that moment, Zenitsu in the ranks suddenly recalled something. Without time to explain, he seized his Nichiren blade and thrust it toward his abdomen. Shinya Shiki turned at the commotion. Startled by this act, was Zenitsu so frightened that he resorted to self-harm? Meanwhile, Tanjiro also reacted, raising his sword to stab his own belly. Inosuke, have you forgotten what Anan told us? He will sense any danger. Inosuke, enlightened, realized the truth. As he drew his serrated blade to plunge it into his abdomen, he was stopped by the flame pillar beside him. That blade cannot be used. It poses a risk to your life. With that, he plunged his own sword into his flesh. Observing the serration on the blade, it was indeed more painful than others. He gave Rengoku a thumbs up in approval before collapsing to the ground. At that very moment, in the realm of the shinobi, Anan wandered near the hospital. Gazing at the stars above, Shizune nestled against Anan's sturdy arm, gently admonishing, Anan-kun, you're just recovering. Do not engage in any vigorous activities. Anan clenched his fist, feeling invigorated as if reborn, yearning to find a secluded place to unleash a few punches. Just then, a frantic voice echoed in his mind. Anan, the three little demons from the other world are in trouble. Three individuals unexpectedly encountered a calamity. Anan glanced at Shizune, furrowing his brow as he hastily declared, Shizune, allow me to take you somewhere. In an instant, he was enveloped by Susano'o and vanished from sight. Just as Zenitsu and the others had lain down, they felt the surrounding space begin to distort, and Anan along with Shizune gradually materialized. The kaleidoscope of their surroundings rapidly scanned the area, and upon noticing the nearby army, a frown creased his brow. Shizune, first, tend to the injuries of those three. Assessing the situation and observing the three individuals lying on the ground, Shizune snapped back to reality, urging, quickly, relocate the injured, swiftly. The surrounding soldiers sprang into action without delay. Chuetsu swiftly approached Anan, briefly explaining the current predicament. Anan, maintaining a stoic expression, after hearing the report, gravely responded, please wait a moment. His figure began to flicker, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Sumiguro. Seeing his master unharmed, and even appearing to have gained a few pounds, Anan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The surrounding demons, regaining their senses, leaped forward intending to eliminate the sudden intruder. Yet, with another leap, Anan completely extricated Sumiguro from danger. After entrusting his master to Chuetsu, he solemnly declared, I cannot hold back here. You all leave first. It seems I must address some personal matters. With that, he seized the Nichiren blade from Chuetsu's grasp and charged toward the throng of over 10,000. Activating his Sharingan, Anan delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the foremost assailant. Instantly, the unfortunate soul was launched like a projectile, sending 5 or 6 others tumbling backwards. He then maneuvered through the chaos, striking left and right, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. As gunfire erupted around him, Anan deftly tilted his head to evade the shots, delivering a punch that sent one assailant crashing into the ground. A demon attempted a stealthy attack, only to be instantly reduced to fragments by a flash of lightning. Standing atop a high platform, Yoshiwara observed the distant flicker of lightning, murmuring, such power is truly terrifying, yet still insufficient. Before he could finish his thought, Anan swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed fire release, great flame destruction. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, instantly hurling hundreds into the air, with countless warriors ignited by the inferno, while those unwilling to advance were pushed into the blaze by the relentless tide behind them. In the midst of the allied forces, Doma brandished his iron fan, invoking blood demon art, cold and bitter white princess. Ice mist swirled through the air, surging toward the sea of flames. However, Anan pierced through the conflagration, crashing into the crowd with the full manifestation of Susano'o. The complete Susano'o gazed down upon the allied forces, drawing its sword to cleave. The earth fractured beneath its might, as countless individuals were obliterated, blown away by the shockwave. Those fortunate enough to survive stared in horror at the towering Susano'o, their firearms slipping from their grasp. This was no battlefield, it was indeed a hellscape. As they surveyed the surroundings, filled with devastation and the cries of the wounded, the only thought that lingered was to flee. Flee! Flee! This damned Nida clan has invoked divine retribution. It is truly cursed. Nidao Ryuichi gazed at the towering Susano'o before him, turning to the startled Akaka in fury. Are you all mad to confront such a monstrosity? Meanwhile, the citizens of the pleasure district behind them erupted in ecstatic cries. The deities have descended. The deities have descended. In this moment, Yoshihara Fujiryo tightly gripped the chair. his eyes brimming with exhilaration upon witnessing the giant. His heart exuberantly shouted, "We have arrived. From this day forth, the Yoshihara family shall soar to unprecedented heights." Suppressing the fear that lurked within, Akihara feigned nonchalance as he addressed Ryuichi. "It is merely this. Do not act as though you have never witnessed greatness before." Swiftly, he implored Tong Mao in his heart, "Lord Tong Mao, please unleash your ultimate technique. I beseech you, do not hold back, for to do so is to invite death." Tong Mao shot a fierce glare at Akihara, thinking to himself, "Do you presume I do not wish to? The truth is, releasing it would be futile." Suddenly, Muzin's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Tong Mao." With no other option, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Blood demon art. Mist ice super water lily bodhisattva." Yet, before it could take shape, Anan, controlling the Susano'o, cleaved it into icy shards with a single strike. Akihara pointed at the shattered ice bodhisattva, his hand frozen in disbelief at the staggering disparity. Ryuichi had previously discerned the unreliability of this demon and had turned to flee. Watching his opponent escape, Yoshihara Fujiryo could not help but smile mysteriously as he quietly followed behind. The battle continued for Anan, who found himself under attack from numerous adversaries. He transformed into his tailed beast form, gathering energy in his mouth to create a tailed beast ball the size of 10 men, which he propelled towards the center of the battlefield. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted as the tailed beast ball enveloped most of the combatants, transforming the once verdant plain into a barren basin. Muzin's legion of demons was obliterated by this tailed beast ball, with only a few upper moons narrowly escaping the onslaught. Realizing the futility of resistance, the upper moons began to flee in a frenzy. Anan's Susano'o suddenly vanished, reappearing before Kokushibo, who attempted to block the attack. However, the great sword of Susano'o was beyond his capacity to withstand. With a fierce strike of the thunder-breathing, second form, Rice Spirit, several thick bolts of purple lightning surged forth, cutting Kokushibo into several pieces. Tong Mao observed the scene with a flicker of joy in his eyes. If Kokushibo were dead, would that not elevate me to Upper Moon 1? A subtle smile tugged at his lips. Yet in the next moment, Anan approached Tong Mao, his voice icy. "Upon our first meeting, I must inquire, what exactly are you smiling about?" He continued, "Never mind, it is of no importance." The clash of lightning and icy mist held for but an instant. As Tong Mao began to dissipate, the remaining scattered personnel fell into utter defeat, crying out and fleeing towards the rear, except for the samurai of the Yoshihara family, who, like famished tigers, ruthlessly slaughtered those around them. Heeding their master's words, they maneuvered along the battlefield's periphery, remaining largely unscathed by Anan's assaults. "How dare you covet the divine?" they roared. "I have long grown weary of these scoundrels. Slay them. How dare they offend the divine? Let them perish." The samurai of the Yoshihara family howled, their blades gleaming with renewed sharpness. The sound of strings resonated as the half-demon dog opened a portal beneath its feet, only to be violently kicked away by Anan. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed beside me. "Do you know the name of the specter that just plucked the strings? It is truly insufferable." Hantengu trembled slightly, on the verge of speaking, when Anan interjected, "Forget it. Let's delve directly into your memories." "Ah," Hantengu wailed in terror. How could such a coward ascend to the rank of the third upper moon? How amusing. After a moment, it became clear that the specter was named Mingnu. With a swift thrust of the Nichiren blade into the opponent's heart, a gentle slice led to the demise of the third upper moon. Meanwhile, Yuhua and Chihua had already sought refuge within Infinity City, their hearts racing, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably. As Mingnu played her lute, upon hearing Anan utter her name, her fingers fumbled on the strings. In the next instant, within Infinity City, a familiar figure emerged from behind. "I've heard your name is Mingnu?" Mingnu widened her solitary eye in shock. She deftly manipulated the strings, the surroundings shifting as she ensnared her opponent, then directly approached Yuhua and Chihua. However, the two specters gazed in terror past Mingnu. A familiar voice echoed, "Ghostly, your abilities are quite impressive." Yuhua gritted his teeth, while Chihua taunted, "I knew you would come here. Why not take a guess at where Muzan has gone?" "Ah, Muzan. He will come looking for me, won't he, Mingnu?" With a twist of the Sharingan, the gaze of the fourth upper moon was enveloped by the Sharingan, followed by the resounding notes from Mingnu's pipa. Elsewhere, Muzan, seizing the opportunity of Anan's appearance in Infinity City, made his way to the Dongguan Plains, rushing towards the distant production house. The 7 Hashira stood resolutely before Yose, prepared to counter Musen's assault. At this moment, Shizune had also rescued Zenitsu and the others, drawing a kunai from her waist. Musen regarded the vigilant Hashira before him, a flicker of longing igniting within him, reminiscent of Uchiha Anan battling a myriad of foes. Though the numbers were slightly lacking, in terms of quality, they surpassed the coalition. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of anger at encountering someone like Uchiha Anan, who could single-handedly defeat thousands and emerge victorious. Yet, you kill demons, and I kill humans. It is all the same. With thorns swirling around him, he swiftly approached the assembly as the Hashira began to engage their breathing techniques. A collective gasp arose. His speed was astonishing. Then, a note from the lute resonated. Buzz. Musen's smile abruptly froze, just as he was poised to unleash chaos. What did Mingnu mean by sending me back? Gazing at the portal beneath him, he abruptly twisted in midair, forcefully halting his descent and leaping to a nearby clearing. But within Infinity City, Anan's derisive laughter rang out. Huh, how intriguing. I wonder what about this? Buzzing. For portals suddenly surrounded Musen, who was on the brink of stepping out. At the production house, Shizune, the Hashira, and others wore expressions of bewilderment. Was it not the case that he charged in with such ferocity merely to show off in front of everyone? Remember the visage of the king of demons. Unbeknownst to them, they mistook him for Anan, believing he wished to confront them all single-handedly. With the portal closing, Shizune, clutching a kunai, remained vigilant, uncertain of the circumstances around her. Yet, after a brief moment, she could not restrain her curiosity any longer and inquired, "Is he coming back?" However, this question remained unanswered, for even the battle-hardened Hashira were at a loss to comprehend the situation. In the Infinite City, Musen, veins bulging on his forehead, bellowed, "Mitsuri, you fool! What on earth are you doing?" To which Mitsuri, her eyes glowing a crimson red, summoned the very buildings around them, hurling them toward Musen. With a thunderous crash, 2 structures came crashing down, pinning him in place. "Ah, Mitsuri, you shall pay for this," he exclaimed as he focused his thoughts, causing Mitsuri's blood to explode. The ensuing blast was deafening, and her head erupted in a violent display. The fabric of the Infinite City began to collapse. As Musen exerted control over the remnants of Mitsuri's blood, preparing to open a portal for his escape, Anan approached with swift determination, brandishing the Nichiren blade. With the breath of thunder, he unleashed a devastating strike, cleaving Musen into fragments, and the last escape route of the Infinite City vanished from existence. Observing the writhing remnants of Musen, Anan remarked, "Let you and this Infinite City be obliterated together." Suddenly, Susano'o surged forth, delivering a decisive blow to the fissure in space. The surrounding reality began to crumble rapidly, and with a flicker, Anan vanished from the scene, leaving behind the gravely injured Musen, along with the trembling Yuki and Akira. "Uchiha Anan," Musen seethed, "should I escape, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." As the surrounding space began to mercilessly slice through his form, Yuki and Akira, the 2 worthless wretches, would be dealt with swiftly, their blood harvested. Just as despair enveloped Musen, he felt the tremors of the space around him. And amidst the chaos, a faint glimmer of light emerged. This flicker ignited a spark of hope within him, compelling him to throw himself towards it recklessly. Covered in blood, Musen managed to poke his head through, leaving the rest of his body ensnared in the spatial rift. Ignoring his surroundings, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Uchiha Anan, I have returned. You cannot kill me." However, in the darkness, he pondered what this place truly was. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, Orochimaru received detailed intelligence regarding Anan from his spies and promptly made his way to a cavern. "Lord Orochimaru, I have gathered critical information concerning Uchiha Anan." "Oh, do share it with me," came the response. As a massive serpent slowly opened its mouth, Orochimaru, slick with its own mucus, emerged. "It appears that Uchiha Anan's Sharingan possesses the ability to traverse dimensions, allowing him to reach his desired destinations, facilitate escape for others, and sense the presence of imminent danger." Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Oh, that explains how he managed to arrive so swiftly during the Chunin exams and when searching for Tsunade. The spatial ninjutsu combined with perceptual ninjutsu is far more terrifying than the flying thunder god technique of the 4th Hokage." Orochimaru's mouth crept closer, whispering into Kabuto's ear, "Ensure that my location is surrounded by spatial barriers. I do not wish to slip into eternal slumber without awakening. Kabuto promptly lowered his head and replied, "Understood." As Kabuto prepared, Orochimaru drifted back into a deep slumber within the cave. However, as Kabuto was setting up the spatial barriers, the fluctuations in space caused by the formation disturbed Orochimaru's rest. "Ha ha ha, Uchiha Anan, I have emerged," Muzan proclaimed, observing the chilling gaze from those two vertical pupils, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Suddenly, the lights within the cave flickered to life, revealing the vast body surrounded by countless snakes of all sizes, all staring intently at him. Orochimaru then spoke, his mouth forming human words. "I find myself intrigued by the Uchiha Anan you mentioned." Muzan furrowed his brows, having only partially restored his severed arm. Without replying, he extended a tendril to eliminate Orochimaru, but suddenly, with a loud bang, a strange man with a bare upper body and purple-tinged eyes emerged slowly from the smoke. The greed evident in the stranger's eyes set Muzan on edge, akin to a fish caught on a sticky board. Just as Muzan was about to make another move, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura began to swirl. In the next moment, Muzan found himself transported to another location. Surrounded by a foul stench, Muzan, having regained part of his form, felt himself being consumed by the swamp. As if countless hands were tearing at him, bone golems began to rise from the mire, surging toward Muzan and enveloping him completely. Attempting to use his abilities to escape, he found himself too feeble. Even the newly grown tendrils retracted in defeat. A raspy growl echoed in his ears. "Do you know what the most agonizing aspect of being human is? To live while helplessly watching oneself descend into hell. Now, tell me, how do you know Uchiha Anan? Why have you appeared here?" Muzan weakly chuckled. "I am not human. I am a demon. The demon king who has lived for 1,000 years. I can grant you immortality. I can make you eternal." "Shoo!" The raspy voice reverberated around him. Orochimaru slowly stepped forward, addressing the ever-waiting Kabuto. "I wish to know everything about him. Remember, everything." After taking a few steps, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Living for 1,000 years, regrowing limbs. This is the very body I desire. Ha ha ha, splendid." A glint of cruelty flashed in Kabuto's eyes as he stepped into the hell crafted for Muzan. Muzan continued to shout defiantly, "I am immortal. Wait until I escape." His voice was muffled by the obstruction in his mouth. Kabuto looked on with satisfaction at this experimental subject, confident that, under torment, Muzan would soon reveal everything. With that thought, he picked up a scalpel and began to cut with an unsettling calm. In the realm of Demon Slayer, at the winter battlefield of Kingan Plain, the wounded body of Kokoshibo, shrouded in the shadows of night, cautiously reassembled itself before making its escape from the battlefield. With dawn approaching, his survival hinged on fleeing before the light emerged. Strangely, Kokoshibo sensed that the force tethering him to his blood, the very essence that controlled his power, had vanished entirely. He felt liberated, as if he were an independent entity, no longer under Muzan's dominion. This seemed a fortunate turn of events. Had Muzan perished? Yet, why had he not dissipated alongside him? Such a mystery lingered, especially considering his existence was sustained by Muzan's blood. Meanwhile, the Hashira, seeing the impending dawn, began to relax. Tenjin Yuzui cast a glance at Shinobu, noting her holding a kunai, and mused silently about the emergence of another ninja. In a flash, Anan returned, and Shinobu swiftly darted past the others, throwing herself into his embrace. Anan's soft voice resonated, prompting curious looks from the Hashira. The serpent Hashira muttered in jealousy, "I cannot believe this." As Kiyoshi and Shinichi approached from behind, they were followed by a throng of citizens from the pleasure district. On the battlefield, Fujirio appeared somewhat disheveled, having lost one shoe, and his samurai guards struggled to keep pace with their master. Spotting a familiar figure, Fujirio called out exuberantly, "Shinichi, my precious son, my dear son." A father thrives through his offspring. His excitement led him to plant a couple of kisses on Shinichi. "I told you you'd come, didn't I?" Anan chuckled and remarked to Fujirio, "We must thank Uncle Fujirio." This address sent waves of exhilaration through Fujirio, igniting visions of a future where Edo, perhaps even the entire nation, lay at his feet. Daring anyone to question his authority, he thought, "Should anyone contest my claim, I shall have my esteemed nephew, the divine Uchiha Anan, speak on my behalf." Surveying the scene, he retrieved the grotesque head of Ryuichi Nidu, the orchestrator of their troubles, and presented it to Anan. "Anan, Behold the mastermind behind this evil, Ryuchi Nidu, in league with the fallen demons. Anan glanced at the severed head and smiled. Then I shall leave the matter in your capable hands, uncle. Fujiryo, brimming with joy, proclaimed loudly, to all citizens of the Kiyoshi Pleasure District who aided us. A reward of 10 gold coins. Let us celebrate for 3 days. His heart swelled with excitement as he declared, Edo, I, Fujiryo of Kiyoshi, have arrived. Cheers erupted in a cacophony of joyous noise. Meanwhile, Reiko, accompanied by a group of bold geishas, approached confidently, addressing Anan. I told you I served a deity. But you did not believe me. Not only I, but also Yoko and Keiko have served the Divine Lord. You can ask him yourselves. Before her words could settle, several geishas from Kayagakuya sprang forth, exclaiming, We have served him too. Right here at Kaigakuya. Yes, we have served. The clamorous applause subsided as all eyes turned towards Anan. Silence gazed around, fully aware of the unfolding events. Her delicate fingers began to gently circle around Anan's waist as she softly inquired, Anan, do you think what they say is true? I want to hear it too. The sharp pain in his waist alerted Anan that it was best to leave this place promptly. Consequently, he whisked away with Shireen and Siwalang, vanishing in an instant. However, without Anan denying the claims, a rumor began to circulate wildly through the Yakaku. It was said that the divine being had a penchant for beauty, having frequented both the Waya and the Kayagaku establishments. Is it true? The divine being visits such places? I must see for myself. Within days, news from the Oigaho also emerged. Allegedly, the divine being often graced Oigaho with his presence, only visiting the other 2 establishments in his leisure time. A nearby attendant whispered to the Oigaho's proprietor, Is it truly wise for us to proceed like this? What if the divine being holds us accountable? Before the attendant could finish, the proprietor interjected, It's of no concern. Even if the divine being were to come and express displeasure, we shall simply have the geishas do their utmost to retain his attention. Furthermore, I have confirmed that the divine being did not spend the night at the other 2 establishments. These are mere rumors. What significance do they hold? Meanwhile, back in Momoyama, Anan introduced Shireen, saying, This is Siwalang, my master and savior. I learned the thunder-breathing technique from him. He then gestured towards Zenitsu, stating, This is my wife, Zenitsu. My senior. Turning to the 2, he added, This is my fiancée, Kato Shireen. Shireen quickly and demurely greeted, Hello, master. Hello, senior. The elderly man stroked his beard and smiled gently. Ah, very good. Anan, when do you plan on allowing me to hold my grandchild? Shireen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Siwalang, realizing the situation, promptly said, You young ones continue your conversation. I shall prepare some food. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, biting his clothing tightly, stared in disbelief. Anan, how could you possibly have such a beautiful wife? It's impossible, he exclaimed. Miss Kato Shireen, if you are being threatened, just blink, and I shall rescue you. This remark elicited a soft smile from Shireen, finding Anan's senior amusing. Upon noticing her blink, Zenitsu erupted with fervor, shouting, Junior brother, I knew it. Before he could finish, Anan unleashed a surge of lightning, striking Zenitsu in the abdomen. Zenitsu's heart bled with envy, cursing his junior brother for secretly acquiring such a stunning wife. 3 days passed. Endo took a stack of intelligence reports to the laboratory. Lord Orochimaru, I have gathered all information regarding the adversary, he stated respectfully as he handed them over. Orochimaru, using his elongated tongue, perused the documents. Kabutsuji Musen, a 1,000-year-old being who fears the sun, capable of controlling blood to transform others into demons. The Demon Slayer core breathing technique. Thunder breathing. Uchiha Anan. Upon reading this, Orochimaru burst into laughter. So, you learned thunder breathing in this wretched place. Suddenly, Orochimaru frowned deeply. Wait a moment. This place, there are no ninjas? This is impossible. Kabuto interjected appropriately. Lord Orochimaru, the test subject claims that having lived for 1,000 years, he has never encountered anyone like Uchiha Anan, who can spew forth a sea of flames and summon colossal monsters at will. Furthermore, the ninjas he speaks of are unlike those here. They rely primarily on physical techniques, devoid of jinjutsu or ninjutsu. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then excitedly flicked his tongue and chuckled. Regardless, let us commence the experiment. At this juncture, I am far more intrigued by his physique than by any secrets. Initially, I intended to merely reincarnate into a vessel to alleviate the torment of my soul being devoured. However, with Musen's presence, Does that not imply I need not frequently change my corporeal form? Ah, and do include the cells of Hashirama. I am eager to observe the transformations of both. Kabuto nodded in understanding. Understood. Uchiha Anan, once the experiment succeeds, we shall need to settle our accounts. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya burst through the door, exclaiming, Tsunade. I have discovered the location of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade leaped to her feet, astonished. Where? Speak quickly. We can formulate an assault plan based on that location. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, speaking leisurely. Tsunade, such haste is unwise, especially when making significant decisions. How about we go for a drink and discuss this at a more measured pace? With a resolute expression, Tsunade retorted, Jiraiya, I am the Hokage. How could I possibly drink during the day? In a tavern, Tsunade downed bottle after bottle, exclaiming, Ah, this feels delightful. You say the Akatsuki's location is in Mangekyo? I recall that place is under the dominion of Hanzo, commanding all S-rank rogue ninjas. Their strength must be formidable. Perhaps we should have Anan accompany you. Jiraiya frowned. Taking a sip of his drink, that would endanger Konoha. Uchiha Anan cannot be mobilized now. Moreover, I am merely scouting for information, not intending to launch an immediate assault. As they finished their drinks, dusk fell. Stepping outside, Tsunade rubbed her head. It has been a long time since I felt this relaxed. By the way, is the source of this information reliable? Why did it surface now, if not earlier or later? Could it be a trap? Jiraiya laughed heartily, rest assured. Even if it is a trap, it poses no significant threat. Oh, and if I return, then you must fulfill your promise to me. This time Tsunade did not interrupt. Her cheeks flushed, patiently awaiting Jiraiya's continuation. However, as he looked at her, recalling the pain she endured upon the loss of Dan and Shinosuke, he hesitated and chose not to continue. With a playful wave, he said, Just kidding, no need to take it seriously. After all, each rejection enhances my creative inspiration. As the street lamps illuminated the night, Jiraiya rose, placing the large scroll behind him, preparing to bid farewell, when he noticed Tsunade clenching her fist. As if resolute in her decision, she stood beside him, akin to a wife adjusting her husband's attire, and softly murmured, I will wait for your return. Jiraiya was taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to stay. However, to avoid going to the rain-hidden village would merely passively allow the Akatsuki to come knocking at the door, and the losses for that village would be incalculable. With a playful grin, he remarked, Tsunade, since you always lose when gambling, why not wager your life on this mission for me? Upon my return, I shall surely marry you. Tsunade moved her lips but refrained from uttering a word, suddenly struck by a thought. She transferred some of the Three Tails chakra residing within her to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the Three Tails Isabu at home paused momentarily, sensing the chakra, and upon confirming its stability, resumed its aquatic movements. Thus, Tsunade accompanied Jiraiya as they ventured into the distance. Observing Jiraiya's silhouette, Tsunade felt as though something had lodged tightly within her chest, and she called out, Jiraiya, when you return, I will marry you. So, you mustn't come to harm. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably from Jiraiya's eyes. He vowed to return, and he must. Without uttering a word, he simply waved goodbye over his shoulder and departed with a carefree air. In the twilight, both of them made their most significant promises to one another. In the world of Demon Slayer, Zenitsu stealthily approached Shireen while Anan was momentarily distracted, wearing a mischievous smile as he whispered, Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Several courtesans were saying that Anan not only visited that place, but also. Shireen's face was alight with gossip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And then? Where did the person go? At that moment, Zenitsu and Anan had arrived at headquarters, where Anan, draping her arm around Zenitsu's shoulder, coldly stated, Senior brother, you know too much. It's time for training. With that, she dragged Zenitsu toward the training grounds. Upon encountering Kaneo, Anan's brow furrowed once more. The mark on her shoulder had yet to fade. Was Muzan still alive? Could he truly survive in the rifts of space? After ensuring that the flame pillar and sound pillar properly instructed Zenitsu, Anan enveloped herself in Susano'o, her kaleidoscope Sharingan swirling. Yet, Muzan's figure merely flickered a few times before remaining steadfast in place. Was Muzan dead? Or had the surrounding space been sealed? This was the first time the kaleidoscope's teleportation had failed. Such a sensation was undeniably vexing. Meanwhile, the once relaxed Kaneo resumed her reports. Demons had appeared again, returning to the Peach Mountain. Anan recalled having given her master some chakra from Isabu and sent him to the Flame Pillar's home to spend a couple of days discussing the strengths and weaknesses of breathing techniques. She also enjoyed a leisurely few days with Shireen in this idyllic paradise. During this time, she established perception barriers around Peach Mountain using Isabu's chakra. Unfortunately, her master was not keen on spending his retirement at headquarters, having grown accustomed to Peach Mountain and relishing everything about it. He had no issue vacationing there for a few days, but staying long-term was out of the question. Furthermore, she had Shireen conduct a thorough health check on Tsujiro, who was in excellent condition. Yet, as the secretary to the Hokage, Shireen had already been away for far too long. Ultimately, as Tsujiro prepared to depart, he tearfully gifted Shireen 2 large baskets of peaches. Observing nearby, Anan couldn't help but smirk. He always felt as though he was being chased away with a stick or dismissed with an impatient wave. Internally, he pondered, "Master, who truly is your favored disciple?" Upon returning to Konoha, amidst Tsunade's melancholic gaze, Shizune cheerfully presented the peaches she had brought back. Although Sakura had lent her assistance, the latter was still young and had much to learn, so it was unreasonable to burden her with trivial matters. Tsunade savagely devoured the peaches while keeping a watchful eye on Shizune and Anan as they dealt with the mountain of paperwork. After all, it was hardly befitting for her, as the Hokage's assistant, to simply stand idly by while her wife handled the load. Tsunade sighed in relief, glad that she would not have to work overtime any longer. The recent nights of extra work had visibly added to her wrinkles. She worried that if Jiraiya returned, he would surely be heartbroken at the sight. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, members of the Akatsuki organization, tasked with collecting tailed beasts, gradually returned. The 2 tails had been captured by Haiden and Kakazu. The 4 tails, Son Goku, and the 5 tails, Mu, were subdued by Kisame and Itachi. The 6 tails was collected by Pain. Standing atop a high platform, Pain observed the successful return of his core members. Nodding in satisfaction, they were about to deliberate whether to head to Konoha first or to the Hidden Cloud village. Pain, gazing at Conan, softly inquired, "Has the information been leaked? It is imperative that our master is informed." Conan nodded, though a flicker of reluctance crossed her gaze as she recalled past moments and spoke. "Is there truly no other way? Must we sacrifice our master?" Pain paused momentarily. "Our master's ideals diverge from ours. He seeks to protect merely Konoha, while we strive for peace across the ninja world. Conan, few truly understand Konoha, and our master is the most suitable candidate. Moreover, we are somewhat familiar with him. Once we ascertain the strengths and weaknesses of Konoha, acquiring the tailed beasts will be significantly simpler. Conan, all of this is for the sake of our vision." As Haiden, Kakazu, Itachi, and the others gathered, Pain began to swiftly form hand seals. The ground trembled as the outer path golem slowly emerged from the earth, 10 colossal fingers materializing before it. Each member chose a finger to stand upon. Kakazu, Haiden, Kisame, Itachi, Sasori, Zetsu, Obito, Conan, and Pain. Pain spoke slowly next. "This sealing process will consume 3 days and nights without interruption. Please take care of your physical forms." With that, Pain raised his hands and commanded, "Sealing technique, 9 dragon seals." The massive maw of the outer path golem opened, releasing 9 dragons composed of chakra, which lunged toward the unconscious Jinchuriki. They were gradually lifted into the air by the chakra, as the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails were drawn towards the golem. At that moment, Jiraiya, disguised as a toad, successfully infiltrated the Hidden Rain village, beginning to survey the surroundings. Despite the heavy rain, the streets were bustling with people, and many shops displayed a white origami doll at their entrances. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the perplexing situation that contradicted the notion of a prolonged civil war. After a moment's exploration, he stumbled upon an unusual shop adorned with alluring signs, 2 interlinked hearts radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, coupled with an urge to venture inside and gather intelligence. A rather lecherous expression crept across his face. It seemed an intense confrontation was imminent. Engaging in a profound dialogue with a geisha named Hand, he began to grasp the circumstances. The civil war had long since concluded. Yet, if a mere rainfall could alert the opposition, had he not already been discovered? Why then did they choose to remain silent? Contemplating the secrets they harbored, Jiraiya's expression darkened. However, Hand was merely an ordinary geisha with scant knowledge. He needed to consult a ninja. As Jiraiya pondered the animal path, Pain stood by the window and spoke softly. Has the spatial barrier begun to seal? With Uchiha Anan present, employing the barrier served to prevent the enemy's direct teleportation. Behind him, Conan's clone nodded gently. Since the moment the teacher entered, the space has been sealed. Pain replied gravely. In that case, we shall wait for these 3 days to pass. Once the tailed beasts are sealed, we will capture the teacher. However, Jiraiya could not afford to remain passive, having already been exposed. He needed to swiftly gather intelligence and make his escape. He sought a suitable location and transformed into a bar using the toad transformation technique, preparing to await his prey. Meanwhile, 2 lower-ranked ninjas, Yamashita and Murata, concluded their day's work and were eager to return to the upper levels for a drink, only to discover a tavern had opened on the ground floor. New establishment opening, 500 ryo for unlimited drinks. They exchanged glances and promptly entered the tavern, hanging their raincoats on the wall and addressing the bartender, "Pour us some drinks and bring forth some snacks." As they entered, the tavern instantaneously morphed into a diminutive 5-inch toad, leaping a few times before sinking into the water. Observing the 2 individuals ensnared, Jiraiya sauntered over and inquired of the younger Yamashita, "Do you know where your Lord Pain currently resides?" Yamashita, fired up and unwilling to betray his leader, retorted defiantly, "There's no way I would divulge my leader's whereabouts. Whatever techniques you possess, unleash them." Impressed by the young man's tenacity, Jiraiya responded, "Very well. If you refuse to speak, I shall transform you into a toad, and you will henceforth dwell among dragonflies and flies." With that, he performed a series of hand seals and murmured, "Ninjutsu, toad transformation." He extended his hand, and amidst Yamashita's terrified expression, a puff of white smoke enveloped Murata's line of sight. When the smoke cleared, Yamashita had transformed into a small frog, occasionally croaking in Jiraiya's direction. Murata gazed at the frog on the ground, a wave of profound terror washing over him. The ability to transform a person into a toad signified that no body would need to be disposed of. As Jiraiya shifted his hand, Murata Hiroshi hastily interjected, "I only have a vague understanding that Lord Pain is located at the tower to the west." Jiraiya paused momentarily. "Oh, I thought you were one to die with dignity. I did not expect you to divulge information so readily." He continued, "What troubles have arisen with Hanzo?" "I recall that the Hidden Rain village was under the dominion of Hanzo of the Salamander, who is renowned for his formidable strength." Upon mentioning the leader, pride illuminated Murata Hiroshi's face. It was precisely due to the internal strife that the reign of our leader came to an end, no matter how formidable Hanzo's defenses were. Ultimately, it was Lord Pain who single-handedly vanquished him effortlessly. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, suspecting that Murata was exaggerating, for he remembered the combined might of himself, Tsunade, and Orochimaru prevailing against Hanzo. Could one individual, Pain, have defeated them all? Yet, the fact that Pain had managed to subdue several S-rank rogue ninjas compelled Jiraiya to entertain the notion. Observing the deep furrows etched on Jiraiya's brow, Murata fervently declared, "The true terror of Lord Pain lies not in mere strength, but in his merciless heart, sharp as a blade. He eradicates all elements of unrest without exception." Not only did he slay Hanzo, but he also eliminated his family, friends, and anyone connected to him. Jiraiya inquired again, "Are you familiar with the Akatsuki organization?" Murata's gaze flickered, and he endeavored to steady his composure. "What is the Akatsuki? I am not well acquainted." It was absurd that Pain, the very leader who had overthrown Hanzo's rule, would be oblivious to such a significant entity. In truth, Murata had once been a member of the Akatsuki, albeit a peripheral one. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he pointed towards the writhing flesh wall behind him, speaking in a grave tone. "Surely you do not believe this grotesque barrier exists solely to confine you. It can discern your heartbeat and pulse, revealing the veracity of your words. So I suggest you speak truthfully." Suddenly, Murata Hiroshi broke into a grin. "Do not underestimate me just because I am a lowly genin. I am still a ninja." Jiraiya sensed a mixture of truth and deceit in Murata's words, but he was not suited for interrogation. Now that he had a general location, he decided to seek out their leader directly. Having exposed himself and gleaned some understanding of this village's leader, he could no longer afford to act carelessly. Employing the technique of the toad shadow manipulation, Jiraiya took control of Murata Hiroshi, concealing himself beneath the latter's shadow as they leapt towards the western direction of the village. After a reconnaissance with the toad, He found the surroundings devoid of onlookers, prompting Murata to emerge boldly, heading towards the tallest tower. However, at this moment, the vicinity of the tower was already restricted due to the presence of the Outer Path's golem, preventing anyone from approaching. Suddenly, Murata's figure halted, and he cast a grave glance around him, realizing the peril as shadows began to close in from all directions, their presence formidable. Jiraiya ceased his concealment, emerging from Murata's shadow, vigilantly surveying the area. It was then that Kisame stepped forward, greeting him. "Ah, if it isn't the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. What brings you to the Hidden Rain village without so much as a word?" As the circle closed in, Jiraiya's gaze grew cold. Had the Akatsuki organization become this formidable? 7 S-rank rogue ninjas, in addition to Konan and the Rinnegan bearing Nagato by her side? How much this child had changed. However, this was no longer a situation he could manage. With swift hand seals, he initiated the reverse summoning technique. A puff of smoke rose, but Jiraiya gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet. Damn it, he had been too careless. The surrounding space had been sealed. When had this happened? If that were the case, then Fukasaku and Shima, the Sage Masters, would also be unable to summon help. Konan stepped forward, her voice icy. Originally, this was to prevent the sudden arrival of Uchiha Abito, but unexpectedly, it has also restrained the teacher. "Teacher, do you wish to surrender, or shall we take action?" Konan hoped that Jiraiya would not resist. After all, the consequence of defiance was the extraction of one's soul and memories by the realm of hell. Yet, even Murata Hidesure had this awareness, let alone Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Before everyone, he laughed heartily, his wooden sandals clattering beneath him as he struck a pose. "Ha! Standing before you is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, who has transcended mortality and trained to become a toad sage. Are you ready to face a decisive battle to the death?" After striking a dashing pose, Jiraiya felt triumphant. Previously, he had always been interrupted upon his entrance, but now, with his pose complete, Jiraiya surged forward, launching a surprise attack towards Abito's position. Swiftly forming hand seals, Toad Oil Bullet. He spat a mouthful of oil, not caring whether it hit or missed, and unleashed a mighty fire release. Abito, observing Jiraiya's charge, couldn't help but reflect. First, he killed my teacher, Minato Namikaze, and now he faces his own teacher, Jiraiya. What a strange feeling. As the fire release bore down upon him, he suddenly shouted, "Scorpion, he's coming. What should we do?" Scorpion rolled his eyes at Abito. He was far inferior to Deidara. Summoning the 3rd Kazekage, he directed it to charge at Jiraiya, while Kisame and Itachi also surged forward. Konan swiftly formed hand seals, dance of the paper. White. Thin paper began to whirl, transforming into sharp paper blades that sliced through the air, aiming to cut Jiraiya. Never had he anticipated such a multitude arriving to capture him. But alas, they were merely clones, and with only 3 layers of strength, fearing unforeseen events, he had no choice but to gather everyone. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, employing the shadow clone technique to fend off the attacks of the others while he surged once more towards Abito. Abito grew impatient, but it was not yet the time to reveal his true strength, so he shouted and ran towards Scorpion. The clones managed to hold off the other attacks, but only for a fleeting moment. Itachi understood the necessity of capturing Jiraiya alive. Casually throwing a few shuriken, he formed hand seals and softly declared, "Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique." Several shuriken instantly ignited with flames, greatly enhancing their piercing and explosive power, and they sped toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, witnessing the dance of the paper and the flaming shuriken, took a deep breath and murmured, "Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth Deity." In an instant, Jiraiya was enveloped by a protective shield formed of white hair that transformed into sharp needles. Scorpion, manipulating his puppet, unleashed a barrage of magnetic sand, transforming the iron sand into countless fine needles that surged toward Jiraiya. Flames, iron sand, and paper shurikens rained down in a relentless assault, overwhelming Jiraiya entirely. Just as onlookers anticipated that Jiraiya would sustain at least some minor injuries, a resounding bang echoed, and his figure vanished from sight. Konan hurried over to investigate, discovering that a narrow pipeline had inexplicably opened beneath Jiraiya's feet. He had summoned the small toad that had departed moments ago. Though the toads of Mayaboku Mountain could not be summoned, the one that had just left was still nearby. Under the cover of the ninja technique, Needle Earth Concealment, he slipped into the belly of the toad and began to flee rapidly through the pipeline. What a ridiculous notion, despite being a sage. It would be foolish to confront an unbeatable foe head-on. He had already noticed the pipeline on the ground and had performed numerous acts to approach it. He then utilized a Rasengan to create an opening in the pipe, successfully burrowing inside. The S-rank rogue ninjas stood frozen before the narrow crack of the pipeline, their faces painted with embarrassment. The formidable Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had made a grand entrance, leading them to believe he was prepared for a decisive battle, only to unexpectedly flee instead. Scorpion gazed at the pipeline, musing that if Gyutaro were still around, his little spider would have been of great use. Casting a sidelong glance at Obito, who was at least somewhat more competent. With this thought, he hastily rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a small Gyutaro puppet, chuckling. I never imagined I would have a use for you today. Conan also retrieved a piece of paper, folding it into a paper horse and sending it into the pipeline. Itachi, observing the raven perched on his shoulder, silently stepped back a couple of paces. While birds soar the skies, they were not suited to traverse the pipeline with them. The other S-rank rogue ninjas, limited in their capabilities, had no choice but to disperse and search the vicinity. What was intended to be a well-coordinated ambush had been transformed into a relentless chase by Jiraiya. After an extensive pursuit, Jiraiya ultimately vanished without a trace in a body of water. Pain even intensified the density of the Rain Tiger's free technique, yet still found no sign of him. As Conan sighed, unable to locate him, a flicker of relief seemed to wash over her. When the group reconvened, Pain spoke slowly. Given this situation, there is no need to continue searching. The matters concerning the outer path golem take precedence. As long as Jiraiya remains at large, he will inevitably reveal himself. The others' regard for Jiraiya had significantly heightened. As one of the legendary Sannin, his reputation was well-deserved. His prowess in combat was undeniable, and his means of self-preservation were nothing short of extraordinary. Orochimaru had similarly evaded their attempts to eliminate him on multiple occasions. At this moment, having definitively escaped and submerged in water, Jiraiya wore a serious expression as he unfurled a scroll on the ground, inscribing the intelligence gathered that day. Such tricks could only be employed once before his adversaries would become wise to them in the future. However, what caused Jiraiya to furrow his brow was not only the leader of Akatsuki and Conan, but also the alarming number of S-rank rogue ninjas they had encountered. If the enemy were to mobilize their entire force, the annihilation of a large village would not be beyond the realm of possibility. What should be done now? Although they had managed to escape for the moment, they found themselves ensnared within a spatial barrier, rendering their escape futile. Should they confront the adversaries directly, any sign of resistance would likely provoke an immediate pursuit, and if caught, even in sage mode, facing 9 elite ninja masters would leave them with slim chances of victory. At that moment, Tsunade emerged from the lottery shop, glancing at her ticket with an internal prayer that she would not win. Ever since Jiraiya had set out to investigate the Akatsuki organization, she had taken to secretly purchasing a ticket each time she visited the shop. Sitting alone on the chair where they had parted, she awaited the arrival of the Umbu, who would deliver the newspaper an hour later. In previous draws, she had always been fortunate, and time passed swiftly without incident. However, when the Umbu arrived and she grasped the newspaper, her brows knitted in distress. Damn it! Had she actually won? At this time, clenching her fists, her anxiety intensified despite the apparent victory of winning the lottery. Hastening her steps, she forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, directing her gaze towards the strongest man in the entire ninja village at that moment. The sudden entrance startled Anan and Shizune, who were in the midst of a tender exchange. Tsunade slammed the lottery ticket and the tightly held newspaper onto the table. I won the lottery today, she declared. Anan, looking perplexed, responded, What? You won. So what? Is there money involved? He couldn't comprehend her level of excitement. However, Shizune, discerning the underlying gravity of the situation, stood up abruptly. Lady Tsunade, has something significant occurred? Noticing Anan's bewilderment, Tsunade directly addressed him. Anan, I need you to bring Jiraiya back, no matter what. Huh? What is happening? First Jiraiya, now winning? Anan was taken aback by her commanding tone. Yet her eyes held a hint of desperation. Furrowing his brow, he was about to respond when Shizune interjected. Lady Tsunade never wins when she gambles, unless something unfortunate is afoot. Leaning against the table, Tsunade continued, I sent Jiraiya to Rain Village to gather intelligence, as it is said to be the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Anan, realizing the implications, halted his words. but then quickly affirmed, "Rest assured. I will bring him back safely." He then seized the Hinokagutsuki blade from the wall, preparing to teleport to Jiraiya's side. As he activated his Sharingan, he found his form flickering but remaining in place without vanishing. Anan's pupils constricted, his heart sank. Either the spatial barrier was obstructing him or something dire had befallen Jiraiya. Maintaining a forced smile, he said, "Ha, I'll go fetch him right away." Teleporting to the vicinity of Rain Village, he finally disappeared from sight. Shizun hurriedly assisted Tsunade in sitting down. Tsunade softly inquired, "This time, they won't encounter any danger, will they?" Observing the dazed expression on the other's face, Jingyi nodded resolutely. The two resumed their seats, falling into a silent focus as they began to address the official documents, dismissing all other thoughts. As the raindrops fell upon them and the ominous clouds loomed overhead, Anan felt a surge of unease within. He was determined to see the living and the dead alike and resolved to act swiftly. After several flickers, Anan inadvertently collided with the spatial barrier. Instinctively stepping back 2 paces, gazing at the surroundings, it appeared as though the entire rain-hidden village was sealed within a barrier. The point of impact rippled as if it could withstand his ocular techniques. If infiltration was futile, then a bold assault was the only recourse. Meanwhile, Jiraiya realized that this course of action was untenable. Moments ago, while submerged in water, he had narrowly escaped capture from several waves of attackers, nearly revealing the location of his concealed toad. Upon reaching the barrier, as he ventured forth, he was immediately detected by Pain. He concentrated his chakra into a Rasengan, intending to forcefully breach the spatial barrier. Suddenly, from a distance, Conan soared towards him, swiftly forming hand seals, the paper rain technique. Sharp sheets of paper began to rain down upon Jiraiya. He retaliated with fire release, toad flame bombs. The flames and paper intertwined, and as Jiraiya glanced behind Conan, he recognized other S-rank rogue ninjas from their previous encounter. Furrowing his brow, he ceased the fire release, swiftly rolling away to evade the paper rain while gathering another Rasengan to strike at the barrier. In an instant, the barrier trembled, leaving Conan momentarily stunned, while Itachi and others hastening towards the scene were also caught off guard. Even Jiraiya was bewildered. He had merely concentrated a Rasengan, so why the tremendous commotion? Initially, he intended to create a small breach to facilitate his escape from the barrier, but what was transpiring now? Just as Jiraiya intensified his efforts to dismantle the barrier, Pain finally arrived, hurling several black chakra rods towards him. Jiraiya swiftly dodged. Such seemingly innocuous rods posed a significant threat if they were being flung without cause. Before Jiraiya could contemplate further actions, Pain raised his hand and commanded, "Shinra Tensei." A powerful force abruptly pulled Jiraiya's body towards him. Yet, Jiraiya had also summoned a Rasengan in his hand, ready to strike back. However, Pain raised his hand once more, declaring, "Bansho Tenin." The immense repulsion force hurled Jiraiya against the spatial barrier, enveloping him in a cloud of white smoke as he vanished. On the other side, after luring everyone to one end, Jiraiya seized a lower ninja and employed the toad flat shadow manipulation technique to control him, guiding him towards the village's outskirts. However, the exposure of his shadow clone compelled Jiraiya to quicken his pace. Muttering to himself about the terrifying nature of the opposing forces that could generate both repulsion and attraction without hand seals, a capability bestowed by those eyes. As he turned a corner, nearing the exit, he was met with the sight of Itachi and Kisame seated at the entrance, scrutinizing the incoming and outgoing crowd. Cursed be it, he had thought to mislead them, yet it seemed that the Akatsuki had dispatched their own clones in that direction as well. As Jiraiya found himself at a loss, contemplating a forceful breakthrough, he suddenly beheld a familiar violet figure at the entrance. It was Itachi, gazing at Anan's Susano'o, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. With their current strength only at a 3rd tier, confronting Uchiha Anan, who was unleashing his full power right from the onset, seemed futile. Moreover, the colossal Susano'o was an opportunity Jiraiya would not let slip away. The only course left was to delay. He casually gestured to 2 ninjas, hoping to send them forth for negotiations. Anan, however, paid them no heed. He had initially contemplated testing whether he could dismantle the barrier with his own strength, but all he achieved was a slight tremor in the barrier. Then, he swiftly moved to the village gate and summoned his complete Susano'o. Once the barrier was shattered, he was certain Jiraiya would be alerted immediately and come to join him. If not, he could simply teleport to the other party's side. Meanwhile, he seized the chance to experiment with his newly developed breathing technique, murmuring, "Breath of fire, first form. Burn away." Flames enveloped Susano'o, only to be concentrated onto the blade moments later, which then struck fiercely against the barrier. Crack! Crack! The spatial barrier shattered abruptly, and the ninjas maintaining it were instantly struck by a backlash, collapsing in a haze of blood. Itachi and Kisame exchanged grim looks, apprehensively regarding Anan. The situation was dire. Jiraiya had been contemplating a direct confrontation, considering there were only two adversaries, and perhaps there was a glimmer of hope in a forceful advance. But now the prospect seemed bleak. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiraiya let out a joyous roar, relinquished his control, reverted to his original form, and rapidly formed hand seals. Shouting, summoning technique. The enormous toad, Fukusaku, made a grand entrance. Jiraiya, what on earth has happened? The previous spatial connection has been severed. Jiraiya laughed heartily. None of that matters now. He cast a sharp glance at Itachi and Kisame, saying, "Fukusaku, use oil. My temper is quite fiery at the moment." Fukusaku replied solemnly, "Understood." Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and bellowed at the two at the entrance. Toad oil fireball. A towering inferno, 100 meters high, vaporized the falling raindrops in an instant, surging towards Itachi and Kisame. Yet, they merely exchanged glances, remaining motionless. With their current third-tier strength, facing Uchiha Anan in front and Jiraiya's full-blown assault behind, even a moment of resistance would be futile and would deplete a significant amount of chakra. Thus, they voluntarily dispelled their shadow clones. Jiraiya hurriedly instructed Fukusaku to leap outside the confines of the Rain Village, smiling at Anan. "Anan, your timing is impeccable." Anan crossed his arms dismissively, retorting, "Just a few people, and you're reduced to this? If Tsunade hadn't been pleading with me, I wouldn't have bothered to show up." Jiraiya's smile froze, and in his heart, he cursed, "This guy is truly insufferable." At that moment, Pain stood at the charred village entrance, flanked by other rogue ninjas, all fixated intently on Anan and Jiraiya. Anan, seemingly unfazed, casually extended a finger, counting aloud, 1, 2. "Oh, so, no one is making a move?" Anan, with his Sharingan, immediately discerned that the figures before him were mere clones. What, then, were they truly engaged in? With Susano'o dispelled, Anan leapt onto the head of Gamabunta. "You little brat. How dare you stand on my head?" Gamabunta began to fume, but Anan addressed Pain below. "I recognize your eyes. You are Pain, aren't you?" Just as the human path Pain was about to respond, Anan and Jiraiya vanished from sight. With Jiraiya's summoning lost, Gamabunta returned to Mount Mayaboku, feeling quite vexed. "Curse that little brat. Next time, I'll make him pay." In the next moment, even Pain, a being of godlike stature, became alarmed, exclaiming, "Not good." He promptly dispelled his clones. At that moment, Anan had already brought Jiraiya before the outer path golem. Konan stood atop the golem's finger, her expression darkening as she beheld the sudden arrival of Jiraiya and Uchiha Anan below. The faces of those gathered atop the finger mirrored her concern. After all, they had painstakingly maintained this sealing technique for over 2 days, and it was on the verge of completion. Just as they were about to succeed, Uchiha Anan appeared. If he did not cause a commotion, it would be hard to believe. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. "This creature can devour tailed beasts?" While he pondered, Anan chuckled. "It seems you all have an inkling of my intentions. After all, you interrupted my delightful time with Shizun. How could I possibly grant you your wishes?" As markings appeared on his face, he swung his blade towards the golem's neck. Suddenly, the consciousness of the tailed beasts erupted, swiftly returning to their respective Jinchuriki. Pain lost his usual composure, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Uchiha Anan, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You are destroying the peace of the ninja world. You are a sinner." In a fit of rage, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze icy as he bellowed, "Almighty push." Yet, Anan had already approached the 4 severely injured Jinchuriki on the ground, grinning, "Gana." The ninjas and villagers of Mangekyo were acutely aware that the usually composed deity had become enraged. On that day, a thunderous shout resonated from Pain's location, and the long overcast skies of Mangekyo cleared. Meanwhile, Konan, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, flew towards the outskirts of Mangekyo, traversing the mountains and forests until she reached a cave. There, she found Nagato, bloodied and unconscious, his pulse growing faint. laboriously. She extracted the iron rods embedded in his back and covered his emaciated form with a white cloth, hastily transporting him to the hospital. Upon seeing the angelic figure, the medical staff rushed to receive the unconscious Nagato. One remarked, "This person is remarkably light." Unable to refrain from glancing at him, they noted his pronounced skeletal frame and the necrosis of his legs. A silent sigh escaped their lips. He must have endured immense suffering. Thank goodness he encountered the angel. As Nagato was wheeled into the operating room, Konan stood in the corridor, gazing out the window, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. The figure trembled slightly, her voice laced with sobs. "Nagato, you are all I have left. Please do not leave me." At that moment, Konan was not the revered angel she was known to be, but rather a vulnerable woman beseeching the most significant person in her life to remain by her side. Sometimes, Konan pondered how wonderful it would be if angels or gods truly existed. If only Yahiko had not perished, if only Nagato could be spared such suffering. She had become an angel for others, redeeming them, yet she found herself powerless to save those closest to her. As for Nagato's endeavors, Konan was uncertain whether they would truly usher in peace, but she would support him wholeheartedly. Just as she had once supported Yahiko's ideals alongside Nagato, she would now steadfastly stand by Nagato to realize his vision of tranquility. However, at that moment, resentment began to fester within Konan's heart as she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Damn you, Uchiha Abito, the leader of the Akatsuki, referred to as a god, has succumbed to rage today." Watching Konan hastily depart, Itachi glanced at Abito before slipping into the shadows and soaring towards the outskirts of the village. Upon reaching the dense forest beyond the village, Itachi calmly addressed a nearby tree. "How much longer will you continue to pretend?" At that moment, Abito's voice returned, emerging from the tree as he materialized before Itachi. He was devoid of his usual exuberance and spoke gravely. "Itachi, you must understand that obstacles must be eradicated." Itachi discerned he was referring to Uchiha Abito, and, pursing his lips, chose to remain silent. Abito continued, "Peace demands a price. Surely you must realize this by now. Consider how long we have labored, only to have everything obliterated by Uchiha Abito in an instant." With a sigh, he added, "Prepare to head to the Hidden Cloud Village soon. We must capture the Eight Tails, and it's time for the entire shinobi world to witness the might of the Akatsuki." Furrowing his brow, Itachi stepped forward, questioning, "What are your intentions?" Capturing tailed beasts was merely a means to fulfill the Moon Eye plan. Yet it was evident that Abito harbored ulterior motives. Abito replied calmly, "I merely wish for this world to experience the suffering it rightfully deserves." With that, he gradually melded into the tree, vanishing from sight. Itachi knew he had to locate Nagato swiftly. Once he was gone, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara could be reclaimed. The tailed beasts had merely been rescued. It was not a grave matter. Perhaps their being gathered together would facilitate their capture. A pair of pristine Rinnegan had been reduced to this state. It seemed he would need to consider alternative candidates. Moreover, his current strength was insufficient. He needed to find a moment to reclaim his Sharingan from the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Abito led his companions back to the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village. He patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and smiled at Tsunade, announcing, "The mission is complete." The two, feigning busyness with paperwork, immediately halted their writing and lifted their heads. After all, having previously gone on a mission with Shizune, they were aware of the formidable abilities of Abito's eyes. However, this time, he had been gone for an unusually long duration, which stirred unease within Tsunade's heart. Now, all is well, everyone has returned. Tsunade, gazing at the unscathed Jiraiya, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and leaped into his embrace. However, her attention soon shifted to the four injured Jinchuriki on the ground. Regaining her composure, she extricated herself from Jiraiya's arms and hastily summoned the medical team to carry them away for urgent treatment. Jiraiya, taken aback by his own survival, had initially contemplated that upon his demise, the spatial barrier would dissolve, allowing the frogs to convey the intelligence back. He then proceeded to report the details of his findings. Hanzo of the Salamander was dead, and Mangekyo was now under the control of the Akatsuki organization, led by Pain and Konan, boasting at least 8 S-rank rogue ninjas among their ranks. Tsunade furrowed her brow. 8 shadow-level warriors indicated that their leader must be even more formidable. As she pondered, intending to speak to Shizune, she noticed that the office was now devoid of anyone except for Jiraiya, while Shizune and Anan had already vanished. At that moment, Anan, hand in hand with Shizune, strolled along the village streets, recounting the battles in Mangekyo, detailing how they had vanquished the 8 S-rank rogue ninjas, enduring countless hardships before finally rescuing Jiraiya. As Shizune listened to Anan's narrative and observed her pristine attire, she suddenly burst into laughter. Anan turned her head, the sunlight cascading down, captivated by Shizune's sweet smile, rendering her momentarily speechless. Regaining her composure, Anan scratched her head in confusion and asked, "Shizune, what are you laughing about?" After a brief cough to steady herself, Shizune ceased her laughter and earnestly replied, "Anan, you are truly remarkable." This elicited an even broader smile from Anan, who resumed her storytelling. After a discussion with Jiraiya in the Hokage's office, Tsunade convened the Jonin and began to assign missions, disseminating information to other ninja villages while also expressing her desire to convene a summit of the 5 Kage. After all, the enemy's power was exceedingly formidable, and without uniting, they would be picked off one by one. The mission to attend the summit, specifically to Kumogakure, was entrusted to Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi's team, thus reuniting Team 7 once more. Nara Shikamaru returned to his original squad, with their diplomatic mission directed towards Sunagakure. Although Chiyo and Gaara were present, one was too old and the other too young. Other villages dispatched their own Jonin to lead negotiations. As for Uchiha Anan, she remained alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, stationed in Konohagakure to guard against any potential enemy incursions. Meanwhile, in Otogakure, Kabuto had conducted hundreds of experiments. This time, the blood of the Hashirama cells and the Musin experimental subjects no longer exhibited the previous tendencies of mutual consumption or rejection. Instead, they began to merge slowly. The amalgamation formed a single drop of golden liquid. Activating the mechanism, the massive stone above the cave began to shift aside, allowing sunlight to illuminate the blood that had not ignited. The corners of Kabuto's mouth curled upward. Had he finally succeeded? As time passed, he commenced further experiments to assess the cell's vitality, strength, and longevity. At that moment, the great sage of Mount Mayaboku was awakened, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible? The prophecy has altered. Has someone not of this world arrived?" The white snake sage coiled its body, flicking its tongue to sense the discomfort coursing through it. Raising its head, it extended its tongue to probe the surroundings. Although uncertain of what would transpire, it commanded, "Seal all entrances to the dragon's cave." However, with the temporary closure of the cave's entrance, an ominous presence began to intensify, causing the massive form of the white snake sage to become restless. The slug spoke directly into Tsunade's mind. "Lady Tsunade, I have an unsettling premonition. I cannot shake the feeling that something monumental is about to occur." The great toad sage addressed Fukusaku, saying, "Inform Jiraiya and Naruto that a peculiar being will soon emerge in the ninja world. It must be stopped. This being possesses sage techniques and has a notably long tongue." Just as Jiraiya was about to reminisce with Tsunade, he was suddenly transported to Mayaboku Mountain. Observing Jiraiya rubbing his hands together with a wide grin, Shima Sage shot him a disapproving glance. Fukusaku stated gravely, "The ninja world will undergo a tremendous transformation because of one individual. This person possesses sage abilities and has a notably long tongue. Jiraiya, this matter is of utmost importance. You must prevent this being." With that, he lifted the summoning technique from Jiraiya's face, which was now filled with bitterness. The pleasant atmosphere had been shattered. Upon returning, Jiraiya's expression darkened as he bid farewell to Tsunade and hurriedly departed, determined to locate Orochimaru. Only Uchiha Anan could assist him in this endeavor. Eventually, he found the two laughing in the park. Turning to Anan, he asked, "Anan, can you swiftly transport yourself to Orochimaru?" The only person fitting the description of someone who could access sage techniques and had a penchant for sticking out their tongue was Orochimaru, though it remained uncertain whether he truly possessed sage abilities. Anan, visibly displeased, glared at Jiraiya, harboring resentment. "Damn Jiraiya, you're such a jerk. Can I get a moment of peace? I've only just spent an hour with Shizune." Shizune, taken aback, recognized the urgency and released Anan's hand, stating, "I will return to find Lady Tsunade." Watching Shizune depart, Anan's fists clenched tightly, thinking, "Jiraiya, you must have done this on purpose." Before Anan could express his anger, Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder. "Anan, this matter is critical. I implore you. What exactly is this monumental event?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Anan wasted no time. He activated Susano'o and began to leap through dimensions with Jiraiya. Yet, their figures flickered and reappeared in the same spot. What? We're back, Jiraiya exclaimed, bewildered. This is still the same place. Upon scanning the area, he realized, wait, Orochimaru is right beside me? Anan's expression soured. The leap had failed for the third time. With a serious demeanor, he asked, do you know where Orochimaru is? Jiraiya hesitated. He might be in the Sound Ninja village. Observing Jiraiya's uncertainty, Anan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan again, and in the next moment, they found themselves on the outskirts of the Sound Ninja village. The surrounding forest was dense, and Anan surveyed the area. Where's the village? Isn't this the Sound Ninja village? There is no trace of a village here. Suddenly, three figures appeared beside Anan and Jiraiya. Upon noticing the emblem of the Sound Village prominently affixed to the head of the opposing ninja, Anan relinquished his desire for a lofty vantage point. With a guide now at hand, his gaze swiftly shifted, and in an instant, two ninjas found themselves choking, collapsing to the ground in anguish, frothing at the mouth. Anan stepped forward, his attention drawn to the remaining Sound Village ninja. After hurling a kunai in his direction, the ninja turned to flee, prompting Anan and Jiraiya to pursue closely behind. The fleeing ninja reached the village entrance, glancing back to confirm no one was in pursuit, and was about to exhale a sigh of relief when Junmaru emerged from a subterranean opening, delivering a lethal strike and coldly remarking, what a fool, bringing the enemy right to us without a shred of awareness. Junmaru then addressed the duo ahead, softly stating, gentlemen, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found himself in a state of disarray, his body racked with pain, rendering him nearly immobile. I must turn quickly, he thought. Kabuto, hurry. I am eagerly awaiting that body known as Muzan. Deep within the cavern, Orochimaru sat regally atop a platform, a strained smile adorning his face. After all, he could not afford to abandon the Sound Village, nor could he confront his adversaries directly without risking the exposure of Muzan, which would complicate matters further. Anan, his Sharingan activated, scrutinized Orochimaru, who trembled slightly, perhaps a remnant of the third Hokage's lingering effects. To his surprise, Orochimaru had yet to discover a solution to his predicament. With a hoarse voice, he strained to maintain his composure. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Jiraiya, furrowing his brow, understood that even a fool could discern that this was not the creature they sought. Nonetheless, he inquired in a grave tone, do you possess the ability to perform sage techniques? Or have there been any recent arrivals in the Dragon Cave? Orochimaru grimaced as the pain coursed through him, exacerbating his discomfort. Yet, observing the two prepared to act at a moment's notice, he bit his lip and rasped, I cannot perform sage techniques. When I initially attempted to learn them, the sage of the Dragon Cave informed me that my body had been altered and could not withstand the energy of sage techniques. As for newcomers, do you truly believe I am in a position to concern myself with others in my current state? At that moment, Kabuto emerged, stating, Lord Orochimaru requires medical attention now. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. However, should you wish for a confrontation, we are more than prepared. He then assisted Orochimaru as they retreated. Anan caught a whiff of a peculiar scent emanating from Kabuto, stirring a sense of familiarity within him, though he could not quite place it. Dismissing further thoughts, he decided that since they were not in the immediate vicinity, it was best to depart. After all, the oppressive darkness of the underground was rather unpleasant. Slowly, they exited the Sound Village, and Jiraiya clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, we could directly inquire at the Dragon Cave. Anan regarded Jiraiya with surprise, acknowledging that this indeed was a clever approach. Without hesitation, the two figures flickered and, in the next moment, arrived at the Dragon Cave, one of the three sacred sites. Is this the Dragon Cave? The mist is so thick, Jiraiya observed, comparing it unfavorably to Miyaboka Mountain, Tian Xian Shinji, Ichikishimaheim, and Takujiheim. The three serpent deities suddenly sensed the intrusion of two individuals, their expressions shifting noticeably. Tianxin Shenshur, adorned with emerald ribbons, her raven locks framing a delicate visage, exuded an inexplicable allure in her gaze, softly inquired, how could these two appear here so unexpectedly? Have they perhaps employed some kind of summoning technique? Miku Islandheim, with her hair fashioned into a bun and accented by azure ribbons, spoke with a hint of youthful innocence. Are they here to learn the ways of the immortals? I cannot shake the feeling that the white-haired man exudes an irksome aura. Yet, the gentleman in black has a rather appealing appearance. Sujiheim, with her gray tresses intertwined with crimson ribbons, remarked with impatience. Well, we shall discover the truth through a little probing. Suddenly, a light flickered ahead, piercing through the mist, revealing Tianxin Shenshi with a radiant smile, standing before the entrance of the Dragon Earth Cave. Is this gentleman in black here to learn the arts of the immortals? As for Jiraiya, as he drew nearer, the repugnant scent of a toad emanating from him was truly inescapable. Tianxin Shenshi felt a wave of disdain. How could he expect to learn the arts after failing to grasp them at Mayaboka Mountain? Anan, regarding the other party, gently asked, "We are not here to learn the arts. We merely wish to inquire about the White Serpent Sage. Oh, by the way, have you recently encountered anyone else?" Tianxin Shenshi stifled a laugh. "None, I assure you. However, for the particulars, you must consult the esteemed White Serpent Sage. There may be some overlooked details." She continued, "Please, take a moment to rest here while I inform her of your presence." At that moment, a kindly old woman emerged from behind the palace, hands clasped behind her back. She gazed at Anan with excitement. "Ah, Anan, is it? Have you come to cultivate the arts of the immortals?" The White Serpent Sage observed Anan's robust physique, noting that his internal organs were even more formidable than those of an average elite ninja, with remarkable recovery abilities. Furthermore, bolstered by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, his mental fortitude was equally impressive, a prime candidate for cultivation. Although the White Serpent Sage could not foresee the future, she was well aware of many events within the ninja world. The renowned Uchiha Anan, a celebrated warrior, filled her with growing delight. Recently, she sensed an impending danger looming over the Dragon Earth Cave. Perhaps it would be prudent to retain Uchiha Anan for the purpose of learning the arts. Should peril arise, would he not lend his aid? Moreover, his prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the current ninja realm. Should he master the arts of the Dragon Earth Cave, it would undoubtedly elevate its reputation, surpassing that of the great toad and slug. The aged serpent, having grown weary, had fewer ambitions, simply desiring to maintain a semblance of prestige. It mattered little whether Tianxin Shenshi's offerings were consumed. Even if young Anan were to partake and subsequently regurgitate, what of it? With astonishment, Tianxin Shenshi hurriedly bowed to the White Serpent Sage. "Esteemed White Serpent Sage, what brings you out here?" The White Serpent Sage waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply enjoy wandering about occasionally, and perhaps I might acquire a new disciple." Tianxin Shenshi, somewhat bewildered, thought, "Enjoy wandering? Surely, after a century of immobility. You speak of leisure?" Jiraiya glanced at the White Serpent Sage, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding, a feeling he could not quite articulate. Suddenly, he contemplated a possibility. Could Anan be that monster? Moreover, if he were to master the art of immortality, wouldn't he become akin to Orochimaru, spitting venom at will? The White Snake Sage grasped Anan's hand, intending to lead him inside, while extolling the myriad virtues of cultivating sage techniques. Just as Jiraiya was about to step forward, the smiling Tianxin Shinji directly obstructed him, softly stating, "Dear sir, the Dragon Cave has no fondness for those from Mayaboka Mountain." As she spoke, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing a fierce demeanor. The deities Ichiju Island Heim and Takuji Heim floated over, casting menacing glances at Jiraiya. Could it be that Anan truly was that monster? He could potentially upend the ninja world with such power if he were to learn sage techniques. Jiraiya hastily called out to the retreating White Snake Sage. The Great Toad Sage mentioned a certain individual, skilled in sage arts and possessing a long tongue, who could disrupt the ninja realm. "We are here to investigate." He then shouted to Anan, "Anan, Mayaboka Mountain sage arts are also viable. There is no need to pursue those of the Dragon Cave." However, upon hearing this, Tianxin Shinji and her 3 sage serpents could no longer contain themselves and charged at Jiraiya. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Had I known this would happen, why did I bring Anan along? Am I leading him to a serpent's mouth? How will I explain this to Tsunade and Shizune?" Agile as ever, Jiraiya evaded the onslaught of the 3 snake priestesses, tears streaming down his face. At this juncture, bereft of any alternative plans, he decided to retreat to Mayaboka Mountain. He promptly bit his finger, performing a reverse summoning back to Mayaboka Mountain. Upon arrival at the residence of the Deep Zaku Sage, he exclaimed, "Boss, big sister, there's trouble. Anan is that monster." The Deep Zaku Sage and the Shima Sage were dining at the time. Upon noticing Jiraiya's arrival, they gestured for him to take a seat. Before he could utter a word, Shima presented him with a bowl of insects. "Huh, no, big sister, I didn't come here for a meal. The Shima sage glared at him. Young man, do you find my cooking unpalatable? Observing the two sages relish their meal, Jiraiya felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What was happening lately? First, he faced humiliation in the Rain Village, then at the White Snake sages, and now he was faced with consuming insects. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the insects, and had to admit, Shima's cooking was indescribably dreadful. After finishing his meal and regaining his composure, Jiraiya was led by the Deep Zaku sage to the palace of the Great Toad. Great Lord, trouble has arisen. The Great Toad sage was roused from his slumber. Ah, who are you again? Did I summon you? The Deep Zaku sage quickly leapt onto a high platform and introduced. Great Lord, it is Jiraiya who has come with urgent news. Ah, Jiraiya. Oh yes, I remember. Has that monster been stopped? Jiraiya's countenance darkened as he recounted the events. The Great Toad sage pondered for a moment and remarked, the Uchiha clan, you say? Yet the prophesied one does not possess those crimson blood eyes. Jiraiya was taken aback. If it wasn't Anan, then what about the Dragon Cave's revelations regarding Orochimaru? No. Given Orochimaru's current physical condition, he will undoubtedly seek a way to break through the predicament swiftly. Could it be that this person is truly him? As for lacking sage arts, if he has indeed created a monster, acquiring sage techniques would not pose a significant challenge. Damn it, I must hurry to find Orochimaru. After bidding farewell to the two sages, I hastily made my way outside. As for returning to the Dragon Cave, I shall forego that. It is better to head to Konoha instead. After all, the distance between the land of fire and the land of rice, where the Sound Ninja reside, is not particularly far. Sensing the toad I had left in Konoha, I once again employed the reverse summoning technique to return to the village. But this time I materialized not elsewhere, but directly in the Hokage's office. The reverse summoning technique, coupled with the queasiness in my stomach, caused me to collapse upon arrival. Expelling my contents onto the floor, Tsunade and Shizune were currently discussing matters regarding the upcoming 5 Kage summit. As for not attending, your Jinchuriki is in Konoha, so why not give it a try? At that moment, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Jiraiya's disheveled figure appeared abruptly. Tsunade, observing the mess Jiraiya had made, was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing at the sight of the mangled remains of the insects scattered on the ground, clearly a victim of illusion, having consumed what should not have been eaten. Before she could ponder further, Shizune spoke first. Lord Jiraiya, where is Anan? Tsunade also rose quickly to Jiraiya's side, softly inquiring. Where is Anan? Wasn't he with you in search of some monster? Just as Jiraiya was about to respond, another wave of nausea surged through him, prompting him to vomit once more. Shizune quietly stood up and opened the windows on either side, while both of their fists tightened in apprehension. Jiraiya quickly scratched his head and chuckled. Don't worry, Anan is fine. He just stayed behind to learn sage techniques. Tsunade let out a breath of relief, asking, so he went to Mayaboku Mountain to learn sage arts? Jiraiya awkwardly smiled and replied, that place is apparently called the Dragon Cave. The smiles on Tsunade and Shizune's faces instantly froze. It is said that no one who enters the Dragon Cave to learn sage arts ever comes out. How can you say everything is fine? Sensing their ire, Jiraiya took off running, calling back, don't worry, I will definitely bring Anan back. With no means to go to the Dragon Cave, I must find Orochimaru. If the prophecy holds true, then Orochimaru must be that monster. Regardless, I must first seek him out. Without delay, Jiraiya set off on the road to the land of rice. Meanwhile, after the two had departed, Orochimaru proceeded directly to the specially designed dungeon. Muzan, observing the newcomer, scoffed, is that all you've got? Show me what you're capable of. After living for 1,000 years, what have I not seen? During this time, he had been secretly gathering strength, awaiting the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Once again standing before Muzan, Orochimaru refrained from wasting words, pressing his face close and sinking his teeth into Muzan's neck. Chakra surged violently, and the 3 black tomo of the heavenly incantation gradually manifested upon his neck. What the hell are you doing? On the shoulders of Muzan, a sudden mouth appeared, viciously lunging towards Orochimaru. As both parties curled their lips into a smile, the neck that Muzan had bitten transformed into a python, beginning to writhe slowly within Orochimaru's mouth. A raspy voice echoed softly in the air. I have left you a little gift. You should be aware of the power of Uchiha Anan. This entity I have bestowed upon you will grant you strength. Do savor it. With that, it departed gradually. Muzan attempted to control the neck, where a black cursed mark resided, but even after it fell away, a new cursed mark emerged. Muzan was no naive child. How could he inject something into his body with the intention of gaining power? Such a thing was not for his use. However, the serpent that had absorbed Muzan's blood survived after Orochimaru's departure, wriggling its body and even biting off a piece of Muzan's flesh to consume. At that moment, both Orochimaru and Kabuto wore broad smiles. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked quietly, "Lord Orochimaru, the amount of chakra you infused into that Muzan exceeds that of others by more than tenfold." Orochimaru reclined slowly in his chair, laughing heartily. Such a perfect specimen demands potent measures. Those previous incompetents required 10 days, half a month, or even longer to acclimate to my power, receiving only a fraction of chakra. Yet this Muzan, with such a formidable physique, certainly warrants an expedited process. Even if he does not wield the chakra-S power, it does not mean he is exempt from its influence. Standing cautiously behind him, Kabuto inquired, "Should we administer the Hashirama cells to the specimen in advance?" After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru shook his head, "Not yet. I will switch his body in 3 days. Until then, conduct a thorough examination of that drop of blood." Meanwhile, Anan listened intently to the benefits of training in sage arts from the White Snake Sage, persistently asking, "Will this training in sage arts cause any peculiar changes to my body?" The White Snake Sage assured him fervently, "Not at all, rest assured. I will personally guide you in the training. Your appearance will remain unchanged. Those whose looks do alter cannot truly be considered adept in sage arts." Anan continued, "Oh, by the way, the great Toad Sage prophesied that a sage adept at long tongues would upheave the ninja world. I wonder if it concerns you, White Snake Sage." The White Snake Sage frowned, pondering that the great Toad should not speak frivolously. However, no one had ever emerged alive from the dragon cave besides Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's physique was incapable of bearing the sage arts. Could it truly be the Uchiha Anan before him? No, if it were him, even without mastering sage arts, few in the ninja world could contend with him. Now encouraging him to learn sage arts seemed merely an embellishment. An unsettling sense of impending doom loomed, as this eagerness to teach him sage arts appeared to be a ploy to keep him as a guardian in the dragon cave. The White Snake Sage remarked, however, "In order to master the art of immortality, one must first endure my illusionary trials. Let it be known that this is not merely a test. The cultivation of mystical arts within the Dragon Earth Cave necessitates the enhancement of illusions. Without such fortification, one risks succumbing to the chaotic forces of nature and losing their sanity." With that, he led the individual into a dark cavern. After taking just a few steps forward, Anan realized that the figure of the White Snake Sage had vanished without a trace. Had the illusion already commenced? As he continued walking, he found himself standing by a tranquil pond, surrounded by emptiness, devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette emerged from the water. Tsunade approached with determined strides. "Anan, I never imagined you would conspire with Orochimaru to slay our master. We are no longer friends." Shizune brushed past Anan to stand beside Tsunade. "Anan, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How could you venture to such a place behind my back?" Shizune, went there without understanding the explanation," Anan replied, turning to join Tsunade's side. Naruto's face was etched with disappointment as he uttered, "Brother Anan, did you play a part in the demise of the third Hokage?" With those words, the light in his eyes began to fade, and he moved towards Tsunade. Anan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Sasuke shoved Anan from behind, his face stained with tears, and screamed, "Why did you deceive me? Itachi Uchiha will never resurrect our clan. He is a sinner. Why did you not kill him when you had the chance?" Sasuke, Yes, I should have slain him back then." Anan clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Aya rushed over, timidly asking, "Brother, I feel so cold. I long to eat another skewer of dango." A surge of deep-seated hatred coursed through Anan's mind, blurring his vision with tears. Gritting his teeth, he uttered each word with conviction. "Itachi, Uchiha Madara." Aya continued, "Brother, why do you protect those who harm our village? Indeed, Konoha should not exist." Anan pondered in despair, "What am I truly doing?" An aura of malevolence began to take root within Anan, as the Hinakami sword vibrated ominously, emanating a faint crimson glow. The White Snake Sage instinctively retreated a couple of steps, nearly revealing his true form. Could this individual truly be a monster? Would the Dragon Earth Cave face obliteration? The Sharingan in Anan's eyes spun uncontrollably, slicing through the surrounding space, causing the rift to expand. As the illusionary Aya expressed her grievances, witnessing Anan's loss of control, others within the illusion began to approach and cast accusations. Do you even deserve to assist the Hokage? How could you expect me to marry you? You allowed Itachi to escape. We despise you. The rift in space continued to widen. The White Snake Sage hurried forward, attempting to pull Anan from the abyss. Fearing that not only would he fail to learn the mystical arts, but also be consumed by the expanding void. Brother. A youthful voice suddenly pierced through the clamor surrounding them. A radiant Aya emerged from the rift, pushing the counterfeit Aya aside. In the air, Aya gently patted Anan's head and said, Nichan, we heard their words just now. You have done splendidly. Then, adopting a somewhat pretentious demeanor, she continued, Moreover, foolish Nichan. Papa and Mama have secretly informed me that they are overjoyed about your appointment as the Hokage's advisor. Anan looked up and noticed that the crevice was small, just enough for Aya's figure to pass through. On the other side, their parents glowed with a radiant light, fervently waving their arms, eager for their son to see them. Aya leaned in carefully and whispered in Anan's ear, Nichan, I don't particularly enjoy those 3-colored dumplings either. Anan chuckled softly before a thought struck him. Oh, do you truly not wish to eat them? Suddenly, Anan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he conjured a dozen steaming dumpling skewers. After handing them to Aya, he playfully tapped her on the head, saying, Don't you dare sneak a bite. There are portions for Mom and Dad too. Aya covered her head with one hand and grabbed the dumplings with the other, striding away. Upon entering the crevice, she even made a silly face at Anan. As they awaited the disappearance of the crevice, it became evident that the impostors in the illusion had retreated far away, even daring not to glance at Anan. The White Snake Sage looked on, utterly astonished, not expecting such a method to navigate through the illusion. Anan chose not to regard the impostors any further and steadily walked out, smiling. White Snake Sage, may we commence now? He silently offered an apology to the staff at the 3-color dumpling shop in Kanahagakure. Inside the shop, Murata Shoji, observing the freshly made dumplings, suddenly saw them vanish into thin air. His eyes widened like saucers, exclaiming, Wait, those were my freshly made dumplings. Muzan sensed a strange force gradually eroding his entire being. He attempted to resist with the cells in his blood, but the more he fought, the greater the encroachment. At this moment, his entire body was bound, save for a slight movement of his head, enveloped as if by a thin membrane. After living for a millennium, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He reminisced about the days when he commanded the 12 Kizuki, with countless demons under his rule, revered and feared wherever he went. How had he fallen to the point of being hunted by the very humans he despised, reduced to a mere experimental subject? He surmised his fate, recalling his fervent dedication to research, recognizing the meaning behind the gaze of his adversary as they departed. Aware that his time was limited, he hoped that the snake could escape from this place, and with that thought, he resolved to erase the memories of being bitten by the snake. When had he become so wretched? Perhaps it all began the moment he encountered Uchiha Anan. 3 days swiftly passed, and when Orochimaru arrived once more, he ensured absolute certainty by having Kabuto activate the spatial barrier. Once Muzan's restraints were lifted, he knelt upon the ground. With closed eyes, Muzan's fleshy growths and the massive spikes emerging from his back lunged towards Orochimaru. Those eyes are troublesome. I shall simply avert my gaze, he thought. Cursed humanity. I shall make you comprehend the consequences of imprisoning me, become my servant, forever subservient at my feet. Yet Orochimaru merely cast a peculiar smile at Muzan, stating that illusions need not rely solely on sight, olfactory and auditory senses, along with the cursed mark I bestowed upon you, can also conjure illusions. Otherwise, why would I have released you? Amidst the screams, Orochimaru initiated the reanimation jutsu, while Muzan's consciousness was severed and diminished, ultimately leading to utter obliteration. In a daze, Muzan opened his eyes, confronted not by a human but by a ravenous serpent. Before long, the screams ceased, and Orochimaru opened his eyes once more, experiencing this new form. A flicker of realization crossed his gaze. This body had completely nullified the 3-year limitation. Moreover, sensation returned to his arms, although he could not yet utilize ninjutsu. It was of little concern. Gradually acclimatizing to his corporeal vessel, he ambled toward the exit. Kabuto, grasping a kunai, spoke gravely. Lord Orochimaru, you. Orochimaru. donning Muzin's visage, chuckled softly. Kabuto, you remain ever so meticulous. I must still adapt to this body. In 3 days, I shall inspect the fruits of your research. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a twist of his features, he reverted once more to his true appearance. Ha ha ha, I truly adore this body. At this moment, Orochimaru had fully regained his form, no longer merely a counterfeit wearing a mask. His laughter echoed throughout the cave. 3 days passed, and Jiraiya, relentless in his pursuit, arrived at the Sound Ninja village, his appearance disheveled. Upon witnessing the enveloping spatial barrier once again, his expression darkened. Kimimaro, wielding a bone whip, bore an expression of resolute determination, ready to sacrifice his life for Lord Orochimaru. What did it matter that he was renowned alongside Orochimaru? He was prepared to bite off a piece of his foe's flesh. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly paused. The spatial barrier retracted from within. Kabuto emerged from the passage, gesturing for Kimimaro to stand down. After all, Lord Orochimaru was no longer in peril, and with the enhancement of that blood, Kimimaro would likely remain unharmed. Such loyalty was not to be squandered in a futile sacrifice. Kabuto bowed slightly. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence inside. Is that so? Jiraiya smiled broadly, joining his hands in reverence as he walked toward the cave. With no spatial barrier and Orochimaru devoid of sage techniques, he hoped the situation was not as dire as he feared. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to take decisive action. Upon entering, he beheld Orochimaru seated upon a high platform, appearing relaxed, raising an arm to wave at Jiraiya. Jiraiya clasped his hands, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru. However, the aura emanating from Orochimaru was repulsive, prompting Jiraiya, who had known him for years, to furrow his brow. Indeed, Orochimaru had undergone a transformation. Although the means by which he restored himself remained a mystery, for Jiraiya, nothing else mattered. The chakra gathered was already substantial enough. Orochimaru's expression was calm as he rasped. Jiraiya, do you truly believe I am easy prey after your incessant attempts to confront me? All passageways were surrounded by ninjas, their faces twisted with ferocity. Suddenly, Jiraiya burst into laughter, his hands emanating a radiant white light. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and commanded, eliminate him. Just as the surrounding ninjas and Kabuto prepared to charge, a plume of white smoke erupted. 2 toads appeared atop Jiraiya's shoulders, and his visage began to morph into that of a frog. Who is it this time? I must say, little Jiraiya, it is high time you mastered sage mode, the sage of deep earth remarked, feeling helpless yet acknowledging his protégé's rising prowess. Kid, I was in the midst of preparing dinner. Who is it really? The sage of Shima said, holding several writhing insects with impatience. Jiraiya simply extended his leg, kicking the first ninja that charged towards Orochimaru, sending him flying. Orochimaru sidestepped, noting the aura. Is that sage art? I cannot believe this fool Jiraiya has managed to learn sage techniques. Kabuto, observing the unfolding scene, promptly slowed his advance. In the next moment, the ninjas who had charged forward were sent hurtling back at astonishing speed. Emerging from the smoke, Jiraiya declared solemnly, Boss, big sister, the enemy we face is a creature spoken of by the great sage Toad. The eyes of the 3 glimmered with anticipation, and the sage of deep earth smirked slightly. Oh really? Then I must witness this for myself. Meanwhile, Orochimaru took a brief pause. He was not the only one stalling for time. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, and the 2 combatants abandoned all else, engaging in a primal contest of physical prowess. The sound of their bodies colliding resonated continuously, and Orochimaru grew increasingly familiar with his own formidable form. The ground and walls around them bore the scars of their conflict, pockmarked with various-sized craters. After another clash, the 2 momentarily separated, their garments tattered and torn. The sage of deep earth, cheeks puffed, seized the opportunity to unleash a water bullet towards his opponent. Yet, Orochimaru merely smiled, not even making an attempt to evade, as his body was cleaved in 2. Before Jiraiya could revel in his apparent victory, Kabuto, standing at a distance, adjusted his glasses and intercepted the furious Kimimaro, chuckling. Lord Orochimaru is not the same as before, merely an insignificant amount of sage energy. As he spoke, the severed wound healed instantaneously. Jiraiya, the sage of deep earth, and the sage of Shima stood frozen, realizing that what had just occurred was no illusion. The injury inflicted had been swiftly mended. They had nearly bisected him. Not to mention, even minor wounds should be apparent. yet now they healed in an instant? The sage of deep earth's expression turned grave as he remarked, truly a monster. The sage of Shima, impatient, declared, this place is unsuitable for our battle. We must relocate. Understanding, Jiraiya dashed towards the exit, with Orochimaru drawing the Kusanagi sword and following closely behind. In the past, I held a disdain for physical techniques. However, the time has come to explore the art of physical training. The exhilarating sensation of each punch landing has ensnared Orochimaru, who, undeterred by the prospect of injury, revels in the experience. As Jiraiya fled the Sound Ninja village, accompanied by Shinzaku and Shima, he unleashed his signature sage technique, Sage Art, 5 right gates. Fire ignited, fueled by oil and wind, swiftly engulfing the surrounding area for thousands of meters. Orochimaru pursued, only to be enveloped by the inferno. Yet he could feel his cells rapidly regenerating with each movement. Upon escaping the flames, his body restored itself once more. With arms outstretched, he erupted into laughter, truly magnificent. Jiraiya, brows furrowed, began to gather energy for his Rasengan, Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. The ferocious chakra surged forth toward his opponent. In response, Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground, triple summoning, the 3 gates of hell. 3 portals, etched with demonic imagery, emerged to block Jiraiya's colossal Rasengan. Although his hands were functional again, the ninjutsu remained elusive. Cursed be Sarutobi Hiruzen. If only he could summon the first and second Hokage with Edo Tensei, the situation would not be so dire. As Jiraiya leapt over the gates, his white hair bristled. Sage Art, Needle Jutsu. A multitude of needles transformed into a barrage aimed directly at Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru did not flinch, nor did he resort to the serpent substitution technique. Instead, charging forward with sword in hand, the Sound Ninja, having pursued, encircled Jiraiya. Sage Shinzaku regarded the vigorous Orochimaru and solemnly advised, Jiraiya, retreat. It is impossible to defeat him now. Sage techniques are ineffective against Orochimaru, let alone ninjutsu. Jiraiya clenched his fist and replied, what about Jinjutsu? Sage Shima interjected, his regeneration is autonomous. Even if you approach him with Jinjutsu, you cannot kill him. Jiraiya scanned the surroundings, but ultimately heeded their counsel, quickly leaping to the branches and departing in frustration. The Sound Ninja attempted to pursue, but were halted by Orochimaru. The experiment is paramount. Once it concludes, we shall commence our retreat. Amidst the chaos caused by Jiraiya, a small snake seized the opportunity and cautiously slithered outside. Beyond the battlefield, the little serpent opened its mouth, revealing a newly grown eye, glancing back at Orochimaru, who stood at the center of the fray. Orochimaru, Uchiha Anan, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared to sense something and turned his gaze in that direction. The little serpent, controlled by Muzan, hastily fled without a backward glance, not out of fear of Orochimaru, but rather because dawn was approaching, necessitating a search for a secure hiding place. Once assured that no one was in pursuit, Jiraiya dispelled his sage mode. Sage Shinzaku and Sage Shima descended, and the two began deliberating strategies. Little Jiraiya, the current Orochimaru can no longer be considered human. I have never encountered such a body, and I remain unaware of his weaknesses. Perhaps sealing him is our only option, Sage Shinzaku stated gravely. Moreover, we must act swiftly, should he master sage techniques. Our ability to seal him may become utterly futile. Jiraiya crouched down, stroking his chin, and remarked, it would be prudent to lure Orochimaru out alone and employ a sealing technique. Interference from others could jeopardize the plan. Sage Shima observed the troubled expressions of both the man and the toad, and suddenly suggested, why not have a meal first, my child? We can ponder our strategy while we eat. Sage Fukasaku's eyes lit up at this notion, and he was ready to return to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya's expression shifted, and he hurriedly interjected, boss, big sis, you all should head back. I have a few matters to attend to. Before he could finish, Sage Shima summoned a communication toad, and both the man and the toad successfully returned to Mount Myaboku. Do I truly have matters to attend to? No, I simply wish to avoid eating bugs. Catching some rabbits or birds in the forest would be far more appetizing than these wriggling insects, he lamented, even as Sage Shima playfully tapped him on the head, saying, young man, no matter the situation, one must not neglect a meal. Sage Fukasaku nodded in agreement, for they had been busy all day and were indeed famished. At the dining table, Jiraiya stared at the writhing insects, his body trembling. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he declared, "I shall return to the Leaf Village to seek the sealing techniques. Boss, big sis, you need not wait for me." With that, he pushed his bowl towards Sage Fukasaku and vanished in a flash. Sage Shima emerged from the kitchen, noticing Jiraiya's absence, and expressed concern. That lad should have eaten before leaving. Upon summoning back to the Leaf Village, Jiraiya quickly devoured a bowl of ramen, then sought out Tsunade, acquiring the sealing scroll and the key to the confidential chamber. After all, the technique required to seal someone permanently was no trivial matter. Mere basic sealing techniques would not suffice. Meanwhile, Anan sat cross-legged in an underground cavern, attuned to the tumultuous natural energy that surged through his body. Any hint of deviation would result in being interrupted by the White Snake Sage and forced to start anew. As for the White Snake Sage's offer to help Anan swiftly master sage techniques, it was met with refusal. Anan was unwilling to allow anything indelible to be etched upon his body, especially the essence of a sage that had lived for at least a millennium. As time passed, and after countless failures, Anan gradually began to find his rhythm. He abandoned the direct absorption of natural energy in favor of a breathing technique that allowed him to merge the absorbed energy with his self-created fire-breathing technique, ultimately blending it with his chakra. Fire breathing, Anan's novel technique, a fusion of thunder breathing and flame breathing. Observing Anan's progress, the White Snake Sage relaxed and closed his eyes, marveling at the monstrous physique that could absorb natural energy with such intensity. Initially, this process was exhausting and taxing, resulting in hundreds of interruptions over the days. Yet now, Anan appeared invigorated, while the sage himself began to feel drowsy. Sensing Anan's unique breathing method, the White Snake Sage circled around him, unconsciously mimicking his rhythm, inhaling and exhaling. However, as the sage enveloped Anan, he felt an even greater torrent of natural energy flooding into his body, and two markings gradually appeared on his face. The emergence of stripes, paradoxically, allowed Anan's breathing to steady, yet the speed of absorption surged to nearly tenfold compared to before. The White Snake Sage's lips curled slightly in anticipation, eager to witness Anan's limits. A glimmer of divine light ignited in his eyes, his head held high, as he opened his mouth wide, gathering natural energy within. In the next moment, akin to a dragon's breath, the amassed natural energy began to radiate a brilliant white light, fervently infusing itself into Anan's being. As Anan opened his eyes, a faint lavender fishtail line appeared around them. However, as the purple deepened, several inky streaks began to spread from the area surrounding his eyes. His originally pitch-black pupils gradually transitioned to a yellow hue, with a slender slit forming in the center. Bathed in natural energy, Anan ceased his absorption. The White Snake Sage, twisting his form, transformed into that of an old woman once more, a smile spreading across his face. Remarkable, this child has swiftly ascended to the second stage of the sage mode. From the very first glance, I felt a connection. Anan stood upright, an inexplicable aura of pressure beginning to emanate from him. The White Snake Sage sensed this pressure, an essence that surpassed all living beings, uniquely belonging to dragons. Anan relinquished the sage mode. Though powerful, it bore too great a burden. Upon activation, he felt not only an increase in strength, but also the encroachment of natural energy. This sage mode could only be used as a trump card. The White Snake Sage approached, chuckling. "So, little Anan, how do you feel?" Anan changed his address, replying, "White Snake Granny, I feel splendid. Wasn't it said we would sign a contract?" The sage's smile broadened as she produced the long-prepared contract, cheerfully stating, "This contract not only summons serpentine allies, but also calls upon the three great snake sages." With that, the White Snake Sage waved her hand towards the distance, and the three great snake sages, Tenshin Shinji, Ichikishimaheim, and Tazutsuheim, glided over gracefully. Their once fierce demeanor had faded, replaced by a rosy blush. The three sages collectively bowed to Anan. "We look forward to your guidance, Anan-kun," Tenshin Shinji said with a smile, as she grasped one of Anan's arms, her entire form leaning in closer. Tazutsuheim, harboring a quiet resentment at being outpaced, quickly seized Anan's other arm, softly saying, "Anan-kun, you must summon me out often." Ichikishimaheim, her mouth slightly agape, pointed at the two other serpents, Tenshin Shinji and Tazutsuheim, who had cast aside their haughty facades. Wait, wasn't it that serpent who claimed to be aloof? And wasn't it that serpent who vowed to bring others to their knees? Now you both are clinging to him. What does this mean? As the youngest among them, she felt a profound sense of betrayal. The promised united front seemed to crumble just as she was about to unleash her full potential, and they had surrendered first? She flew over, resting on Anan's back. Her tone tinged with innocence as she playfully huffed, "You must take me out for delicious treats often." Yet, Anan truly did exude an enticing fragrance, prompting her to snuggle closer. "If you all behave this way, the Silent One will tear me apart." Just as the White Snake Sage was about to stealthily depart, leaving Anan and the three Snake Sages to converse, an unexpected guest intruded upon the Dragon Cavern. 3 days prior, Orochimaru lay upon the surgical table, while Kabuto meticulously administered a mixture of Hashirama's cells and the blood of the previously vanquished Uchiha. Soon, Orochimaru's body began to swell, drenched in sweat and emitting anguished cries. A large bucket sat nearby, gradually filling with his crimson blood, which appeared almost sentient, writhing as if aware of its impending abandonment, yearning to return to its source. With a mere thought, Orochimaru silenced the tumultuous flow. Gradually, the blood transformed into a pale golden hue, ultimately settling into a rich gold. On the following day, concealed in a shadowy corner, Orochimaru observed as the sunlight turned his blood to ash, his heart heavy with tribulations. Yet, he resolutely took a step forward. The warm rays of the sun enveloped him without a searing sensation, imparting a comforting warmth that eased the burden in his heart. With vulnerabilities now vanquished, only his soul remained fragile. However, who in the ninja realm could hope to defeat him? This fragility was merely relative, a weakness when compared to the likes of Itachi, a master of illusions. Previously, the White Snake Sage had deemed his physique unworthy of harnessing sage techniques, yet now it seemed he was ready to learn. Venturing into another ward, he found Kimimaro, motionless and adorned with tubes, the only indication of life being the fluctuating readings on the machines. Approaching his side, Orochimaru whispered, "Kimimaro, hold on, I have always believed in you." He then instructed Kabuto to preserve a vial of his blood for future use if necessary, otherwise to proceed with the safest treatment available. After organizing the relocation of the Sound Village, Orochimaru gazed at the familiar surroundings for a prolonged moment before hastening towards the coordinates of the Raigakubo. Jiraiya contemplated the sealing techniques in his mind, Shiki Fujin and the Shirshin Fuin, both capable of sealing Orochimaru directly. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to explore other sealing methods. Upon returning to the Sound Village, he found it desolate. Frowning, Jiraiya summoned Fukasaku, presenting him with a fragment of Orochimaru's clothing left from their previous encounter, and together they followed the trail of scent, embarking on a renewed pursuit. 2 days later, they found themselves amidst the familiar mist once more. Upon Orochimaru's request for an audience, the White Snake Sage deliberated briefly before allowing the Tianshin Kami to usher him in, considering Orochimaru a comrade of sorts. However, as Tianshin Kami sensed the unsettling aura surrounding Orochimaru, a flicker of disgust crossed her face, the repugnant scent overwhelming. Far worse than that of the frog-scented elder. The White Snake Sage observed Orochimaru's approach, noting the absence of his former humanity. Kneeling on one knee, Orochimaru solemnly declared, "Great White Snake Sage, I wish to learn the art of sage techniques." The sage inclined his body, gradually advancing toward Orochimaru as if attempting to peer into the depths of his being. Yet he maintained an air of tranquility, betraying not a hint of fear. It is essential to recognize that the practice of sage arts carries a considerable risk of transformation into a serpent, possibly leading to death. However, within his eyes, there was no trace of trepidation. "Orochimaru, you must understand that the pursuit of sage arts entails significant peril." With a smile gracing his features, Orochimaru earnestly implored, "I beseech the White Serpent Sage to bestow upon me the sage arts." What folly this was, as one who possessed immortality and could resurrect even after decapitation. The trivial threat of serpent transformation could simply be remedied by severing his head anew. It could be asserted that the risk for Orochimaru in mastering sage arts was nearly non-existent. As the White Serpent Sage retracted to contemplate, a figure began to emerge slowly from behind the high platform. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Uchiha Anan, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. The White Serpent Sage also turned to observe Anan's intentions. "Orochimaru, or should I refer to you as Kabutsuji Musen?" Anan had discerned the alteration in Orochimaru's voice. The tone he had previously encountered was not akin to this. This version of Orochimaru evoked a peculiar familiarity. An entity that ought not to exist within the realm of shinobi had indeed manifested. With his Mangekyo Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru, Anan felt the stirring of his 7 hearts and 5 brains, his palm creaking as it clenched. It was indeed Muzan. Had the spatial rift failed to extinguish him? Orochimaru's countenance revealed a flicker of astonishment at the unexpected presence of the individual he most wished to avoid. Lowering his gaze, avoiding Anan's eyes, Orochimaru understood that force would be futile today, previously contemplating that if the white serpent sage were to refuse, he would simply consume her. After all, he was immortal. He awaited Anan's approach, hoping for a sudden strike that might yield success. In Muzan's recollections, Uchiha Anan was equally a figure of dread, particularly due to the sunlit blade at his waist and those penetrating eyes. Orochimaru's body tensed, a fleeting expression of wariness crossing his face as he feigned ignorance, saying, "Ah, it is Uchiha Anan. I'm afraid I do not comprehend your words." Anan's cold voice cut through the air. "Do you not understand? It appears you are indeed Orochimaru. For Muzan harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, and would not remain so composed in my presence." TCH, Orochimaru thought through gritted teeth, hatred runs deep, indeed. For you consistently thwart my plans, a persistent specter. Just as he was about to utter more, Anan's figure vanished from sight. A chilling proclamation echoed from behind. "Orochimaru, Muzan deserves to perish. Since you have inherited his form, you too shall meet your end." A vivid flame erupted from Anan's mouth. Breath of fire, second form. Fire thunder. The blaze surged forth, severing the arm that Orochimaru had extended in defense, and just as it sought to delve deeper, it was thwarted by the Kusanagi sword. As Orochimaru prepared to restore his severed limb and retaliate with a punch aimed at Anan, a tingling sensation coursed through the site of the amputation, affecting his entire being. How could this be? Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Not only was his body behaving oddly, but his severed arm had yet to regenerate. Within Muzan's memories, only a cursed blade could inflict such an effect. Hastily retreating, Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the white serpent sage and the 3 serpent maidens nearby. No, they are preparing to harm their own in the dragon cave. This is a slap in your face. The 3 sacred grounds. Are you not going to intervene? Yet. The other party remained utterly unresponsive, not even a glance their way, as all the serpent immortals focused their attention on Uchiha Anan. Shikutsuhime vigorously waved her fist and exclaimed, "Anan-kun, how splendid. Please, give that disgusting fellow a proper beating." However, Orochimaru frowned, pondering whether Anan had already forged a contract with the dragon cave. How could it have happened so swiftly? The white serpent sage then casually remarked, "Oh right, Orochimaru, I forgot to introduce you to the 4th sage of the dragon cave. Uchiha Anan." "What? A sage?" Orochimaru's expression soured to an extreme. The implication of the white serpent sage's words indicated that Anan had mastered sage techniques. Orochimaru had thought his own transformation and power enhancement were considerable, but it now appeared that Uchiha Anan was even more formidable. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, unparalleled swordsmanship, breathing techniques, and the sage arts of the dragon cave, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, almost empathizing with Muzan. As the numbness faded, his arm regenerated once more. "Anan, I bear no grudge against you, yet you have repeatedly thwarted my plans." Anan merely shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. As flames began to clash violently against the white light emitted by the Kusanagi sword. Given the current strength of Orochimaru's physical form, he could withstand this assault. In the past, he would have crumbled under such pressure. Nevertheless, the clash of blades continuously seared him with the thunderous power contained within the breath of fire. With a sigh, Orochimaru bent down and opened his mouth, invoking the serpent's array. Countless serpents surged forth like a deluge, charging toward Anan. In an instant, Anan's markings appeared, and he flickered before Orochimaru, severing his neck with a swift stroke. However, the sensation of striking flesh was absent, as if he had struck a mere burlap sack. The Sharingan whirled, revealing that the area was suffused with Orochimaru's essence, with some already retreating to the periphery. The white serpent sage, witnessing this, flicked his tail, causing the surrounding mist to coalesce into a dense wall, encasing all the serpents and Anan within a confined space. Anan slowly raised his blade. Breath of fire, landform. Tidal flame. A red fan-shaped shockwave surged forth, spreading toward the serpentine tide. Realizing the danger, Orochimaru hastily restored his original form, attempting to defend himself, only to meet Anan's profound gaze. Orochimaru's face blanched in horror, internally exclaiming, "This is bad." Anan's figure materialized before the still-dazed white serpent sage and the three serpent immortals, signaling that all was well. Yet, his Mangekyo Sharingan remained fixed on Orochimaru. The three serpent immortals quickly approached. Takahaime regarded Orochimaru with displeasure and softly suggested to Anan-kun, why not let him experience the torment of the serpent's heart devour? We could seal Orochimaru within the serpent's den, preventing his escape. Shikutsuhime crossed her arms. It's all the white serpent sage's doing, preventing us from intervening. In a hurry, Tenkashinheim stepped forward to cover Shikutsuhime's mouth. Do not be disrespectful to the white sage. Anan's Sharingan returned to its normal hue, and he gently tapped the forehead of Shichijo Islandheim, assuring her, do not worry. Lady White Snake is aware that Orochimaru is not my adversary, which is why she refrained from allowing you to intervene. The divine technique was finally employed. Previously, it was unnecessary for two reasons. Firstly, the opponent lacked sufficient strength at that time, and secondly, most ordinary foes could be vanquished through sheer force. Additionally, the interval for this illusion technique was excessively long. Once utilized, the ocular technique would be rendered utterly exhausted. Well, I must return to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the future, I shall take you out for some leisure, he declared. As Orochimaru regained his senses, his gaze cleared considerably, observing Anan before him. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes, as it seemed he had come to accompany Anan in mastering sage techniques. During the earlier Chunin exams, Anan had promised to procure a vessel for him, one rumored to grant eternal life, which he had delivered alongside Jiraiya. This current body possessed almost no flaws. However, that foolish Jiraiya insisted that the vessel had been misidentified and feared potential dangers, desiring to reclaim it temporarily. Yet, having endured enough torment from Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shiki Fuin, how could he allow such a perfect vessel to be taken from him? Thus, a confrontation ensued. As the mist gradually dissipated, a croak echoed from nearby. "Ribbit, Lord Jiraiya. I found it, over here." Approaching footsteps revealed Anan and Orochimaru emerging together, prompting a frown of confusion. What is the situation here? Yet, pressing matters dictated that the immediate priority was to seal Orochimaru. Just as Jiraiya began forming hand seals, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Fool, are you mad? This body has issues. I can barely manage it. Why would you employ the Shiki Fuin?" Jiraiya's actions faltered as he glanced at Anan, who was fervently blinking at him. Scratching his head, Jiraiya could not fathom where the problem lay. Just days prior, they had been bitter enemies. How had they suddenly reconciled? Emerging from the mist, Orochimaru spoke in a low tone. "I must return to the New Sound Ninja Village encampment." Anan turned, giving Orochimaru's shoulder a couple of pats. Orochimaru, puzzled, noted that this peculiar chakra felt reminiscent of a tailed beast. Only allies would possess the chakra of the three tails. "Orochimaru, I shall await you in the Hidden Leaf Village." This also functioned as a means of surveillance. Should Orochimaru exhibit any unusual behavior, Anan would be immediately alerted. Orochimaru smiled knowingly, waved goodbye to the two, and departed swiftly. Once he was gone, Jiraiya eagerly inquired, "Anan, what is the meaning of this?" Before an answer could be given, Anan enveloped Jiraiya and Susano'o, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their clan's residence. Pouring a cup of hot tea for Jiraiya, Anan began, "This tale is rather lengthy." Jiraiya frowned, speaking solemnly. "Are you implying that your Sharingan has distorted Orochimaru's will and memories? And that it is a permanent alteration? Does that mean your eye is invincible?" Anan shrugged. "There are significant limitations. At least for 10 years, this ocular technique cannot be employed again." "I see," Jiraiya responded. "Indeed. Such a perilous technique cannot come without a considerable price. Otherwise, Uchiha Anan would have likely unified the ninja world by now." Anan then remarked, "In truth, I merely distorted a portion of his memories, amplifying his emotions towards his companions while diminishing his obsession with power, resulting in this outcome." Jiraiya contemplated a mutual demise. Yet now, a mere illusion had resolved the matter. "Have you mastered the sage art of the Dragon Cave?" Jiraiya gazed at Anan, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in his eyes. "It hasn't been long. If you haven't learned it yet, recommending you to Mayaboka Mountain wouldn't be a bad idea." "I have," Anan replied. Under the direct guidance of the White Snake Sage, it felt rather effortless. Jiraiya paused, astonished. Had it really only been a week since he last inquired? In just a few days, you have mastered sage techniques? I spent years as a mere amateur. He hastily drank his tea, concealing his embarrassment, and chuckled. A week is quite reasonable. I recall I learned it in 5 days myself. Not long after finishing their tea, Anan transported Jiraiya once more to the Hokage's office. At that moment, Tsunade and Shizune had just concluded their duties, reclining leisurely in their chairs while gazing out at the scenery. Sensing the commotion outside, Shizune quickly turned around. Upon seeing Anan, she exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. Tsunade then looked at Jiraiya and gently asked, "You're back. Has the issue been resolved?" Jiraiya, with a hint of hesitation, replied, "It's more or less resolved, but the specifics are for Anan to explain." Tsunade turned her attention to Anan as he recounted the events once more. Anan seemed to recall something and chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps we shall witness the 3 Sannin standing together against external foes once again. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had returned to the Sound Village, leaving Kabuto in a state of confusion. Wasn't it said that mastering sage techniques would take at least half a year? How is it that you've returned after just a few days? Surely, you weren't rejected by the White Snake Sage again? Kabuto cautiously inquired. Lord Orochimaru, was the sage art this time? Orochimaru placed a reassuring hand on Kabuto's shoulder. The objective of my visit to the Dragon Cave has been accomplished. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses, revealed a knowing glimmer in his eyes. It seems you were indeed refused, yet you speak of achieving your goal. I see through it all. Quickly shifting the subject, Kabuto pressed on. Lord, the situation with Kimimaro is dire. We must hasten to inject your blood. Is that so? Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Proceed with the injection. Kimimaro, I shall always watch over you. After all, in the final moments, administering blood would entail considerable risk. As the blood entered Kimimaro's body, it wasn't long before he began to convulse. The tube inserted into his mouth shattered under the pressure of his teeth. Sweat poured from his body, followed by bone as it relentlessly pierced through everything around him. Kabuto quickly stepped back as Kimimaro became enveloped in white bone spikes. After a prolonged silence, just as Orochimaru furrowed his brow, contemplating a closer inspection, the tension in the air thickened. The bone spurs suddenly retracted, and Kimimaro slowly knelt before Orochimaru, resolutely declaring, Lord Orochimaru, I have returned. I feel splendid, truly splendid. Orochimaru stepped forward and gently patted Kimimaro's hair, expressing joy. Kimimaro, welcome back. If Kabuto is his confidant, then Kimimaro is undoubtedly his most gifted and cherished child. Addressing the two, he said, Kabuto, Kimimaro, prepare yourselves. It is time to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kabuto's eyes brightened at the prospect of a significant operation. Was it a plan to ally with the Akatsuki to annihilate Konoha? No. He had not received any word from the Akatsuki regarding an attack on Konoha. Recently, it seemed they were preparing to head towards the Hidden Cloud Village. Was this to assassinate the 5th Hokage? The mere thought sent exhilarating shivers down his spine. Of course, the foundation of the Sound Ninja Village must not be compromised. Thus, only a select group of elite members would accompany them, while the others would continue their duties. The roster for this expedition was swiftly confirmed. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and the quartet from the Sound Ninja Village. Once the arrangements were made, they wasted no time in hastening towards Konoha. Observing Kabuto, who was running ahead with fervor, Orochimaru sighed. Kabuto, do not be so eager. There is no need for haste. Kabuto, upon hearing this, returned to Orochimaru's side and replied with a smile, my apologies. Lord Orochimaru, the mere mention of a mission to Konoha stirs my excitement. Having served the upper echelons of Konoha for many years, Danzo had forced him to eliminate those closest to him, including Director Yamanaka, and even wished for their mutual demise. Such a corrupt village surely deserved destruction. Hence, the thought of a plan targeting Konoha exhilarated him, reminiscent of the thrill he felt when he assassinated the 3rd Hokage. During that time, he was restless for several days on end. He anticipated another sleepless stretch ahead, which filled him with elation. Listening to Lord Orochimaru's guidance, he refrained from leading the charge and instead followed behind the others, although the smile at the corners of his mouth was difficult to suppress. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of Konoha, where Kabuto and the others began to disguise themselves. After all, it was imperative to approach stealthily rather than brazenly. Orochimaru acknowledged this reasoning. Being a rogue ninja now and having slain his former teacher, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. However, He needed no disguise. Upon reaching the village entrance, he transformed into the guise of a child, taking Kabuto's hand as they entered the village. Kabuto, observing Orochimaru's disguise, was convinced there was a grand scheme at play. Yet, he sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate it. Inside the village, they found an inn to temporarily stay at, and Orochimaru hastily departed, granting everyone the freedom to explore. In Kabuto's understanding, this command meant they were to gather intelligence on recent events in Konoha. Once Orochimaru left, they dispersed to commence their information-gathering efforts. Orochimaru navigated through several streets, gazing at the Hokage building with a sigh, pondering whether Tsunade would strike upon seeing him. Amidst the ebb and flow of villagers, he seized the opportunity to slip unnoticed into the building, transforming into a silent form as he made his way to the Hokage's office. Knocking on the door, a familiar voice beckoned from within, "Enter." When the two figures of silence met, their expressions were one of bewilderment, and Orochimaru chuckled as he closed the door, reverting to his original form. "Tsunade, it has been a long time," he greeted. Tsunade turned to Shizune, saying, "Shizune, you may leave for now. I need to speak with Orochimaru privately." Shizune, visibly displeased, pushed the door open and exited, muttering to herself, "How infuriating to see him take my form." Orochimaru settled into a chair, pouring himself a glass of water. "Tsunade, I have been contemplating for quite some time. Recently, I have obtained immortality. Yet my ninjutsu has reached an impasse, leading me to ponder the true meaning of life." Tsunade furrowed her brow, struggling to grasp the essence of Orochimaru's words, which often seemed perplexing during moments of crisis. Orochimaru continued, "Though I had not found answers before, I believe I can discover some through Anan. I wish to see the fate of Uchiha Anan. This is the significance of my presence here. Perhaps the credit lies with Anan's divine prowess." Yet a flicker of helplessness arose within Orochimaru. No matter how formidable he might be, could he surpass Anan? With such strength, could Anan truly safeguard all that he cherishes? This thought deepened Orochimaru's intrigue toward him. Before long, Jiraiya leaped through the window, taking a seat beside Orochimaru. The three Sannin, who had once embarked on missions together, had fought fiercely for their own ambitions, and now they found themselves reunited once more. Upon returning to the inn, Kabuto entered quietly, addressing Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, we have gathered detailed information regarding the recent events in Konoha." Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. "Did I not instruct you to rest? Why are you gathering intel?" However, considering it was information collected by his trusted subordinate, it would be remiss not to review it. The first piece of intelligence read, "Currently, all tailed beasts, except for the 8 tails, are present in Konoha." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, already formulating the objective of this operation. It was indeed the tailed beasts, a testament to Orochimaru's astuteness in prioritizing this intelligence. Next, they noted the locations of the Jinchuriki, even providing a helpful map with markings. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto in surprise, impressed by the thoroughness of the investigation. Kabuto, unable to conceal his excitement, eagerly inquired, "When shall we commence our operation, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru remained silent, his attention drawn to another page of intelligence. The second piece read, "The Akimichi clan has introduced a barbecue special for only 1,000 ryo." Kabuto remarked, "This restaurant would serve as an excellent gathering place before the operation. However, I suspect that after our mission, this Akimichi establishment may cease to exist." The third piece stated, "The upper reaches of the village's river are sparsely populated, leading outside the village and can serve as an evacuation point." Observing Kabuto's enthusiastic demeanor, Orochimaru hesitated to dampen his spirits. "Kabuto, you have worked hard today. I shall treat you to that barbecue." Kabuto slowly shook his head, replying, "Lord Orochimaru, you may go ahead. If we all go together, we will draw too much attention and risk exposure. This is the vigilance expected of an exemplary intelligence officer." After sharing a smile with Orochimaru, he turned to leave. However, he was suddenly gripped by the shoulder. Fearing the other might utter something unexpected, he stated solemnly, "Do. This is an order." Du paused momentarily, his tongue flicking over his lips, as uncertainty began to creep into his heart. Perhaps, if he could disguise his intentions well enough, dining together wouldn't be such a grave matter after all. Upon seeing Du nod, Orochimaru finally revealed a smile and led the group to the barbecue restaurant belonging to the Akimichi clan. The lively atmosphere animated the others, prompting Jirobo to shout, "Let us start with 50 plates of grilled meat." Gyutaro covered his face, feigning disgust, and said, Dabo, you wouldn't have just ordered that for yourself, would you? Bring 10 more plates. Zoken thought of his brother, Roken, and reassured him in his heart. It's all right, brother. You rest well. I shall eat your portion. For us brothers, what does it matter who eats? Moyo also sat close to Orochimaru, giggling behind his hand. Meanwhile, Junmaro silently savored his meal, tears streaming down his face as he mumbled, so delicious. I've never tasted anything like this. Du smiled as he served the others with delicacies. But witnessing Orochimaru's unrestrained joy left him with a sense of foreboding. Thus, after a week filled with activities, playing in the water on the second day, climbing Hokage Rock on the third, Du, with bloodshot eyes, confronted Orochimaru, saying, Lord Orochimaru, when shall we finally take action? Standing at the cliff's edge, they gazed down at the bustling village below. A flicker of reluctance passed through the eyes of Gyutaro and his companions, soon replaced by resolute determination. Junmaro, too, ready to bone Spike from his shoulder, awaiting Orochimaru's command. However, Orochimaru, with a bittersweet smile, replied, Du, you've anticipated this all along. Haven't you? We will not take action. Du's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, Lord Orochimaru, did we come here merely for revelry? This was Du's first time raising his voice at Orochimaru. Junmaro stepped protectively in front of Orochimaru, with the others quickly joining him. Orochimaru patted Junmaro on the shoulder, urging him to step aside, and said in a deep voice, You all return to the inn. I need to speak with Du. The group nodded and vanished from sight. As Orochimaru gazed at the sunset, he spoke solemnly, Du, you have always been the one I trust the most, the one who understands me best. With Danzo and the root organization gone, Konoha has changed. Du's expression darkened as he retorted, What nonsense is this, Lord Orochimaru? What has happened to you? You were once at odds with Konoha. How can it be that now? Wait, Lord Orochimaru hasn't he been compromised, has he? How else could a visit to the Ryuchi cave shift your demeanor so drastically? You are no longer the ambitious leader seeking to master all ninjutsu and dominate the ninja world. Du drew a kunai, pointing it at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I implore you to dispel the genjutsu. Orochimaru sighed in resignation. I cannot form seals right now. Du, are you still testing me? No, Lord Orochimaru. You were not like this before. You must be under a genjutsu. He hurried forward, attempting numerous genjutsu releases. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Orochimaru finally grasped Kabuto's hands tightly. Kabuto, you must comprehend that should I fall under control, I would undoubtedly eliminate you without hesitation. Shoving Orochimaru's hand away in fury, Kabuto retorted, What nonsense is this? I am Kabuto Yakushi, the one who is bound to Konoha in an eternal struggle. I require none of this. All I seek is vengeance, to obliterate Konoha. No, it must be some arcane technique I am unaware of. Surely, Lord Orochimaru has fallen victim to a particularly profound illusion. Contemplating this, he distanced himself from Orochimaru and sprinted away. Orochimaru could not help but take a couple of steps forward. Lost in thought, he recalled his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had released him. Now, he too had let Kabuto go. Kabuto never anticipated that circumstances would unravel in such a manner. It was supposed to be the downfall of Konoha, the annihilation of this facade. Why would his master betray him? Why had the previous hostilities transformed into this? There must be a reason, and it undoubtedly pertains to Uchiha Anan and Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya is not adept in illusions. It must be Uchiha Anan. Just then, the figure of Kimimaro appeared ahead of him. Kabuto halted, and Kimimaro approached him, stating, Kabuto, I will unconditionally follow Lord Orochimaru. I hope you refrain from any reckless actions. Kabuto merely glared at Kimimaro, saying nothing further. A plan was forming in his mind. It mattered not that they did not understand him. Even Lord Orochimaru had been deceived. So what of them? He would unearth the true cause of this situation. Currently, perhaps only Itachi Uchiha possessed this information. However, the disparity in strength was immense. He needed to elevate his power swiftly as he made his way towards the Sound Village. Orochimaru observed Kimimaro's return and was about to speak when Kimimaro approached resolutely, declaring, Lord Orochimaru, regardless of your actions, I will undoubtedly support you unconditionally. Orochimaru affectionately ruffled Kimimaro's hair, his expression a complex mixture as he glanced in the direction where Kabuto had vanished. Ultimately, it was he who had led Kabuto astray, secretly returning to the Sound Village. Kabuto sought a hidden chamber and began to infuse his body with Orochimaru's golden blood. Instantly, he felt his form swell, blood seeping from various points of his body. The chamber echoed with his anguished cries, prompting passing sound ninja to hastily retreat. This was surely yet another experiment by Kabuto and Lord Orochimaru. One could only wonder what unfortunate subject was involved. 2 hours later, now reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame, Kabuto slowly rose, the scattered flesh around him beginning to adhere to his bones. With a purposeful step, he crushed his glasses underfoot and exited the chamber. Next, he would seek the Dragon Cave, a location known only to Orochimaru's closest confidant. Moreover, to rescue Lord Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly require power surpassing his own. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi, having completed their mission, had just exited the land of thunder and entered the land of rice. In the heart of the mountains, Naruto gazed at Sasuke and proposed, "Hey, Sasuke, how about we have a competition to see who can catch more prey today?" Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Then let the games begin," he replied, his words barely leaving his lips before his figure vanished into thin air. Naruto, shouting accusations of unfair play, formed a cross with his hands and declared, "Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's merely a hunt for prey, leave it to me. This time, I shall decisively overpower Sasuke. Sasuke, prepare to witness the disparity between us." Instantly, hundreds of Narutos enveloped the area and then surged forth into the wilderness in search of game. Kakashi rested his hands behind his head, leisurely observing the obedient Sakura beside him. "Sakura is truly commendable, unlike those two," he mused. As for returning to report their mission, it seemed trivial. The intelligence had already been relayed by Eagle Maru. Dispatching such a team for negotiations was more about demonstrating strength than fulfilling the mission's objectives. Meanwhile, Sakura, absorbed in her medical texts, occasionally glanced towards the direction where Sasuke had disappeared, thinking, "Sasuke-kun, you must win." As night fell, Sasuke returned with 5 pieces of game, while Naruto triumphantly arrived with dozens of captured animals. After all, one cannot deplete the forest's creatures entirely. Naruto looked at Sasuke's modest catch and burst into laughter. Approaching Sasuke, he teased, "Sasuke, this is quite underwhelming." Sasuke brushed aside Naruto's face and retorted, "Fool, with so much prey and just the 4 of us, can we possibly consume it all?" Naruto's grin froze in place as he realized, in his eagerness to hunt, he had neglected the fact that they could not possibly eat it all. Kakashi rolled his eyes at the duo, savoring the aroma of the meat, and suggested softly, "Not far ahead lies a village. Let us trade some of our game there." Immediately, Naruto sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Haha, I already knew there was a village up ahead, which is why I caught so much." Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, he quietly squatted down to watch Sasuke roast the meat. Under the influence of Sasuke's Sharingan, the meat sizzled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Kakashi, chewing thoughtfully, pondered how profitable it would be if Sasuke opened a barbecue restaurant once the tumultuous times had passed. Meanwhile, Sakura, with grease on her lips, mused, "A man who can cook is truly handsome." Naruto, eating with a forced expression, remarked, "Well, this meat isn't bad. I suppose it's slightly better than what I can cook." The next day, Naruto set off ahead with his clones, laden with game. However, upon entering the village, an eerie silence enveloped him, devoid of even the sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking. Unperturbed by these trivialities, Naruto boldly ventured deeper. Meanwhile, Muzan sat leisurely within his abode, grinning, "It appears we shall have more offerings." He commanded the newly transformed demons below to go forth and lure in the unsuspecting humans. As he pushed open the door, illuminated by a faint glimmer of light, Muzan had already restored his form, surrounded by a nightmarish scene. His feet resting upon a heap of corpses, those of children, adults, and livestock alike. Naruto sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Why was this village devoid of life? He recalled that not long ago, it had been bustling with people. Perhaps it was the presence of livestock that masked the pervasive stench of blood that lingered in the air. However, as Kakashi and his companions entered the village, their brows furrowed in concern. This odor was not akin to that of animals, but rather reminiscent of human blood. Suddenly, Naruto caught sight of a stooped old man crouching behind a tree, seemingly preoccupied with some task. "Old man, what has transpired in this village? Why does it seem so deserted?" As he approached, the The old man swiftly extended a hand from the shadows, shattering Naruto's shadow clone. The original Naruto, sensing the memories of his clone, was taken aback. Why had there been an abrupt attack, and how was the assailant so fast? This was no ordinary individual. Could it be bandits or malevolent shinobi? He quickly discarded the prey in his hands and warned Sasuke and the others. There is something amiss in this village. Just now, an old man attacked me with incredible speed. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the three drew their kunai, and Sasuke instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sun-will blade. Yet, he noticed the blade trembled slightly. This was an unprecedented occurrence. As they approached the figure, they observed the elder dragging a wild boar, which was 4 or 5 times larger than himself, beneath the shade of the tree. Upon noticing Sasuke and the others, he hastily dropped his catch and spoke in as gentle a tone as he could muster. What brings you to our village? However, upon spotting a golden-haired boy lagging behind, the old man turned and fled. His objective had been achieved. Now it was time for the master of the situation to unveil his true power. Sasuke, hearing the commotion, felt a shiver run down his spine. The voice carried an inexplicable sense of revulsion. Was this the demon that Anan had spoken of? He had mentioned that upon hearing its voice, one would instantly comprehend its nature. Yet, were demons not mere figments of imagination? Furthermore, the elder had just attacked Naruto, marking him as an enemy. Whether he was a demon or not could be confirmed. Without waiting for the others to react, Sasuke summoned a bolt of lightning, declaring, "Breath of Thunder, first form, thunderclap." The flash of lightning severed the elder's head from his body, and Sasuke fixed a piercing gaze upon the now lifeless form. The decapitated head fell to the ground, still issuing a low growl. "Damn it, who are you? Why do you wield the thunder breathing?" As the body crumbled to ashes, the figure of Muzan lurked in the shadows, observing the familiar lightning from his memories, noting that the individual was not Uchiha Anan. Had it been him, Muzan would have fled without hesitation, but since it was not, it was time for the Uchiha clan to experience suffering. As the corpse disintegrated into wisps of blue smoke, Sasuke murmured, "So it is as I suspected." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. "Sasuke, do you know something?" Sasuke nodded, sheathing his blade. "All I can say is that this creature is called a demon, one that fears sunlight and the blade I possess." Suddenly, a gate nearby creaked ominously. A shadow darted past. Sasuke pursued the sound, with Kakashi and the others close behind. Sasuke stood in the courtyard, gazing at the elder seated in the shadows, sipping his tea as he slowly raised his blade. "Another specter, perhaps?" The elder sighed and remarked, "You possess considerable strength. Might I inquire your name?" Sasuke replied coldly, "Uchiha Sasuke." The elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. And Uchiha, was it? The daybreak blade, the breath of thunder. Had he finally found what he sought? Setting down his teacup, he rasped, "Do you know Uchiha Anan?" Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto, brandishing a kunai, frowned and demanded, "You know my brother Anan. Who exactly are you?" Just then, dark clouds obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the entire area. A splendid opportunity. Both Muzan and Sasuke felt a surge of elation. Muzan reveled in the absence of sunlight, while Sasuke rejoiced, for his self-created technique, Kirin, could finally manifest. "Have you ever faced the wrath of thunder, demon?" Muzan emerged from the shadows, prompting everyone to adopt a defensive stance. "Members of the Uchiha clan, submit to me, or perish." As his words echoed, several hunched. Ragged little demons leaped over the wall, surrounding Sasuke and his companions. Muzan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the lack of subordinates, he would not resort to using such worthless minions, devoid of talent and without any awakened blood demon arts. However, Naruto chuckled, "Is this all you've got, old man?" In the next moment, a horde of identical blonde little demons surged into the courtyard. Naruto stepped forward. "Old man, surrender quietly, or I shall reduce you to a pulp." No sooner had he spoken than Muzan had already torn through Naruto's shadow clone, lunging at the others. Boom, boom, boom. All, including Sasuke, were struck by Muzan, transforming into wisps of white smoke. The four hidden in the treetops, absorbing the memories from the clones, involuntarily gasped. Kakashi furrowed his brow. That speed surpassed even that of shadow-level warriors. As an elite Jonin, he reflected on Sasuke and Naruto, who were now capable of Jonin-level performance. With Sasuke activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he might contend with the foe. Naruto, too, could engage with the Nine Tails unleashed, and with Sakura as their medical ninja for support. This battle could be fought. After seeking the consensus of the group and receiving unanimous agreement, they began to devise a strategy. Musen's expression darkened. Damn it. Was it another shadow clone? Having just regained a fraction of his strength, he sought merely to capture a few ninjas to gauge this world's circumstances, only to encounter members of the Uchiha clan directly. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with clouds and thunder. Instinctively, Musen looked up to see a figure standing amidst the clouds. Chakra surging forth, radiating with violet lightning. Sasuke gripped his blade, drawing it an inch, causing the purple thunder to expand outward. Once the daybreak blade was fully unsheathed, the surrounding violet lightning coalesced into a majestic Kirin, adorned with scales reminiscent of amethyst, gazing down imperiously at Musen. Sasuke bellowed, breath of thunder, ultimate technique, violet lightning Kirin. A towering Qilin erupted from the clouds, descending upon the wretched Musen below. Musen's complexion turned pale as he dodged desperately. Yet all efforts proved futile under the unyielding gaze of the Sharingan. Thunder roared as the Qilin plummeted, and in its wake, a deluge of violet lightning engulfed the entire village. No, the thunder obliterated Musen's hard-won corporeal form, reducing even the minions he had painstakingly created to mere ashes, leaving him once more in solitude. The Uchiha clan truly deserved annihilation. I refuse to believe you are without kin. Once I recover, I shall ensure your reckoning. As the violet lightning dissipated, Sasuke gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Musen, who was rapidly regenerating his flesh. Sasuke hastily deployed a smoke bomb, retreating swiftly. Naruto, fists colliding in excitement, exclaimed, "Is it my turn now?" The smoke bomb served as both a retreat signal and a cue for Naruto's assault. Multi-shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Narutos surged towards the still recovering Musen, while dozens more began to coalesce the Rasengan. Musen realized that these clones posed no threat and abandoned his defense, charging at Sasuke. Despite the enhancement of the Rasengan, he was overwhelmed by the fleshly growths emanating from Musen's body, unable to breach his defenses. The malevolence on Musen's face intensified. His singular thought was the annihilation of Sasuke. Sasuke retreated, turning to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. The sight of those blood-red eyes struck terror into Musen, who hastily began to withdraw, haunted by memories of being fragmented by Uchiha Anan. However, no wounds marred his form. Instead, he was enveloped in black flames. Is this merely a flame? Musen scoffed as his skin peeled away, dismissing the black fire entirely before lunging at Sasuke. Blood began to seep from Sasuke's Sharingan as he gripped his sword, declaring, "Breath of lightning, second form, Rice spirit." Yet, the moment the blade shimmered to life, it was violently interrupted as Musen charged forth, roaring, "You are no match for Uchiha Anan, brat." With a single punch, he sent Sasuke flying, shattering the sunlit blade in his grasp. Uchiha clan, it is time for you to atone for the sins of Uchiha Anan. Kakashi, poised to intervene, suddenly sensed the approach of 7 or 8 formidable chakra signatures racing towards them. Naruto, infuriated, shouted, "Sasuke, damn it," and invoked summoning technique. With a thunderous boom, Gamabunta, the colossal toad, materialized. Without waiting for introductions, Naruto bellowed, "Boss, the enemy is below." Gamabunta leaped high, unleashing 2 cannonballs towards the ground. Moments later, Musen shattered the water's surface, sprinting across it, taunting, "Your attacks are futile. No matter your size, without the sunblade, I fear no one." Kakashi arrived on the water's surface, swiftly forming hand seals, water style, water prison technique. Raging torrents encircled Musen, binding him firmly in place. Seeing an opportunity, Gamabunta drew his massive sword and swung it at Musen. Boom! The colossal blade smashed the opponent into a puddle of mush. Just as Weno was about to take a puff from his pipe, he was interrupted by Naruto. "Boss, he is not dead." "How could that be?" Wenta's deep voice faltered as he stared intently at the ground, where the flesh began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. Startled, Wenta dropped his pipe. "This creature cannot be killed? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the monster spoken of by the old man, the one that stirs the world. Wasn't it said to be subdued?" While lost in thought, Musen once again restored himself and lunged at Sasuke, driven solely by the intent to kill him. Sasuke, gasping for breath, staggered to his feet, having sustained some minor injuries. As he prepared to unleash a fire technique in defense, several orange tomo from the Yata mirrors soared past him, sending Musen flying. "How dare you bully my Udu in my presence?" Itachi Uchiha transformed into Susano'o. launching several tomo at Muzan. Nearby, Kisame chuckled. It's been a while since I've seen Itachi unleash such fervor. As Muzan continued to recover, he looked towards the giant and roared, "Damn you! Are you also of the Uchiha clan?" Itachi stood protectively in front of Sasuke, replying solemnly, "Indeed, I am Itachi Uchiha." Muzan's fury boiled over, his teeth grinding as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. "Another Uchiha? Your clan truly deserves to perish." A primal scream escaped Muzan as he lost his sanity, charging recklessly at Itachi's Susano'o. However, in the next moment, he found himself transported to another realm, a world known as Tsukuyami. In this realm, 1 second equated to 3 days. Over the course of those 3 days, Muzan endured tortures that even Orochimaru could not inflict, as countless dull blades scraped mercilessly against his body. Bang! Muzan, his eyes glazing over, fell to the ground, for the first time harboring a twinge of hatred for his regenerative abilities. Suddenly, Sasuke shouted, tearing at his collar, as Raikiri surged in his palm and he lunged towards Itachi. Yet, Itachi merely glanced back at Sasuke before re-entering the Tsukuyami realm. How could this be? Sasuke was taken aback, realizing he was wielding the Sharingan, yet was so easily ensnared by Genjutsu. However, Itachi's ocular prowess far surpassed Sasuke's. He appeared before him and gently touched his forehead, whispering, "Sasuke, forgive me." In an instant, Sasuke fell into a deep slumber. Out of nowhere, a massive blade swept past, scattering dozens of crows into flight. When he regained his senses, he found Itachi standing atop Wenta's head, gazing at Naruto with his Sharingan wide open. "This is bad. It's over." The QB within him hastily sent a plea for help to the Three Tails Isabu. This was direct control. It wouldn't inflict any fatal harm unless a warning was issued. Otherwise, he would be controlled to death, and even Anan wouldn't notice. Before Wenta could react, Itachi seized control of Naruto, nullifying the summoning technique. Back in Maiboka Mountain, Wenta hurriedly attempted to utilize reverse summoning to bring Naruto back. But he could not sense Naruto's chakra. He quickly dashed towards the home of Sage Zenitsu, realizing that a grave situation was unfolding. As Kisame, Scorpion, and Obito encircled Kakashi and Sakura with expressions of mockery, they were acutely aware that Sasuke was incapacitated. Any movement would compel Itachi to retaliate fiercely. Meanwhile, Naruto was absent. Having already engaged with Itachi, it was time to extract some interest from the two remaining adversaries. Obito felt a surge of opportunity. Perhaps he could reclaim his eyes in the process. Initially, he had intended to stealthily slip away to Konoha to find Kakashi, but fate had led him here. Elsewhere, Anan was in the courtyard, bare-chested and wielding the Nichiren blade, compelled by the urge to impress Shizune. Suddenly, the Three Tails emerged from the pond, exclaiming, "Anan, there's trouble. The Nine Tails is calling for help." The call for assistance from the Nine Tails indicated that Naruto and Sasuke were likely in peril. Without the time to don his attire, Anan leaped directly to Sasuke's side, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he surveyed the surroundings. Kakashi and Sakura were besieged, Sasuke lay unconscious, and Naruto was engaged with Itachi. In an instant, Anan found himself behind Itachi, where blades and shuriken clashed violently. Naruto, having regained his composure, spotted Anan and Itachi in fierce combat. He attempted to intervene, but Anan pivoted, kicking Naruto towards Sasuke. "Stay here. I will check on Sasuke," Anan declared. As Anan struck, he unleashed a lethal assault, sending dozens of dark lines slicing towards Itachi. Itachi's Susano'o expanded, evading the spatial cuts, while his left eye ignited with Amaterasu, the black flames beginning to engulf Anan. Anan swiftly teleported away, only to witness the black flames spreading ominously towards Naruto. In a moment of desperation, he flashed to Naruto's side, only to see Naruto coalescing a Rasengan aimed at him. Recognizing the Sharingan in Naruto's gaze, Anan understood that the same trick was about to be employed. If he saved Naruto, he would undoubtedly be struck by the Rasengan. If he did not act, Naruto would be consumed by the black flames. Although Kakashi possessed the strength of an elite Jonin, facing 7 S-rank rogue ninjas was overwhelming. He was captured after only a few seconds. Obito approached Kakashi, intent on seizing his eyes, while Sakura was sent sprawling by Kisame's blade. The situation rapidly deteriorated. Even with teleportation, saving everyone seemed impossible. In a flash of inspiration, Anan resolved to prioritize saving Naruto. He activated his teleportation, entering Sage mode, while simultaneously summoning Susano'o. In that fleeting moment, Amaterasu engulfed the ground where Anan and Naruto had stood. The Rasengan collided with Susanoo and Sage Mode, dissipating some of its force. Yet the sheer power of the Rasengan propelled them away. Naruto fully returned to normal, staring in disbelief as he witnessed his own hands send Anan flying. Where am I? Is this Anan's home? He pondered, gazing at his hands for a moment before rushing towards the wall where Anan had been hurled, only to find no trace of him. Anan reappeared in the land of rice, and from a distance, Itachi's voice echoed, "Anan, do you not yet comprehend? You cannot protect everyone." As Sabito approached, he carried Kakashi, bloodied and battered, as though discarding refuse. The reason for not ending Kakashi's life might have been a lingering bond. Anan hastily caught Kakashi, his form flickering before placing him onto a hospital bed, then swiftly returned to the battlefield, where only Itachi remained. Gazing at Anan's return, Itachi could not help but remark, "Anan, you cannot protect everyone, can you? Such events will inevitably recur." With a swift strike, crows took flight, vanishing completely. Nearby, Muzan awakened and met Anan's cold gaze. Just then, Sasuke stirred, noticing Itachi's absence, and hurried past Anan towards the unconscious Sakura. As he passed, he raised the shattered Nichiren blade and muttered, "He did this." Muzan cursed Sasuke internally, thinking, "Do you not see the current situation? Why stoke the flames?" "Anan, we are old acquaintances," he began, but was swiftly seized by the throat. In his weakened state, however, Muzan could not muster a proper attack. "Muzan, I had thought you had vanished, transformed into another being. Alas, fate has conspired for us to meet again." The Sharingan whirled, delivering a crushing blow to Muzan's spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Anan swiftly returned Sasuke and Sakura to safety. Upon his return, Anan furrowed his brow. Muzan had already caused considerable turmoil in this world. Allowing him to remain posed a significant threat. With this thought, he grasped Muzan and leaped toward the Demon Slayer realm. It had been a long time since his last visit, and he wondered how his master and Zenitsu were faring. In the mountains, Zenitsu was diligently practicing the thunder-breathing technique, while Tenjin watched on with a smile, declaring, "The sound Hashira has potential." Suddenly, Anan and Muzan materialized. At that moment, the sun was at its zenith, and Muzan, exposed to its rays, screamed in agony as his body began to disintegrate. This commotion drew the attention of Tenjin, who reproached, "Anan, why did you bring a demon here? Would it not be better to slay it outright?" Anan, smiling, replied, "Master, this is Muzan. I brought him back for you to see." "Huh. In my youth, I encountered all manner of demons." "Wait, Muzan Kabutsuji, the king of demons?" His voice rose in astonishment. Seeing Anan nod, Zenitsu cautiously approached, examining the figure. "Is this Muzan? He doesn't seem particularly extraordinary." "All right, Zenitsu, master. Let us conclude this battle with demons that has persisted for so long," Anan proclaimed as he led the three, 2 men and 1 demon, back to headquarters. Although Muzan had vanished, demons still occasionally stirred trouble, yet the situation was far better than before. Coincidentally, all the members were present at that moment. In less than a moment, a startling announcement reverberated throughout the headquarters. Muzan has been captured by the Hashira. In 15 minutes, he will face public execution in the square. What? The Hashira has actually captured Muzan Kabutsuji? Will the era of demons come to an end in this age? Ha ha ha. At last, I can avenge my family. Various cheers and tears of joy erupted continuously. Moments later, hundreds of warriors gathered together. All the Hashira sat at the forefront, their eyes brimming with excitement. Anan dragged a wooden box containing Muzan towards the stage. After all, it was necessary to keep Muzan exposed to sunlight, but he could not wait for everyone to arrive. Yoya Tsujikuni stood on the stage alongside Anan. "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of demons is about to conclude, and a new era is on the horizon. I am honored to witness this moment with you. Today marks the demise of Muzan." With these words, he seized the specially crafted wooden box and smashed it violently, resulting in a heart-wrenching wail. "Ah, damn it. I am God, the king of all demons. You wretched livestock, mere ants." The Hashira advanced with their blades, some even bellowing in fury, their eyes bloodshot, ready to strike at Muzan. Yet, they were all thwarted by Anan's clones. As the cries gradually diminished, until they completely faded away, a low sobbing emerged from the crowd below, spreading throughout the square. Most of those present had lost companions, brothers, children, and relatives to the demons. Now that the greatest demon had perished, their long-awaited vengeance was finally at hand. A somber atmosphere began to envelop the gathering. However, at that moment, several crows arrived with reports of demon traces found at various locations. The crowd wiped away their tears, gathered their belongings, and grasped their Nicaran blades, setting off to exterminate demons. This time, many bore expressions filled with determination and exhilaration. With the greatest demon slain, what fear could they have of lesser demons? Kokushibo concealed himself within a cave in the Mount Dusk range, having turned it into his sanctuary. Below him, the evil demons fought fiercely, clashing blades against one another. These were all individuals slain on the battlefield by Uchiha Anan, secretly brought back by Kokushibo. Moreover, these 1,000 transformed demons possessed a certain understanding of martial arts. Their singular belief was to kill Uchiha Anan, with their hunger for flesh relegated to a secondary desire. Kokushibo suppressed the final surge of Muzan's blood within him and softly declared, "Lord Muzan, your era has ended. My era, that of Kokushibo, has begun." He then addressed the demons below, "I will not send you in search of some mythical blue flower. I have but one goal, which is to pursue the ultimate realm of martial arts and swordsmanship." The demons below halted their actions, their voices echoing with fervor, "Yes, Lord Kokushibo." If Muzan's previously ruled demons were like scattered sand, Kokushibo was now consolidating all their strength. Tamayo gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, feeling a sudden, inexplicable lightness in her heart, when suddenly a crow flew in, crying out, "Muzan Kabutsuji is dead, he is dead." Yashiro entered with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Lady Tamayo, Muzan, that man, he is dead. Lady Tamayo, we no longer need to evade the pursuit of demons." Tanjiro, feeling the wooden box against his back, retreated to a secluded spot. Unable to contain the torrent of emotions within, he gently opened the box, tears streaming down his face. He softly murmured, "Nezuko, our parents. Our brothers and sisters' vengeance has finally been avenged." The small Nezuko, witnessing her brother's tears, hurriedly transformed to her larger form, enveloping Tanjiro in her embrace, gently patting his back and offering him solace. That night, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was alive with a grand bonfire celebration. All but those temporarily assigned to missions reveled joyfully. The Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, danced gracefully in the midst of the festivities. The Serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, blushed as he gazed at Mitsuri. The Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, teasingly remarked, "Abanai, you've barely touched your drink, yet your face is flushed." Abanai remained silent, while the white snake on his shoulder hissed at Tenjin. The Flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, and the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, engaged in a drinking contest with Anan Uchiha. Meanwhile, the Water Hashira, Jutomi Oka, the Mist Hashira, Machiro Takedo, and the Stone Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, quietly sat in a corner, sipping tea and smiling as they watched the merriment unfold. Upon waking the next day, Anan rubbed his throbbing head, surveying the disheveled state of his companions, shaking his head in disbelief. "With such drinking capacities, you all are quite lacking." He recalled that only Kanjuro had remained to drink with him until the very end. As for the Akatsuki, they posed a tricky situation. However, why were they headed for the land of rice? His intoxicated mind began to fog once more. Returning to Momoyama with Sumijiro, Anan felt a rumble in his stomach, lamenting that he had only consumed alcohol the previous night, with scarcely a bite of food. He began to steam rice, cut 2 pork chops, and after seasoning them with pepper, dredged them in flour and egg before frying them in hot oil. Soon, the aroma of the pork chops filled the air. As he served the meal, he noticed Sumijiro yawning at the table. Upon tasting the first bite, Sumijiro's eyes widened in delight, exclaiming, "You, my friend, can cook. How come I never realized you possessed such talent before?" After finishing their meal, Sumijiro inquired with concern, "When are you planning to marry that girl, Shizune, whom you brought last time? With Muzan dead, it's time to start thinking about grandchildren." Anan felt a sudden wave of unease and quickly replied, "Master, I'll go pick some peaches for you." Suddenly, as Anan watched a peach fall, a thought struck him. Could it be that the Akatsuki, having passed through the land of rice, are now en route to the hidden cloud village to capture the 8 tails? The others looked at a Fae, who retrieved a glass container, placing the Sharingan inside before tucking it away. Though the Sharingan held some value, it bore little significance to them. After all, everyone possesses their own unique ninjutsu. It is hardly worth engaging in internal strife over a mere 3-tomo Sharingan, especially when Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, remained silent. Thus, they have even less reason to speak out. Itachi hastened to catch up, his voice low and serious. If we intend to capture the Eight Tails, we must accelerate our pace. It won't be long before Konoha deduces our intentions. The beast-like Pain nodded in agreement. Then let us quicken our speed. Itachi had already wasted a considerable amount of time sensing Sasuke's chakra to offer assistance. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer B, was aimlessly wandering before Reikage. With a resounding crash, the table shattered as a bellowed, "B, get out of my sight." Killer B observed his brother's fury with a twinge of delight, his hands moving in a chaotic rhythm. "Yo, big bro, your anger is truly terrifying." He then exited, holding his head in mock submission, relishing the moment. Secretary Mabui swiftly entered to tidy up the wreckage. A, clutching his head in exasperation, lamented, "The current turmoil is unbearable. I merely asked him to remain in the village, and yet he bothers me daily." Mabui refrained from commenting further, instead stating, "Reikage, the 5 Kage summit is about to commence. We should prepare." "Understood. After I depart, have Darui temporarily oversee the village. I cannot fathom the intentions of this Akatsuki organization. We have only just managed to quell the war." However, just as Killer B exited the village, he sensed an overwhelming chakra approaching, filled with murderous intent. Such powerful adversaries could not bode well for the village. Without hesitation, Killer B activated his Eight Tails mode. The colossal beast, a fusion of a bull-headed octopus, materialized as it gathered energy for a tailed beast bomb. A massive shockwave surged towards the members of the Akatsuki. Itachi, his Sharingan swirling, summoned his complete Susano'o, positioning the Yata mirror in front of him. The surrounding forest was instantly obliterated, transformed into barren land. Boom. Reikage A, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Why had the tailed beast gone rogue? Why was it unleashing a tailed beast bomb so close to the village? As the dust settled, it became evident that a specific area enveloped by the tailed beast bomb remained untouched, while the Akatsuki members stood unscathed. Kisame stepped forward, smirking. "What a grand welcoming ceremony." Pain spoke slowly. "Eight Tails Jinchuriki, come with us willingly, or we shall leave no stone unturned in the hidden cloud." With that, the collective aura of the 8 members surged towards Killer B and the arriving Reikage. Darui, accompanied by Samui and numerous jonin, hastened to the scene. The opposing forces' energies intertwined, consuming each other. Kisame, impatient, declared, "I shall make the first move." He quickly formed hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. This jutsu targeted not only the Jinchuriki and Reikage, but also the entire village behind them. Standing atop waves that soared dozens of meters high and stretched over 1,000 meters wide, Kisame intended to inundate the village single-handedly. The numerous elite shinobi behind the Reikage wore expressions of grave concern as they employed earth release techniques, erecting earthen barriers to obstruct the encroaching ocean. The animal path, Pain, formed hand seals and struck the ground, summoning technique. A cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing the Deva path, Pain, who gracefully ascended into the air, slowly extending his arms as he coldly proclaimed, "In that case, let this world experience suffering." Not far from this scene, Conan observed Nagato's heaving chest with a somber expression, hastily urging him, "Nagato, your body is currently unfit to wield such power." Nagato turned to Conan, gasping, "Conan, Uchiha Madara has long coveted my eyes. Had I not sensed the murderous intent and awakened prematurely, the day I collapsed and coughed up blood, he would have made his move against me." Although Conan wished to assure Nagato that she could protect him, her words were lodged in her throat, unable to escape upon witnessing his current state. Nagato continued, "Conan, I must appear strong, even if only in appearance, not only to deter Uchiha Madara, but also to instill fear in the other members of the Akatsuki." At this moment, despite exuding a faint aura of weakness, Nagato managed to force a smile. However, apart from the Deva and animal paths, the Leaf Village had no additional strength to draw upon. Utilizing 2 of the Pain puppets was already pushing the limits. At that moment, the Deva path also soared into the sky, coldly stating, "Shinra Tensei." The buildings at the center of the Cloud Village became enveloped in repulsive force, a white light emerging and rapidly spreading outward. A, observing from atop the earthen barrier and gazing at the village behind him, bellowed, "Bastard, how dare you destroy my village?" A and Killer B exchanged glances, simultaneously uttering, absolute bolt thunder plow heat blade. Lightning release chakra instantly enveloped them, allowing them to sever the Deva Path's body at near instantaneous speed. The duo then rejoined Itachi. With a resounding crash, they combined their strength to send Uchiha Itachi's Susano'o flying. Killer Bee once again transformed into his tailed beast form, expelling a tailed beast bomb towards the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth as a white shockwave, stretching hundreds of meters, surged towards the 7 below. The ground fractured and the ocean vaporized in the wake of the shockwave. As the Raikage and Killer Bee landed, Killer Bee exclaimed, "Yeah, this is the might of the 8 Tails. Buckle up, 8 Tails is here." With the opponent's colossal defenses stripped away, he challenged, "I wonder how you will withstand this." Yet both were visibly out of breath, having expended considerable stamina. The villagers of the Cloud Village erupted in premature cheers. Confident that no one could recover from such a shockwave, at least they could not. After the Deva Path fell, Nagato could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As he gasped for breath, he witnessed the opponent once again coalesce a tailed beast bomb. Struggling to summon the hungry ghost path, he did so. But the shockwave's force was overwhelmingly powerful, absorbing only a fraction before being obliterated by the fully unleashed impact. The animal path, realizing the situation, summoned a panda to withstand the onslaught. Scorpion unleashed the sand-iron defense of the 3rd Kazekage, while Kakuzu hardened his entire body. Along with Haiden, Zetsu, and the others, they sought refuge behind a panda. Kisame, positioned at a distance, had no choice but to employ water release and shield himself with his Samahata, barely protecting himself. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, it revealed the disheveled group, most of whom were merely tattered in clothing, without any injuries. Did we hold our ground? Nagato sighed in relief, only for a glint of determination to flash in his eyes. In that case, it is time for us to strike. The members of the Akatsuki organization each prepared their strongest techniques: Scorpion's 100 Puppets technique, Kakuzu's Heart Division, Kisame's 5 Shark Jutsu, and Itachi hastily arriving with his Susano'o. The others stood ready as backup, poised to counter any retaliation. Killer Bee and the Raikage were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the immensely powerful tailed beast bomb had not claimed a single life. A renewed surge of energy propelled A to rally Killer Bee and the elite shinobi, charging into the fray. Though the ninjas of Kumogakure were gripped by fear, their village lay behind them. Retreat would spell disaster for their people. The air was soon filled with screams, roars, and explosions as the battle escalated. Behind them, Kumogakure continued to send reinforcements to the battlefield. A quarter of an hour passed, and once again, an eerie calm descended upon both sides. Kisame's Samahata bore the unconscious form of Killer Bee, while the Raikage had a firm grip on the animal path pain. "Release Killer Bee, and I shall spare your leader." The Raikage commanded sternly. A recognized the captive in his grasp as the leader of the Akatsuki. On the Akatsuki's side, aside from the backup personnel, Haiden, Zetsu, and the others appeared weary. They gazed gravely at the relentless reinforcements from Kumogakure. Truly, the 5 great shinobi villages were formidable, without a shadow-level powerhouse. No number of fighters could stand against them. However, with just the Raikage, coupled with his instantaneous speed, along with elite jonin like Darui and Samui, and numerous skilled shinobi bolstering their ranks, the Akatsuki members felt the weight of their adversary's strength. Continuing the battle posed a grave risk of fatalities. Before anyone could speak, Animal Path Pain's voice resonated. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Retreat." As he spoke, he rapidly formed hand seals, attempting to summon other summoning beasts. The Akatsuki members obediently complied. After taking away the body of Deva Path Pain, Abito led the retreat. Konan, bearing the weakened and unconscious Nagato, also began to withdraw. "Damn it!" A exclaimed, crushing the head of Animal Path Pain with force and discarding it to the ground. As the others attempted to pursue, A raised his hand to halt them. Moments later, he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Have I exhausted myself?" he pondered, realizing that repeated use of the absolute lightning Raijin had pushed his body beyond its limits. To send the villagers after them without a shadow-level leader would only lead to futile deaths. He yearned to save Killer Bee, yet at this juncture, it seemed an impossible endeavor. After all, with the continuous support from Kumogakure, their enemies were wary of taking risks. The crowd commenced the arduous task of clearing the battlefield, subsequently ordering the retrieval of the carcass of the beast known as Pain for research purposes, as AI held a keen interest in the opponent's eyes. However, the resoluteness of the adversary instilled a flicker of doubt within AI's heart. Could it be that this individual was not the true leader? He even began to suspect that the figure might be a mere substitute, for why else would they so willingly embrace death? The Raikage began his recuperation while simultaneously using Eagle to inform the various ninja villages of the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. As for the infiltration of the Hidden Cloud Village, no, this battle had only solidified the combat prowess of its ninjas. Furthermore, nearly all the Jinchuriki from the various villages had been attacked, and internal strife was rampant. The 5 great shinobi villages would not acquiesce to such chaos. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki had not even returned to the Hidden Rain village, instead seeking refuge in a secluded area to establish a spatial barrier. Once they entered, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. After all, the pressure exerted by Uchiha Sabito was exceedingly overwhelming. None could predict when he might reappear or vanish again. Kisame, panting, addressed Sabito. The leader is dead. What purpose does the corpse serve? Sabito scratched his head and chuckled. Well, Kisame, I was merely contemplating a proper funeral for him. Ha. Yet, where were the other 6 paths? Could it be that Nagato had succumbed again? I must investigate. Haiden's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That notion is rather astute. Since the leader has perished, should we not elect a new one? Surely, you do not intend to heed that woman's counsel? Seniors, you may decide that amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave to rest for now. Nagato and Konan had already concealed themselves in other locations. Sabito, Toby, chose not to seek them out immediately, but instead avoided the others to replace his own eyes. Quietly rotating his gaze, he mused, my own eyes are indeed superior. After regaining composure, Sabito slowly revealed Zetsu's form, who then conveyed the whereabouts of Nagato and Konan. After several hours of recuperation, Nagato finally awakened, assessing his chakra before gradually beginning to recover. Otherwise, even summoning the Hell Realm would prove arduous, while Konan vigilantly stood guard by his side, her face betraying her deep concern. Internally, she wrestled with the desire to take Nagato and retreat into seclusion, yet she understood his nature all too well. Moments later, Sabito's arrival shattered the tranquility. You two, the 8 tails have been successfully captured. It is time to act swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Konan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Nagato. Rest assured, Konan, he replied solemnly, swiftly forming hand seals to summon the Hell Realm puppet. With that, Sabito departed slowly. Meanwhile, Haiden was passionately delivering a speech, expressing his desire to become the leader. Kisame leaned in close to Itachi, whispering, if he becomes the leader, I would rather withdraw. Scorpion, however, remained oblivious, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Amidst the commotion, Sabito stepped out, feigning surprise. My senior, do you aspire to lead? But I just encountered. Before he could finish, Haiden interrupted, wrapping his arm around Abito's neck. What do you think? Surely, you must agree, right, Junior? Afei hastily leaned closer to the ear of his companion and whispered, but I just witnessed someone with eyes akin to the leaderess, albeit with a different appearance. No sooner had he spoken than the figure of Hellpath Pain emerged slowly from the shadows, approaching the freshly disturbed mound of earth. Aside from Afei, the others began to adopt a posture of vigilance. The opponents summoned the head of Yama, which promptly devoured the earth mound along with the corpse of Devapath Pain. The sound of chewing resonated, causing Itachi, Kisame, and Kakuzu to grimace in disapproval. Haiden exclaimed, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you consume the leader's corpse? The group stood on high alert, while Haiden contemplated confronting the matter directly. However, he soon noticed that the head of hell had ceased its gnashing, its jaws slowly parting to reveal a familiar figure stepping forth. Casting a cold gaze at Haiden, the figure remarked, I've heard you desire to become the leader? A familiar repulsive force propelled Haiden backward. Kakuzu lowered his raised hand in astonishment. Could resurrection truly be possible? Such a terrifying ability. Devapath addressed the assembly, stating, if you wish to assume leadership, you must first defeat me. Haiden, having collided with a stone wall and now sliding down, clutched his head and laughed heartily. I never imagined you'd return, leader. I was just contemplating how to avenge you. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they unearthed a cave and softly declared, rest for 3 days. After that, we shall commence the sealing of the 8 tails. As for Killer Bee, he is gravely injured, even with the 8 tails. He will require at least 10 to 15 days for recovery. As time passed, various delays culminated in the 5 Kage summit being scheduled for 10 days hence. Meanwhile, Konoha received alarming news regarding the capture of the Eight Tails, a creature that the entire village had rallied to protect. Tsunade leaned against the table, deep in thought. Apart from Naruto sustaining minor injuries, the other Jinchuriki had regained their combat readiness. Reports from Kumagakure indicated an assembly of approximately 8 shadow-level warriors, if they dared to approach. The Jinchuriki, along with Chiyo, herself, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, formed a formidable coalition. This illustrious lineup could potentially subdue the entire Akatsuki without even requiring Anan's intervention. Afei, Tobi, reclined against a great tree, gazing up at the sky, contemplating how to navigate the Konoha. The current strength of Konoha's Jinchuriki, combined with Anan, vastly surpassed that of the present Akatsuki. As for resurrecting Uchiha Madara, Tobi had not even entertained such thoughts. Should Madara return, his own position would become exceedingly precarious. His relevance could diminish, as he aspired to create a world with Rin. However, there was no chance Madara would acquiesce to such a desire. Tobi even wished for Nagato to perish, to extract the final value from the Rinnegan, so he could subsequently reclaim the eyes. Alas, without Madara's power, the current Akatsuki lacked the qualification to confront their adversary head-on. Deep in his heart, he felt a profound frustration. The current plans had deviated significantly. Not only had they captured a single-tailed beast, but they had also inadvertently united the other Jinchuriki. The strength of the Akatsuki was insufficient. They must seek out even more formidable allies. But who in this ninja world could possibly assist them? Do arrived at the Dragon Cave, kneeling before the White Snake Sage. Observing the sage's robust physique, reminiscent of the foul scent exuded by Orochimaru, he felt a stirring within himself. Currently, he enjoyed a commendable partnership with Uchiha Anan. However, the White Snake Sage's initial intention was to recruit a disciple, someone who would heed the commands of the Dragon Cave and serve faithfully, a role Anan evidently did not fulfill. Consequently, the sage readily accepted Do as a disciple, satisfied by his ambition and strength, favoring those who possess grand aspirations despite lacking considerable power. After infusing Do with natural energy through his fangs, Do inevitably began to transform into a serpent, yet he promptly severed the mutated parts, only to have a brand new arm sprout forth moments later. A flicker of delight crossed the White Snake Sage's eyes, dispelling any lingering concerns. He intensified the infusion of natural energy. Unlike Uchiha Anan, whose dependence on natural energy increased with greater infusion, Do began to gradually lose himself under the overwhelming power. Feeling the surge of energy, Do now believed he could contend with the acknowledged pinnacle of the ninja world, Uchiha Anan. With excitement, he approached the White Snake Sage. But before he could utter a word, he heard the sage's languid voice. "Congratulations on becoming the 5th sage under the Dragon Cave." "Wait, 5? Do pondered internally. Realizing that included the White Snake Sage, there indeed were 5. The sage, perceiving Do's thoughts, shook his head and remarked, "The 4th sage arrived not long before you. And you are certainly acquainted with him." Do was taken aback. Could it be Lord Orochimaru? Had he not just departed a short while ago? Yet, the timeline fit perfectly. Regardless, he felt formidable now, possessing an immortal body. It was time to venture to the Hidden Leaf Village and rescue Lord Orochimaru. He promptly conveyed his intentions to the White Snake Sage, acknowledging his own limited strength without the prowess of a sage. However, with the support of the other 3 Snake Sages, the task would become significantly easier. To his surprise, the White Snake Sage's expression stiffened, his smile fading. "This child has become foolish in his training. Why provoke Anan?" He admonished. "Do you truly believe you can prevail? Even if Anan lacked sage techniques? Do you think you can defeat Susano'o, the 3-tailed beast, and his extraordinary swordsmanship in sage mode? With my 3 Snake Sages alongside, you might as well be delivering combatants to him. Do you not realize that before a battle even begins, they could turn against you? Yet, being a chosen disciple." The sage sighed and advised, "Even if you possess sage techniques now, your strength remains insufficient." Do grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can that be? Esteemed White Snake Sage, I am now a sage. I have become a dragon. How could I possibly not be his match?" The White Snake Sage could only lament silently, knowing he could not reveal that he had once spoken those words merely to inspire Do, who resembled a dragon, while Anan's sage mode had already touched the realm of true dragons. In the depths of the Dragon Cave, the 4th sage, Kabuto, revealed himself as Uchiha Anan. His head jerked upward, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Was it possible that Lord Orochimaru had not mastered the Sage Mode? Deep in contemplation, he gradually exited the confines of the Dragon Cave. His frail physique had significantly expedited his mastery of ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would have taken him 2 to 3 years to learn this technique, but he was astounded to discover that Anan had also succeeded. Remembering the final counsel from the White Snake Sage, Kabuto suppressed his desire to strike Konoha, realizing that, given his current strength, he could only seek an alliance. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. If anyone were to act against Konoha, it would surely be one organization. Murmuring to himself, "Akatsuki, I am coming." 3 days later, in the Rain Village, Kabuto did not conceal his presence as he infiltrated the village's inner sanctum. Meanwhile, the body of the human path pain emerged slowly from its incubation chamber. The immense chakra in this rain, who could it belong to? Conan's clone received instructions from her main body to locate the infiltrator, Kabuto. Strolling through the rain, Kabuto turned a corner only to find Conan's figure blocking his path. The audacity of this intruder was palpable. Suspended in the air, Conan's paper began to swirl ominously, as if poised for an imminent assault. Kabuto removed his hat, revealing a pair of horns atop his head, his pallid skin mostly concealed by scales. With his current form, he could freely manipulate his appearance. Yet, as the White Sage had proclaimed, this visage was a symbol of the dragon. How could he possibly hide it? Conan frowned, repulsed by his appearance. The sight of his long tongue, which he occasionally licked, sent shivers down her spine. Even Orochimaru appeared more appealing than he, despite her initial aversion to him. Suppressing her disgust, she queried, "What brings you here?" Although she assumed an aggressive stance, they were alone. She was merely a clone. If a confrontation could be avoided, she would prefer that, especially since Nagato was preoccupied with the 8 tails. He had just unleashed the illusionary Dragon 9 seals, and if interrupted again, Nagato might truly be driven to frustration. Kabuto flashed a charming smile. "I am Kabuto, a sage from the Dragon Cave, here to join the Akatsuki and confront Konoha." Conan nearly retched at his words, feeling no desire for communication. While it was acceptable for members like Sasori and Kakazu to be less than attractive, his grotesque appearance was unprecedented. "Your looks do not align with our recruitment criteria," she stated bluntly. "Excuse me?" Kabuto was taken aback. "Isn't the Akatsuki supposed to recruit based on strength? I am a sage. My power is on par with that of a Kage. Are you truly judging me by my appearance?" He questioned her intentions, but for the sake of Orochimaru and revenge against Konoha, he swallowed his pride. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to a more conventional appearance. "Is this acceptable?" "Ah, transformation jutsu? This shouldn't be possible. You did not perform any hand seals." Shaonan let out a sigh of relief. This demeanor seemed relatively normal. "Very well, let us proceed to the next stage. Which village do you hail from as a rogue ninja?" Do responded with a slight smile, "From Konoha." Shaonan's eyes widened slightly as she recalled. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Are you the apothecary Do who is close to Orochimaru?" Although their interactions had been minimal and they had never exchanged words, Shaonan vaguely remembered him as someone frequently seen in Orochimaru's company. Yet, she pondered, what had caused him to alter his appearance so dramatically? Moreover, wasn't he supposed to be under Orochimaru's wing? Why had he come alone, seeking to join the Akatsuki? Do continued, "Lord Orochimaru has been controlled by Uchiha Anan from Konoha. My current strength is insufficient, which is why I wish to join the Akatsuki to collectively oppose Konoha. Moreover, as I understand it, the current strength of the Akatsuki is not a match for Konoha, is it?" Shaonan's expression darkened. His words held merit, for they indeed fell short of Konoha's power. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "I shall dispatch someone to investigate and verify your claims. This process will take several days, and if all proves true, congratulations on your acceptance into the Akatsuki. We warmly welcome the addition of strong allies." Furthermore, she considered, they would require time to return, otherwise, should a confrontation arise. Even in a shadow clone state, they would likely not match the prowess of the individual before her. Do nodded, "Then I shall remain in the village, awaiting your good news." With that, he donned a hat, his appearance transforming once more into that of a creature adorned with horns and scales. It must be said that this form was indeed more comfortable. In the ensuing days, a rumor began to circulate throughout Mangekyo. It is said that each night, a creature with horns and scales roams about, abducting children who wander outside. Xiaonan dispatched personnel to gather information, and after 2 days, various reports returned, which Zetsu meticulously compiled as per Pain's directives, delivering detailed intelligence. Upon reviewing the reports in her hands, Xiaonan's expression turned grim. Reports from the Dearth Dragon Cave indicate that Uchiha Anan is the 4th sage, while Apothecary Do is the 5th sage. Furthermore, Orochimaru has returned to Konoha in secret and is engaging in cordial discussions with Tsunade and Jiraiya, the 3 legendary Sannin. Do initially accompanied Orochimaru to Konoha. If Do is to act as an undercover agent, he must be prepared to face the consequences of being discovered. Zetsu, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. They were currently at odds with the entire ninja world, yet somehow someone of such formidable strength had chosen to join them. He promptly activated his white Zetsu intelligence network, ultimately concluding that Do was indeed an infiltrator. Humph, did he think that within the tightly guarded Konoha, his presence would go undetected? My capacity for gathering intelligence surpasses your imagination. Unbeknownst to Do, he had unwittingly become a target on the Akatsuki's assassination list, sitting in anticipation of the organization's favorable news. Meanwhile, within the mountainous region of the Land of Lightning, they had finally extracted the 8 tails from Killer Bee's body. A glimmer of satisfaction graced the faces of the Akatsuki members. Their prolonged efforts had not been in vain. After resting for another day, Pain sealed Killer Bee's corpse and prepared to return. In the depths of Mangekyo, Xiaonan spotted Do in the water, instructing him to follow. Following a path, he arrived at the highest tower in the west, where he observed the 8 individuals before him, their faces adorned with smiles. As he delved deeper, an imperceptible aura of malice caught his attention. I have come to join the Akatsuki. Why would they harbor murderous intent towards me? Without further ado, Nagato raised his right hand and proclaimed, Shinra Tensei. Despite instantly activating Sage Mode, he was still drawn towards them. Awaiting him was Itachi's Tsukuyami. A mere second later, he found himself pinned to the ground by several black chakra rods. Sweat streamed down his face as he exclaimed in panic, What is happening? I came here to join you. Moreover, he realized he could not utilize ninjutsu or sage chakra. Zetsu flung a dossier at him, mocking, still pretending to be tough. Are we? Do you think my white Zetsu is mere decoration? Upon glancing at the information, he stood frozen in disbelief. He shares the same status as Uchiha Anan, a sage of the Earth Dragon Cave. He is a close aide of Orochimaru, who has returned to Konoha. He has previously resided in Konoha. Even a battle-hardened spy like him found himself momentarily speechless. Your intelligence appears to be accurate. He quickly added, but Orochimaru-sama has killed the 3rd Hokage. Why would he suddenly join? I suspect he is being controlled. I also have deep-seated enmity with Konoha. I cannot assist them. Before he could finish, Zetsu stepped on him again, taunting, Your enemy is Danzo, the root organization, while Uchiha Anan personally eliminated Danzo. I know you, Do. You have been a spy since childhood, constantly changing identities and weaving words with ease. Yet you have encountered me, Zetsu. Do inwardly cursed the fool, feeling genuine loyalty met with suspicion as an undercover agent. Resolving to cease his pretense, he began to twist his body, utilizing the regenerative abilities of the blood and flesh of Muzan to effortlessly free himself from the rod's control. Itachi pondered Do's earlier words. If they were true, then Anan must have already utilized Kotoeme Tsukumi. Seeing that the Akatsuki did not believe him, Do chose to say nothing more. His only desire was to escape this place. Nagato, intent on capturing him for his insights into Konoha's intricate affairs, issued a command to seize Do. He sought to explore Do's memories through the human path. Itachi again employed his genjutsu, yet Do closed his eyes, relying on his senses of smell and hearing to ascertain his surroundings. With hands forming seals, he declared, Sage Art, White Wave Technique. The high-intensity shockwave caused everyone to tremble, while Toby feigned agony, rolling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity obscured by the shockwave, he quickly created a shadow clone and fled into the distance. Nagato, unaffected by the technique, moved forward with determination, declaring, Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force propelled both the shockwave and Do away. Before any response could be made, the agonized Kisame and the puppet, Sasori, approached Do. Water release, water prison technique. Magnet release, sand iron world technique. The trap had thoroughly ensnared Do. Yet in his sage mode, his controlled body continued to writhe restlessly, seeking to break free from its constraints. With anger etched upon his face, he shouted defiantly, "You cannot kill me. My body is indomitable." Tian Dao Pain remained silent, directly invoking a summoning technique to call forth the realm of humanity. While immortality may pose challenges for others, it proved rather effortless for the realm of humanity, which held dominion over souls. Placing his hand upon Du's head, the glimmer of fear filled Du's eyes as his thoughts began to spiral into chaos, his struggles gradually losing their vigor. The realm of humanity furrowed his brow and glanced at Ju. This fellow genuinely wishes to join Akatsuki. Ju, taken aback, could hardly believe it. Impossible. My intelligence is infallible. Continuing to gather information, the realm of humanity was suddenly struck by the vision of Muzan, causing Nagato, who was orchestrating events from behind, to widen his eyes in awe. Such a formidable body. Moreover, could blood truly aid in restoring the physical form? After prolonged use of pain and the outer path golems, he felt his own body had been thoroughly exhausted, his strength waning by the day. Having already irrevocably offended Du, it would be prudent to eradicate him completely. Yet the White Snake Sage was ever watchful, unwilling to allow one he had painstakingly trained to be slain. He promptly dispatched 3 female Snake Sages to assist Du. Just as the realm of humanity sought to extract Du's soul, a sudden mist enveloped the surroundings. A crimson tail flashed by, and with immense force infused with wild natural energy, it shattered the realm of humanity's form, swiftly ensnaring the unconscious Du and vanishing into the fog. Was there truly an ally present? However, Nagato could not afford to dwell on Du. Commanding the beasts and hungry ghosts to stealthily proceed to the Sound Ninja village to procure reserve blood. If his own body could indeed be restored, he would no longer require puppets. Personally engaging in battle would be far superior. Ju pondered extensively, and once the turmoil settled, he sought out Abito, stating, "You can no longer manage the current situation. Perhaps we should have Nagato revive Madara. If we prolong this any further, the consequences could be dire." Ju could sense that Abito was growing lethargic toward the prospect of reviving Madara. Abito shook his head slightly. "Now is not the time. We have only collected one-tailed beast. Reviving Lord Madara now would likely lead to our own underestimation by him. It is a fool's errand to think we could resurrect Madara in this lifetime." Yet, Ju, as one of Madara's remnants, must uphold the requisite attitude. Otherwise, Ju would surely cause trouble, and he alone could not contain it. Having lived for a millennium, Ju was acutely aware that this was merely an excuse from Abito, indicating that his heart had begun to waver. Thus, he would not hold back any longer. Nodding, Ju's figure gradually faded from sight. Before long, he found Conan, revealing knowledge of a powerful figure who had since perished. "If we can resurrect him, seizing the tailed beasts will be a trivial matter." Conan nodded in agreement, promising to relay the message to their leader. At that moment, excitement illuminated Nagato's face, but upon seeing Conan, he quickly restrained his expression. He hesitated to disclose the matter of the golden blood to Xiaonan, for that substance carried inherent risks, and revealing it would only serve to exacerbate her concerns. Observing Nagato's weary visage, Xiaonan gently remarked, "Nagato, you are utterly exhausted. With the 8 tails now captured, you must take some time to rest." Nagato, gazing into Xiaonan's worried eyes, replied softly, "Do not worry, I will take care." Xiaonan stepped closer, leaning towards his ear, and after a moment's contemplation, she expressed her fears. "Just now, Zetsu conveyed to me that it is possible to resurrect fallen warriors to bolster our strength. However, I fear that once revived, they may not remain under our control." Nagato was momentarily taken aback by the notion of resurrecting warriors. In times past, he might have dismissed such an idea, but now, recollecting the memories from Tobi, he was aware of a jutsu capable of revival. If it were the reanimation jutsu, then the risk of losing control would be alleviated. He decided to acquiesce to Zetsu's proposal, assuming he must also possess knowledge of the corpse's locations. After offering Xiaonan a reassuring glance, he feigned weariness. Xiaonan promptly exited, allowing Nagato the rest he so desperately needed. Upon hearing Xiaonan agree to the resurrection, a flicker of joy crossed Zetsu's countenance. "Lord Madara, I am prepared to welcome your arrival." Though it was a form of exploitation, the alternatives were lacking. Only Madara was his preferred choice. Returning to Konoha, Anan contemplated the unconscious Kakashi lying in bed. Why had that man, Uchiha Madara, spared Kakashi after taking his Sharingan? For someone of Madara's caliber, such a precious asset should be plentiful, leaving Anan with a perplexing feeling. It seemed incongruous for the man who could lead the Uchiha clan in founding a village to act in such a manner. Perplexed, Anan ruffled his hair and walked away, realizing it was time to intensify Sasuke's training, not in breathing techniques, but in summoning arts. The after effects of the special breathing technique had left Anan feeling apprehensive. In the clan's plaza, Sasuke relentlessly drew his sword, striking the wooden post with fervor. Damn it, this ordinary blade feels so uncomfortable to wield. Why, despite having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, can I not defeat that man and find myself ensnared in his illusions? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Sasuke. Chopping would 1T enhance your strength. A hand pressed down on Sasuke's shoulder, and a voice whispered in his ear. Would you like to learn the technique that allows Naruto to summon great toads? Still lost in his anger and despair, Sasuke looked up helplessly at Anan, collapsing into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing Sasuke's tears and snot, Anan hurriedly offered comfort. At nearly 14, why are you still crying like a child seeking the guidance of a long-lost master? Anan understood that Sasuke had been training diligently for a long time, yet still found himself unable to best Itachi, which caused him to weep. But Sasuke, you still do not comprehend the true brilliance of Itachi, the brightest talent of the Uchiha. Anan carefully wiped away Sasuke's tears, softly recounting Itachi's exploits. At the tender age of 4, he ventured onto the battlefield, receiving high accolades from the Hokage. By the age of 7, he graduated from the Ninja Academy. And at 8, he was capable of slaying Chunin-level opponents. By 10, he ascended to the rank of Umbu Captain, flawlessly executing S-rank missions. Subsequently, he smiled at Sasuke and remarked, if I were not proficient in the breathing technique, I might not even stand a chance against Itachi. Thus, he had come today to impart a new technique, one that even Itachi could not employ. Sasuke, initially anticipating another breathing technique, watched as Anan took 2 measured steps back and swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the summoning technique. 3 enchanting female serpent sages emerged from the mist. Originally, it had seemed they would summon just one, yet they all clamored to find Anan, ultimately following his summoning to appear. They promptly nestled against him. Anan-kun, their alluring, proud, and youthful voices echoed simultaneously. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Anan, you promised to teach me a technique, and now you show me this? Upon witnessing the scene, Tsunade felt a surge of annoyance. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she saw Tsunade stretching lazily as she entered the clan grounds. With so little work today, I can finally get some proper rest. However, her keen eyes quickly caught sight of the 3 women leaning against Anan. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her fury igniting as she charged towards them, unwilling to let anyone steal her man. Anan, aware of Tsunade's approach, hastily urged the 3 serpent sages to release him, fearing for his life. Although Tachikami and Kuratsuki reluctantly let go, Ichikishimahime clung to Anan's neck with tenacity. Anan, feeling the pressure, called out to Sasuke, who was less than a meter away. Sasuke, these are the 3 sages of the Dragon Cave. By forming a contract with them, you could summon beasts akin to Naruto. Sasuke, irritated, dug at his ear and grimaced. Why shout? Isn't this just for Tsunade? And why pretend to call my name? As Tsunade rushed over and learned that these 3 were sages from the Dragon Cave, she sighed in relief. So what if they are sages? No matter how beautiful they are or how ample their figures, how could Anan possibly fall for 3 snakes? Her pace slowed, and she smiled, saying, Anan-kun, have you received guests? I shall prepare a meal for you all. With a blush, she hurried to the kitchen. Anan exhaled, turning to the 3 serpent sages. This is my dear brother, Uchiha Sasuke. I wish for him to contract with the Dragon Cave. Ichikishimahime, who had been draped around Anan's neck, leapt down to scrutinize Sasuke, taking in his scent. Nodding to her sisters, she noted his robust physique and potential for training in sage arts. Most importantly, he bore none of the peculiar odors. Ever since their sister had rescued Orochimaru, the lingering strange scent had taken days to fade. Tachikami then produced a contract. If Anan's brother bore any odd scents or other peculiarities, they would consider it, on Anan's behalf, to offer a standard contract. However, such a contract would not summon them, only allowing the summoning of lesser creatures like the Great Serpent or the Azure Serpent. At this moment, a scroll capable of summoning the 3 divine sisters was unveiled. This scroll not only summoned the trio, but also conjured the colossal serpent, Yamada no Orochi. Having established a contract, Sasuke, filled with exuberance, swiftly performed the hand seals. Hi. Inu, Tatsu, Mi, and Ushi, and bellowed, summoning technique. With a resounding crash, the immense Yamada, adorned with shimmering purple scales, towered hundreds of meters high, leaving Sasuke in awe, though he noted the considerable chakra drain it would incur. Mistaking him for Orochimaru, Yamada immediately proclaimed, Orochimaru, you better prepare 200 offerings this time, or I shan't assist you. Sasuke interjected, 3 divine sisters, Anan. Yamada, sensing an unusual atmosphere, discerned the presence of a small spirit overhead, realizing it had been summoned. It then detected 4 familiar auras and glanced down to discover the notorious Uchiha Anan, who was about to reveal its menacing fangs when it noticed the 3 elder serpents of Ryuchi Cave, their expressions darkening. Goodness! These offerings were demanded by Orochimaru and me without their knowledge. If they pursue accountability for this. Yamada burst into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, little one above me. I was merely jesting. How could I truly expect you to prepare offerings? It then hastily addressed the 3 elders. Elders, I assure you. I was merely trying to test this boy's resolve. Indeed, the serpents of Ryuchi Cave have never engaged in such practices. Tsukuyami promptly pointed at Anan, stating, This is the 4th elder of Ryuchi Cave, Uchiha Anan, while glancing at Anan, emphasizing that the most crucial aspect was Anan's disposition towards Yamada. Anan waved dismissively, saying, Let us consider your previous comments a mere jest, Yamada. You must not take them seriously. Yamada vigorously shook its massive head, replying, Of course. How could I ever consume anyone? Orochimaru frequently summons me, and I know he never intends for me to partake in such acts. Just as these words left its mouth, it spotted Orochimaru's swift approach from afar. Yamada, in a frenzy, flicked its tongue at Orochimaru, signaling for him to be discreet. Unexpectedly, as Orochimaru leapt atop the wall, he failed to notice Anan and the others, raising his head to scowl at Yamada, saying, Yamada, I promised you 100 offerings. But your impatience to come to Konoha is quite excessive. Only then did he notice Sasuke above, along with Anan and the 3 sage serpents below. Oh no, the transaction with Yamada has been exposed. He forced an awkward smile and exclaimed, Ah, I just realized Tsunade is looking for me. I must take my leave. With that, he jumped off the wall and hastily departed. Yamada's expression froze, its heart sinking in despair. Orochimaru, just wait. The next time you summon me, I shall bite you first. Miketsukami smiled at Yamada, using the summoning technique to return it to its realm, but her departing smile made Yamada's colossal form quiver slightly. It's over, Yamada lamented, feeling utterly despondent as it awaited the elder's impending judgment. The crimson serpent gazed enviously at the suddenly returned myriad serpents, his eyes filled with admiration. Elder Wanshi, did you encounter a formidable adversary during your journey? How is it that you returned unscathed? When shall I possess the same commanding presence as you, Master Wanshi? Listening to the youngling's words, Wanshi raised his head slightly and earnestly replied, You too shall have your chance. The young serpent's praise lightened Wanshi's spirits, and he then bared his fangs at the other serpents before seeking a comfortable spot to repose in silence. A serpent of Wanshi's caliber was indeed unparalleled in the dragon's lair, and those endowed with spiritual communication were excluded from the ranks of the devourers. The crimson serpent, possessing considerable talent among his kind, had been expressly instructed by Elder Tienshin Shinji not to take the initiative in aggression against him, otherwise in a foul mood. Wanshi would have long since consumed him. The crimson serpent's eyes sparkled with ambition as he envisioned the day he would be summoned. Yes, yes, Elder, I shall strive diligently. As night fell, 3 female serpent immortals remained behind for supper. However, upon gazing at the meal prepared by Jing'in, resembling charred carbon, Sasuke scrutinized the food as if facing a formidable foe. Anan sighed and remarked, Sasuke, go dine with the 3 female immortals. Sasuke, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Despite Jing'in's commendable qualities, her culinary skills left much to be desired. Jing'in, seemingly embarrassed, lowered her head as the others departed. Anan gently grasped Jing'in's hand and said, Jing'in-chan, these hands are meant for healing, not for cooking. You must refrain from preparing meals in the future. Without waiting for her response, Anan pulled Jing'in along, exclaiming, Let us go to the Chio Dao barbecue restaurant. Jing'in, following suit, left without a word about the uneaten food on the table. Meanwhile, Zetsu had unearthed the remains of Obito and arranged for them to be delivered overnight. With Zetsu's forces combined with Obito, even in his diminished state, he was far superior to others. On the outskirts of the rain-hidden village, Zetsu entered the dense forest. Several white Zetsu carried a pallid coffin, approaching with the modified body of Obito inside. This body had long been enhanced by Obito and Black Zetsu to accommodate all of Obito's original power. As Zetsu held the coffin, intending to seek out Konan, he suddenly halted, turning to the side and gravely asking, "What? Do you wish to hinder me?" Obito slowly materialized from the ground, his voice filled with ire. "Zetsu, now is not the time." Suddenly, Zetsu burst into laughter. "Obito, do you truly wish to resurrect Lord Obito?" As he spoke, dozens of coffins appeared around him, having lived for over a millennium. Zetsu certainly possessed means to counteract any opposition. Surrounding the coffins were numerous white Zetsu, their expressions mocking as they observed Obito. Obito's gaze sharpened as he slowly removed his mask, his Sharingan fixed intently on Zetsu. "I will not allow you to disrupt my plans, Zetsu." With that, he charged forward. While Zetsu, unwilling to engage, commanded the white Zetsu to disperse, carrying the multitude of coffins with them as they fled. The atmosphere around Obito darkened. Had it been a direct confrontation, he might have managed to intercept, but the sight of dozens of coffins scattering was utterly repugnant. Activating the Susano'o, a brilliant azure form began to materialize. With a sharp command, he unleashed the Kamui Shuriken. 8 Shuriken, imbued with the power of Kamui, swiftly darted toward the fleeing white Zetsu. Upon being struck, white Zetsu was instantly transported to an alternate space. The coffins tumbled to the ground, and Ju, startled, seized one of them and fled in a frenzy. Instinctively, Obito pursued. Before long, several figures of white Zetsu began to emerge from the soil, lifting the edge of a somewhat damaged coffin and sprinting towards the rain village. Meanwhile, after a prolonged chase and realizing he had surpassed the boundaries of the rain village, he activated his complete form. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun wildly, distorting the surrounding space, leaving him no choice but to shield himself with the coffin. Once he absorbed the coffin into the Kamui space, Obito was about to utter another word when he noticed the other party displayed no sign of panic. His eyes widened as he vanished from his location, entering the Kamui space, where he saw white Zetsu waving and smiling at him from within the coffin. Anger surged within him, and he began to hastily traverse through the Kamui space. But at that moment, Ju remained unperturbed, gradually sinking underground. For white Zetsu had already entrusted the body to Konan. After the 4 white Zetsu set down the body, they hoisted the coffin and dashed towards the opposite end. Konan, gazing at Madara's corpse, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something dreadful were about to transpire. After wrapping the body in paper, she headed towards a secluded area. In the pouring rain, Obito watched the 4 white Zetsu clutching the empty coffin, his expression darkening further. Damn it, had the situation spiraled out of control? Ju followed Konan into a nearby building, where 4 Pain stood waiting. In the shadows, the 4 Pains regarded the corpse and inquired of Ju, "Whose body is this?" Ju's gaze flickered as he replied solemnly, "Uchiha Madara." Both Konan and the 4 Pains exchanged looks of confusion. If this was Madara, then who was the masked man from before? Anticipating their question, Ju softly stated, "I know not who he is, but I can assure you, he is not Madara." Claiming divinity for himself, Pain felt unfazed by the mention of Madara, once hailed as the Azura of the ninja world. After all, was he not superior to the Rinnegan? Moreover, with the power of the impure world reincarnation at his disposal, he suggested, "Since you hold Uchiha Madara in such high esteem, let us summon him and test his mettle." Konan hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts but refraining, mindful of Pain's obstinate nature. Placing the body in the center of the room, the animal path began to move deliberately. With swift hand seals, he initiated the impure world reincarnation technique. A beam of white light surged from afar, entering Madara's body. As the figure gradually stood, the animal path maintained his hand seals, awakening Uchiha Madara and establishing a tenuous connection with his form. The animal path could sense the body, possessing the ability to control it at will. Uchiha Madara embraced himself, slowly opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, which revealed the realm of beasts. Ju approached Madara's side and respectfully stated, "Madara, there has been a situation. We had no choice but to awaken you." Madara lowered his hands, gazing at the Rinnegan of the creature before him. Is that the little brat Nagato? No, wait. Is it actually a puppet? This scene instantly alerted Conan, causing the paper fragments around her to begin swirling. The Deva Path of Pain stepped forward and inquired, Uchiha Madara, what did you mean by your earlier words? How could the adversary possibly recognize him?